Chapter 1. The monetization system in the world of Naruto. Behind the hidden leaf village, a young boy clad in a white kimono stood at the center of a tranquil pond beneath his feet. A faint blue chakra emanated. However, as a gentle breeze swept through, the chakra gradually dissipated. This unexpected occurrence caused the boy to tumble into the water. Damn it. I failed again. The boy crawled out of the pond, collapsing onto the shore, a look of exasperation etched upon his face. It seems so simple when I watch the protagonist train to walk on water. Why is it so difficult for me? Stripping off his drenched clothing, the boy rose and began to reflect on the details of his previous training. Indeed, he was not a native of the Naruto world, but a 21st century otaku named Yunxi. His greatest pastimes revolve around video games and anime, but an all-nighter unexpectedly led to his demise. Upon awakening, he found himself reincarnated as a war orphan. Sharing his name tomorrow marks the opening of the Ninja Academy, and the plot is about to unfold. Yet my abilities, the thought of the impending day, stirred anxiety within Yunxi. Although he, as a commoner, could enter the Ninja Academy, his current body bore no bloodline limits. He had yet to fully master even his chakra in this vast ninja realm. He felt like a powerless ant. According to the narrative of Naruto, commoner ninjas, such as Yunxi, were merely cannon fodder. The threat to his life was the driving force behind his relentless efforts. However, repeated failures in chakra training had left Yunxi feeling increasingly frustrated. Heaven grant me a golden finger, otherwise, in this Naruto world, I might as well be a mere bystander. Contemplating the overwhelming presence of powerful shinobi in the later arcs, Yunxi shivered at the thought. Having traversed into the Naruto world for 6 years, he couldn't help but harbor a yearning for a golden finger. Yet his countless pleas over the years had yielded no response. This time, however, was merely a psychological comfort. Just as Yunxi prepared to return to the hidden leaf village, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! On surviving for 6 years in the Naruto world, you have obtained the monetization system.Within. Congratulations, host! On successfully activating the system, you have received a beginner's gift package. What? The golden finger has arrived. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Yunxi abruptly halted, his face alight with joy. He had not anticipated that his casual lament would truly result in a gift of his own golden finger. Open the beginner's gift package. As an experienced otaku, he was well aware of the typical usage of such systems, and he paused to see what treasures lay within the gift. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully opening the beginner's gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a 10 discount coupon. Ding! Congratulations, host, on mastering the body flicker technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a 100 increase in total chakra capacity. As Yunxi's words faded, the methods of utilizing the body technique and the techniques for reducing hand seal time instantly appeared in his minds. This the power of the golden finger? Reflecting on the newfound knowledge within his consciousness, Yunxi could not help but feel a sense of awe. Though the body technique is one of the most commonplace ninjutsu in the world of Naruto, nearly every ninja possesses it. The techniques of substitution, shadow clone, and transformation are essential foundational skills on the battlefield. The prevalence of the body technique is merely relative to those possessing bloodline limits or belonging to established clans like the Itachi in Konoha. For civilian ninjas, possessing a decent level of proficiency in the body technique is akin to inheriting a priceless family treasure. It is important to note that before acquiring this knowledge, Yunxi's desire to learn the body technique was but a mere fantasy. This is also the reason why Konoha Ninja Academy considers mastery of the body technique as a graduation requirement. It ensures that ninjas possess the most fundamental combat abilities, which are the cornerstone of their skills. At this moment, the system's reward allowed Yunxi to master various techniques of the body technique with remarkable proficiency. Regardless of other factors, Yunxi's body technique could even rival that of a jonin. It seems I have underestimated the system. The enhancement of chakra volume is truly impressive. After experimenting with the body technique, Yunxi discovered the effects of the second novice gift package. Previously possessing only a modest amount of chakra, he now found his total chakra volume comparable to that of an average chunin. It is essential to recognize that the most crucial factor influencing a ninja's combat power is their chakra volume. Without sufficient chakra, even possessing a powerful bloodline limit would not allow one to fully realize their potential. This is akin to Kakashi Hitachi's circumstances. As for the final reward, Yunxi merely glanced at the system introduction before tucking it away. He had no immediate use for it. The discount coupon served a straightforward purpose. It could reduce the price of any item in the microtransaction system to 1/10 of its original cost. However, despite the coupon's formidable potential, Yunxi found himself too impoverished to afford anything. Even after the discount host has successfully claimed the novice gift package, the main mission, the initial experience of microtransactions, is now released. Mission objective: spend 100 points in the shop mission reward. Randomly select one item including, but not limited to ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, bloodline limits, or body enhancements. It seems that the only way to grow stronger is through microtransactions. Upon returning to the entrance of Konoha, Yunxi felt a tumult of emotions upon hearing the mission in his mind. The reason was simple. Although the system was potent and microtransactions were convenient, Yunxi was devoid of funds after inquiring about the system. Yunxi understood that the sole currency of this microtransaction system was shop points, and the only way to acquire them was to spend money. The conversion rate was exceedingly straightforward. 100 yen equaled 1 microtransaction point. Moreover, Yunxi had sneakily glimpsed the prices of items in the shop. The price of a single Tomo Sharingan is a staggering 1,000 premium points, which translates to 100,000 yen. It is important to note that Yunxi, at present, is merely a war orphan, hardly even qualifying as a formal ninja. While he receives a monthly stipend, it is barely sufficient to cover his basic needs, leaving no room for indulgence in in-game purchases. It seems that my primary objective must now be to earn money. With a newfound clarity on the path to strength, Yunxi began to reassess his life goals. After all, diligent training alone would not suffice. Only through investing in premium features could he hope to sustain himself. Chapter 2. The Heavenly Curse Seal. Is Yunxi back? Upon approaching his doorstep, the kindly old man selling miscellaneous goods greeted Yunxi with a warm smile. Good evening, Uncle Pingy. Recognizing his neighbor, Yunxi responded amicably. As a war orphan, he often received assistance from those around him, and Uncle Pingy had always been particularly generous. I heard you're starting classes at the Ninja Academy tomorrow. I don't have much to offer, but this might be of some help to you. Noticing Yunxi pause, Uncle Pingy produced a dark, ink-black scroll from his robe, accompanied by a somewhat hefty envelope. Uncle Pingy, I really can't accept this. Yunxi instinctively declined the kind gesture, continuing, I already take advantage of your hospitality. I can't possibly accept more. You little rascal, are you ignoring what I'm saying? Seeing Yunxi reject his goodwill, Uncle Ping's previously genial expression shifted to one of mild anger. After a brief scolding, he pressed the items into Yunxi's arms and, with a tone of nostalgia, said, Child, once you become a ninja, you will find that this world is not as beautiful as you imagine. I merely wish for you to live better. These items aren't particularly valuable. They are just a token of my goodwill. Please accept them. Following his words, Uncle Ping's expression turned somewhat solemn. Uncle, I understand. After reflecting on Uncle Ping's words, Yunxi chose not to refuse again and grasped the gifts tightly in his hands. That's the spirit. If you've chosen to become a ninja, you must give it your all. Seeing Yunxi accept his gifts, Uncle Pingy laughed heartily before casting a final glance at Yunxi and retreating into his home. Watching Uncle Ping's receding figure, Yunxi silently vowed, I will survive in this harsh world of ninjas. The early autumn breeze carried a hint of chill, yet Yunxi's heart burned with the fervor of the sun. Prior to this day, he may have lacked confidence, but now, with the acquisition of the premium system, he understood that if he worked hard to earn money, achieving strength would be merely a matter of time. Let's see what Uncle has given me. Upon arriving home, Yunxi retrieved the 2 items from his embrace and placed them carefully on the tea table. A somewhat thick envelope and a roll of dark, ink-black parchment. Let us first examine what this scroll is. Without hesitation, Yunxi opened the pitch-black scroll before him. How could Uncle Pingy possess such an item? Upon discovering the contents of the scroll, a look of astonishment graced Yunxi's face. In his recollection, Uncle Pingy was merely one among the countless commoners of Konoha, not even a ninja yet. Within this scroll lay the detailed cultivation method for the shadow clone technique. The shadow clone technique, a veritable cheat for the protagonist of Naruto, not only creates tangible clones, but also allows these clones to practice ninjutsu and taijutsu. Even after their disappearance, the experience gained by the clones through training is accumulated back to the original body is undoubtedly one of the most practical aids one could possess. Thank you, Uncle, Yunxi said with gratitude as he carefully finished reading the scroll and set it down, feeling a deeper sense of goodwill towards Uncle Pingy. Though he was uncertain how Uncle Pingy had acquired the shadow clone technique, Yunxi, already privy to the complete storyline, fully understood its value. Even Naruto, the main character of the series, could only obtain the training method from the Book of Seals. Let us see what is within the envelope. After safely storing the scroll, Yunxi held the envelope in his hand, its exaggerated thickness suggesting it contained something substantial. Upon opening the envelope, Yunxi murmured, so much money? Inside the envelope was not anything else but a stack of cash. After a rough estimate, Yunxi realized it amounted to a staggering 100,000 yen. Where did such a fortune come from? Yunxi was taken aback that Uncle Pingy could bestow upon him such a large sum while this amount might not be significant for an average ninja. In Yunxi's mind, Uncle Pingy was merely an ordinary civilian. Although he ran a grocery store, 100,000 yen was certainly not a trifling sum for him. Uncle, I will surely remember your kindness. Gently placing the money down, Yunxi's expression turned serious, his heart swelling with gratitude now. Let us begin to grow stronger. Once he had steadied his emotions, Yunxi placed the money on the table and murmured, "Commence the recharge." Ding! Would you like to recharge the full amount? Recharge the full amount. Upon confirming the recharge, the money on the table was enveloped in a shimmering light and vanished in the next instant, while the system reflected an increase of 1,000 premium points. Congratulations, host, on completing your first premium experience and receiving the reward. Heavenly Curse Mark Complete Version Heavenly Curse Mark. Yunxi was taken aback by the system's notification. Having anticipated a reward of ninjutsu or a bloodline limit, however, he did not expect the system to grant him this peculiar item. To be precise, the Heavenly Curse Mark was neither a bloodline limit nor a conventional ninjutsu, but rather a secret technique invented by Orochimaru, formidable forbidden. Technique, derived by Orochimaru from the prototype of Jugo and inspired by the combat style of the Jinchuriki, was meticulously studied. The user of the Cursed Seal gains immense power while utilizing it. However, as the duration of use extends, it imposes a significant burden on the practitioner's body, potentially affecting their psyche, as well as it a double-edged sword. Yunxi pondered, momentarily at a loss regarding the rewards he had obtained. The enhanced Heavenly Curse Seal from the system bears no adverse effects. Sensing Yunxi's inner turmoil, the previously unyielding system unexpectedly offered guidance. "Ah, that's wonderful." Upon hearing the system's clarification, Yunxi's expression shifted swiftly from turmoil to exhilaration. The rationale was straightforward. The advantages of the Heavenly Curse Seal, devoid of side effects, would undoubtedly rival those of any ordinary bloodline limit. Once activated, the Heavenly Curse Seal would not only bestow formidable strength and speed, but also significantly augment the chakra reserves. It would be no exaggeration to refer to it as a humanoid-tailed beast. If memory serves me right, this Heavenly Curse Seal seems to possess two forms, one of which is under Orochimaru's control. Despite the system's reassurances, a lingering concern troubled Yunxi. The concern was Orochimaru himself. After all, in the original narrative, it was Orochimaru who birthed the Heavenly Curse Seal, and there remained a possibility of him exerting control. Yunxi had no desire to become a puppet of Orochimaru, even for the sake of momentary power. As if perceiving Yunxi's apprehensions, the system spoke once more. "Rest assured, host, all rewards from this system are impervious to external influences." Upon hearing this, Yunxi chuckled. "Why didn't you mention that sooner?" With the assurance that the Heavenly Curse Seal posed no issues, Yunxi promptly accepted the reward. Damn system. Why does it hurt so much? Upon confirming his acquisition of the Heavenly Curse Seal, Yunxi felt a surge of overwhelming power manifest within him, accompanied by excruciating pain. The 6-year-old Yunxi collapsed within his chamber. Chapter 3. The First Awakening of the Sharingan. Could you perhaps give me a heads up next time? It would allow me to prepare a little. Upon regaining consciousness, Yunxi was evidently displeased with the system's capriciousness. However, after a bout of grievances and observing the system's silence, he resigned himself to the situation. His attention was soon captured by the new mark adorning the nape of his neck. It appears that this Heavenly Curse Seal's mark differs somewhat from Sasuke's. After scrutinizing himself in the mirror, Yunxi discerned the distinctions. Although the mark was located similarly to Sasuke's position at the nape, Yunxi's emblem did not take the form of the Freedomo. Instead, it manifested as a pair of ebony wings, and he could sense the dark aura emanating from the tattoo beep. It is advisable for the host to assess their attributes before proceeding with enhancements. Noting Yunxi's continued examination of the Heavenly Curse Seal, the previously silent system resumed its commentary simultaneously. A virtual attribute panel materialized before Yunxi's eyes. Host, Yunxi. Age, 6. Strength, Genin Cursed Seal State. Peak Chunin Mastering Ninjutsu. Body Flicker Technique Expert. Heavenly Curse Seal Proficient. Shadow Clone. Technique Novice. Ninjutsu Talent, B. Taijutsu Talent, B. Jinjutsu Talent, D. Is this truly my current strength? Yunxi gazed at his attribute panel with a hint of astonishment, as his present abilities were rather surprising to him. Before acquiring the monetization system, Yunxi, though diligent and industrious, was merely a war orphan. Both his innate qualities and resources were exceedingly ordinary despite years of rigorous training. His true power barely qualified him as a low-ranking ninja. Yet, within a single day of obtaining this system, his prowess had already ascended to the level of a genin. Upon utilizing the heavenly curse seal. He could even attain the strength of a Chunin. Alas, possessing the strength of a Chunin is still too feeble in this world. I must strive to grow stronger. The exhilaration of his newfound power lingered in Yunxi's heart for but a fleeting moment. In the realm of Naruto, the strength of a Chunin merely amounts to formidable cannon fodder, not to mention the godlike prowess of Madara. Even in the early stages of Naruto, the formidable Zabuza could effortlessly vanquish the current Yunin. Such power is insufficient. Yunin is acutely aware that his current abilities are merely a side note within the narrative of Naruto. Yet, Yunxi remained unperturbed. For he possessed both a system and ample time. System opened the marketplace. With 1,000 premium points at his disposal, Yunxi accessed the store, understanding that in this realm, strength was the ultimate currency. The premium points represented the finest means to augment his abilities. Without exception, beep, the marketplace has been activated. Following Yunxi's command, the interface of the marketplace materialized before his eyes. From the fundamental mastery of the three-body technique to the Sharingan and Byakugan, even the awe-inspiring Six Paths mode and Sage mode were laid bare before him. 1 Tomo Sharingan, evolvable through premium points, 1,000 premium points. Byakugan Cage Bird Seal, 1,000 premium points. Byakugan Unlimited Mode, 10,000 premium points. 8 Gates Technique, First 4 Gates, 5,000 premium points. 8 Gates Technique, Complete Form, 100,000 premium points. Sage Mode, Complete Form, 999999999 premium points. The dazzling array of options in the marketplace momentarily left Yunxi in a state of bewilderment. It could be said that he desired every item available. Regrettably, he finds himself devoid of funds, with a mere 1,000 points of a game currency, which can procure only a handful of limited items. Should he acquire the Sharingan? As one of the most renowned enhancements in the Naruto universe, Yunxi is undeniably eager to obtain it. Although his combat prowess may not be formidable in the early stages, the advantages offered by enhanced dynamic vision and the ability to decipher an opponent's hand seals would significantly elevate Yunxi's fighting capabilities. Furthermore, upon evolving into the Mangeki Sharingan, he would unlock the unparalleled power of Susanoo, the mightiest enhancement in the entire Naruto saga. However, Yunxi did not immediately redeem it. Instead, he found himself in a state of quandary. The Sharingan was exceptionally unique, as only members of the Uchiha clan possessed the potential to awaken it. Yet, Yunxi's true identity was merely that of a war orphan. Although Konoha was relatively harmonious among the various ninja villages, the sudden emergence of a war orphan possessing the Sharingan would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. Setting aside the thoughts of Konoha's higher-ups, even the Uchiha clan would not easily overlook Yunxi's situation. Desperation. Strength is the true path to dominance. Ultimately, Yunxi decided to exchange for a single Tomo Sharingan. This enhancement was not as violent as the heavenly curse seal. Instead, Yunxi merely sensed a fleeting illusion in his eyes, and in the next moment, a blood-red Tomo materialized within his left eye. What a frustrating system. Why is it that only one eye possesses the Sharingan? Gazing at the singular eye that had evolved, Yunxi roared in frustration. Ding! The ocular techniques of bloodline limits are price per eye. This system is fair and just. Touch, Yunxi thought, feeling a profound sense of impotence in rebutting the system's explanation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of initial consumption. Random reward. Host proficiency in ninjutsu increased by 1 level. Ding! The technique Shadow Clone Jutsu, Unfamiliar, has been upgraded to Shadow Clone Jutsu, Familiar. After the system's notification concluded, a myriad of techniques and hand seals for employing the Shadow Clone Jutsu suddenly appeared in Yunxi's mind. What is this? The unexpected reward left Yunxi somewhat astonished. Previously, he had only glanced at the scroll detailing the Shadow Clone Jutsu and had not fully grasped it. However, with the system's reward, he was now able to utilize this seemingly overpowered technique. Though still somewhat inexperienced, he had completely mastered the jutsu. It is noteworthy that Yunxi's talent for ninjutsu was not extraordinary. Within the system's grading, it was merely a B, placing him at an average level. To learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu would typically require several months of diligent practice. Yet, this reward from the system had directly eliminated that training time. System. What is the nature of these tasks? Yunxi did not dwell too much on the rewards, but began to inquire about the tasks. Initially, he believed the system was merely a simplistic pay-to-win enhancement tool, but it was evidently more complex than that. This system boasts diverse functionalities and formidable power. Beyond the pay-to-win marketplace, it also features a task system to encourage the host to invest more. Upon reaching a certain level of expenditure, the system would reciprocate with various benefits. This time, the system did not disregard Yunxi's inquiry, but instead provided a meticulous response. After a brief pause, the system continued. In addition to conventional pay-to-win tasks, the system will periodically issue storyline tasks. Completing these will yield substantial rewards. But the choice to accept lies solely with the host. After clearly elucidating the functionalities of the system, it finally addressed Yunxi with an enchanting tone, inquiring, "Youngster, do you wish to grow stronger? Strive to invest." Chapter 4. Enrollment. Can this system not be more serious? Reflecting on the system's previously tempting remarks, Yunxi felt an increased sense of helplessness. However, his grievances went unanswered by the system. Not overly troubled by the system's indifference, Yunxi closed the marketplace interface and collapsed onto his bed, attempting to process all that had transpired that day. "Good morning, uncle." The following morning, after completing his morning routine, Yunxi stepped outside, prepared to head to the ninja school. He proactively greeted Uncle Pingy, who stood at the door. "Hey kid, give it your all." Uncle Pingy responded with a warm smile, adding, "Would you like me to accompany you?" "Huh, no need, I can manage on my own." Upon realizing that Uncle Pingy intended to join him at the ninja school, Yunxi quickly declined. "All right, just be careful on your way," Uncle Pingy advised. I understand." After bidding farewell to Uncle Pingy, Yunxi made his way towards the Ninja Academy. Given that the civilian district where Yunxi resided was not far from the academy, he arrived at the entrance within a few minutes of walking. "Are you a new student?" Just as Yunxi sought the entrance, a kind voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Is that Irika?" Turning around, he saw a young man clad in a Konoha ninja vest, smiling warmly at him. Familiar with the storyline, Yunxi recognized this Konoha ninja as Irika, the first teacher of Naruto and the 12 little strong students. "Hello, teacher. I'm here to register as a new student." In truth, Yunxi did not have a profound impression of Irika. After all, following the Shippuden arc, this character did not appear frequently and had a subtle presence. His most vivid memory of Irika was that of a humble yet remarkable teacher. Haha. Then please follow me. I am your teacher for this year." Once Irika confirmed Yunxi's identity, he willingly led him into the Ninja Academy. Upon entering the academy, Yunxi immediately recognized several familiar faces. The composed Sasuke, the idle Naruto, and the blossoming Sakura and Ino were all present. In a corner, he even spotted the shy Hinata. Besides them, there were also Neji, Lee, and Tenten, who were a year older than Naruto and his friends. The current generation of 12 little strong had all gathered at the Ninja Academy, their faces still bearing a hint of youthful innocence. However, Yunxi could effortlessly discern the distinction between them and the common folk. Typically, the offspring of ordinary citizens only encounter the various methods of ninjutsu training upon their admission to the Ninja Academy. Except for Sakura. All of the 12 small strong have already mastered some fundamental ninjutsu and possess a variety of family secret techniques, making their abilities quite formidable. Among them, the most distinguished, Sasuke, has nearly attained the strength of a genin even before enrollment. This stark contrast highlights the vast disparity between the scions of the Konoha noble families and the common folk. It appears everyone has arrived. Let us introduce ourselves. As Yunxi observed the crowd, Irika reappeared, holding a white document and wearing a broad smile. "I'll go first. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and my dream is to become Hokage." Upon hearing Irika's words, Naruto sprang forth, his face alight with excitement. "Hey, not just anyone can become Hokage." Just as Naruto finished speaking, Inuzuka Kiba emerged from the throng, accompanied by a small white puppy. An air of impatience crossed his features as he continued. "I'm Kiba Inuzuka, and my dream is also to become Hokage." Your expression is utterly infuriating. Seeing Kiba's demeanor, Naruto was immediately prepared to retort. "All right, you two. Settle down. The other classmates still need to introduce themselves." Irika interjected sternly, blocking Naruto's path and addressing both him and Kiba with a serious demeanor. "Fine, but you, the son of the nine-tailed fox, will never become Hokage." Unfazed by Irika's authority, Naruto refrained from escalating the argument with Kiba. While Kiba openly voiced his thoughts without considering Naruto's feelings, Kiba's remarks were rather excessive. Yunxi observed the entire exchange, feeling that Kiba's final statement was indeed somewhat out of line, despite the village being well aware of Naruto's status as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. However, it is generally considered inappropriate to address this matter in front of Naruto. On one hand, there is the lingering intimidation from the Nine Tails, and on the other, there exists the directive issued by the third Hokage. Although the third Hokage did not deliberately cater to Naruto, it becomes evident from subsequent events that he indeed took considerable care of him. Otherwise, at the outset of the narrative, Naruto would not have displayed such a friendly demeanor towards the Hokage. Inuzuka Kiba, you have gone too far. After uttering these words, Kiba returned to his previous position. Meanwhile, Shino Aburame spoke up, his expression grave as he regarded Kiba. I merely stated the truth. Noticing that all eyes in the classroom were now fixed upon him, Kiba began to quietly defend himself. Upon hearing Kiba's remarks, Naruto refrained from vocalizing a rebuttal. However, the tight clenching of his fists revealed the anger simmering within him. Instantly, the atmosphere in the classroom grew somewhat heavy. Kiba's words were not without merit. Why indeed should we be classmates with the son of the Nine Tails? Yes. What if he loses control over the Nine Tails? Wouldn't we all be doomed? This line of reasoning seemed to resonate with some, as the gathered civilian students began to voice their opinions. Though their voices were soft, in the unusually silent classroom, they sounded particularly jarring. As the focal point of this incident, Naruto naturally heard these comments. Provoked by their words, his previously indifferent expression morphed into one of anger, and he strode towards Kiba. His fists clenched tightly. This is not good. Naruto's chakra from the Nine Tails is fluctuating. Being the most formidable presence in the room, Hokage immediately sensed the disturbance. Without a moment to spare for a warning, he sidestepped in front of Naruto. One hand rested gently on Naruto's forehead, and he spoke in a tone laced with jest. The Hokage would never strike at his own comrades. These words from Hokage gradually cleared the confusion clouding Naruto's mind. In a tone tinged with disbelief, he murmured, "What did you say?" His voice trembled slightly, laced with incredulity. "I said, the Hokage would never strike at his own comrades." Yunxi reiterated his previous words, a look of helpless amusement gracing his face. Initially, he had no intention of intervening. However, to avert greater troubles in the future, he felt compelled to take action, preventing Naruto from spiraling out of control upon enrollment. After all, such a scenario did not occur in the original narrative, and Yunxi merely sought to evade the potential repercussions of a butterfly effect. Chapter 5, The Third Hokage. Thank you. Naruto gradually calmed after hearing Yunxi's words. Following his expressions of gratitude, he slowly returned to his previous corner, lost in his thoughts. Enough with the commotion. Let us resume the self-introductions. Arika, now fully aware of the situation, took charge of the classroom atmosphere. Let us begin with you. Surveying the room, Arika pointed directly at Yunxi, signaling him to commence his introduction. Me? I am Yunxi, and my greatest aspiration is rather simple. I merely wish to survive in this world. Yunxi replied with a faintly amused expression as he succinctly introduced himself. Afterward, he retreated to the edge of the classroom, his gaze fixed on the distance as he murmured, Lord Hokage, I have resolved a significant issue for you. I wonder if I might receive some form of reward? A hint of a resigned smile appeared at the corners of his mouth after his soliloquy. Once Yunxi concluded his introduction, the next to take the stage was Sasuke. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke's entrance naturally commanded considerable attention. His formidable prowess coupled with his striking appearance made him one of the focal points within the classroom. Following a brief introduction, the 12 young ninjas took turns to present themselves, yet Yunxi remained preoccupied. He noticed that after averting Naruto's breakdown, 2 middle-ranked ninjas donning cat masks had suddenly appeared near the Ninja Academy, directing their attention towards him. Could they be Umbu ninjas? Recognizing their attire, Yunxi understood their identities. Although he regarded the strength of mid-ranked ninjas as inconsequential, the presence of the Hokage behind them posed a slight concern for him. Inside the Hokage's office, an elderly man clad in a red and white Hokage robe observed the scene displayed within a crystal ball on his desk, his expression grave. The image within the crystal ball depicted Yunxi amidst the classroom of the Hokage school. Yunxi, is it? After listening to Yunxi's self-introduction, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore a solemn expression. With his telescopic technique, he meticulously observed the previous scene. Lord Hokage, we have discovered that the child in contact with the Jinchuriki is named Yunxi. He is a war orphan. Both of his parents were civilians who perished during the Nine Tails rampage. While the third Hokage pondered this information, 2 Chunin dressed in Umbu attire suddenly appeared behind him, having thoroughly investigated Yunxi's background. A war orphan, you say? Upon learning of Yunxi's identity, the third Hokage's expression remained grave, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. After a brief silence, he spoke once more. After the registration at the Ninja Academy concludes, bring this boy to meet me. Understood. Following the third Hokage's command, the 2 Umbu elites vanished once again, leaving the vast Hokage office in solitude. The orphan of parents lost in the Nine-Tails chaos is now protected, while I, Yunxi, of course, was unaware of the Hokage's orders. Once all the new students had been introduced, he proactively retreated to a secluded corner of the playground. As it was the first day of school, there were no formal classes, leaving Yunxi with little to do. He sought the corner of the playground to discern why the two Umbu ninjas had fixated on him. Although Yunxi had his suspicions, he was eager to uncover the Hokage's true thoughts regarding his earlier intervention on Naruto's behalf. Come out. Must I invite you further? Noticing that the surroundings were devoid of people, Yunxi unsheathed 2 shurikens from his waist and hurled them towards a nearby thicket. Have I been discovered? The 2 Umbu ninjas, sensing danger from the incoming shurikens, swiftly leapt from their hidden positions. As they evaded, Yunxi's shurikens fell harmlessly to the ground. What do you want with me? With the 2 Umbu ninjas now revealed, Yunxi cut straight to the chase. The Hokage requests your presence. After exchanging glances, the 2 Umbu elites stated their purpose for seeking Yunxi, their eyes filled with confusion. They simply could not fathom how a mere child, who had yet to become a ninja, could see through their concealment. Let us go, don't overthink it. I merely tossed a couple of shurikens randomly. It was pure coincidence. To preserve the dignity of the 2 Umbu elites, Yunxi wore a facade of good fortune as he explained his earlier actions. However, this explanation left the 2 Umbu ninjas speechless, prompting them to lead the way ahead. The distance from the Hokage office to the Ninja Academy was not considerable. Within merely 10 minutes, Yunxi arrived at the door of the Hokage's office. At that moment, the 2 Umbu ninjas suddenly vanished. What a nuisance, Yunxi thought, finding it rare to express his frustration. As he knocked on the office door, a few seconds later, the voice of an elderly man resonated from within. Come in. The door is unlocked. Upon hearing this, Yunxi did not hesitate and pushed the door open. How formidable. This was Yunxi's first impression upon encountering the 3rd Hokage. Although the 3rd Hokage merely sat calmly at his desk, he emanated an aura of pressure akin to that of Mount Tai. Is this the power of a Kage-level stronghold? Yunxi pondered silently, initially believing that his current strength, while not as formidable as that of a top-tier Jonin, was still commendable. However, after awakening the Sharingan and the heavenly curse mark, he was at least not inferior to traditional Jonin in terms of physical prowess. He could even exchange a few blows with shadow-level powerhouses. Yet, upon truly encountering the 3rd Hokage, Yunxi realized he had overestimated himself. He was still not strong enough. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the 3rd Hokage, a sense of helplessness welled up within Yunxi. Simultaneously, his desire to become stronger intensified. Fear not. I merely wish to witness your true strength. Noticing Yunxi's caution, the 3rd Hokage spoke up, his eyes twinkling with a warm smile, resembling a benevolent elder. The previously imposing aura akin to a mountain had vanished without a trace. That old man is up to no good, Yunxi thought to himself, though he dared not voice his thoughts. Grandpa Hokage, I possess no strength at all. At that moment, Yunxi understood that concealing his true abilities was the wisest course of action, responding with a demeanor that suggested he was a well-behaved child. However, the 3rd Hokage did not respond directly. Instead, he spoke with an exceedingly grave tone, stating, if Konoha faces a crisis, you alone possess the capability to save it. Will you do everything in your power to protect it? Upon hearing the 3rd Hokage's inquiry, Yunxi, well-versed in the narrative, understood that the 3rd was testing his loyalty to Konoha. Indeed, Konoha is my home, and under my capabilities, I would never allow anyone to bring destruction upon it. This declaration was not mere flattery to placate the 3rd Hokage. It was a heartfelt truth. In Yunxi's eyes, Konoha was not without merit. At least among the 5 great shinobi villages, it stood out favorably. Furthermore, within this village resided individuals whom Yunxi felt compelled to protect, his beloved Uncle Haiwa, who treated him like family, and the ordinary citizens who often extended their kindness to him. The gratitude he felt towards these people would never fade. After hearing Yunxi's words, the 3rd Hokage merely offered a curt reply, his piercing gaze fixed upon Yunxi. Chapter 6. The 3rd Hokage's commission. Hokage-sama, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Yunxi said, preparing to depart after enduring the 3rd Hokage's scrutiny for an extended period. Before Yunxi could take his leave, the 3rd-generation master suddenly spoke in a rather somber tone. Yunxi, there is one more matter that may require your assistance. Upon realizing that the 3rd-generation master had summoned him once more, Yunxi instinctively considered making a discreet exit. However, the 3rd Hokage seemed to have discerned Yunxi's subtle thoughts. Before Yunxi could utter a word of refusal, the Hokage spoke directly. There are many heroes in Konoha village. They are both magnificent and tragic. Goodness. Is the third Hokage attempting to indoctrinate me? As Yunxi witnessed the Hokage embark on a lengthy discourse, a sense of helplessness began to stir within him. Fortunately, Yunxi, having experienced 2 lives, possesses a certain resilience against the monotonous, brainwashing tales spun by the third Hokage. After half an hour, the third Hokage finally concluded his indoctrination and articulated his request. Could Yunxi take more care of Naruto in his daily life? Once he finished his final request, the third Hokage returned to his desk. Despite his ever-present smile, Yunxi understood that failing to acquiesce would render his stay in Konohagakure untenable. While he was amenable to looking after Naruto, the Hokage ought to consider his financial situation as well. To avoid any disadvantage, Yunxi commenced his strategic maneuvering. Very well. I comprehend your intentions, he stated. To Yunxi's surprise, the third Hokage rose from his seat. He retrieved a stack of yen from his desk drawer and proclaimed, "Should you agree to care for Naruto, I shall personally provide you with a monthly stipend of 100,000 yen. Noticing that Yunxi remained unresponsive, the third Hokage stroked his white beard, pondering for a moment before declaring, I will grant you 1 million yen upfront to ensure Naruto is well looked after. After stating his terms, the third Hokage awaited Yunxi's response in silence. Goodness, is the third Hokage truly this generous? Upon hearing the offered remuneration, Yunxi felt his heart race with excitement. Receiving 1 million yen at once would afford him a substantial sum of 1,000 premium points. Such a bounty would be sufficient for his Sharingan to evolve into the 3-tomo form. In fact, with a discount voucher, he could even procure the Mangeki Sharingan. The allure of such rewards was utterly irresistible. Hokage-sama, I have yet to finish my earlier thought, Yunxi continued, his tone shifting in light of the monetary incentive. Though I find myself financially constrained, Naruto is akin to a brother to me. I shall accept the funds, and rest assured, I will look after him diligently. Upon concluding his statement, Yunxi promptly took the bills from the Hokage's desk and exited the office. He had not anticipated such a significant gain from his meeting with the third Hokage. Once outside, Yunxi felt a wave of reflection wash over him. Prior to his visit to the Hokage's office, he had sensed the possibility of receiving a reward. After all, during his enrollment, he had proactively intervened to prevent Naruto's rampage. In Yunxi's estimation, the third Hokage would likely bestow upon him some ninjutsu training manuals or other ninja tools as a reward. To his astonishment, the third Hokage displayed remarkable generosity by bestowing upon him a substantial sum of 1 million yen in a single payment. Furthermore, he would receive a monthly allowance of 100,000 yen. This was no ordinary reward. Typically, a jonin would earn only a few thousand yen for completing a standard mission, and under normal circumstances, they would undertake merely a handful of missions each month. Thus, a monthly stipend of 100,000 yen was akin to the earnings of a jonin during peacetime in Konohagakure. Yet, what puzzled Yunxi the most was the rationale behind the third Hokage's decision to grant him such a considerable amount of cash at once. After all, considering the daily expenses for both Naruto and himself, there was no apparent need for such a large sum. Ultimately, he decided to cast aside his concerns and indulge in his newfound wealth. After deliberating for a while, he dismissed his thoughts and resolutely transferred the entirety of 1,100,000 yen into the gaming system. In an instant, he transitioned from being a millionaire back to his previous state. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 11,000 points of a game currency. With the system's notification echoing in his mind, an expression of exhilaration illuminated Yunxi's face. List all the types of Sharingan for me, he commanded. With the abundance of a game currency at his disposal, Yunxi was determined to make purchases within the marketplace. After all, unspent points would merely languish in the system as a waste. In this ninja world, strength was paramount. 1 Tomo Sharingan, 1,000 points. 2 Tomo Sharingan, 5,000 points. 3 Tomo Sharingan, 10,000 points. Mangeki Sharingan, 100,000 points. Rinnegan, 10,000 points. As soon as Yunxi finished speaking, the system automatically filtered and displayed all types of Sharingan along with their respective prices. However, at this moment, Yunxi found himself in a state of indecision. For without the use of a discount voucher, he could only afford the 3 Tomo Sharingan. In truth, the singular 3 Tomo Sharingan does not significantly enhance one's power. After much deliberation, Yunxi ultimately chose to employ a discount voucher to acquire the Mangeki Sharingan from the marketplace. The rationale was simple. Although Konoha currently exists in an era of peace, it is far from genuine tranquility. Other ninja villages outside the village are eyeing them with covetous intent, and within the village, the Uchiha clan is rife with turmoil. Furthermore, with the impending Uchiha clan massacre looming, Yunxi recognized the necessity of strength. While a single discount voucher is indeed a rare treasure, he might have future opportunities to acquire more. Conversely, the Uchiha massacre is a pivotal stage in Yunxi's grand scheme for wealth accumulation. Without formidable power, how could he hope to claim a share in this narrative event? Ding! Congratulations to the host for utilizing the discount voucher, successfully obtaining one Mangeki Sharingan. With Yunxi's decisive action, the remaining points in the marketplace dwindled to a mere 1,000. In exchange, he secured a powerful Mangeki Sharingan. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Mangeki Sharingan Amaterasu. To his astonishment, it turned out to be Amaterasu. With the system's notification, Yunxi felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that the Mangeki Sharingan he obtained from the system would be akin to that of Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha. The ability was quite remarkable. Although the Sharingan he received was somewhat common, Yunxi felt a sense of satisfaction, at least at this current stage. Acquiring a Mangeki Sharingan endowed with the power of Amaterasu was indeed one of the most favorable outcomes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task initial experience with premium currency, rewarded with mastery of all fire release techniques, basic version. With a cap of B-rank fire release techniques. Just as Yunxi intended to close the system and return to school, the system bestowed upon him yet another monumental surprise. Chapter 7. Scheming. He had not anticipated such a bountiful harvest this time. It seemed adjustments to his plans were in order. Yunxi was astonished to discover that after his initial encounter with the third Hokage, his strength could experience such exponential growth. Not only had he acquired a Mangeki Sharingan, but he had also, through the system's rewards, gained mastery over all fire release techniques. This was the aspect that truly left Yunxi in awe. While the Mangeki Sharingan is exceptional, it also represents an immensely powerful bloodline limit. However, Yunxi is not a member of the Uchiha clan, and he harbors numerous reservations when it comes to employing the bloodline limit. The Heavenly Curse Seal is similarly fraught with peril. Recklessly invoking a technique that does not belong to Konoha would undoubtedly place Yunxi in a precarious situation. He understands this dilemma well, which is why he has consistently concealed his true capabilities, even resorting to basic taijutsu when testing the Umbu. His intention is to mask his strength, and this time, the system reward has the potential to fundamentally resolve Yunxi's predicament while simultaneously enhancing his overall prowess. Although fire-style ninjutsu is regarded in the original narrative as a technique incapable of causing fatal harm, its most notable achievement was the infamous feat of Ban Yi, who eliminated a troop of expendable ninjas with a single fire-style, Fire Dragon Flame bullet. However, for Yunxi, this is an exceptionally rare treasure. Moreover, Konoha is primarily known for its fire techniques, and even ordinary ninjas possess some fundamental fire ninjutsu. This implies that Yunxi need not concern himself with explaining the origins of fire techniques. Upon opening the attributes panel, after absorbing all the fire ninjutsu knowledge bestowed by the system, Yunxi once again accessed his attributes. He was eager to discern how his strength had evolved following this enhancement. Ding! The attributes panel is now open. Please review at your leisure. After a brief notification, the virtual panel reappeared before Yunxi's eyes. Host: Yunxi, age 6 years, strength Chunin, special Jonin under Curse Seal status, with Sharingan and Heaven's Curse Seal, Kage level, mastered techniques, body replacement technique, Heaven's Curse Seal, multiple shadow clone technique, fire release, Fire Dragon Flame bullet, fire release, great fireball technique, bloodline limit, Sharingan ninjutsu talent, B taijutsu talent, B genjutsu talent, as to possess Kage level combat power while activating the Sharingan and Heaven's Curse Seal. After examining his latest attributes panel, Yunxi felt a mix of confusion and astonishment. He had not anticipated that his current strength would be assessed as Kage level by the system. Based on Yunxi's understanding of the Hokage, he believed that under the Heaven's Curse Seal, activating a single Sharingan would only place him on par with Kakashi or Guy in the Sixth Gate, certainly not at Kage level. Ding! System notification: the combat power assessment system is for reference only. Just as Yunxi was pondering this perplexity, the seemingly inconspicuous system unexpectedly provided a reminder. So, are you implying that the system's strength evaluation is relative to that of an average ninja? Yunxi inquired eagerly, but the system neither responded nor contradicted him. It appears that the assessment target of this dubious combat power system is likely based on the minor characters within the Naruto plot. Upon receiving the system's reminder, Yunxi finally comprehended the source of his so-called Kage-level strength. Could the legendary Sannin of Konoha from 30 years ago truly be comparable to Orochimaru during the Fourth Great Ninja War? Yunxi estimated that his current strength was likely comparable to that of Itachi Uchiha during the same period. While he might possess a slight advantage in total chakra, he lacked the extensive combat experience that Itachi garnered from years in the Umbu. If faced with the third Hokage, victory would be elusive. However, he deemed escape to be feasible. Still not strong enough. I must continue to invest. After clarifying his own strength, the earlier joy evaporated, leaving only a profound sense of resentment on Yunxi's face. Hey, Yunxi, what are you doing here? A familiar voice shattered Yunxi's brooding thoughts. Turning around, he was surprised to find none other than Naruto. Hey, Naruto, why are you out of school? Upon recalling the third Hokage's commission, Yunxi took the initiative to greet. Irika-sensei mentioned that on the first day of school, only registration was required, leaving the afternoon free. When Yunxi inquired about him, Naruto responded with a beaming smile. All right then. I'll take you out for dinner tonight, Yunxi said. Noting that time was slipping away and remembering his promise to the third Hokage, he extended an invitation to Naruto. Really? Naruto asked, surprised that Yunxi would invite him to dinner. Coupled with Yunxi's assistance earlier that morning, Naruto felt a profound sense of astonishment. Thank you, he said, a glimmer of kindness emerging in his fox-like eyes, as his long-held wariness dissipated at that moment. What is there to thank for? Just come with me, Yunxi replied, slightly exasperated by Naruto's bashfulness, and he made his way toward the back hills of Konoha. Naruto, brimming with excitement, followed eagerly behind him. A few minutes later, after Yunxi and Naruto departed from the main street of Konoha, two Umbu-Nin suddenly appeared. After a brief exchange, they vanished once more, heading towards the Hokage's office. Moments later, another group of masked ninjas materialized at the location where Yunxi and Naruto had been. The idea of approaching Naruto was indeed the handiwork of Danzo. What a nuisance, Yunxi mused quietly as he lay on the grass in the back hills of Konoha, while Naruto joyfully fished in a nearby pond. The reason for bringing Naruto to fish in the back hills was rather straightforward. The funding provided by the third Hokage had been entirely allocated to the system by Yunxi, and he himself had no money. Thus, fishing became a means to sustain his living. Isn't the bounty of nature delightful? It's much better to save money for in-game purchases. Yunxi thought. Sigh, it seems I must confront that Danzo fellow. In truth, Yunxi had sensed he was being followed since he left the Hokage's office. However, at the outset, Yunxi did not pay much heed to it, and at that time, engrossed in spending money, he had little time to attend to those who followed him. However, Yunxi did not anticipate the arrival of another group of individuals. He even discerned a malevolent aura emanating from two of them. Thus, Yunxi naturally understood the formidable power behind these two factions. One group belonged to the Umbu, a covert force under the control of the Hokage, while the other was affiliated with Danzo and his subordinates, Root. Had it been in the past, Yunxi would have undoubtedly hesitated to confront Root and the formidable Danzo behind them. However, after acquiring the kaleidoscope Sharingan and various fundamental fire-style jutsu, Yunxi has attained the leverage to engage in discourse with Danzo. I hope you do not disrupt my plans, otherwise you shall come to regret it. With this contemplation, Yunxi resolved to think no further. Should Danzo be wise, Yunxi would refrain from provoking him. However, if Danzo dares to set his sights on him, Yunxi will certainly make him regret it. Chapter 8. The first move. Yunxi, the fish is ready, come and eat. Just as Yunxi rose, Naruto approached, holding two plump carp in his hands. The even char marks on the fish indicated that Naruto had mastered the art of grilling quite skillfully. Thank you. I shall indulge now. After a long day filled with the morning entrance examination and the afternoon meeting with the Hokage, Yunxi's stomach was undeniably empty. Faced with the delectable grilled fish, Yunxi could not refuse. Accepting the fish Naruto offered, he took a bite and was pleasantly surprised by the flavor. How does the grilled fish taste, Yunxi? Naruto asked, a hint of nervousness in his expression after seeing Yunxi savor the dish. Quite good, marvelous. Yunxi praised as he continued to enjoy the fish, simultaneously inquiring, do you often grill fish? Your skills are impressive. Yes, since I spend most of my time alone. I often come to the back mountain to grill fish when I have nothing to do, Naruto replied honestly, a touch of vulnerability reflected in his demeanor. Ah, I understand. After hearing Naruto's response, Yunxi felt a wave of emotion wash over him. After a moment of silence, he said, "From now on, we are friends. You can invite me next time you grill fish." In both the original story and the present context, Naruto is portrayed as a tragic character. Orphaned at a young age and later misunderstood and bullied during his growth, he can be considered one of the more unfortunate protagonists. "Really?" Naruto asked. Disbelief etched on his face. Although he longed for friendship and harbored hopes for camaraderie, the mockery and exclusion from his peers had instilled a certain fear in him. Yunxi's words left him in astonishment. "Yes, let us come back tomorrow. For now, let us head home." After glancing at Naruto, Yunxi nodded again. Once they finished their fish, he led Naruto back home before returning to his own residence. After greeting the neighbors, Yunxi made his way to his bedroom. Should he teach Naruto the shadow clone technique? That night, the thought suddenly sprouted in Yunxi's mind. No, the origins of the shadow clone technique are quite special. Teaching it to Naruto might disrupt Uncle Hiruzen's equilibrium. Ultimately, Yunxi dismissed this notion. However, his desire to enhance Naruto's abilities remained. Simply shifting his focus from teaching the shadow clone technique to preparing to instruct Naruto on chakra control. In truth, this is not merely the heart of Yunxi, but rather a manifestation of ulterior motives. Beyond previous considerations, the impetus behind Yunxi's intentions ultimately stems from Naruto's identity, the son of the fourth Hokage, the descendant of the hero of Konoha, and one of the most significant figures in the later era of Hokage. Most importantly, Naruto is one of the protagonists in the original narrative. By cultivating a favorable relationship with Naruto early on, Yunxi's security in Konoha would undoubtedly elevate to a higher echelon. Furthermore, there exists an objective reason for this, namely the funds allocated by the third Hokage, which have compelled Yunxi to invest significantly. Without bringing Naruto along to fish, how could he fulfill the tasks assigned by the third Hokage? At that moment, while Yunxi was deep in contemplation, a faint sound suddenly pierced the silence of the room. "It's you again." Upon activating his Sharingan, he discovered two figures clad in black robes and masks, two ninjas from the Anbu, who were currently surveilling outside his residence. Blissfully unaware that they had already been detected by Yunxi. "Since you're here, you might as well not leave." Upon realizing that the Anbu ninjas were spying on him, Yunxi felt a surge of irritation. He had previously extended an opportunity to the Anbu, yet he never anticipated they would dare to return. With determination in his heart, Yunxi decided to strike decisively. As chakra emanated from his body, a profound transformation occurred. His once pristine skin was swiftly enveloped by black runes, and the black winged seal on his shoulders unfurled. Simultaneously, a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, adorned with a six-pointed star, manifested in his left eye. Was it truly possible for the first state of the heavenly curse seal to amplify such an immense amount of chakra and power? Clearly, Yunxi had underestimated the effects of the heavenly curse seal. Merely by activating the first state, his chakra surged several hundredfold, propelling him from the chakra levels of a nin to that of an average Kage, an absolute humanoid-tailed beast. Let us hope they do not provoke me further. After grasping the extent of his newfound power, Yunxi hesitated no longer and took action, given that it was night. Employing fire-style ninjutsu would undoubtedly attract the attention of nearby Anbu ninjas. Thus, Yunxi promptly activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Amaterasu, with a whispered incantation. A purple-black flame erupted from his left eye. What is this? Noticing that his Amaterasu seemed somewhat different from that in the original story, Yunxi felt a flicker of doubt. Yet he did not dwell on it. He directed the purple flames to envelop the two Anbu ninjas. Without a sound, the two Anbu nin were swiftly consumed by the Amaterasu, leaving only a cloud of dust in their wake. Could he truly annihilate a nin in an instant? After utilizing Amaterasu for the first time, Yunxi gained a profound understanding of his own capabilities. Although his initial role in battle was that of an ambusher, the strength of his adversaries should not be underestimated. Those who could penetrate to the root were, without exception, the prodigious disciples of various esteemed clans. Among peers of equal standing, they were undoubtedly the epitome of power. The two root shinobi sent to investigate Yunxi possessed skills on par with elite J-nin, illustrating the formidable nature of Amaterasu. Ding. The purple Amaterasu was formed through the fusion of the Mangeki Sharingan and the Heavenly Curse Seal. As Yunxi meticulously cleared the battlefield, the system suddenly provided an explanation. How does it differ from the Amaterasu depicted in the original work? Observing the system responding to his inquiry, Yunxi pressed on, evidently intrigued by the mutated Amaterasu. Compared to the original Amaterasu, the synthesized version boasted greater potency, while also bestowing a dark attribute capable of influencing the enemy's psyche. In response to Yunxi's question, the monetization system did not feign ignorance. Rather, it elucidated the reasons behind the transformation of Yunxi's Amaterasu, detailing its primary functions. An enhanced version of Amaterasu? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yunxi instinctively remarked. However, this time the system did not respond, leaving Yunxi to his own devices for research. Upon summoning Amaterasu once more, he indeed discerned something amiss. Aside from the disparity in color compared to the original Amaterasu, the version he summoned possessed a hint of illusionary capabilities. Even after acquiring the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he would still be influenced by its effects. Was it a fusion of Amaterasu and a diminished version of Tsukuyomi? After a brief speculation, Yunxi chose not to dwell on it further. Once he observed the battlefield and found no traces that belonged to him, he returned directly to his chamber. Chapter 9. The third generation in Danzo. Upon returning to his room, Yunxi resumed his observations. Only after confirming the absence of enemies did he the curse seal state. While the curse seal significantly enhanced his strength and chakra, it also resulted in considerable physical exhaustion. After ending the curse seal state, Yunxi noticed something unusual. Although the curse seal state allowed for a substantial increase in power, yet, Yunxi estimated that with his current physical condition, he could only sustain it for about 2 hours. Even though the heavenly curse seal had been enhanced by the system, it still bore significant side effects. Moreover, activating the Sharingan while in the curse seal state would lead to even greater consumption of energy. Yunxi lamented his physical inadequacies but remained utterly unperturbed. In the premium shop, he had discovered numerous bloodline limits and secret techniques capable of augmenting physical prowess. Techniques such as the 8 gates and sage mode could significantly enhance one's physical abilities. The only thing Yunxi lacked was a resource, that is, premium currency. If he opted not to spend money and instead recruited Xianglin as an ally, it would also be a commendable choice. Due to her bloodline limit, Xianglin was undoubtedly an exceptional healer within the original Naruto series, akin to a human spring of vitality. After committing Xianglin to memory, Yunxi temporarily set aside his thoughts. Regrettably, he had no spoils to show for his efforts. With limited resources, a tinge of regret washed over Yunxi as he reflected on his previous decision to eliminate the 2 root ninjas with Amaterasu. Had he employed taijutsu or fire-style ninjutsu to defeat them, he might have reaped unforeseen rewards. Meanwhile, within the underground root headquarters of Konoha, an atmosphere thick with tension enveloped the space. Danzo-sama, the 2 chunin we dispatched earlier have vanished. In the root hall, an elite jonin clad in a black attire, with a forehead protector adorning his head, knelt behind Danzo, his face betraying a hint of anxiety. The ninjas within root frequently encountered perilous individuals, and casualties were not uncommon. However, this situation was an exception. The 2 chunin had merely been tasked with surveilling an ordinary civilian in the village, yet they had inexplicably lost contact. This prompted a surge of unease within the elite jonin. Upon receiving the news, Danzo merely turned his head, casting a deadpan gaze at his subordinate. His face tinged with a flicker of ire. Relay the target's information to me. After hearing his subordinate's report, Danzo slowly turned around. Within root, outside of Danzo, no one possessed a name. Individuals were typically referred to solely by their mission objectives and code names. Target: Yunxi, a war orphan, assessed strength equivalent to that of a civilian. After Danzo's command, the elite jonin who had previously knelt rose to his feet. Upon completing the report on Yunxi, he produced a white document from his clothing. Detailed the circumstances preceding the disappearance of the 2 root chunin. After perusing Yunxi's entire dossier, Danzo inquired once more, his expression shifting subtly. Yes. Seeing Danzo's renewed inquiry, the root jonin promptly replied, this morning, the 3rd Hokage met with the civilian, and approximately an hour later, the target departed. Subsequently, 2 elite chunin were dispatched to covertly observe, and they discovered that he was in contact with the orphan of the 4th Hokage. Following this, 2 additional root chunin were sent for surveillance, but soon after, the 2 mysteriously vanished. Upon hearing the report from the Jainin, Dan slowly placed the documents in his hand down. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. Elevate the surveillance level of this target to A rank. Understood. The root Jainin, upon receiving the command, exhibited a look of shock. Within the root organization, there exists a distinct hierarchy of mission rankings. The Jainin's astonishment stemmed from the fact that an A-rank monitoring level typically indicates that the target possesses strength comparable to that of a Jainin. In fact, the majority of Jainin within Konoha are generally assigned a B-rank surveillance level, while this youth, Yunxi, was not even a Genin. Nevertheless, adhering to professional decorum, The Route J-nin refrained from further inquiries. After receiving the orders, he departed the Route headquarters to reorganize the personnel assigned to monitor Yunxi. What on earth is that old fool up to? Once his subordinates had left, Dan felt a flicker of confusion. He could not fathom why his arch-nemesis would choose this moment to visit a mere war orphan. Moreover, the presence of a Jinchuriki further complicated matters. After mulling over this, Dan waved his hand again, and in the next moment, 2 Route ninjas reappeared. Upon seeing them, Dan spoke in a somber tone. Intensify the surveillance on the Hokage and the Uchiha clan. This mission must not falter. For Dan's, the most crucial aspect at present was to meticulously prepare for the impending strategy against the Uchiha clan. As for Yunxi, he was not particularly invested. Were it not for the sudden disappearance of his subordinates during the surveillance, Dan's would have scarcely bothered tracking a mere civilian. Yet, the fact that a civilian had connections with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Naruto warranted his attention. While Dan was strategizing on how to deal with Yunxi, the Hokage's office was brightly lit. Hokage-sama, it seems that the young fellow you were concerned about is under Dan's surveillance, reported a sudden appearance of an Umbu J-nin, interrupting the third Hokage as he smoked. Though the Umbu and the Root typically remained aloof from one another within the Hidden Leaf Village, this revelation brought a new layer of intrigue to the situation. However, the communications between these 2 major intelligence organizations are primarily characterized by mutual vigilance. Upon receiving this information, the third Hokage's countenance swiftly betrayed his displeasure. I understand. You may leave now. Wait, dispatch 2 nin to safeguard Yunxi to avert any unforeseen incidents. After the order was given, the earlier appearing Jonin behind the third Hokage vanished in an instant. Within the expansive confines of the Hokage's office, only the third Hokage remained alone. Old classmate, have your hands stretched so far? He murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the distance. I must ensure this person's safety. At that moment, the unsuspecting Yunxi, peacefully slumbering at home, was entirely unaware that he had caught the attention of 2 of Konoha's most formidable figures. A night passed in silence. Another newcomer sent to surveil me? The following morning, upon awakening, Yunxi wore a look of resignation as he discovered that at least 2 Jonin and 2 nin were surrounding him. This multitude left him feeling exasperated. For under such scrutiny, he found it impossible to act discreetly. Moreover, should he allow the Root members to disappear again, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion from Danzo. With the impending Uchiha clan massacre looming on the horizon, Yunxi resolved to endure for the time being. Chapter 10. Activating the mission. It appears I must maintain a low profile for a while. After attending to his morning routine, Yunxi made his way directly to the academy. To his dismay, he realized that the shadow following him had not dissipated, concealed around the ninja academy. Among those watching him was even an elite Jonin, which astonished Yunxi the most. At this juncture, as the timeline approached the beginning of the original narrative, Kakashi was still in the Umbu. Aside from elite Jonin like Red, Sarutobi Asuma, and Guy, few had the luxury of free time, as most were engaged in missions, given the substantial rewards generated by a single Jonin's tasks. Yet, Root had dispatched both an elite Jonin and a regular Jonin to monitor him. Casting a glance at the 2 Umbu nin on the other side, Yunxi felt somewhat speechless. If he were truly reliant on the third Hokage for protection, he would likely perish before even realizing his fate. Danzo was indeed a formidable player. Having confirmed the identities of his watchers, Yunxi chose to disregard them. He entered his classroom, found his seat, and began to catch up on sleep. Though Danzo had taken notice of him, Yunxi remained unperturbed. At least within the confines of the Ninja Academy, he faced no immediate peril. Just as Yunxi had settled into a comfortable position, preparing to doze off, a disdainful snort suddenly pierced the classroom air. He looked up to find the arrival was none other than Uchiha Sasuke, whose piercing gaze was fixed intently upon him. Although to Sasuke, Yunxi was merely an ordinary civilian. Yet, when faced with him, Sasuke found himself inexplicably gripped by a flicker of trepidation. At that moment, Yunxi, reclining in the corner of the classroom, appeared utterly harmless, yet in Sasuke's heart, he loomed as fearsome as a ferocious tiger. It was indeed Sasuke. Upon recognizing him, Yunxi was taken aback, for it was only around 6 in the morning, while the Ninja Academy traditionally commenced its classes at 8. Yunxi had not anticipated that Sasuke would arrive at school so early on the very first day. Good morning. You are Uchiha Sasuke, are you not? After a moment's contemplation, Yunxi resolved to take the initiative to greet him. Humph. However, Sasuke paid no heed to Yunxi's kindness. With a disdainful huff, he took his seat. resting his hands upon his chin, embodying the demeanor of an aloof youth. This fellow is indeed proud. Noticing that Sasuke disregarded him, Yunxi remained unfazed. After silently ridiculing him, he prepared to resume his pursuit of slumber. Yet, to Yunxi's astonishment, the system unexpectedly issued a task at this moment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the hidden task, the tragedy of Uchiha. Do you wish to accept? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yunxi was instantly invigorated, his drowsiness dissipating. Could this entity truly allow me to engage in a system task? Never did Yunxi anticipate that his rare desire for a moment of leisure would culminate in the emergence of an entirely new task. Without hesitation, he accepted. After all, even in the absence of a task, Yunxi would not overlook the genocide incident of the Uchiha clan. The profound heritage of an ancient family surely promised significant rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, on accepting the task, the tragedy of Uchiha. Task requirements. Obtain 3 Tomo Sharingan to the best of your ability. Task rewards. A single eye will unlock the Susanoo ability, and for each Tomo Sharingan collected, the power of Amaterasu will increase by 1%. As Yunxi accepted the task, the detailed information began to unfold within the recesses of his mind. However, upon understanding the task, Yunxi's expression became somewhat peculiar. For the demands of this assignment were truly bizarre. Initially, before accepting the task, Yunxi found himself torn between the choice of aiding the Uchiha clan or annihilating it. Faced with the dilemma of selecting one of these two divergent paths, upon reviewing the intricate demands of this task, Yunxi felt a twinge of discomfort. Accepting this mission would inevitably entail competing with Danzo for the coveted 3 Tomo Sharingan. Having perused the original Naruto series, Yunxi understood that the Uchiha clan's massacre was not solely the doing of Itachi Uchiha. This tragic event was the result of a complex interplay among various powerful factions, including Danzo, the third Hokage, the Uchiha clan, and Orochimaru, with even Obito's shadow looming over the proceedings. Following the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, nearly all parties involved reaped significant benefits. Danzo acquired a plethora of Sharingan, while the third Hokage's position became even more entrenched post-massacre. Itachi spared Sasuke's life. If one were to identify a true loser in this scenario, it would undoubtedly be the Uchiha clan itself. However, once Yunxi intervenes, it is likely that Danzo will find himself utterly devoid of gain. Does this system comprehend the enmity that exists between Danzo and myself? After the completion of his scheme, Yunxi leisurely begins to jest at the system. As for the question of whether this task can be accomplished, Yunxi harbors not a shred of concern. At this moment, Konoha is not as it was at the outset of the narrative, with all 3 legendary ninjas absent from the village. The primary combat strength typically consists of elite Jonin, posing no threat to Yunxi. It can be said that only the Might Guy after opening the 8 gates and the third Hokage could assuredly triumph over him. However, Kai belongs to the direct lineage of the Hokage, and he will not intervene in the Uchiha massacre incident. This implies that Yunxi only needs to contend with Itachi, Danzo, and his subordinates from the root. It has been decided. The primary focus will be on collecting Sharingan, and the course of action will be assessed later. After careful consideration, Yunxi feels no trepidation. As long as he exercises a modicum of caution during the Uchiha massacre, he can circumvent a significant portion of the risks. Moreover, during this period, Danzo has not acquired a plethora of Sharingan, and is thus incapable of utilizing Izanagi. His strength is insufficient. Yunxi merely needs to remain vigilant against Danzo's sole trump card, Izanagi. Although Itachi's power is comparable to Yunxi's, he simply needs to avoid confrontation. It appears that enhancing his own strength with additional hidden cards is imperative. The Uchiha massacre is expected to occur shortly after Sasuke Uchiha's enrollment. Yunxi's task is to prepare during this fleeting interval. Moreover, he should augment his arsenal of hidden cards. It seems the plan to leave Konoha must be expedited. After weighing his options, Yunxi has resolved to advance his previous plans. Initially, he intended to acquire some funds during the Uchiha massacre and subsequently use shadow clones to remain in Konoha while his true self undertakes missions to capture bounties, thereby amassing substantial resources. However, upon accepting the task bestowed by the system, Yunxi was compelled to alter his previous battle strategy. He transitioned from a covert developmental approach to confronting figures such as Danzo and Itachi head-on. Although he was confident in his ability to ensure his own safety, he deemed it prudent to invest in enhancements to fortify his strength for absolute security. The primary catalyst for such a significant transformation in Yunxi was the exceedingly generous rewards linked to this mission. which rendered it impossible for him to approach it with anything less than utmost seriousness. Bang! Why have you been staring at me? Just as Yunxi was deep in contemplation, Sasuke abruptly appeared before him, slamming his left fist onto Yunxi's desk, accompanied by an irate voice. Yunxi exclaimed, "What the hell? What is going on?" Chapter 11. The first encounter with Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's fury left Yunxi somewhat bewildered, as he was clearly preoccupied with strategizing how to extract the maximum benefit from the incident involving the Uchiha clan's demise. Unexpectedly, Sasuke sought confrontation without any apparent reason. Upon glancing back, I discerned the fury etched upon Sasuke's visage. Simultaneously, a multitude of onlookers began to converge within the classroom. Even Tenten, Neji, and others gathered outside to witness the unfolding drama. "What did your earlier hostile gaze signify?" Sasuke inquired directly as Yunxi rose, his fists clenched, fury radiating from his countenance, suggesting he was poised to strike at any provocation. "I would rather gaze upon Hinata than you," Yunxi instinctively retorted, still somewhat bewildered. This remark instantaneously ignited a reaction among the classmates, with expressions of astonishment adorning the faces of Tenten, Sakura, and others, nearly betraying their eagerness for gossip. Neji, having overheard Yunxi's words, stepped into the classroom, intrigued by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Hinata, stood blushing and bewildered, uncertain of how to respond. Yunxi's words provoked Sasuke's ire further. Upon entering the classroom, Sasuke had already harbored resentment towards Yunxi. However, mere minutes later, he sensed a hint of murderous intent emanating from Yunxi, which seemed to fixate upon him. How could a prodigy of the Uchiha clan endure such an affront? He immediately sprang into action, preparing to retaliate against Yunxi. "Are you seeking a fight?" Yunxi questioned as he noticed Sasuke's chakra beginning to swirl, his hands reaching for the shuriken at his side. "I intend to teach you the virtue of respect." This declaration incited Sasuke's wrath to a boiling point. In an instant, he drew the shuriken from behind him, launching an assault towards Yunxi, a move that astonished all present. Yunxi, dodge. Intercept Sasuke. The trio of Ino, Shikacho, and Shino, standing at the side, promptly prepared to intervene and halt Sasuke's advance. However, the distance was far too great to hinder Sasuke. Just as the shuriken in Sasuke's hand was about to strike Yunxi made his move. "Your haughty demeanor clearly does not align with your current prowess." Yunxi refrained from employing any ninjutsu, relying solely on his physical strength to send the shuriken hurtling away from Sasuke's grasp. Subsequently, with a single kick, he sent Sasuke flying. The astonished Sasuke, who had been heralded as the most exceptional genius of the Uchiha clan since childhood, could hardly believe that he had been bested by a mere commoner. As Sasuke remained in shock, Yunxi slowly approached him. "Stop, Yunxi. That's enough. This is school. Fighting is prohibited." It was apparent that the surrounding classmates had misjudged the outcome of the confrontation. As Yunxi appeared poised to advance, they hastily intervened, urging him to reconsider. Ultimately, they were still just children, not yet the formidable 12. Faced with the overwhelming strength of Yunxi, a flicker of trepidation surfaced in their hearts. "You are strong, but it is inexcusable to strike your companions." As Yunxi reached Sasuke, others finally took action. Neji and Lee stepped in front of Sasuke, prepared for battle. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tense. "Who said I intended to strike him?" Yunxi, bemused by the turn of events, pushed Neji and Lee aside and stood before Sasuke. Just as Neji and Lee exchanged glances and readied themselves for confrontation, Yunxi spoke. "I merely wish to convey to Sasuke that arrogance must be backed by strength." Yunxi then extended his hand towards Sasuke and continued, "You may believe yourself strong, but in my eyes, you remain woefully inadequate. Fortunately for you, you chose to confront me here at school. Otherwise, you would have met a far graver fate." Coughing slightly, Sasuke was taken aback to find himself chastised. Just as he prepared to rise and retaliate, a young man clad in a Konoha Jounin vest suddenly appeared. "Sasuke, your classmates speak wisely, without absolute strength. Do not act recklessly. The world of ninjas is no child's play." "Brother, what brings you here?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Sasuke was astonished, not expecting his brother, Itachi Uchiha, to appear at school. "Oh, so this is Itachi Uchiha?" Yunxi, intrigued to meet the legendary figure in person, stepped aside graciously. "Rise. It is not yet the time for your arrogance. Strive to grow stronger, my brother." Itachi disregarded Yunxi and helped Sasuke to his feet, preparing to escort him away from the school. Not wishing to meddle further, Yunxi decided to return to his seat. At this moment, Itachi slowly began to speak. "This matter is indeed my brother's fault, and I apologize." After his apology, Itachi paused and continued, however, I will certainly hold you accountable for bullying my brother. Oh, I await your challenge, Yunxi responded with a smile, unperturbed by Itachi's words. Remember what you said today. Itachi finally regarded Yunxi seriously, as if to imprint his face in his memory. A few seconds later, Itachi departed the classroom with Sasuke, leaving Yunxi in a state of exasperation. Today's events were entirely unwarranted. He had been inexplicably provoked by Sasuke and had inadvertently caught Itachi's attention. All while he was lost in thought. The unfolding of events had taken Yunxi by surprise. Alas, Itachi truly was the most formidable brother in the entire Naruto universe. Upon returning to his seat, Yunxi silently criticized the situation while beginning to compare his own strength with that of Itachi. He realized that his previous estimations of strength had been overly optimistic, as he had only considered the tangible aspects such as chakra levels and ocular techniques, neglecting the vital soft skills of combat experience. Yet, Itachi's arrival had instilled a sense of caution in Yunxi. Prior to Itachi's appearance, he had failed to perceive any anomalies. Fortunately, this encounter had taken place in school. Had he truly engaged in battle with Itachi Uchiha, Yunxi feared he would suffer greatly. The ability to seize the initiative in combat is of paramount importance. Tomorrow, I shall execute the plan to venture outside of Konoha. Having witnessed Itachi's combat experience, Yunxi felt an increasing urgency to leave the village and hone his own battle skills. Meanwhile, the impressions of all his classmates regarding Yunxi had undergone a dramatic transformation. With a single blow, he had incapacitated Sasuke, showing no fear in the face of the renowned threat posed by Itachi Uchiha. Such actions had swiftly elevated Yunxi from obscurity to the center of attention among his peers. As class approached, Naruto arrived just in time, looking bewildered at his classmates. Chapter 12. Departing from Konoha, what has happened? Naruto observed the inexplicable silence in the classroom, his expression a mix of confusion. Spotting Yunxi in his seat, he hurried over and asked, Big brother, what is going on? Faced with Naruto's puzzled look, Yunxi could only respond with a resigned sigh. Ahem, some unexpected events have occurred. Evidently, Naruto's blunt demeanor failed to grasp the essence of the conversation. Just as he was poised to pose another inquiry, Iruka entered the classroom, prompting Naruto to return to his seat. Hello everyone. Today marks your inaugural lesson. I trust you all will study diligently, Iruka proclaimed, blissfully unaware of the preceding events. His countenance radiated a blend of joy and anxiety, for this was indeed his first occasion to instruct new students. Good day, teacher. The entire class stood in unison to greet Iruka upon his arrival. Yunxi, observing the scene, also rose to his feet, and Iruka gestured for the students to take their seats. Subsequently, holding a book resembling a reference manual, he began, Being a ninja is a perilous vocation. Is this yet another instance of indoctrination? As Iruka commenced his lengthy discourse, Yunxi found himself increasingly restless, for his time was of the essence. The unexpected presence of Itachi at the school was certainly no coincidence. If Yushi's memory served him correctly, this would likely be Itachi's final opportunity to instruct Uchiha Sasuke in the art of shuriken throwing. Shortly thereafter, the Uchiha massacre would transpire, leading to Sasuke awakening his Sharingan. This indicated that Yunxi had no more than a week at most to strengthen himself. Had the Root's elite shinobi departed as well? Yunxi noted that only 2 members of the Umbu remained in his shadow, while the previous 2 Root shinobi had vanished. This solidified Yushi's conviction that the Uchiha massacre was imminent, for he knew that Itachi had previously communicated with Danzo. Soon after, all members of Root would return to Danzo's side, ensuring that the plan would unfold flawlessly. Time was of the essence. He had to leave the village. Realizing the urgency of his situation, Yunxi resolved to venture out to earn some money. Excuse me, Iruka-sensei, he boldly interrupted. Yunxi, is there something you need? Iruka paused his lecture upon noticing Yushi's sudden rise. Oh, Iruka-sensei, I need to visit the restroom. Yunxi intended to utilize this brief interlude to employ the shadow clone technique as a ruse, while his true self would seize the chance to exit the village. Oh, understood. You may go. Iruka, oblivious to Yushi's ulterior motive for departing Konoha, readily acquiesced. It was not entirely Iruka's fault. After all, Yunxi was merely 6 years old. Although the children in the world of Naruto tended to mature quickly, Yunxi was still quite young. Thank you, teacher. I shall return promptly. After receiving Iruka's consent, Yunxi departed from the classroom, leisurely making his way to the restroom. Along the way, he glanced at the 2 nin who were trailing behind him. Once he confirmed that the 2 Umbu nin were not following him, and upon discovering that the restroom was devoid of anyone, Yunxi summoned a tangible clone of himself using the multiple shadow clone technique. He then addressed the clone, instructing, "You shall attend classes at the Ninja Academy and take Naruto out for a meal after lessons. Rest assured, I will be cautious." The clone, upon hearing Yunxi's directives, responded with a cheerful expression, "You go ahead to class. I will leave shortly." Satisfied with his clone's readiness, Yunxi allowed it to return to the classroom. After a brief exchange of glances, the clone departed, leaving Yunxi alone in the restroom. It is time to set forth. Once he confirmed that his clone had returned to class and had successfully diverted the attention of the two onbu-Nin, Yunxi prepared to leave. Transformation technique. After ensuring that no one was around, he utilized the transformation technique to alter his appearance into that of an ordinary Konoha genin. He then exited the school and made his way towards the village entrance. Thankfully, the path was relatively empty, and with the aid of his adept transformation, he effortlessly slipped out of the village. Orochimaru should have already established the Sound Village, and Kankuro might still be wandering, perhaps not yet having arrived in the Land of Grass to become a ninja. In that case, I shall head directly to the Land of Whirlpools. Upon leaving Konoha, Yunxi did not immediately seek wealth, but instead intended to search for the wandering Kankuro. Based on the information provided in the original work, Kankuro made his first appearance during the Nin exams when he was rescued by Sasuke. At this time, Sasuke had only just enrolled in the academy. Thus, Yunxi surmised that Kankuro was most likely still in his native land of Whirlpools. His concern for Kankuro stemmed from his fondness for this loyal young girl within the original narrative. With her striking red hair, gentle disposition, and unwavering loyalty, she was the ideal companion. Moreover, Yunxi recognized that adopting a solitary wolf persona in the world of Naruto was a rather foolish choice. Before the plot commenced, wouldn't it be wiser to gather a cadre of subordinates? Additionally, there was another significant reason behind Yunxi's desire to reclaim Kankuro, her unique bloodline limit. In the original work, it is recorded that the sole surviving girl of the Uchiha clan, known as the Vortex's fragrant phosphor, emerged unscathed amidst the devastation of war. Her affection for Sasuke blossomed from the moment he saved her in her childhood. After Orochimaru was consumed by Sasuke, she willingly joined him as a member of Team Hawk. In due course, she evolved into the most exceptional supporting ninja within the team, endowed with formidable sensory and healing abilities. As long as the injured would bite her skin, they would recover their chakra and wounds. How could such a nurturing figure, Yunxi, possibly let her go? By cultivating phosphor, paired with Yunxi's formidable combat prowess, they would form an unparalleled combination. Sasuke, I leave Sakura to you. I gladly accept phosphor. Upon determining phosphor's whereabouts, Yunxi hesitated no longer. She sprinted directly towards the ruins of the Land of Vortex at full speed. To save time, Yunxi even refrained from concealing her strength, dashing forward. The shadow clone technique is inherently limited, typically lasting only about 3 days under optimal chakra conditions. Moreover, it is crucial for Yunxi to reach the Land of Waves, where Kato resides, after locating phosphor. Therefore, the most vital element for Yunxi at this moment is time. Halt, you little rascal. Yet, under such circumstances, Yunxi was unexpectedly intercepted by a group of individuals. If you seek your own demise, do not blame me. Yunxi cast a glance ahead and discovered, to his astonishment, 3 rogue ninjas emerging not far from him. Among them, one was a Nin, while the other 2 were merely of genin caliber. Hey, big brother. That kid seems to have halted. Just as Yunxi was assessing their strength, the 3 rogue ninjas sauntered forward, seemingly intent on probing Yunxi's capabilities. Chapter 13. Arrival in the Land of Whirlpools. Hey, kid, quickly present your valuables. After intercepting Yunxi, the 3 rogue ninjas advanced directly in front of him, encircling him in a pincer formation to prevent any escape. Get lost. Faced with the audacity of the 3 rogues daring to impede his path, Yunxi felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had never anticipated encountering such an ordeal immediately after leaving Konoha. You seek death. Observing Yunxi's arrogance, the 3 rogue ninjas launched their assault. Shadow clone technique, shuriken technique, fire release, great fireball technique. In an instant, the 3 rogue ninjas unleashed their signature moves. The one utilizing the shadow clone technique engaged in close combat, while another genin provided support. The final rogue, who executed the fire release, was poised to deliver the finishing blow. This constituted their most frequently employed battle strategy. Based on past experiences, ordinary Nin would find it nearly impossible to escape, let alone this mere genin before them. Go, check if that kid is dead. As the attack concluded, the area where Yunxi had been standing was shrouded in the smoke left by the fire release. Naturally, the Nin assumed that Yunxi had perished in the flames. Yes, boss. Without hesitation, the two genin complied with the order, hastily making their way to the location where Yunxi had stood. Upon arrival, however, a look of sheer terror appeared on their faces. The boss is gone. What? Upon hearing the report from his subordinates, disbelief washed over the Nin's face. Although he was merely an ordinary Nin, years of combat experience had taught him that there was no reason for his fire release to have failed against such an insignificant child. Remember, next time, observe before acting. Suddenly, a voice imbued with a hint of murderous intent echoed from behind. The Nin instinctively turned around, only to find no one there. As he turned back, he was met with a sharp shuriken flying toward him. A spray of blood erupted. When did you? The Nin could scarcely comprehend how he had met his end in such an inexplicable manner. If one lacks the strength, they should refrain from emulating others in robbery. After retracting the shuriken he had previously thrown, Yunxi slowly approached the remaining two lower ninjas, his expression devoid of emotion. In the realm of ninjas, showing mercy to one's enemies is the greatest irresponsibility one can exhibit towards oneself. Yunxi would never spare them simply because they were but lower ninjas. Perhaps this moment of leniency could leave him with a monumental threat looming ahead. Please spare us. As the seemingly merciless Yunxi advanced towards them, the two lower ninjas felt their resolve crumbling. They had no thoughts of resistance left and fell to their knees, pleading for Yunxi to bypass them. If I lacked such strength, it would be my end. Confronted with their desperate pleas, Yunxi displayed no hesitation, swiftly dispatching both with remarkable speed. What a nuisance, wasting my time. After eliminating the three, he gazed at the meager spoils of just a few thousand yen in his hand, a look of disdain etched upon his face. The time wasted was far greater than the paltry sum he had acquired. Nevertheless, even the legs of a mosquito are considered meat after securing the money. Yunxi resumed his journey towards the land of whirlpools. To avert a recurrence of such incidents, he decided to no longer conceal his strength, allowing his aura to radiate fully. The land of whirlpools lay in proximity to the village hidden in the leaves, typically reachable within half a day under normal circumstances. With Yunxi accelerating at full capacity, he arrived at the remnants of the once prosperous land of whirlpools 3 hours later. Is this truly the land of whirlpools? He gazed at a weathered signpost, a hint of regret flickering across his face. A decade ago, this nation had been exceedingly affluent. Though it had but a scant few ninjas, it possessed a formidable legacy of sealing techniques. Regrettably, it was annihilated due to the envy of other ninja villages, leaving only a handful of ninjas alive, one of whom was the individual Yunxi sought, Yakumo. In the distance, wisps of smoke curled into the sky. Let us investigate that. After searching through the ruins, Yunxi discovered the faint traces of smoke emanating from a nearby forest, stirring a sense of excitement within him. The presence of smoke indicated habitation in the vicinity. At this moment, Yakumo was likely of a similar age to him. If she had not been taken away, she would undoubtedly be residing not far from the land of whirlpools. With that thought, Yunxi headed directly towards the forest, activating his Manjiki Sharingan for a more efficient search for Yakumo. Enhanced by his dynamic vision, he swiftly spotted the silhouette of a child within the woods, along with a group of adults nearby. Who might these adults be? Upon seeing the child's form, Yunxi felt no surprise, firmly believing that it was indeed Yakumo. Yet another group of adults left Yunxi in a state of perplexity. The nation of Whirlwind had been obliterated, reduced to mere ruins. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be inconceivable for outsiders to venture into this desolation. Could it be that same group of individuals who brought Xianglin back to the land of grasses? A thought emerged in Yunxi's mind, and he soon observed that these adults were steadily advancing towards the children. This behavior further solidified Yunxi's conviction regarding the identities of the visitors and the children. Thankfully, they had not arrived too late. Once he grasped the situation, Yunxi resolved to waste no further time and made his way towards the children. The towering forest, reaching towards the heavens, might pose some obstacles for an ordinary person. However, for Yunxi, there was no issue at all. The distance between the two parties was not great, and before another group could arrive, Yunxi finally found Xianglin. Indeed, it was you. Upon seeing the little girl, Xianglin, Yunxi let out a long sigh of relief, thankful that his plans had not been hindered by the initial trio of foolish thieves. Otherwise, Yunxi would have been utterly exasperated. Little girl, do you need my assistance? Upon noticing Xianglin fishing alone by the pond in the forest, Yunxi emerged from the bushes. To further instill confidence in Xianglin, he even dispelled his transformation spell, returning to his original appearance. Wow, so handsome, Xianglin thought to herself upon encountering the suddenly appeared Yunxi. However, out of caution, Xianglin cautiously inquired, "Young man, who are you?" After speaking, she lowered her fishing rod and placed her left hand behind her. Seeing Xianglin's demeanor, Yunxi was not surprised. After all, it had been several years since the fall of the country of the whirlpool. If one lacked even this modicum of caution, it was likely that Xianglin would have perished long ago. "Do you wish to go to a place where there is food, drink, and safety?" Noticing Xianglin's lingering wariness, Yunxi refrained from approaching, instead standing still to execute his initial plan of enticing the young girl. "By heaven's grace, I am certainly not a lolicon." "Absolutely not." Chapter 14. Capturing Xianglin really? It was evident that Xianglin remained skeptical of Yunxi. Her eyes reflected a clear mix of doubt and caution. "Truly, I assure you, I am not deceiving you." Observing her hesitation, Yunxi produced several thousand yen that he had obtained from a rogue ninja. He then softly remarked, "Look, I have money. I can buy you something delicious. But how can I be certain you are not lying to me?" After seeing the yen, Xianglin felt a flicker of temptation. Yet her caution held her back from agreeing to the handsome young man before her. Though Yunxi was undeniably attractive, Xianglin's instincts warned her that this young man posed no threat, yet she remained on guard. Who on earth told me that Xianglin is the most easily deceived female character in the entire Naruto series? Step forward, and I promise I won't harm you. Yunxi had not anticipated Xianglin's extreme caution. He recalled a discussion he had encountered in a forum during his previous life, where a certain expert had posed the question of who the most gullible female character in Naruto was. And the character with the highest number of upvotes was none other than Xianglin. However, the little fellow before Yunxi was so cautiously astute that it left him somewhat exasperated. Had he employed the same tactics to deceive Hinata and Sakura, he would have undoubtedly succeeded long ago. "Leader, we have located the child." Just as Yunxi and Xianglin faced each other with tense determination, another group finally made their entrance. As Yunxi had surmised, they were indeed ninjas from the land of grass. Grass Cloud, escort the target away, commanded a seasoned jonin from the land of grass after scrutinizing the image in his possession. Another ninja from the same land glanced at Yunxi and queried, "What about this brat? Eliminate him." The jonin coldly regarded Yunxi, showing not a hint of hesitation. In his mind, the completion of the mission was paramount, and the lives of mere civilians were of no consequence. "Run. Their target is me." At this moment, Xianglin also realized the gravity of the situation and rushed to Yunxi's side. Grasping the shuriken she had previously aimed at him, she resolutely declared, "You are a good person, so I will protect you as you escape." Upon hearing her words, Yunxi couldn't help but chuckle. He never anticipated that his first good person card in the Naruto world would be granted by Xianglin. "You must leave at once." Seeing Yunxi remain stationary while the opposing ninjas prepared to strike, a look of urgency crossed Xianglin's face. Being protected by a girl was not a scenario he wished to witness. In a bid to alleviate Xianglin's worries, Yunxi stepped in front of her, deftly snatching the shuriken from her grasp, and spoke softly, "I told you, if you stay with me, you will have food, drink, and safety." Having uttered these words, Yunxi acted without a moment's hesitation. Heaven's Curse Seal, Stage 1, activate. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Yunxi had no penchant for feigning weakness, having resolved to engage. He unleashed his full power. "What? Who is this little brat?" Evade the fire release. Yunxi's sudden offensive instantly disrupted the plans of the grass ninjas. Faced with the overwhelming fire technique, several lower-ranked ninjas standing at the rear met an untimely end. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Meanwhile, the jonin from the land of grass hastily adopted defensive measures against Yunxi's Great Fireball Technique. The collision of the Water Dragon Bullet and the Great Fireball created a thick mist that enveloped the forest. "Are you really this strong?" Xianglin was astonished by Yunxi's formidable prowess, considering they were up against a jonin leading several chunin and genin. Yet, after the initial exchange, Yunxi appeared utterly unfazed, while the grass ninjas were already suffering casualties. Moreover, through her innate perceptive abilities, Xianglin discerned that Yunxi's chakra reservoir was nearly greater than the combined total of all their foes. Beware, this young man is not to be trifled with. After witnessing Yunxi's formidable prowess, the opponent's shinobi no longer dares to underestimate him, his countenance now reflecting a profound caution. Merely a trifling matter. Once I eliminate these hindrances, you shall accompany me." In stark contrast, Yunxi remains entirely unfazed, even finding the leisure to engage in conversation with Xianglin. Do be careful. Upon hearing Yunxi's renewed invitation, Xianglin readily assented. However, endowed with formidable perceptive abilities, Xianglin suddenly discovered an enemy materializing behind Yunxi. Consequently, she hastily called out a warning. Perish, you wretched brat. In the very next moment after Xianglin cautioned Yunxi to be vigilant, another elite shinobi from the land of grass emerged from the thick mist. Fire release, spectral flame technique. Instantly, several pale blue flames appeared beside the other shinobi from the land of grass, swiftly hurtling towards Yunxi. Meanwhile, witnessing what seemed to be a successful ambush of their comrade, the other grass ninjas sprang into action as well. Water release, water clone technique. Fire release, fire dragon technique. Fire release, fireball technique. Although the land of grass is a diminutive nation, it does not possess exclusive ninjutsu of its own. However, they possess an aptitude for learning, enabling them to master a plethora of fundamental ninjutsu, albeit with relatively modest individual damage output. The formidable power displayed when multiple individuals unite is indeed impressive. Do not harm him. Xianglin instinctively rushed towards Yunxi, attempting to shield him with her own body, aware that he could not evade these attacks. Given her significant healing abilities, she was unconcerned about sustaining injuries, knowing she could swiftly recover as long as she remained alive. I have already expressed my disdain for being protected by a girl. Fire release, great fire destruction. In the instant the ninjutsu struck, Yunxi's cold voice resonated once more across the battlefield. How is this possible? The towering wall of flames consumed both his and his companion's techniques. The elite ninja from the land of grass stood in shock, for his prowess was considerable among the ninjas of his nation. Though the land of grass was merely a small country, he was a bona fide elite. Yet here stood Yunxi, appearing as nothing more than a mere child. What do you think I despise the most? With the unleashing of ninjutsu, the grass ninjas who had previously confronted Yunxi were engulfed by the immense flames. Only the elite ninja who had ambushed Yunxi remained. What? Momentarily, the grass ninja was taken aback, instinctively responding to Yunxi's query. I loathe being ambushed. Amaterasu. Before the grass ninja could fully comprehend the situation, a violet flame consumed him entirely. Hige, done? Noting the absence of foes nearby, Yunxi dispelled his cursed form and Sharingan, smiling at the dazed Xianglin before him. Let me take a bite. Suddenly, Xianglin extended her pristine arm, placing it before Yunxi's mouth, her expression betraying a hint of nervousness as if bracing herself for the bite. Chapter 15. Orochimaru. Ah, what do you mean? Clearly, Yunxi was taken aback by Xianglin's unexpected gesture, momentarily bewildered. Did you not require chakra after using all those ninjutsu? Xianglin quickly explained, stepping closer to Yunxi and continuing. As long as you take a bite of me, you will regain your strength and chakra. Come on. I am not afraid of pain. With that, Xianglin closed her eyes, evidently having deceived Yunxi about her fear of pain. Haha, I am fine. Yunxi couldn't help but chuckle at the adorable Xianglin. He then lowered the fabric covering her arm, saying, this minor chakra depletion is inconsequential to me. Yunxi's words were entirely sincere. Although activating the heavenly curse mark and Amaterasu imposed some strain on his body, he was undeterred. However, these burdens were well within the acceptable range for Yunxi. There was no need to resort to Xianglin's healing abilities at this moment. Really, is everything all right? Xianglin appeared somewhat skeptical. Indeed, everything is fine, Yunxi nodded, then proceeded towards the corpses of the grass country ninjas. He embarked on his favorite task of looting the dead. Do you need assistance? Xianglin quickly inquired, seemingly eager to prove herself before Yunxi. If you're unafraid, then come along. Just remember, we are only after the money. With Xianglin taking the initiative, Yunxi graciously allowed her to join in. All right, I'm not scared. Although the sight of corpses was not an everyday occurrence for Xianglin, it did not instill fear within her. At the tender age of 6, she had already grasped the harsh realities of the world through her years of experience. Her innate perceptive abilities assured her that Yunxi was certainly not a villain. With Xianglin's assistance, the two swiftly collected the spoils from the corpses. While the bounty was not substantial, the money from these grass country ninjas far exceeded that of the 3 impoverished rogue ninjas Yunxi had encountered previously. They amassed 30,000 yen, along with a few shurikens and ninja tools, bringing their total haul to approximately 100,000 yen. After tallying their spoils, Yunxi felt a sense of joy. To earn 100,000 yen from a single ordinary battle was equivalent to a month's worth of living expenses provided by the 3rd Hokage. Although some of the ninja tools and shurikens would need to be sold, they still represented a valuable sum. This bounty further solidified Yunxi's conviction. He must venture out of the village to earn money whenever possible. Moreover, this encounter had taught him to be wary of various ambushes during combat with others. What shall we do next? Upon seeing that Yunxi had finished collecting the spoils, Xianglin eagerly asked him about his plans. Though unaware of Yunxi's true identity, her instincts told her that following this young man was undoubtedly the right choice. First, we shall eat. Then we need to make a trip to the land of waves. Lastly, I will take you home. Realizing he had successfully endeared himself to the little girl, Yunxi revealed his plans to her. Home. At the mention of this word, Xianglin's expression shifted, a blend of excitement and apprehension crossing her face. For an orphan, home was a term both familiar and foreign. What's wrong? Noticing her reaction, Yunxi expressed surprise and quickly inquired. Nothing. I want to go home with you. Observing the puzzled expression on Yunxi's face, Xianglin hurriedly defended herself. You two follow me. Just as Yunxi and Xianglin were about to leave the forest, a chilling voice suddenly emerged. Xianglin, be cautious. In an instant, Yunxi shielded Xianglin behind him, entering a state of combat readiness. I had initially thought that I would only encounter a descendant of the Vortex clan. To my astonishment, I came across such a flawless little demon. Accompanied by a gentle breeze, a man clad in a white robe, with pale skin, stepped forward, followed by two young boys. Orochimaru. Is Junmaru also here? Upon realizing that the newcomers were Orochimaru, Junmaru, and an unknown boy, Yunxi's heart raced with anxiety. Are you still contemplating resistance? Orochimaru chuckled, gazing at Yunxi and Xianglin with an air of ease. What brings Orochimaru to this place? Is this a result of the butterfly effect that I have inadvertently caused? This is the greatest question weighing on Yunxi's mind, for in the original Naruto storyline, Xianglin was supposed to appear only after the Chunin exams, subsequently following Sasuke to become one of Orochimaru's subordinates. Why is Orochimaru present in the land of the Vortex at this moment? Oh no. It must be that Orochimaru came to the land of the Vortex seeking materials, drawn here by the sounds of my battle with the ninjas of the land of grass. Yunxi finally grasped the reason for Orochimaru's presence. The original narrative had indeed hinted at Orochimaru's prior visit to the land of the Vortex in search of suitable vessels. However, at that time, Xianglin had already been taken away by the land of grass, and naturally, Orochimaru did not find her. Now, the ninjas of the land of grass had met their end at his own hands. Indeed, the butterfly effect was at play, and Yunxi finally discerned the reason for Orochimaru's presence here. Do not resist, simply follow me, and you shall attain the power you have long desired. Orochimaru ambled forward, with Kimimaro and an unknown youth trailing behind him. Absolutely not, you wicked fiend. With her formidable perception abilities, Xianglin understood that the oddly shaped man before her was indeed a villain. Let us engage in battle. Allow me to witness the true strength of the legendary Orochimaru. Mere seconds prior, Yunxi had resolved the dilemma between fighting and fleeing. Although Orochimaru had long been renowned and was the most formidable boss in the early days of the Hokage, however, Yunxi had no intention of fleeing. He yearned to ascertain whether his current prowess could indeed triumph over the long-established shadow-level masters. It appeared that surrender was not in his thoughts. Orochimaru, discerning Yunxi's intentions, wore an increasingly pronounced smile. Junmaru, this fellow is entrusted to you. Remember to keep him alive. Although in Orochimaru's eyes, Yunxi's physical capabilities were remarkably exceptional. However, the renowned Orochimaru would not deign to confront a mere child himself, instead dispatching his subordinate, Kimimaro. Additionally, he yearned to witness the legendary power of the Kagaya clan's bloodline limit, the Shikatsumiyaku. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Kimimaro responded immediately upon receiving the command. With his white hair billowing in the wind and his green eyes piercingly fixed on the distant figure of Yunxi, he declared, "Little brother, let us flee this time." Sensing the formidable presence and aura emanating from Kimimaro and Orochimaru, Kagaya felt a twinge of anxiety. In her heart, escaping seemed the wisest course of action. Do not worry. I vowed to bring you home. Yunxi had no intention of retreating in this battle. He was determined to test his strength with integrity. Chapter 16. Confronting Kimimaro, you may strike first, Kimimaro coldly proclaimed, gazing at Yunxi from a distance. Do you look down upon me? You shall regret it. Noticing Kimimaro's reluctance to initiate the attack, a faint smile appeared on Yunxi's face. Then, Yunxi made his move. Shadow Clone Technique. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Having read the original text, Yunxi understood Kimimaro's formidable prowess. Kimimaro, the last surviving member of the Kagaya clan, possessed the perfect Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit, allowing him to manipulate his bones for offense and defense at will. He was reputed to be a nemesis of taijutsu. Even the taijutsu prodigy, Rock Lee, from the original story, could not contend with Kimimaro during the same period. Thus, Yunxi had no intention of engaging Kimimaro in direct combat. After employing the shadow clone technique, Yunxi swiftly created distance between himself and his opponent, intending to exhaust Kimimaro with his fire techniques. He never entertained the notion of defeating Kimimaro solely with the fire release. Dance of the Willow. Facing the onslaught of fireballs from all directions, Kimimaro exhibited no fear. He activated his bloodline limit, and in an instant, several white bones approximately 1 meter in length emerged from his body, which had previously seemed like that of an ordinary person. Utilizing his exquisite taijutsu, Kimimaro dispersed all of Yunxi's fire release, great fireball technique, resulting in their initial confrontation ending in a stalemate. Indeed, the disparity in strength between minor characters and main characters in the world of Naruto was strikingly vast. After battling Kimimaro, Yunxi felt a wave of reflection wash over him. Although Kimimaro's chakra levels and age were merely at the level of a genin, yet, under the formidable enhancement of his bloodline limit, Kimimaro's prowess is at least equivalent to that of an elite jonin. In fact, when he unleashes his full power, he can rival the shinobi of the Land of Grass who was previously slain by Yunxi. How intriguing, little one. I concede that I underestimated you. Orochimaru, of course, comprehends Kimimaro's true strength. He never anticipated that Yunxi could stand toe-to-toe with Kimimaro. Die for me. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, a shift finally occurred in Kimimaro's expression. He is indeed the mightiest spear in Orochimaru's arsenal. He will not allow anyone to threaten his position. Bone Blade. Kimimaro sprang into action. Drawing a bone blade over 1 meter in length from his own body, he swiftly charged towards Yunxi. Kimimaro is acutely aware of his shortcomings, particularly his lack of ranged attacks. He intends to close the distance to Yunxi rapidly, and then leverage his superior taijutsu to eliminate him in an instant. However, Yunxi would not easily allow Junmaru to approach him. Although, under normal circumstances, Yunxi might not be Junmaru's adversary, his strength should not be underestimated. Not only does he possess an impressive amount of chakra, but he is also exceptionally proficient in various fire release techniques. As Junmaru advanced with fierce intent, Yunxi swiftly unleashed the fire release, H-Senka no Jutsu, attempting to thwart Junmaru's advance. Subsequently, Yunxi concentrated all of his shadow clones between them. Damn it! Even though Yunxi's 2 jutsu did not inflict significant damage upon Junmaru, yet, he still prevented Junmaru from approaching him. The corpse bone path, 10 finger-piercing bullets. Realizing that his plan had faltered, Junmaru swiftly unleashed his soul-ranged attack. 10 sharp bone spikes surged towards Yunxi like bullets. Sharingan, activate. In response to Junmaru's sudden onslaught, Yunxi finally employed the Sharingan. Under the enhancement of the 3-tomo Sharingan, the bone spikes, which had initially soared like projectiles, were deftly evaded by Yunxi. What? You belong to the Uchiha clan? As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Orochimaru's expression changed slightly upon witnessing Yunxi's use of the Sharingan. My apologies. But you have misjudged. Amidst the brief lull in battle, Yunxi finally found the opportunity to address Orochimaru's inquiry. Just then, Junmaru prepared to strike again, only to be halted directly by Orochimaru. Stand down. In this situation, you are no match for him. Though unwilling, Junmaru complied with Orochimaru's command and retreated to observe. Allow me to entertain you. Orochimaru approached Yunxi seemingly slowly, yet the aura emanating from him intensified Yunxi's pressure manifold. Hidden shadow snake hands. As the distance between Yunxi and Orochimaru narrowed to 10 meters, Orochimaru made his move. Dozens of dark, venomous snakes lunged towards Yunxi at an astonishing speed. Although Yunxi could perceive Orochimaru's attack clearly under the 3-tomo Sharingan, however, in his ordinary state, Yunxi was utterly incapable of evasion. In an instant, Orochimaru's shadow serpent hand sent Yunxi flying. Karen, give me a bite. After being struck by Orochimaru, Yunxi found himself beside Karen. All right. Without hesitation, Karen extended her arm. After Yunxi took a bite, he discovered that his injured body was rapidly recovering. Simultaneously, the toxins left by the snake's bite were also purged from his system. I had been too naive. The Sharingan had seen through Orochimaru's attack, yet my body could not keep pace with the speed of my vision. Once restored to normalcy, a sense of trepidation lingered in Yunxi's heart. Had it not been for Karen's healing, he would have been compelled to flee. Upon witnessing Yunxi's recovery, Orochimaru's smile widened with delight. This unexpected gain truly exceeded his expectations. In his eyes, Yunxi was merely a somewhat robust ant, limited in strength despite his apparent prowess. Conversely, the fact that someone so young possessed such ability exhilarated Orochimaru. Observing Orochimaru's grotesque smile, Yunxi slowly spoke, "Let us engage in a true battle." Heaven-S Curse Seal, Stage 2, activate. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, engage. Having tasted defeat once, Yunxi was not inclined to conceal his true capabilities. He directly activated the second stage of the Heaven-S Curse Seal while simultaneously unleashing the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. "Who on earth are you?" Orochimaru exclaimed, astonished by the dramatic transformation of Yunxi. Initially, Orochimaru had assumed Yunxi was merely an ordinary Uchiha clansman. Upon gazing into Yunxi's eyes at that moment, Orochimaru realized he had indeed underestimated the youth before him, for he discovered that within the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan possessed such an extraordinary form. Simultaneously, the heavenly curse mark upon Yunxi astonished Orochimaru greatly, for he recognized it as the very curse mark still under his experimentation. "I am merely an ordinary commoner." Yunxi intended not to divulge his true identity to Orochimaru, understanding that the latter remained in contact with Danzo. Should he reveal his name, his true identity would inevitably be exposed. Killing you would reveal the truth. Orochimaru became earnest, as Yunxi harbored numerous secrets he yearned to uncover. "Then you may attempt it." Upon first entering the second state of the heavenly curse mark, Yunxi realized his stamina was rapidly depleting. Yet, his strength surpassed that of his previous state by more than double. Perhaps this was truly his authentic shadow-level prowess. Once he had fully acquainted himself with his own power, Yunxi took the initiative to strike. Chapter 17, Battle. Orochimaru's Fire Release, Fire Dragon Technique. As a B-rank fire technique, its inherent might is already formidable. Coupled with the enhancement of the Sharingan, the Fire Dragon Yunxi unleashed boasted 3 heads, significantly amplifying both its size and power. It even transcended the capabilities of A-rank fire techniques. However, sheer strength and ninjutsu does not guarantee the annihilation of Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru, a seasoned shadow-level ninja, possessed an abundance of combat experience. Faced with the ferocious onslaught of the Fire Dragon, Orochimaru chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he vanished from his original position using the body replacement technique. Yunxi's initial attack merely resulted in a massive crater where Orochimaru had once stood. Where is he? With his dynamic vision, Yunxi quickly discerned that Orochimaru had evaded his strike. Thus, he began to search the surroundings, remaining doubly vigilant. "Behind you, young man," Xianglin suddenly exclaimed. Possessing formidable perceptive abilities, Xianglin promptly located Orochimaru's position. "Found you." Following her guidance, Yunxi also identified Orochimaru's whereabouts. Fire Release, Black Flame Technique. This time, Yunxi directly employed one of his trump cards. In his Cursed Seal second state, he discovered that he could fuse a dark aura into his regular fire techniques, creating an entirely new form of fire ninjutsu. Although the power of the Black Flames was not as great as Amaterasu, their release was swifter, and they consumed significantly less of Yunxi's energy. Summoning Technique, 10,000 Snakes. Clearly, this was the first time Orochimaru had encountered such ninjutsu. And due to the speed of the Black Flame technique being quicker than Amaterasu, he had no time to evade and could only summon the snakes, utilizing the immense body of the 10,000 snakes to shield himself from Yunxi's Black Flames. The moment the 10,000 snakes were summoned by Orochimaru, Yunxi's Black Flame struck them. Instantly, the colossal creature emitted a tremendous sound, its flesh and blood engulfed by Yunxi's Black Flames. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Witnessing the tenacity of Yunxi's technique, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel astonished. As a veteran of the ninja world, it was indeed the first time he had encountered such a fire technique. Typically, fire techniques are known for their explosive power, with few capable of inflicting sustained damage. However, the power and persistence of Yunxi's self-created fire release, Black Flame technique greatly exceeded Orochimaru's expectations. Orochimaru surmised that this fire release ninjutsu, previously employed by Yunxi, surpassed the comprehensive capabilities of certain A-rank fire release techniques. Realizing the precarious situation of his summoning beast, Orochimaru abandoned his earlier playful demeanor and began to treat Yunxi as an opponent of equal caliber. After executing the serpent technique, a multitude of venomous snakes materialized in the vicinity. Upon witnessing such a scene, Kaguya let out a terrified scream. Although Kagaya had long survived alone in the wilderness, her innate fear of serpentine creatures remained. Do not fear, stand behind me. To prevent any mishap from befalling Kagaya, Yunxi immediately positioned himself in front of her. Fire release, great fireball technique. Simultaneously, he seized control over the black flames and employed the great fireball technique, which had a broader attack range, to counter the swarm of venomous snakes. Clearly, the great fireball's power was not particularly formidable among fire release techniques. However, its exceptional range coupled with the relatively weak individual strength of the summoned poisonous serpents proved advantageous. After a surge of flames, only a scorched earth remained, and all the venomous snakes summoned by Orochimaru lay lifeless. Kid, didn't anyone tell you not to lose focus during battle? Just as Yunxi finished eliminating the snakes, a chilling voice echoed in his ear. Body replacement technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunxi executed the body replacement technique with remarkable speed, his original form instantly relocating to a nearby large tree. Despite the failure of his ambush, Orochimaru did not relent. Instead, he continued to advance with remarkable swiftness. Die. Faced with Orochimaru's relentless approach, Yunxi dared not relax for an instant. He fully activated his Mangeki Sharingan, unleashing a massive purple-black Amaterasu towards Orochimaru. Body replacement technique. Unfazed by Yunxi's sudden assault, Orochimaru, who was closing in on Yunxi, underestimated the attack. The appearance of Yunxi's Amaterasu bore a striking resemblance to the earlier Black Flame technique, leading Orochimaru to believe that he could evade Yunxi's attack by employing the body replacement technique. What Orochimaru did not anticipate was that Yunxi's Amaterasu would not only obliterate the remnants of the wooden substitute technique, but that the remaining flames of Amaterasu would continue to advance upon him. Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu. At this moment, Orochimaru finally comprehended the true might of Amaterasu. He endeavored to extinguish the flames summoned by Yunxi's Amaterasu with a water-based ninjutsu, which counters fire techniques. Although Orochimaru's chakra affinity did not align with the water element, he still held confidence in his own abilities, believing that he could withstand conventional fire techniques. However, as the two individuals' ninjutsu clashed, Orochimaru's expression finally shifted. The water release technique he employed proved utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, bolstered by an unceasing flow of chakra from Yunxi, the Amaterasu flames grew ever more immense. What manner of fire release ninjutsu could this be? At last, Orochimaru recognized that this was no ordinary fire technique. Subsequently, he cast a glance at Yunxi's peculiar Sharingan, and he finally discerned that this flame was intrinsically linked to the Sharingan. Could this be the true power of the Uchiha clan? Witnessing such a technique evoked a sense of admiration in Orochimaru. A mere child, empowered by a formidable bloodline limit, was capable of standing toe-to-toe with him. At this moment, Orochimaru began to develop a burgeoning interest in the Sharingan bloodline limit. Beware, Orochimaru. As Amaterasu surged towards him during a fleeting moment of distraction, Junmaru, unable to remain a passive spectator, sprang into action. With blinding speed, Junmaru positioned himself before Orochimaru, executing a ninjutsu that balanced both offense and defense in a valiant attempt to intercept the encroaching flames. Yet, Junmaru underestimated the formidable power of Amaterasu. The moment Amaterasu made contact with him, the bones he held in such high regard were reduced to mere ashes. Furthermore, Amaterasu did not relent, continuing to blaze upward along Junmaru's left arm. The chakra scalpel. Perceiving that Junmaru was in dire straits, another subordinate of Orochimaru sprang into action, producing a pale blue scalpel from within his robes to sever Junmaru's arm, thus halting Amaterasu's relentless flames. Was it Kabuto Yakushi? Previously clad in a long robe, Yunxi had not scrutinized the youth closely. It was only after the boy acted that Yunxi recognized him as Orochimaru's chief spy. Known among fervent Naruto fans as the Master of Realization, Kabuto Yakushi. Chapter 18. Orochimaru's Invitation. Lord Junmaru, I apologize for taking action without your consent. Kabuto expressed regret after severing Junmaru's arm. It's nothing. Junmaru bore no ill will towards Kabuto, for he understood that had Kabuto not intervened, he might have been incinerated by Yunxi's Amaterasu. Shall we have a discussion? Amidst the silence, Orochimaru, who had been reticent for some time, unexpectedly called for a ceasefire, his expression radiating a smile that suggested a desire for collaboration with Yunxi. What shall we discuss? I am, after all, the enemy who recently injured your subordinate. Yunxi was taken aback by Orochimaru's sudden initiative to halt hostilities. It seemed he sought to recruit him. Simply a tool, Yunxi thought, perceiving greater value in himself than merely being used. Noticing the wariness in Yunxi's gaze, Orochimaru smiled and continued. Whether it be your Sharingan or the secret techniques that enhance your powers, these are all subjects I yearn to study. Join my ranks, and I shall grant you the utmost privileges and significant authority, provided you allow me to conduct my research. At last, Orochimaru articulated his terms, awaiting Yunxi's response. I'm afraid I'm not interested. Faced with Orochimaru's overtures, Yunxi felt no inclination whatsoever. Authority? He sought only to survive within the ninja world. Strength? He possessed a monetization system and a marketplace, rendering external assistance unnecessary. A multitude of subordinates? Knowing the storyline, Yunxi recognized that acquiring allies was far from difficult. He had no justification to collaborate with Orochimaru. Most importantly, he simply did not appreciate Orochimaru's character. He was not a war orphan deprived of love since childhood. Orochimaru's temptations held no sway over him. Have you made your decision? Orochimaru, taken aback by Yunxi's resolute refusal, felt a twinge of surprise within. However, he was not surprised. For Orochimaru understood that the youth before him was far more intricate than he had initially presumed. We shall meet again. Moments later, faced with the rejection from Yunxi, Orochimaru chose not to strike again. Instead, he departed with Kimimaro and Kabuto in tow. Before leaving, Orochimaru cast a glance at Yunxi from a distance, his gaze imbued with a complex array of emotions. Finally, as Orochimaru vanished from sight, Yunxi exhaled in relief. Simultaneously, he dispelled the cursed seal in the Mangeki Sharingan. For although these two trump cards greatly amplified his strength, he deemed it prudent to refrain from their use. However, it had a profound impact on Yunxi's physical condition. Let us depart from this place. The restored Yunxi dared not linger in the forest, uncertain whether Orochimaru would return. Very well. Upon hearing Yunxi's command, Kaguya did not hesitate in the slightest and promptly escorted Yunxi back to her home. I shall rest for a moment. Please remain vigilant for any foes outside. Once they returned to Kaguya's abode, Yunxi's heart finally eased. Although the battle with Orochimaru's group left him utterly fatigued and yielded no financial gain, Yunxi held no regrets. For through the confrontation with Orochimaru, he had gained a precise understanding of his own strength, which he estimated to be on par with Orochimaru's capabilities during his prime. Albeit still at the level of a shadow. However, it merely stems from the rudimentary level of his abilities. His methods remain rather singular, and following the battle with Orochimaru, Yunxi has come to realize the deficiencies in his own strength. Although Yunxi's offensive techniques possess tremendous power, they are limited in variety. Aside from a few fundamental fire-style jutsu, he is left with only Amaterasu and the Heavenly Curse Mark as his trump cards. Furthermore, his close combat capabilities are exceedingly weak, and his physical constitution is inadequate. In terms of physical prowess, the current Yunxi can only match evenly with Kimimaro of the same generation. In the future, he is determined to enhance his physical attributes with additional resources. After summarizing this battle, Yunxi regained his composure and prepared to take a moment to rest. Yet, Yunxi discovered that Xianglin was still present in the room. Why are you still here? Yunxi distinctly recalled instructing Xianglin to step outside and ascertain whether any enemies were lurking nearby. After all, having endured a fierce battle, Yunxi's strength had significantly diminished. Should another wave of formidable foes arise at this moment, he would be left with no choice but to flee with Xianglin. Rest assured, there is no one here. Xianglin hurriedly explained upon noticing Yunxi's inquiry. Her face flushed as she gazed at him. What is it? Yunxi, taken aback by Xianglin's demeanor, was perplexed by her sudden blush. It's nothing. I merely wish to inform you that I can assist in healing your wounds. I am aware, but under these circumstances, it would be futile to bite you. Having perused the original text, Yunxi understood Xianglin's extraordinary healing abilities well. However, I am not currently injured. Rather, I am experiencing mental weakness due to forcibly activating the second mode of the Heavenly Curse Seal. In truth, I possess the ability to restore your weakened state. After listening to Yunxi's words, Xianglin revealed a secret known only to herself. She has been aware since childhood that her blood possesses the power to heal wounds. Yet she possesses a concealed attribute, a certain aspect of her own being that can alleviate various states of weakness. However, the method of utilization is rather unique. Can you relieve my current state of weakness? Upon hearing Xianglin's words, Yunxi felt a surge of astonishment. In the original narrative of Naruto, Xianglin could only heal or provide chakra, lacking the ability to restore one's spirit. Thus, Yunxi did not anticipate that Xianglin would possess such a comprehensive auxiliary capability. To put it in the terms of a former life, Xianglin is truly the most versatile healer within the realm of Naruto. Then please help me. As I am pressed for time, I must make a trip to the land of waves shortly. Seeing Xianglin's assertion, Yunxi instinctively sought her assistance to dispel his mental fatigue. After all, his time was quite limited. If he were to recover on his own, it would likely take an entire day. Coupled with the time spent battling Orochimaru, he would undoubtedly be unable to return to Konoha before his clone dissipated. Such a scenario would spell failure for Yunxi's plans to leave the village. Observing Yunxi's urgent demeanor, Xianglin bit her lip, allowing a trickle of crimson blood to flow forth. Subsequently, she unfastened a button from her attire. After a series of intricate maneuvers, Yunxi returned to his normal state. Xianglin and I are innocent. It is undoubtedly not as you perceive. Once both his physical and mental faculties were restored, Yunxi did not linger in the land of whirlpools. He and Xianglin set forth towards their primary destination for this journey beyond the village, the land of waves. Chapter 19. Rejection. Journey to the land of waves, let us depart. We shall return when time permits. At the border of the ruins of the land of whirlpools, Xianglin halted, gazing into the distance. Yunxi stood behind her, his hands clasped in a show of support. Brother Yunxi, I do not intend to return. I merely wish to glimpse the place of my upbringing. The previous night, Yunxi had shared his name and identity with Xianglin. Upon noticing her pause, he instinctively assumed Xianglin felt a sense of reluctance towards the land of whirlpools and thus offered words of comfort. Do you not find this place appealing? Upon hearing Xianglin's explanation, Yunxi realized that the land of whirlpools held little significance for her. After all, many of her tragic experiences had transpired upon this very soil. Let us proceed. Did you not say time is of the essence? After Xianglin had surveyed the entirety of the land of whirlpools, she promptly returned to Yunxi's side, a hint of joy illuminating her countenance. From this moment forth, she had a brother who would protect her, and soon, she would have a new home. It was infinitely better than being alone here. She had no desire to return to the solitary existence of her past. All right, let us set forth. Yunxi seemed to have realized something and said little more, directly leading Xianglin to the kingdom of Boding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired your first loyal subordinate, Xianglin, and are rewarded with a random lottery draw. Not long after Yunxi set off, the long silent system reappeared in his mind. Is there a reward for this? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yunxi was somewhat astonished. After all, in his recollection, this troublesome system only manifested itself when he was spending money. At other times, it remained as silent as a grave. What could a random draw possibly entail? Simultaneously, Yunxi was quite curious about the rewards that the system would bestow. The random draw was a reward given by the system upon the completion of hidden tasks. In response to Yunxi's inquiry, the system directly elucidated the purpose of the reward. Obviously, this was a matter of literal interpretation. Upon hearing the system's response, Yunxi felt a pang of frustration. He was not a fool and certainly understood the concept of a random draw. What he truly wished to know was what rewards could be obtained from this random draw. Fortunately, the system recognized its previous explanation was somewhat lacking and hastily added. The random draw could yield rewards from various realms, and each draw is exceedingly precious. I hope the host will cherish it. After the system concluded its explanation, a brand new virtual panel materialized before Yunxi's eyes. This was the random draw panel the system had mentioned. System, could you possibly be any lazier? Observing the somewhat familiar lottery panel, Yunxi began to voice his complaints about the system once more. However, this time, the system remained as silent as ever. Never mind. I can't be bothered to complain. Let's see what I can draw. Adhering to the principle that good things should be utilized, Yunxi resolved to seize this opportunity for a draw. Initiating the lottery. With a command from Yunxi, the random lottery system's wheel began to spin rapidly. After a few seconds, a bottle of pure white potion and a bottle of blue potion appeared simultaneously in Yunxi's hands. Congratulations, host. You have received a grand potion gift pack. Until we meet again. As the lottery concluded, the random draw system vanished from Yunxi's sight. Yunxi, however, was astonished by the 2 bottles of potion in his grasp. Indeed, when it comes to the system's offerings, they are certainly of high quality. After reviewing the attributes of the potions in his hands, Yunxi couldn't help but reflect. Although in his previous life, he was notoriously unlucky with any lottery games, often receiving nothing but the bare minimum, a 10 draw yielding only the guaranteed outcome, with single draws consistently resulting in worthless items. Yet, this time, the unexpected fortune from the random lottery brought a sense of solace to Yunxi. He was no longer a mere bystander. The white potion bore the name Kaleidoscope Sharingan Enhancement Liquid, classified as Grade A. Its description promised that with it, his mother need not worry about the potential blindness caused by the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Its function, to negate the side effects of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, preventing blindness while simultaneously augmenting the accompanying ocular techniques by 10%. The other vial he had acquired, a blue potion, was the very item Yunxi had longed for. This was the basic body enhancement liquid, rated at grade B. Its description read, an essential for the muscular man. Its effect, 100% enhancement of basic physique. Gazing at the two vials in his hands, Yunxi finally felt the bliss of legend. Xianglin, be vigilant. I shall consume something. After perusing the descriptions of the potions, Yunxi prepared to use them without hesitation. All right. Upon hearing Yunxi's command, Xianglin posed no further inquiries and unleashed her sensory abilities, cautiously surveying their surroundings, confirming their safety. Yunxi acted without delay, uncorking the vials and pouring both potions into his mouth. To his surprise, it was not bitter at all. Initially, Yunxi had anticipated a foul taste. But as the liquid entered his mouth, a delightful sweetness enveloped his palate. Shortly thereafter, he realized that his vision had become remarkably clearer. Previously, after using Amaterasu several times, he had noticed a significant nearsightedness in his left eye. At this moment, Yunxi's left eye regained its original vision, even clearer than when he first acquired the Sharingan. Simultaneously, Yunxi noticed a warmth enveloping his body. Minutes later, he realized that under the influence of the body enhancement fluid, his physical prowess surged dramatically, and his fundamental attributes were significantly amplified. Previously, Yunxi had been unable to properly utilize the heavenly curse seal in its second state due to physical limitations. He could only forcefully activate the second state, which would inevitably lead to considerable after-effects upon its conclusion. However, with his enhanced physique, Yunxi is now capable of directly activating the celestial curse seal, State 2 mode. Although these enhancements do not directly amplify my strength, they have finally resolved my persistent shortcomings. Upon examining the results of the enhancements, Yunxi was filled with elation, even a hint of a smile gracing his face. Brother Yunxi is so handsome. Meanwhile, Xianglin, who was on guard nearby, couldn't help but display a look of infatuation upon seeing Yunxi's joyful expression. Xianglin is all set. Let us proceed. Observing Xianglin's expression, Yunxi could only place a hand on his forehead, his face betraying a sense of helplessness. All right, Brother Yunxi. Once awakened by Yunxi, Xianglin quickly resumed her usual demeanor, catching up with the already departed Yunxi as they prepared to continue their journey to the land of waves. Hours later, by the side of a cerulean river, a man and a woman stood upon the bank, accompanied by the thunderous roars of the massive ships crowding the nearby dock. Brother Yunxi, have we arrived? The two standing on the shore were none other than Yunxi and Xianglin, and they had indeed reached the land of waves. Chapter 20. Arrival in the land of waves. Yes, we have arrived. Gazing at the bustling dock and the throngs of ships, Yunxi felt a swell of excitement within him. For this was a crucial element of his preliminary plans and the principal objective of his venture outside the village. The reason Yunxi had chosen the land of waves was quite simple. He intended to amass wealth here, and fortuitously, there resided a wealthy individual named Kato. Kato is the first minor antagonist from the original narrative, a maritime merchant. Remarkably, this affluent man is not a ninja and possesses negligible personal strength, having merely hired a few rogue ninjas as bodyguards. The prowess of these rogue ninjas is utterly inconsequential compared to Yunxi. This is fundamentally why Yunxi has set his sights on Kato. Brother Yunxi, what are we here to do in the land of waves? Due to the coastal proximity, the climate was humid, and Xianglin, unaccustomed to such an environment on her first visit, tilted her head in curiosity while fanning herself to cool off. To make money. In response to Xianglin's inquiry, Yunxi did not hold back, directly revealing his plans to her. Oh, Xianglin replied, though she did not quite understand Yunxi's penchant for wealth. However, whatever decisions Yunxi makes, Xianglin will undoubtedly support him unconditionally, even at any cost. Let us proceed inside. After surveying the general environment of the land of waves, Yunxi led Xianglin into its depths. As the land of waves is an island nation, it is largely devoid of ninjas. Moreover, given that Yunxi and Xianglin are but children, their entrance went unnoticed by others. Upon entering the land of waves, both Xianglin and Yunxi were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this nation, under the control of Kato, would be so impoverished. The roads were in disrepair, and the residents appeared apathetic. Most of the houses lining the streets were wooden structures, with the exception of Kato's headquarters in the distance. The entirety of the land of waves resembled a vast slum. The dilapidated conditions within starkly contrasted with the bustling scenes they had observed prior to their arrival. Witnessing the villagers clad in tattered garments and bearing vacant expressions left Xianglin at a loss for words. She was curious whether Yunxi had chosen the wrong place. In such a locale, how could wealth possibly exist? We have not erred. The disparity between rich and poor in this nation is alarmingly stark. Observing the look of confusion on Xianglin's face, Yunxi understood her unspoken thoughts. In truth, he had already prepared himself mentally for this encounter. After all, having read the original work, Yunxi was acutely aware of the hardships faced by the common folk in the Land of Waves. Even the plan to send Mr. Dasna to Konoha to hire ninjas necessitated a misrepresentation of the situation. However, upon arriving here, Yunxi was taken aback by the stark reality. The Land of Waves is a nation featured in the original work, and it is also the country from which Naruto and his companions received their first high-level mission. Yunxi had some recollection of this land. It is devoid of ninjas and is remarkably small in size. The entire wealth and maritime trade of the nation are under the control of the formidable Gado. The impoverished commoners possess not a shred of wealth. Although Yunxi is not a paragon of virtue, her presence in the Land of Waves is solely motivated by the pursuit of financial gain. As Yunxi gazed upon the scene before him, he resolved to undertake a benevolent act to eliminate Cardo and transform the Land of Waves into his own private sanctuary. After enduring numerous battles, Yunxi had come to comprehend the profound significance of possessing his own faction. The Land of Waves, devoid of ninjas, represented one of the most suitable locales amidst all the hidden villages. The absence of formidable forces to claim this territory, coupled with its geographical remoteness, meant that establishing his own power here would not attract the attention of the five great nations. Such an opportune place was not one Yunxi could afford to overlook. Xianglin, follow me. With the next steps firmly decided, Yunxi ceased his aimless wandering through the streets of the Land of Waves, leading Xianglin directly to Cardo's location. Who goes there? Minutes later, Yunxi and Xianglin arrived before the Cardo group, where several samurai tasked with security soon noticed their presence. What are you so anxious about? They are merely two children. It's easy enough to chase them away. Upon discovering that Yunxi and Xianglin were merely two children, the situation was not taken to heart. After all, such occurrences were rather commonplace in the Land of Waves. The children of commoners seemed to harbor a fascination for the towering structures. In previous encounters of this nature, the two guards usually resorted to executing the children without a second thought. However, in a rather pleasant mood, one of the warriors merely intended to drive Yunxi and Xianglin away. You little brats, if you don't leave, I will slay you both and toss your remains to the fish at the bottom of the sea. Seeing that Yunxi and Xianglin exhibited no reaction to his threats, the two warriors continued their taunts, even drawing their swords from their waists to further intimidate the children. Xianglin, stay behind me. I am about to take action. Faced with these two insignificant foes, Yunxi remained unfazed, for in his eyes, the only true threat in the vicinity was a singular individual, the infamous Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Of course, the threat posed by Zabuza was relative to these mere nuisances. In reality, Zabuza's current strength barely reached the level of an elite Genin, making him no match for Yunxi. Yet, Yunxi had no intention of eliminating him. Instead, he sought to recruit Zabuza as an ally. Hey, little brat, if you seek death, I shall grant it to you. The two warriors, noticing Yunxi's lack of response to their provocations, became incensed and unsheathed their sharp swords, aiming for Yunxi's head. Die. What the two warriors did not anticipate was that their swift attacks merely struck at an illusion. The figure of Yunxi, who had been standing still, vanished without a trace. Turning back once more, the warriors could only faintly perceive their own bodies alongside the spurting blood. Let us ascend, Yunxi declared, having effortlessly dealt with the two warriors before making his way towards the rooftop of the building. Wait, I need to collect the money, came the hurried response from Xianglin to Yunxi's call. After thoroughly rummaging through the bodies of the deceased warriors, Xianglin followed Yunxi into the headquarters of Cardo. Her face alight with glee as she exclaimed, "Look, brother Yunxi, our spoils." Seeing the adorably cheerful Xianglin, Yunxi, who had previously worn a frosty expression, couldn't he help but smile. He was pleasantly surprised that Xianglin remembered the words he had spoken to her. Remember, next time we shan't bother with the coins from such insignificant foes. After handing Xianglin a few hundred yen, Yunxi added, Indeed, we must aim for a greater bounty next time. Xianglin nodded eagerly, her face brimming with delight. Who dares to cause a commotion here? Just as Yunxi and Xianglin were engaged in their banter, a group of individuals descended the staircase. Among them were three that Yunxi recognized. One was Cardo, and the other two were Zabuza and a youthful Haku. Chapter 21. First encounter with Zabuza. Where have all the people gone? How did these two brats manage to enter? Cardo, striding through the crowd, was taken aback to discover that the intruders were merely children. A hint of anger crossed his face, and coupled with his naturally diminutive stature, he appeared rather comical. Lord Cardo, the guards at the entrance have perished. One of the sycophants dared not speak up amidst Cardo's wrath. After a few moments, only a rather unsavory-looking middle-aged man stepped forward, trembling as he addressed Cardo. Lord Cardo, it seems these two children are not from our land of waves. I care not whence they come. Seize them and feed them to the fish. Though only two inconsequential guards had met their demise, Cardo's fury was palpable. Yet, upon reflecting that someone dared to commit murder right at the entrance of his headquarters, Kaido could not help but feel a surge of anger. Within the realm of Wano, he reigned supreme. Those who dare to challenge him must face death. Indeed, Lord Kaido. With a commanding voice, Kaido summoned his subordinates, who promptly stepped forward. Given that Yunxi and Xianglin were but children, they did not even draw their weapons. Meanwhile, a group of mercenaries hired by Kaido, who had rushed in upon hearing of the supposed attack, merely stood aside, watching the spectacle unfold, showing no intention of intervening. Although most of them were lower-tier and mid-tier shinobi, their abilities were rather lackluster. Yet, Yunxi is merely a child in their eyes, posing no threat whatsoever. Naturally, they refrained from intervening and instead watched the spectacle unfold. Brother Yunxi, shall we eliminate them? As these individuals gradually approach, Xianglin prepares herself for battle. Although in the original narrative, Xianglin is predominantly perceived as a supportive ninja, yet they possess considerable strength, at least when confronted with these thugs, who are not even worthy of being called ninjas. There is no cause for concern. Eliminate them. In Yunxi's memory, there was not a single virtuous soul within the Cardo group. Beyond their usual maritime trade, they engaged in murder, arson, human trafficking, and drug dealing. They were utterly despicable, and Yunxi felt not an ounce of compassion in dealing with such scum. Excellent. Upon receiving Yunxi's confirmation, Xianglin swiftly produced a shuriken from her bosom and charged towards the nearby crowd. Throughout this, Yunxi's gaze remained fixed on Zabuza. You seek death, little girl. The subordinates of Cardo were taken aback that a mere child would dare to take the initiative. Just as they were poised to launch their attack, Kankuro made his move. Sealing technique. Single chain. With Kankuro's chakra manifesting from within, a chain of approximately 10 centimeters in diameter suddenly materialized. Under Kankuro's command, it unleashed an astonishing power, sweeping through like a tempest, effortlessly toppling all of Kaido's subordinates. How could this be? Is this little girl a monster? Although the worthless minions that Kaido had gathered were mere civilians, how could they all be dispatched by a mere child? What kind of ninjutsu is this? The rogue ninjas witnessing this scene appeared utterly aghast. Even if they themselves intervened, it would require considerable effort to contend with Kaido's lackeys. Yet, with a single strike, Xianglin achieved a decisive victory. As the dust settled, an expression of exhilaration emerged on Xianglin's face. Simultaneously, she secretly mused, "At last, I can assist Brother Yunxi." To everyone's astonishment, Xianglin awakened her sealing technique at this moment. Witnessing this scene, Yunxi was also taken aback, although he was aware of Xianglin's heritage in sealing arts. To my astonishment, she was able to successfully wield the sealing technique at such a tender age. In the original narrative, Xianglin makes her appearance rather late, and by the time she formally employs the sealing technique, it is during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Yunxi, having not witnessed Xianglin's use of the sealing technique, instinctively assumed that she had yet to master it and would only unlock the inheritance of the sealing arts upon maturing. It dawned on me that, in the original text, Xianglin must have possessed the sealing technique in her youth as well. However, during that period, she was merely regarded as a tool for healing and out of self-preservation. She concealed her true abilities. Considering the storyline of Naruto, Yunxi finally grasped the underlying reason. It seems imperative to nurture Xianglin's talents. Witnessing her extraordinary aptitude, Yunxi secretly began to devise a plan for her development. Meanwhile, Kaido, upon seeing his subordinates swiftly dispatched by Xianglin, was instantly overshadowed by a look of horror. Quick! Eliminate this little brat. The rogue ninjas who had initially been spectators reluctantly descended to engage. Although they recognized that Xianglin was not to be trifled with, they were nonetheless in Kaido's employ and felt obliged to act when the time came. Xianglin, return to me. I shall handle the rest. As a dozen rogue ninjas, including several Chunin, approached, Yunxi prepared to reassign the task of combat back to Xianglin. I have no time. Allow me to settle this swiftly. Observing Xianglin's bewildered expression, Yunxi could only helplessly explain his reasoning for her retreat. Despite Xianglin's prowess being unmatched among her peers, the circumstances demanded prudent action. However, the number and age of the enemies have evidently exceeded the limits that Xianglin can endure. If Yunxi does not take action at this moment, it is clear that time will be wasted. Moreover, with a moment's inattention, Xianglin might even sustain injuries during the battle. Hey, what are you two little brats whispering about? Come and meet your demise. The group of rogue ninjas hired by Cardo, upon witnessing Xianglin and Yunxi engaged in conversation, clearly underestimated them, which naturally sparked some anger within. What a nuisance. Yunxi, disinterested in further discourse with these oblivious minions, charged toward them with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, he formed seals at an imperceptible pace. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball, measuring several meters in diameter, erupted instantaneously from Yunxi's mouth. The immense attack radius obliterated all the minions in an instant. As the flames subsided, the battlefield lay in ruins, and the previously arrogant rogue ninjas hired by Cardo now lay sprawled on the ground, their fates unknown. Indeed, employing fire techniques proved to be the most effective approach against such insignificant foes. Observing the aftermath of the battle, Yunxi smiled. Although in the original Naruto series, fire techniques rarely claimed the lives of renowned ninjas. However, when confronting a formidable multitude of adversaries, the fire-release ninjutsu, with its extensive range of offensive capabilities, is undoubtedly the preferred choice. How could one remain unperturbed while witnessing their subordinates and hired rogue ninjas being ruthlessly slain? The once arrogant expression on Kato's face finally revealed a hint of trepidation. Yet, Kato did not flee. He possessed a hidden trump card. That was none other than the formidable Zabuza Momochi, a former elite umbu from the Land of Water, standing beside him. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, his prowess was far beyond that of ordinary ninja. He had even carved out a fearsome reputation among the common folk, earning the ominous title of the Demon. Chapter 22. Defeating Zabuza. Eliminate these two brats. Kato commanded. Zabuza was undoubtedly Kato's secret weapon. As Kato's wealth grew, so too did his concerns for his personal safety. Coincidentally, Kato had recently discovered that Zabuza had arrived in the Land of Water. Consequently, he spared no expense in securing Zabuza's services. Initially, he intended for Zabuza to serve merely as his bodyguard, reluctant to unleash his full might. However, it was unexpected that the moment had arrived when he needed to be employed. Should we not summon him? Observing Zabuza's grave expression, Yunxi also halted his advance, casting an appreciative glance towards Zabuza. Although Zabuza was merely a minor character in the original Naruto series, his strength was rather ordinary. Yet, Yunxi holds a profound respect for Zabuza. He embodies loyalty and idealism, and once reclaimed, he would not easily betray. The very reason for his defection from the village was his opposition to tyranny, leading him to attempt the assassination of the 4th Mizukage, not for selfish motives. Such a person is certainly not one Yunxi could overlook. Little brat, he admitted, I acknowledge your exceptional talent, perhaps even surpassing my own at your age. But you are still too youthful. Zabuza regarded Yunxi with a gaze of cold indifference before slowly articulating his thoughts, tinged with a hint of regret. Oh, so I have underestimated you, Yunxi replied with a smile. As far as I know, there are countless individuals in this world who surpass you. Indeed, Zabuza is recognized as an exceptionally formidable ninja, particularly in the eyes of lesser-known ninjas. A former elite of the Umbu from the Hidden Mist Village, he is a seasoned Nin renowned for his elusive assassination techniques, making him a figure of notoriety across the 5 great nations. Even having attempted to assassinate a Kage-level expert, though that endeavor ended in failure, it nonetheless stands as a commendable achievement. Even Kakashi of that era would find it challenging to secure a definitive victory over him. However, this holds true only for an ordinary ninja. Yunxi harbors no fear of Zabuza. In fact, he could effortlessly vanquish him. This reflects Yunxi's self-assurance, rather than mere arrogance. Zabuza undoubtedly possesses strength, yet it is limited. And when compared to Orochimaru's formidable prowess, it appears somewhat lacking. Presently, Yunxi finds himself evenly matched against Orochimaru. You, little brat, have truly irked me. Yunxi's provocative words naturally infuriated Zabuza. Yet, even with his extensive combat experience, Zabuza remained unfazed by Yunxi's provocations, maintaining his rhythm in battle. After a brief response, Zabuza prepared to strike. Mist concealment technique. As the words left his lips, a dense fog suddenly enveloped the headquarters of the Cardo group. Meanwhile, Zabuza, who had been standing still, vanished without a trace. "Oh, I relish opponents like you. Shall we place a wager? If you lose, you will become my subordinate." Despite Zabuza's invisibility, Yunxi remained composed, engaging in conversation as though nothing had changed. "Very well, should you defeat me, I shall heed your every command." Zabuza's voice echoed through the thick fog, laced with a hint of mockery. Clearly, Yunxi's words were but a jest in Zabuza's ears. Although Yunxi had previously demonstrated his prowess by swiftly eliminating all the rogue ninjas hired by Cardo, he was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Yet, in Zabuza's eyes, Yunxi's strength could scarcely surpass that of a Genin. Countless Genin have already met their demise at Zabuza's hands. At this very moment, the silent killing technique is unleashed. Throughout his dialogue with Yunxi, Zabuza continuously sought an opportunity. Seizing the fleeting moment when Yunxi concluded his words, Zabuza made his move. He appeared right behind Yunxi. Subsequently, Zabuza raised his massive decapitating blade high and brought it crashing down towards Yunxi with tremendous force. Has he succeeded? Indeed. Lord Zabuza is formidable. Although enveloped in thick mist, Bai and Kadu, who stood on the sidelines, observed the unfolding drama. Yet, I could still faintly perceive the visage of Zabuza just before he unleashed his attack. Instinctively, I presumed that he had already vanquished the Cloud Seal. However, on one side, Xianglin's face bore no trace of sorrow. Instead, it was marked by a hint of triumph, as if a nefarious scheme had come to fruition. What was happening? Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the arena, dispersing some of the dense mist created by Zai Bujan. At last, the spectators beheld the scene concealed within the fog. Zai Bujan's countenance was one of astonishment. To his bewilderment, the place where Yunxi had stood revealed not his bloodied form, but merely a piece of wood. A remnant left after the use of a substitution technique. When had he employed such a ruse? Gazing at the wooden fragment before him, Zai Bujan instinctively comprehended that his assassination attempt had indeed failed. Yet within his heart lingered a tinge of doubt and astonishment. The source of his astonishment lay in the unexpected failure of his signature assassination technique. Conversely, the cause of his perplexity stemmed from the fact that he had not perceived Yunxi employing any form of substitution technique during their confrontation. To be distracted while engaged in battle is hardly a commendable habit. Suddenly, Yunxi's voice resonated once more across the battlefield. "Where are you?" Upon hearing Yunxi's voice, Zai Bujan instinctively turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. Yet what caught the eye was Yunxi's swift whip kick. Confronted with this sudden assault, Zhan instinctively sought to defend himself. However, the swiftness of Yunxi's attacks left Zai Bujan with no opportunity to resist. As Zai Bujan's physical form was released from Yunxi's grip, he was sent flying several meters away, accompanied by the ominous sound of cracking bones. "How did you evade my assassination technique?" he inquired weakly. Disbelief etched on his face at the thought of being discovered by a mere specter amidst the thick fog. "Because I possess a subordinate who fortuitously counters you," Yunxi replied, revealing no secrets in the face of Zai Bujan's confusion as he pointed towards Xianglin, who stood smiling beside him. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson from Yunxi's praise. Indeed, had Yunxi not reclaimed Xianglin to confront Zai Bujan alone, the situation would have been considerably more troublesome. Despite his exceptional vision granted by the Sharingan. However, it is merely the Sharingan, not the Byakugan, engaged in combat amidst this thick fog. Attempting to locate Zabuza under such circumstances proves to be rather troublesome. However, Xianglin is unlike others, endowed with formidable perceptive abilities. She does not need to rely on mere eyesight to detect her foes. As long as an enemy harbors chakra within, she can effortlessly locate her target, remaining untouched by the dense mist conjured by Zabuza. "At the moment you vanished, my companion had already locked onto you." Upon witnessing Zabuza's puzzled expression, Yunxi continued to elucidate. After all, Yunxi did not intend to eliminate Zabuza but rather sought to subdue him. Having grasped Yunxi's explanation, Zabuza experienced a moment of clarity. Reflecting on how his once proud trump card seemed utterly ineffective before this young prodigy, a tinge of disappointment crossed his visage. Chapter 23. The trafficking scheme in progress. Does the previous wager still stand? Observing Zabuza rise once more, Yunxi playfully reminded him. "Indeed, it stands. But I have yet to concede defeat." Zabuza responded, resolutely gripping his previously sheathed executioner's blade. Determination etched across his face as he prepared for battle once again. "Very well. You may strike first." Noticing Zabuza's demeanor, Yunxi decided against launching a surprise attack. instead allowing Zabuza the opportunity to ready himself for a decisive blow. In truth, Yunxi held a deep admiration for Zabuza's combat style. His unwavering resolve to fight until he could no longer move was precisely the kind of tenacity Yunxi desired in a subordinate. While one's strength can be easily augmented, the spirit to fight is an innate trait. In stark contrast, Kato bore expressions of trepidation and frustration. Worry was etched on Bai's face, mingled with a hint of reluctance, seemingly lamenting his own inadequacy in aiding Zabuza. Meanwhile, Kato's countenance reflected a volatile mix of fear and anger. Witnessing Zabuza falter in combat ignited his ire. While his fear stemmed from the realization that this young adversary possessed unparalleled strength. "You worthless fool, Zabuza! I've invested so much in hiring you. And now you can't even handle a mere child?" Kato's simmering rage erupted as he hurled insults at Zabuza. "Do not speak of Lord Zabuza in such a manner." Bai, standing at the side, swiftly retrieved several sharp ninja needles from his tool pouch upon hearing Kato's derogatory remarks. "Bai, hold your hand," Zabuza interjected, halting Bai's advance. Despite being rogue ninjas, they were bound by an unspoken code. Harming their employer was strictly forbidden once payment had been received. "What? Do you intend to kill me?" Kato instinctively recoiled at Bai's impending attack, while Zabuza approached Kato, his voice laced with menace. "Speak another word, and I shall end you." Although Zabuza adhered to the ninja's creed, his patience was wearing thin. However, if Kakuzu were to insult him again, he would not hesitate to act as a traitor once more. After all, his presence in the Land of Waves was not a genuine allegiance to Kakuzu, but merely a temporary strategy devised by Zabuza. Observing Zabuza, whose entire being radiated an aura of lethal intent, Kakuzu dared not utter another word. He retreated obediently to the sidelines, silently vowing, "Once this crisis is over, I shall surely end your life. And that little brat too." Noticing that Kakuzu had ceased his insults, Zabuza approached Yunxi, preparing for yet another confrontation. "It appears your employer is quite dissatisfied with you. Come, follow me," Yunxi remarked with a slight smile, simultaneously readying himself for battle. "Let us see if you can defeat me first." Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Upon realizing that his assassination techniques were ineffective against Yunxi, Zabuza abandoned his plan to eliminate him stealthily and invoked his signature water style instead. As an elite from the Mist Village Zumbu, he possessed skills that extended far beyond mere assassination. Upon completing his hand seals, a colossal water dragon surged forth at an astonishing speed, hurtling towards Yunxi. "Is this ninjutsu?" Yunxi mused, observing the approaching water dragon with a smirk. "I forgot to mention, my ninjutsu surpasses my taijutsu. Heavenly Curse Seal, State 1, activate." In a bid to swiftly conclude the battle, Yunxi began to take the encounter more seriously. As he activated the Cursed Seal, an overwhelming aura was instantly released from his being. Fire style, fire dragon technique. With the immense chakra at his disposal, a fire dragon, twice the size of the water dragon, materialized before him, charging towards Zabuza's water dragon bullet technique. Typically, water style is known to counter fire style techniques. However, this is contingent upon the equal prowess of the summoner. In the realm of absolute power, any form of restraint is but an illusion. The instant when Yunxi's techniques encountered those of Zabuza, a vast mist of vapor enveloped the arena. Simultaneously, Yunxi's fiery dragon technique devoured Zabuza's water dragon bullet technique, continuing its relentless advance towards him. In response to the ferocious onslaught of the fire release, fiery dragon technique, Zabuza hastily summoned 2 water clones. However, Yunxi's time is exceedingly precious, and after indulging for so long, he has no intention of continuing to accompany Zabuza in this endeavor. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Yunxi swiftly unleashed another fire technique, dispersing the water clone conjured by Zabuza. In the blink of an eye, his true form surged behind Zabuza. Under the celestial curse seal, Yunxi's full power strike was formidable beyond measure. Zabuza was utterly unprepared to retaliate and was flung several meters away, simultaneously losing his combat capability. Zabuza-sama, by witnessing Zabuza's weakened state, hurried to his side, brandishing ninja tools to protect him. "Do not approach." As Yunxi approached, Bai's expression turned frantic, seemingly resolved to engage in a desperate struggle. Despite knowing he was no match for Yunxi, "Have you conceded?" Yet Yunxi paid Bai no mind, instead directing his gaze toward the incapacitated Zabuza. "May I inquire why you sought to recruit me?" Zabuza, lying on the ground, asked Yunxi in a feeble voice, puzzled at his intent. As he had never encountered Yunxi before. However, Yunxi recognized himself at the onset of the battle, and his intentions were unequivocal. He sought to recruit himself, Could it possibly be due to Bai? Zai Bujan glanced at Bai, who was shielding himself, and pondered silently. It was impossible. Soon after, Zai Bujan dismissed this thought, for he could discern from Yunxi's gaze that he held no interest in Bai whatsoever. Yet, he is merely a formidable jonin, confined within the diminutive borders of the Land of Waves. Does he not fear the prospect of being hunted down by the Mist Shinobi after extending an invitation? The rationale behind his invitation is rather straightforward. Observing the perplexed expression on Zabuza's face, Yunxi continued, I am in need of assistance, although your strength is not particularly impressive. You are still somewhat noteworthy. How audacious this boy is. Upon hearing Yunxi's reasoning, Zabuza felt a twinge of exasperation. After all, he possesses the caliber of an elite jonin. Yet in Yunxi's eyes, he appears somewhat inadequate. Do not misconstrue my words as disparagement. I simply wish to establish my own organization, and initially, I require manpower. Noticing Zabuza's reluctance, Yunxi pressed on. If you choose not to join, that is perfectly acceptable. However, I fear you may not leave here alive. With those words, the atmosphere in the room descended into an icy silence. One final inquiry. What sort of organization do you intend to create? Zabuza inquired slowly after Yunxi had finished speaking. In truth, he did not harbor animosity towards Yunxi, despite having been defeated by him. Regardless of strength, character, or talent, Zai Bujan holds Yunxi in high esteem. However, his reluctance to join Yunxi stems from a singular concern. He is unwilling to become an instrument for another without cause. During his time in the Hidden Mist Village, he was merely a tool. If joining Yunxi's organization meant a continuation of his previous existence, Zai Bujan would prefer death. Chapter 24. Yunxi, I have suffered a loss. The reason for establishing the organization? Upon hearing Zai Bujan's inquiry, Yunxi did not hesitate. He extended his hand with a smile and replied, I simply wish to protect my companions in this perilous world. Companions? Zai Bujan was taken aback by Yunxi's words. For the notion of companionship had long vanished from his mind. Growing up in the Hidden Mist Village, he had been surrounded by slaughter and shadows, leaving no room for friendship or camaraderie. In his quest to ascend to the rank of Chunin, he had even resorted to eliminating all his peers who were to take the graduation exam with him. Thus, he was genuinely astonished upon learning Yunxi's purpose for forming the organization. I have decided to join your organization. Zai Bujan did not remain silent for long with Bai's assistance. He stood resolutely, agreeing to Yunxi's invitation. Bai, too, expressed no objections and addressed Yunxi with utmost respect, saying, I have the honor of meeting you, Lord Yunxi. Having secured Zai Bujan as his subordinate, Yunxi felt a surge of joy. Although Zai Bujan may not possess overwhelming strength, his battle experience, assassination skills, and reconnaissance techniques were exceptional. Moreover, he was well-versed in training ninjas, undoubtedly a valuable asset. Additionally, he came with Bai, who possessed the Ice Shield Kekei Genkai. A 2-for-1 deal. Yunxi had struck gold. Next, having resolved matters with Zai Bujan, Yunxi directed his gaze toward Kato. Meanwhile, Kagaya stepped forward to intercept Kato, who attempted to flee. How dare you betray me, Zai Bujan? Once I escape, I will see to your demise. Kato seethed with rage in response to Zai Bujan's betrayal. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Kato, with a decidedly pained expression, pleaded with Yunxi, could you spare me? I have wealth, an abundance of it. If you let me go, I will give you all my money. Alone and vulnerable, Kato showed no resistance against the formidable Yunxi, collapsing to the ground and offering wads of cash in a desperate bid for mercy. The arrogance he once exuded had vanished entirely. Do you think I am merely after your money? Yunxi smiled at Kato, who resembled a beaten dog. Indeed. Part of Yunxi's journey to this land was motivated by financial gain. However, the more significant objective is to cultivate a personal paradise. As for Kato, Yunxi's intention is, of course, to eliminate him directly. Setting aside Kato's previous misdeeds, Yunxi has no custom of sparing his foes, especially not one who harbors resentment towards him. You shall perish. Kato seemingly realizes that Yunxi has no intention of granting him mercy. Seizing the moment while Yunxi stands beside him, he swiftly picks up a shuriken from the ground, intending to launch a surprise attack on Yunxi. However, it was evident that Kato was overthinking, for at the very moment he lunged at Yunxi, Xianglin effortlessly sent Kato flying with a swift kick. Kato, perish. Can you still move? Upon witnessing that Xianglin had dealt with Kato, Yunxi approached Zai Bujan and inquired, I am fine. After a period of rest, Zai Bujan had regained some strength and, with Bai's assistance, was able to stand with considerable effort. You and Bai wait for me downstairs. I shall ascend with Xianglin to procure some funds and return swiftly. Noticing that Zai Buzhan was no longer in dire straits, Yunxi proceeded with Xianglin towards Kato's headquarters. The once fast entrance of Kato's stronghold was now littered with corpses, leaving only Zai Buzhan and Bai behind. Master Zai Buzhan. Bai spoke up after Yunxi had departed. What is it? Zai Buzhan halted his actions and cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze at the visibly anxious Bai. I cannot fathom why Master Zai Buzhan would choose to join Lord Yunxi's organization. In Bai's mind, Zai Buzhan was his master, and he merely a tool at Zai Buzhan's disposal. Although Bai had remained silent when Zai Buzhan joined the organization established by Yunxi, his thoughts were tumultuous. Yet, it is inevitable that some doubts linger in one's heart. At this moment, after the departure of Yunxi and others, Bai finally voiced the questions that troubled him. The reason? Upon hearing Bai's inquiry, Zai Buzhan appeared somewhat perplexed, a hint of a wry smile gracing his face. Before he replied, he gives me a different impression. After answering Bai's question, Zai Buzhan murmured to himself, I hope what you said comes to fruition. It has been far too long since I have felt the essence of companionship. Upon hearing Zai Buzhan's response, Bai refrained from further questioning and instead stood quietly behind him, silently guarding his master. Meanwhile, Yunxi and Xianglin had arrived at the office once occupied by Kato. Observing the lavish decorations and furnishings, Yunxi realized that fortune was soon to be his. Indeed, he was renowned as one of the wealthiest among the Hokage. After a cursory glance, Yunxi felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Brother Yunxi, so much money. At that moment, Xianglin had already opened a safe, clutching a substantial amount of cash. Yunxi roughly calculated the sum to be around 1 million or more. Moreover, he discovered that in this office, there were at least a dozen more safes akin to the one Xianglin had opened. Xianglin, let us split up. We must seize the money. Gazing at the safes before him, Yunxi felt as if he were standing before treasure chests, each awaiting his eager touch. For the average person, such wealth might merely elevate their standard of living. For Yunxi, this was the swiftest method to enhance his own capabilities. Upon hearing Yunxi's command, Xianglin immediately quickened his pace. Meanwhile, Yunxi, who had been standing aside, did not remain idle. He personally took action to unlock the safe. After approximately 10 minutes, as the last safe was opened, all the cash within Kato's office was laid out on the floor before Yunxi. Gazing at the mountain of cash, Yunxi did not exhibit much surprise, for the amount was considerably less than he had anticipated. Initially, he had presumed that Kato, being a magnate in the shipping industry, would possess a substantial sum of cash. However, previously, Yunxi had taken a moment to calculate and found that the available cash amounted to merely over 20 million, which paled in comparison to some bounties for capturing rogue ninjas. Deceived by the former owner, upon reviewing the financial records of the Kato company, Yunxi finally comprehended why Kato, often referred to as the affluent one among the Hokage, possessed only this modest sum. It turned out that Kato's wealth was only substantial when juxtaposed with that of commoners and average ninjas. The true affluent figures within the realm of Hokage were the leaders of the great nations and the Hokages of various ninja villages. 70% of the profits generated by the company under Kato's control were remitted to the great nations. Under the protection of numerous ninja villages, Kato, as an ordinary individual, had managed to survive for so long. Otherwise, he would have been assassinated by envious power brokers long ago. Finding an opportunity to seize a ninja village, Yunxi felt a surge of indignation after understanding the circumstances. Despite his tireless efforts to eradicate evil, the return was merely over 20 million. A sum that could hardly mend the wounds inflicted upon his heart. Chapter 25. Spending 20 million. Xianglin first gathered all the cash together. Upon seeing that the office's safe had been completely opened, Yunxi no longer hesitated and instructed Xianglin to consolidate the cash for his convenience. All right, brother Yunxi. Upon hearing his words, Xianglin, who had been standing to the side, immediately sprang into action, gradually organizing the once mountain-like pile of coins. Is it a total of over 21 million? After neatly arranging all the coins, Yunxi began to grasp the extent of his gains. Though it was not as much as he had anticipated, it certainly constituted a considerable sum. Once he had tallied the money, Yunxi addressed Xianglin again. Take this portion down to hand over to Zabuza. Gazing at the more than 1 million in cash, Xianglin was somewhat taken aback and quickly inquired, Are you giving all this money to Zabuza, Lord Yunxi? In Xianglin's eyes, Yunxi was a person who cherished wealth dearly, and she was astonished at his unexpected generosity. Wait. We also need to establish our own influence in the land of waves, so we must reserve some funds. In response to Xianglin's question, Yunxi provided clarification. Initially, He had not intended to set aside any money for Zabuza and the others, as he required substantial funds for his own endeavors. However, after much contemplation, he resolved to retain a portion of the funds so that Zabuza and Haku could cultivate their own power within the Land of Waves. I understand now, Brother Yunxi. After hearing his explanation, Xianglin did not press further and promptly took the over 1 million that Yunxi had allocated for her and headed downstairs. With that, the vast office was left with only Yunxi. Well then, let us commence the recharging. After Jian Xianglin departed, Yunxi arrived at the cash edge. Gazing at the 20 million in cash before him, Yunxi prepared for the most significant single recharge since acquiring the system. A one-time expenditure of 20 million. To put it in perspective regarding the price of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, this 20 million cash could be exchanged for 200,000 points of premium currency. This implies that following the recharge, Yunxi would be able to purchase 2 Kaleidoscope Sharingans outright, without the need for any discount coupons. However, Yunxi had no intention of purchasing the Sharingan any further. He had other plans for this substantial sum of in-game currency. System, initiate recharge, he commanded, placing his hand atop the pile of money and slowly calling forth the system. Ding. Detecting a significant amount of cash. Would you like to recharge the entire sum? In the next moment, a familiar voice echoed in Yunxi's mind once more. Without hesitation, he responded, confirm recharge. Detected cash amounting to 20 million. Successfully converted to 200,000 in-game currency points. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden achievement. I am the tycoon. Furthermore, congratulations on unlocking the hidden achievement. As a reward, the system will additionally activate the partner development system to assist the host in dominating the shinobi world. You have received 200,000 currency points. As Yunxi completed the recharge, a torrent of system notifications instantaneously flooded his mind. The system was remarkably efficient. With the confirmation of the recharge, the previously placid state of Yunxi's heart was now tinged with excitement. This strategic move could be deemed a resounding success, having acquired a substantial amount of currency points. It appeared that he had also activated an entirely new system. Most importantly, the entire process could be characterized as uneventful, aside from the unexpected encounter with Orochimaru, which posed a slight inconvenience to Yunxi. Everything else was devoid of any real danger. System, please elucidate what the partner development system entails. Faced with a plethora of currency points, Yunxi did not immediately utilize them. Instead, he found himself more intrigued by the newly emerged system. In order to better assist the host in enhancing their strength, this system has developed a novel feature. It seems this upgrade was prompted by your substantial cash injection. Previously, the system communicated with Yunxi in a cold, detached manner. Yet this time was different. Yunxi even detected a hint of flattery in the system's tone. Please get to the point. What is the purpose of this entirely new feature? However, Yunxi evidently harbored doubts regarding the intelligence of this system, as it consistently spouted nonsensical remarks. This particular feature not only allows the host to view all the information and status of their subordinates, but also unveils certain hidden attributes. Most importantly, it enables one to invest money to enhance their strength. The system advised that nurturing subordinates carries risks, suggesting that the host should only cultivate the most loyal followers. After providing a brief introduction to the companion cultivation feature, the system offered a friendly reminder to Yunxi. Once the reminder was complete, the system vanished once more. This system is intriguing, albeit seemingly requiring monetary investment. After listening to the system's exposition, Yunxi grasped the significance of this novel feature. He resolved to explore what this companion cultivation system truly entailed. Driven by curiosity, he decided to investigate it personally. Upon accessing the companion character interface and glancing at his attribute panel, Yunxi indeed discovered this new option in the lower right corner. As he opened the companion cultivation interface, an exceedingly familiar, yet aesthetically unpleasing and utterly uninspired panel materialized before him. Unable to contain his disdain, Yunxi finally voiced his criticism. Nevertheless, the system is quite remarkable. Despite the occasional criticisms, it remains indispensable. Upon activating the interface for nurturing companions, Yunxi was indeed presented with the information regarding Xianglin and the others. Companion name, Xianglin. Talent, S-Strength, Chunin. Bloodline limit, anomalous lineage of the Uzumaki clan. Mastered techniques, healing jutsu, sealing jutsu. Cultivation recommendation, an exceptional support ninja possessing formidable healing and sensory abilities. It is advised that the host devote considerable effort to her cultivation. Loyalty, utterly devoted. Below Xianglin's entry were the details of Zabuza Momochi and Haku. Companion name, Zabuza Momochi. Talent, A strength, elite jonin. Bloodline limit, none. Mastered techniques, silent killing technique, water release, water dragon jutsu, water clone technique. Cultivation recommendation. Consider acquiring bloodline limits available in the shop to enhance his strength. Loyalty, trustworthy. Although Haku's strength is comparatively weaker, his cultivation potential appears to surpass that of Zabuza. Companion name, Haku. Talent, S, strength, Jinin. Bloodline limit, ice release. Master techniques, water clone technique. Ice release, 1000 killing water shuriken, water instantaneous technique. Cultivation recommendation. As a descendant of the Yuki clan, Haku possesses a potent ice release bloodline limit and can be developed into a skilled assassin. Loyalty, trustworthy. Is this functionality not somewhat overpowered? After reviewing the profiles of Xianglin and the two others, a look of astonishment graced Yunxi's countenance. Chapter 26. Establishing an Organization. Initially, Yunxi believed that this system merely served to enhance the strength of his subordinates. However, what surprised Yunxi was that this system not only could propose enhanced directions but also discern their general information. The most captivating aspect for Yunxi was the ability to view their loyalty through the partner cultivation feature. This implied that when Yunxi prepared to recruit other ninjas, he need not worry about betrayal or deceit. Opening the partner cultivation marketplace, Yunxi closed the attribute panels of the three individuals and then accessed the internal marketplace of the partner development system. Dog system, are you deceiving me? Within the partner development system, there existed a bill-in marketplace. The items sold there bore a striking resemblance to those in Yunxi's premium shop, offering not only conventional ninjutsu but also a variety of bloodline limits available for purchase. However, the prices are considerably higher than those in the original in-game shop provided by the Yunxi. This is precisely the reason for Yunxi's immense anger. This system has always been fair and just, never seeking to deceive its host. It seems that the system, sensing the fury within Yunxi, has chosen this moment to defend itself. Then tell me, why have the items in the partner cultivation shop increased in price? In truth, Yunxi could accept a slight price increase from the system. The price increase is truly excessive. Originally, the white eye was available for a mere 1,000 points. But upon entering the partner cultivation system, the cost skyrocketed tenfold, now demanding a staggering 10,000 points for acquisition. The price of the item itself remains unchanged. The additional expense is merely a service fee. Should the host find the price exorbitant, they may opt not to make the purchase. In response to Yunxi's inquiries, the system provided a thorough explanation along with an unreliable suggestion. While abstaining from purchase is not a viable option, I still feel compelled to express my grievances. After hearing the system's words, Yunxi's heart was filled with a tumult of emotions. However, one could only reluctantly acquiesce to the system's tyrannical terms. After all, spending money is undoubtedly the most effective means for Yunxi to enhance his prowess. Returning to the integrated in-game shop, confronted with the system's dictatorial agreement, Yunxi found himself at a loss for words. He promptly disabled the partner training function and entered the system interface. With over 200,000 points at his disposal, Yunxi intended to first bolster his own strength before considering the enhancement of Xianglin and others, contemplating the purchase of the 4 fundamental attribute cultivation tomes. As he perused the marketplace, Yunxi resolved to initially acquire the 5 foundational ninjutsu cultivation tomes, aiming to rectify the inadequacy of his singular offensive strategy. Currently, aside from fire release, he possessed no other viable means of attack. Furthermore, the Amaterasu that comes with the Sharingan is merely an advanced variant of fire release. Should he encounter an adversary of equal strength, particularly one whose ninjutsu counters his own, Yunxi would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation. Thus, to preempt such circumstances, he aimed to first address his shortcomings, ensuring that he does not fall victim to the barrel effect. Ding. The total price for the 4 ninjutsu tomes amounts to 40,000 points. Would you like to proceed with the payment? Upon receiving the system's notification, Yunxi did not hesitate and promptly confirmed the transaction. Although witnessing the immediate deduction of 40,000 points brought a twinge of pain to his heart, yet, Yunxi resolutely purchased the tome of ninjutsu talents. Given that Yunxi's chakra affinity was solely of the fire element, it was imperative to acquire tomes of other chakra affinities to master diverse ninjutsu. Dear system, do you offer ninjutsu of the 4 fundamental elements? Upon completing the payment, Yunxi seamlessly transitioned from a practitioner of a singular affinity to a master of all elemental ninjutsu. Remarkably, He could even perceive the presence of chakra elements in the surrounding air. Indeed, this system is omnipotent. Mastery of the 4 foundational ninjutsu is priced at a total of 80,000. Would you like to make a purchase? Faced with such an enticing opportunity, the system naturally seized the moment. After addressing Yunxi's inquiry, it promptly presented the interface for purchasing goods, awaiting Yunxi's payment. Without hesitation, Yunxi confirmed his purchase. Following the transaction, his mind was enriched with the methodologies and hand seals for various fundamental ninjutsu. Although the scrolls of mastery offered by the system contained only ninjutsu of B rank and below, the potential for growth was undeniable. However, the offensive methods and strength of Yunxi have experienced a remarkable enhancement. This expenditure truly seems to vanish effortlessly. Initially, Yunxi believed that an investment of 200,000 would bestow upon him significant advancements before making the recharge. However, it was unexpected that merely perfecting one's offensive capabilities would consume a staggering 12,000 premium points. Yunxi had significantly underestimated the prices of items within the system's marketplace. What should he purchase next? Gazing at the remaining 80,000 premium points, Yunxi found himself in a quandary. The exquisite items were beyond his means, while the inferior ones held no appeal. With the Sharingan already acquired through his bloodline limit, the options for additional ocular techniques were rather limited. Thus, Yunxi resolved to reserve the remaining eye for future enhancement of his abilities. Moreover, having obtained the Heavenly Curse seal, he no longer intended to invest in other techniques to augment his strength. As for the coveted Sage Mode and Tailed Beast Mode, they were regrettably out of his financial reach. Is there nothing from other realms available for purchase? Yunxi inquired tentatively, observing the myriad of items in the marketplace. After all, the system exuded an aura of complexity. Indeed, there are options, yet they are currently beyond your purchasing power, the system replied to Yunxi's inquiry at that moment. As Yunxi continued to inquire about how to make a purchase, the system once again became unresponsive. Sighing, he decided to set aside those precious points for future use. After failing to locate the desired abilities, Yunxi closed the system interface and descended the stairs, preparing to meet with Xianglin and Zaibujan. Zaibujan, how has your recovery progressed? Upon reaching the ground floor, Yunxi noticed that Xianglin and the others had been waiting for him for quite some time. So he approached them directly. I've nearly recovered. Under Xianglin's care, Zaibujan, who had previously been somewhat weakened, was now ready to re-engage in battle. Excellent. You and Bai shall remain in the land of waves. Observing that Zaibujan was in good condition, Yunxi proceeded to unveil his complete plan. Zaibujan and Bai would establish an assassination organization using the startup funds Yunxi had left behind, primarily earning income through bounties, while also adopting some war orphans to bolster the organization's influence. Meanwhile, Yunxi would return to Konoha with Xianglin. Do you understand? After articulating his plan, Yunxi turned to Zaibujan and inquired. Understood, Zaibujan nodded, and after a moment of silence, he asked, what shall we name our organization? What shall we name it? Yunxi had not contemplated the name of the organization within his plans. Upon hearing Zaibujan's question, he began to reflect. Chapter 27. Returning to Konoha, let us call it in. After a brief silence, Yunxi finally conjured a name for his newly formed organization. Shadow? Zaibujan evidently misunderstood the significance of the name Yunxi proposed, thinking that Yunxi aspired to be the ultimate authority within a village. Not the shadow of Hokage, I have little interest in power. Realizing Zaibujan's misconception, Yunxi clarified. It is the yin of concealment, hiding from the world, plotting in secrecy. Understood, I shall fulfill the mission. After hearing Yunxi's explanation, Zaibujan grasped the essence of the organization. Hiding from the world? Zaibujan pondered the meaning behind the name, while Yunxi prepared to depart the land of waves, intent on returning to Konoha. Having allocated himself only 2 days to finalize the village's plans, time was of the essence. However, Yunxi had not anticipated encountering so many unexpected events during these 2 days away from the village. He could now distinctly sense that the clone he left in Konoha was on the verge of dissipating. If he did not return soon, it would risk revealing his absence from the village. Zabuza, in the early stages, our organization does not require profits. Our activities will be confined to the land of waves. Once we have strengthened our capabilities, we can pursue rogue ninjas beyond our borders. I shall contact you should a plan materialize. Before departing, Yunxi casually shared the preliminary development strategy of the organization with Zabuza. Understood, I will cultivate our influence according to your directives. Zabuza also recognized that in the initial phase, the organization comprised only him and Haku, making it unsuitable for ostentatious actions. Very well, we shall meet again. Once everything was confirmed, Yunxi promptly returned to Konoha with Haku. Upon their arrival at the village, he instructed her to wait for him at the entrance. During the journey back, Yunxi began to devise a means of integrating Haku into Konoha, despite Haku being of the Uzumaki clan and a commoner from the Land of Waves. The relationship between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha had historically been amicable. In fact, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had once forged a marital alliance with a princess of the Uzumaki clan. However, those days are now but a distant memory. Presently, the only remaining member of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha is Naruto. Moreover, it appears that the higher echelons of the village harbor certain reservations about him. Should Yunxi directly bring K-Rin back to Konoha at this juncture, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Furthermore, within Konoha, Yunxi is neither a prodigious youth nor a scion of a prominent family. He is merely a newly enrolled commoner. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly be acquainted with the descendants of the Uzumaki clan without having left the village? Thus, left with no other choice, Yunxi can only take K-Rin to the outskirts of Konoha for the time being, awaiting an opportune moment to bring her directly into the village. Very well, brother Yunxi. K-Rin replied, showing no dissent to his plan. Good girl, Yunxi thought, feeling a sense of comfort as he instinctively ruffled K-Rin's pink hair. At his touch, K-Rin's previously pale complexion flushed a deep crimson. The Land of Waves is not far from Konoha, and with Yunxi exerting himself to travel swiftly, he and K-Rin finally returned to Konoha as the sun dipped below the horizon. Before entering the village, Yunxi took K-Rin to a secluded area in the back mountains of Konoha, where they temporarily settled. He intended to assess the sentiments of the third Hokage before bringing K-Rin back into the village. Transformation technique. After ensuring K-Rin was settled, Yunxi employed the transformation technique, altering his appearance to that of an ordinary nin from Konoha. Under the fading light of dusk, he made his way back into the bustling village. The vibrancy of Konoha remained unchanged. Observing the lively throng on the streets, Yunxi felt a wave of nostalgia upon his return from the Land of Waves, despite having spent only a brief half-hour there. However, from the perspective of the local residents, Yunxi saw no glimmer of hope, only a numbing emptiness reflected in their expressions. Upon returning to Konoha, Yunxi discovered that the majority of the villagers wore expressions brimming with happiness. This stark contrast exemplifies the disparity between great and small nations, serving as a microcosm of the shinobi world. Only with absolute strength can one navigate through this seemingly tranquil, yet tumultuous world. Yunxi did not linger long on the main street of Konoha. After a brief observation, he returned home. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of his shadow clone seated in the hall. You have finally returned, my original self. The clone's face lit up with excitement at Yunxi's arrival. What transpired? Noticing the clone's fervor, Yunxi felt a tinge of confusion. Although the Land of Waves was not far from Konoha, it was beyond the communication range of the shadow clone technique. Thus, he was unaware of the events that had unfolded during the past 2 days. Our plan to leave the village has been discovered. Upon Yunxi's return, the clone recounted the recent occurrences. Initially, your departure went unnoticed, but after I returned home, 2 members of the Umbu sought me out, requesting an audience with the Hokage. It was then that they realized I was merely your clone left in the village. The third Hokage has instructed me to inform you to meet him upon your return. After relaying this, the clone's face bore a look of bitterness. Very well, I understand. You have worked hard. Acknowledging the situation, Yunxi nodded and subsequently dispelled the clone. With a puff of smoke, the spacious room was left with only Yunxi. Had the plan to leave the village truly been uncovered? After dispersing the clone, Yunxi began to contemplate how to address the third Hokage's inquiries. After all, he was not yet inclined to become a rogue ninja, and any inconsistencies in his responses could lead to significant complications. By the time Yunxi returned home, the beautiful sunset had faded, leaving only the serene night. A gentle breeze accompanied the remnants of moonlight that spilled softly before Yunxi's door. However, at this moment, Yunxi had no interest in admiring the scenery. After pacing back and forth within the room, he murmured to himself, "It seems the plan must be adjusted. I shall first pay a visit to the third Hokage." Ultimately, Yunxi resolved to take things as they came, altering the previously established course of action. Initially, before formulating the village plan, Yunxi had already prepared for the contingencies of his return to the village. To his surprise, as soon as he left the village, he was discovered by the third Hokage. It seemed that the time had come for him to reveal his talents. Gazing into the inky darkness of the night, Yunxi's face betrayed a sense of helplessness. Unforeseen circumstances had rendered him unable to maintain a low profile. Otherwise, he would face two dire outcomes. One possibility was being expelled from Konoha, relegated to the status of a wanderer among the 5 great nations. The other was capture by the root, leading to his classification as a defector. Neither of these scenarios was desirable for Yunxi. Chapter 28. The Game of Wits with the Third Hokage. Thus, in an effort to mitigate the risk of exposure, Yunxi resolved to partially display his abilities. His inclination to take this course was largely influenced by the events depicted in the original narrative. In the canon of Naruto, the third Hokage is portrayed as a benevolent elder, willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of Konoha. However, Yunxi would not naively believe that the third generation is merely so. To become the ruler of a village undoubtedly requires more than one singular approach. Perhaps he can maintain a harmonious relationship with Naruto and the 12 young strong. However, when confronted with individuals who may pose a threat to the village, the long-reigning third Hokage would undoubtedly eradicate danger in its infancy. Although in the original narrative of Naruto, the third Hokage is depicted as a somewhat indecisive character with certain blemishes on his record, such as allowing Orochimaru, who was conducting human experiments, to escape, or sparing Danzo, who had once attempted to assassinate him. However, all of this is built upon the bonds accumulated over many years. One is his most cherished disciple. While Danzo is a childhood friend of the third Hokage, Yunxi does not believe that as an orphan of humble origins, he could be forgiven by the third Hokage without offering any explanation. Although Konoha currently enjoys a period of peace, sneaking out of the village certainly raises suspicions. Thus, the most prudent solution is to convince the third Hokage of his innate talent. Yunxi is confident that the third Hokage would never dismiss a gifted youth. This represents the most optimal resolution that Yunxi could conceive. After all, Konoha is the village where the protagonist of the original narrative resides. There are bound to be numerous hidden missions, and he has no desire to prematurely become a rogue ninja and forfeit the rewards that such missions could offer. That would be a great pity. It is best to meet with the Hokage now, having devised a strategy to navigate this crisis. Yunxi no longer hesitates and sets out directly towards the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage is intently observing the recently returned Yunxi through a crystal ball, his expression grave as he contemplates his thoughts. Lord Hokage, the youth who left the village without permission has returned and is heading towards the Hokage building, seemingly intent on seeking an audience with you. Just as the third Hokage scrutinizes Yunxi, an Nin suddenly appears, delivering the news of Yunxi's return to the village. I am already aware. You may withdraw. The third Hokage gestures for him to leave after hearing the ninja's report. Yes, having completed his briefing, the Nin vanishes from sight to carry out other tasks. At that moment, Yunxi coincidentally arrives before the third Hokage. What exactly is your identity? A spy from another ninja village? Or perhaps something else? Before Yunxi can utter a word, the third Hokage, with eyes sharp as a hawk, locks onto him and inquires about his identity. The impetus for the third Hokage's inquiry stems partly from Yunxi's unauthorized departure from the village, but more significantly, it is due to the fact that he has discerned Yunxi's use of not merely a standard shadow clone technique, but rather the forbidden multiple shadow clone technique, which has been expressly prohibited by the higher echelons of Konoha. Moreover, aside from a select few elite Nin, the only method of training for this technique is documented solely in the sealing scrolls. The third Hokage cannot help but ponder the implications of this youth's mastery of such a technique. Everyone has their own fortuitous encounters, but I assure you, I am neither a spy nor someone with intentions to harm Konoha. Originally, Yunxi intended to win the favor of the third Hokage through a charming plan. But upon the Hokage's direct approach, he altered his strategy. He decided to lay everything bare and employ verbal persuasion to sway the third Hokage. This shift was, in fact, a consequence of Yunxi's inadequate planning. Initially, when he set out from the village, he had not anticipated the third Hokage would take such a keen interest in him, closely monitoring his every move. Ultimately, the plan faltered due to the misapplication of the shadow clone technique. Yet, from Yunxi's current perspective, the primary utility of this technique lies in its capacity to serve as a supplementary offensive method. Yet within the Hidden Leaf Village, this particular ninjutsu is undeniably regarded as an exceedingly rare art. Furthermore, it is classified as a forbidden technique. If Yunxi were indeed the third Hokage, he would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. How can I be persuaded to believe that a mere 6-year-old child is capable of skillfully wielding the shadow clone technique? A feat far beyond that of an ordinary civilian? Upon hearing Yunxi's defense, the third Hokage let out a resigned sigh. Had Yunxi been a scion of one of the esteemed clans of Konoha, or a direct descendant of the Hokage lineage, the third Hokage would certainly have devoted significant effort to nurturing this prodigious talent. Yet Yunxi is merely a commoner. Unlike the ethereal shadows summoned by traditional shadow clone techniques, the clones conjured by the multiple shadow clone technique are tangible entities. Furthermore, their duration is considerably prolonged, signifying a substantial enhancement in the combat efficacy of this ninjutsu. However, every ninjutsu possesses its own merits and drawbacks, and the technique of multiple shadow clones is no exception, as it necessitates the practitioner to wield a substantial amount of chakra. I have previously observed the third Hokage's shadow clones. Had it not been for his formidable chakra control, he might have easily overlooked the situation. How could someone so adept in advanced ninjutsu possibly be an ordinary civilian? Ah, Lord Hokage, if I were indeed a spy, would I have the audacity to seek you out after realizing I had been discovered upon leaving the village? Observing the grave expression on the third Hokage's face, Yunxi could only continue to defend himself. Simultaneously, he had already braced himself for the worst possible outcome. Moreover, the very first thing I did upon my return was to come and clarify things with you. What kind of spy would be foolish enough to remain after being uncovered? Noticing the third Hokage's expression soften slightly, Yunxi seized the opportunity to speak again. After listening to Yunxi's words, the third Hokage remained silent, continuing to gaze at Yunxi from a distance. However, the hostility in his gaze softened slightly. Although I could not elucidate to the third Hokage how I acquired the training method for the shadow clone technique, I once again assure you that there is absolutely no animosity towards Konoha. Realizing that the third Hokage's hostility was diminishing, Yunxi seized the opportunity to express his commitment. Yet, the third Hokage continued to gaze at Yunxi. Only after a lengthy pause did he finally speak. I concede that you have persuaded me. But remember to inform me the next time you leave the village. Ultimately, the third Hokage could not bring himself to consign Yunxi to the Umbu. The reasons for this decision were known solely to the third Hokage. Perhaps it was due to his appreciation for Yunxi's talent. Or possibly he was genuinely swayed by Yunxi's arguments. Done. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Yunxi felt a sense of relief wash over him. Simultaneously, he mused inwardly. At last, I have managed to navigate through this. Chapter 29. A reunion with Uchiha Itachi Hokage-sama. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Noticing that the third Hokage remained silent, Yunxi prepared to depart. Very well, return safely, the third Hokage replied, gesturing with a wave of his hand, signaling for Yunxi to go. Next time, be sure to exercise caution before leaving the village. Yunxi thought to himself as he gazed into the tranquil night. Had it not been for the current peaceful era in Konoha, merely leaving the village without permission could have proven quite troublesome for him. You're back? Just as Yunxi was on his way home, a somewhat indifferent voice suddenly pierced the air. Who? Startled by the voice, Yunxi swiftly turned around, discovering a figure perched on a nearby tree. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Uchiha Itachi. What do your previous words imply? In response to Itachi's inquiry, Yunxi did not answer but rather posed a question of his own regarding the meaning behind Itachi's statement. Nothing of significance. I merely find you to be more intriguing than I had anticipated. In light of Yunxi's questioning, Itachi leapt down from the tree and continued, do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely stumbled upon your presence in the village and noticed that what remained was merely a clone. Our meeting today is merely a coincidence. I have no intention of following you. Having said that, Uchiha Itachi prepared to depart, heading in the direction of the Hokage's office, where Yunxi had previously left. I trust you are too preoccupied to concern yourself with someone of my common status. Observing Itachi's departure, Yunxi responded with a smile. Why is that? Clearly, Yunxi's calm demeanor took Itachi by surprise. He halted and returned to Yunxi, asking, why do you harbor no suspicion that I am tracking you? We are both intelligent individuals. I believe there is no need for me to elaborate further. At present, you lack the time to pursue someone as inconsequential as me. As Uchiha Itachi returned once more, Yunxi smiled. After clarifying everything, Yunxi remarked before departing, do hurry along. The third Hokage is likely awaiting your arrival. Did he perhaps learn something? Upon hearing Yunxi's earlier words, Itachi's expression subtly shifted. Initially, he had merely exchanged a curious remark with Yunxi. For a common youth at this age who had mastered the shadow clone technique was indeed capable of capturing Uchiha Itachi's attention. However, This evening held a significant matter awaiting Uchiha Itachi, a meeting with the third Hokage, and the imperative task of informing the higher-ups of Konoha regarding the Uchiha clan's rebellion plan. However, Itachi did not anticipate the profound implications behind Yunxi's words, which even sent a shiver down his spine. Stop. What exactly are you trying to convey? At last, Itachi, unable to maintain his composure, intercepted Yunxi, who was preparing to return home. I know nothing, yet perhaps I am aware of certain truths. Observing Itachi's anxious expression, Yunxi couldn't help but smile. The aloof, godlike figure and devoted brother from the original story was now in a state of disarray. I believe you must possess some knowledge. Previously, Itachi had been uncertain whether Yunxi was aware of the matters concerning the Uchiha clan and the village. However, Yunxi's ambiguous statement immediately confirmed Itachi's suspicion that he undoubtedly knew something. But how could that be? Why would an ordinary ninja possess such knowledge? Yet, as Itachi regained his composure, he found the situation rather astonishing. The intricacies behind the Uchiha clan massacre were convoluted, with figures such as Danzo, the third Hokage, and Itachi himself embroiled in the chaos, yet none could perceive the entirety of the truth. This included Itachi, who played the role of a double agent in the very incident. Each individual's perspective colored their understanding, rendering any counsel from me futile. As he gazed at the astonished Itachi before him, Yunxi resolved to offer a hint. If he wished to uncover the truth behind these events, he could find me at the back mountain of Konoha once the matter concluded. I could share some insights. After imparting this information, Yunxi swiftly departed from the main street of Konoha. The vast avenue was left desolate, with only Itachi remaining. Such incredible speed! Witnessing Yunxi's rapid exit deepened Itachi's astonishment. Who exactly was this individual? As he observed Yunxi's receding figure, Itachi's heart was a tumult of emotions. Initially, he had merely regarded Yunxi as a prodigy, but the speed he had just exhibited undeniably left Itachi in awe. He could not discern Yunxi's departure even without activating his Sharingan. It is worth noting that at this moment, Itachi, although somewhat weaker than during his time in the original narrative when he had joined Akatsuki, found himself in a state of disbelief. However, he is undoubtedly an elite upper ninja, capable of attaining the strength of a shadow when activating the Susanoo. Coupled with the words spoken by Yunxi earlier, if it were not for Uchiha Itachi's resolute decision to annihilate the Uchiha clan, he would have pursued him for clarification. Nonetheless, he opted to seek him out later, after the matter had concluded. Glancing at the already distant Yunxi, Itachi ultimately chose not to follow but instead made his way toward the Hokage building. It seems that Itachi's interest had indeed been piqued. Upon returning home, Yunxi began to prepare dinner for himself and Kaguya, while simultaneously contemplating how to recruit Itachi into his organization. After all, such a talent was not one Yunxi was willing to relinquish to the Akatsuki. In the original narrative, Itachi returned home after meeting with the third Hokage, subsequently executing the tragic massacre of his clan. Although it can be analyzed on the surface, Itachi's actions were ostensibly aimed at defecting from Konoha. However, Yunxi is a man who has perused the original narrative of Naruto, and thus is well aware of the truth behind Itachi's annihilation of his clan. In reality, the extermination of the Uchiha clan was not a decision solely made by Itachi Uchiha. Following the climactic battle at the Valley of the End, the Uchiha clan gradually revealed their discontent towards Hashirama's unilateral dominance over Konoha, even conspiring for the coveted position of Hokage. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of Konoha had already lost faith in the Uchiha clan. Subsequently, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, established the Konoha police force, with its principal positions predominantly occupied by members of the Uchiha clan. Ostensibly, this was a demonstration of trust in the Uchiha clan, as the responsibility of safeguarding the village was entrusted to them. In reality, a portion of power was ceded to appease the Uchiha clan, in order to guard against their potential treachery. The current head of the Uchiha family, Fugaku Uchiha, harbored profound dissatisfaction towards the Konoha authorities. Coupled with the fact that the influence of the Uchiha clan had reached its zenith, they were undoubtedly poised to instigate a civil conflict. Itachi Uchiha, on the other hand, found himself ensnared as a double agent. Fugaku tasked him with observing the upper echelons of Konoha, while conversely, the Konoha leadership instructed Itachi to surveil the Uchiha clan. Initially, Itachi aimed to resolve the impending insurrection of the Uchiha through peaceful means. The third Hokage concurred with Itachi's intentions, yet Danzo harbored ambitions to annihilate the Uchiha clan entirely. It can be asserted that throughout the Uchiha massacre incident, Itachi played an exceedingly conflicted role. The time traveler, Yunxi held a degree of fondness for Itachi's character. Although he did not intend to thwart Itachi's actions, he resolved to assist him once. Chapter 30. The night before the Uchiha massacre, it appeared that there was still a day remaining. Itachi would likely return to his clan to take action only after meeting with the third Hokage the following evening. After preparing dinner, Yunxi contemplated his plans while dining. Since Itachi would become a rogue ninja post-massacre and subsequently join Akatsuki, why not cultivate him as a spy within his own organization? After dismissing various ideas, Yunxi finally conceived a brilliant strategy. Rather than obstructing Itachi's path to Akatsuki, he would recruit him as a spy within his own ranks. Particularly in the nascent stages of their clandestine development, every genius was a target that Yunxi could not afford to overlook. In truth, Yunxi felt confident in his ability to persuade Itachi. While his verbal prowess may not rival that of Naruto, he was well aware of the entire truth behind the situation. He even grasped the reasons prompting Itachi's defection to Akatsuki. Following the massacre, Itachi departed from the Umbu and had a final meeting with the third Hokage before leaving Konoha to join Akatsuki. Moreover, Itachi's decision to align with Akatsuki was driven by ulterior motives, specifically to monitor Obito and safeguard Konoha. From the very beginning, Itachi had never contemplated becoming an adversary of Konoha. This circumstance provided Yunxi with ample room for maneuvering, whether revealing the truth behind the cessation of life or binding him through the sentiments associated with Sasuke and Konoha. Both strategies are remarkably effective. Should circumstances demand, Yunxi may resort to force, conquering Uchiha Itachi through sheer strength. Consequently, his focus would then shift solely to Obito and Danzo. Having devised a plan to contend with Uchiha Itachi, Yunxi began to contemplate how to approach Obito and Danzo. On the night of the Uchiha massacre, Danzo refrained from direct involvement, opting instead to dispatch a multitude of root ninjas, while it was Obito who first launched an assault, employing Kamui to strike at the Konoha police force and create an opportunity for Uchiha Itachi, ultimately leading to the Uchiha clan's demise. Yunxi harbors no intention of altering this outcome, for presently, only Sasuke and Itachi remain as pivotal figures within the Uchiha family. There exists no necessity for him to forcibly protect the remaining members of the Uchiha clan, particularly as he is burdened with a task concerning the Uchiha massacre. Yunxi is not inclined to play the role of a savior, sacrificing his own rewards for the sake of individuals unrelated to him. His sole aim is to establish his presence during this event and fulfill his mission, while also seeking to win over Uchiha Itachi. Thus, he resolved that after collecting the Sharingan, he would meet Itachi and, by promising to protect Sasuke, persuade him to join his organization. Once he clarified the entirety of the Uchiha massacre, Yunxi finished his meal, preparing a bento to deliver to the still-absent Kaguya. It was an opportune moment to bring Kaguya back to Konoha, especially since the third Hokage was already aware of Yunxi's departure from the village. After packing the bento, Yunxi set out once more. "Kaguya, look what delicious food I have brought you." Yunxi's home was not far from Kaguya's location, and the bento retained a hint of warmth upon reaching her temporary residence. "Thank you, brother Yunxi." Upon reuniting, Kaguya excitedly enveloped Yunxi in a warm embrace, her face alight with joy. It took Yunxi considerable effort to extricate himself from her grasp, resulting in his once refined countenance now smeared with her affectionate saliva. "Eat quickly, afterward. I will take you home and share some matters with you." As he observed Kaguya devouring her meal with fervor, Yunxi conveyed his plans to her. Although her strength may be lacking, her remarkable sensory abilities are an invaluable asset to Yunxi. Whether in ambush or reconnaissance, Kaguya proves to be of great significance. All right. Upon hearing the news, Xianglin hastened her pace of consumption, swiftly devouring an entire bento box with lightning speed. "You should slow down next time," Yunxi remarked, his expression one of helplessness as he wiped the remnants of rice from Xianglin's face. He then took her back to Konoha, simultaneously summoning a shadow clone to inform the third Hokage about the situation. Half an hour later, having returned home, both Xianglin and Yunxi received a message from the clone. The third Hokage acknowledged the matter and assured that once it was confirmed that Xianglin indeed bore the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, she would be granted a Konoha identity. "Does this mean I can live here with my brother from now on?" Upon hearing the news relayed by Yunxi's clone, Xianglin's face lit up with excitement. After all, having wandered alone for so long, she was eager to possess a home of her own. "Yes, the third Hokage has agreed to let you stay," Yunxi replied with a smile, leading her to a room that had been prepared for her. "Good night. Make sure to get some rest." After closing the door behind her, Yunxi returned to his own room. As he lay on his bed, his mind wandered back to the events of the day. Observing the third Hokage's demeanor towards Xianglin, Yunxi grasped that the elder had no time to delve into this matter just yet. Only after resolving the issues concerning the Uchiha clan would the Hokage return to investigate whether Xianglin truly belonged to the Uzumaki lineage. This detail hinted to Yunxi that the current tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Nearly all the higher-ups in Konoha were awaiting the impending doom of the Uchiha clan. Thus, the trivial matters at hand would have to be temporarily set aside. The serene night was not a picturesque scene, but rather an exquisite backdrop prepared for impending slaughter. Enough of this. Time for sleep. After contemplating the details one last time, Yunxi resolved to think no more. After all, even the best-laid plans could experience unforeseen complications. The optimal solution was to obliterate such uncertainties with absolute strength. A night passed in silence. As dawn broke, the sun's rays illuminated Yunxi's face, rousing him from slumber. Upon waking, he gazed out at the bustling villagers of Konoha, a twinge of helplessness stirring within him. After finishing breakfast, Yunxi stepped outside, preparing to head to the ninja academy. On his way to school, he made a point to stop by the Uchiha compound. Observing the distant Uchiha residence, he noticed it appeared no different than usual. Devoid of any signs of the impending civil strife, they seemed poised to instigate within Konoha. At this moment, Yunxi comprehended that this was merely the calm before the storm. A fierce battle would soon descend upon Konoha tonight. The countdown to the Uchiha clan's annihilation had commenced, and Yunxi's scheme was officially underway. Chapter 31. The Annihilation Begins. Good morning. Upon arriving at school, Yunxi noticed that many had already gathered in the classroom. Shikamaru, seated in the front row, greeted Yunxi with a nod. Morning, Shikamaru. Although Yunxi understood that Shikamaru's greeting was merely a formality, yet Yunxi still reciprocated before returning to his original seat. Meanwhile, he noticed that Uchiha Sasuke had already arrived at the school. However, it seemed that he still harbored the lessons from the previous encounter with Yunxi in his heart. Upon noticing Yunxi's gaze fixed upon him, he swiftly turned his head away. This young lad, Yunxi observed, bore a faint smile at Sasuke's reaction. Although Sasuke exhibited disdain towards him, Yunxi did not harbor any animosity towards Sasuke. After all, he was merely a child. Perhaps after today's experiences, he would truly begin to mature. In truth, Yunxi believed that among all the tragedies of the Uchiha clan's massacre, Sasuke's plight was the most lamentable. In the span of a single night, he transformed from a prodigious genius of the Uchiha into the last orphan of his clan. To make matters worse, his beloved brother had become his sworn enemy. Such a monumental shift would likely overwhelm most individuals. The fact that Sasuke could remain composed in school after such upheaval was a testament to his understanding, especially when compared to his peers. Brother Yunxi, good morning. At that moment, Naruto also entered the classroom. Spotting his only friend and elder brother, Naruto eagerly rushed over to Yunxi, producing a bird's egg from his pocket and exclaiming, "This egg is delicious. Would you like some, brother?" "No, thank you. You can enjoy it yourself," Yunxi quickly gestured, his face displaying a mix of exasperation and amusement. Clearly, having such an eccentric younger brother was a trial for Yunxi's maturity. "Why won't you eat it, brother?" Naruto, undeterred, was left pondering this curious behavior. "Naruto, return to your seat," came the authoritative voice of Irika, the homeroom teacher, who had just arrived in the classroom. As he called Naruto back to his seat, the attention of the entire class had been drawn to the interaction between Yunxi and Naruto. With Naruto finally settled, Yunxi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could not comprehend why Naruto had always been so eccentric, even somewhat foolish in his younger days. As the students opened their textbooks, Irika commenced the lesson on chakra cultivation, having successfully redirected Naruto's focus. However, the discourse presented encompasses merely fundamental concepts, with the exception of a few ordinary ninjas. For instance, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji have nearly succumbed to slumber. Irika, standing at the podium, feigns ignorance and continues his lecture. Fully aware that these clan descendants possess no need to learn the intricacies of chakra cultivation. Prior to their enrollment, they had already mastered the methods of chakra refinement. Their sole purpose for attending the academy is merely to attain the rank of genin. Meanwhile, Yunxi finds himself utterly preoccupied, his attention fixated on the horizon. For this evening marks the onset of the Uchiha clan's rebellion, as well as the moment of their tragic annihilation. At this juncture, Obito Uchiha, also known as the Masked Man, has likely infiltrated Konoha. Yunxi's objective is to locate him. However, since Yunxi is not a professional sensory ninja, His search range is exceedingly limited. He can only survey the vicinity of the ninja school. In contrast, Xianglin is different. After sharing the plan with her yesterday, Yunxi had already instructed Xianglin to await him at the school gate. Once classes concluded, Yunxi intended to take Xianglin to search for Uchiha Bido. Well, that concludes today's lesson. See you tomorrow. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with the ringing of the dismissal bell, Irika announced the end of classes. A few minutes later, the spacious classroom was left with only Yunxi, Naruto, and Sasuke. "Brother, aren't you going home yet?" Naruto inquired, looking at Yunxi with a puzzled expression as he remained in the classroom. "Naruto, you should head back. I have some matters to attend to," Yunxi replied, realizing that Naruto had no intention of waiting for him. "All right, then I'll take my leave." Upon hearing that Yunxi had business to attend to, Naruto refrained from asking further questions and exited the classroom alone. At this point, the once crowded classroom was left with only Sasuke. "Are you waiting for your brother to pick you up?" Yunxi initiated the conversation, observing Sasuke deliberately turn his face to the side. However, Sasuke evidently had no desire to engage with Yunxi, merely letting out a cold snort before falling silent. "Sasuke, let us return home." Just as the atmosphere between Yunxi and Uchiha Sasuke became increasingly tense, Uchiha Itachi arrived. As was customary, whenever there were no missions to undertake, the elder brother Itachi would come to the school to escort Sasuke home. Even at this moment, he still appeared, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing Cloud Seal also present in the classroom, Itachi's smile transformed. Initially, Itachi intended to say something, but upon noticing Sasuke approaching him, he chose to remain silent. After gently brushing his fingers against Sasuke's forehead, he led him away from the ninja academy. Truly, he is the most affectionate brother among all Hokage. Arriving to pick up Sasuke after school. Alone, Cloud Seal could not help but reflect on this scene. However, upon further contemplation, Cloud Seal deemed it quite natural. After all, until his last breath, Uchiha Itachi was preoccupied with thoughts of his younger brother. He even sacrificed his own life to ensure Sasuke's strength. I recall a passage from the original work where Killer B inquires of the resurrected Itachi, "How did you die?" Itachi, in an indifferent tone, replies, "I was killed by Sasuke." Upon hearing this, Killer B displayed a face of disbelief, bluntly stating, "You went easy on him." To Cloud Seal, it now appeared that Uchiha Itachi had largely accepted that he could not oppose Konoha. The most favorable outcome was to annihilate his own clan in order to protect Sasuke, ultimately leading Sasuke to kill him and return to Konoha. Regrettably, Itachi's plans did not come to fruition in the original narrative. He never anticipated that Sasuke would also embark on the path of defection. Indeed, in this world, Itachi's schemes were destined to fail, for Yunxi intended to intervene. If Itachi were to join Akatsuki, how could Yunxi ever hope to subdue Uchiha Itachi? "Let us proceed. I must commence my own actions," Yunxi murmured while gazing at the desolate classroom. Chapter 32. Confronting Uchiha Bido. Xianglin, come with me. After leaving the school, Yunxi returned home to seek out Xianglin. "Very well, brother Yunxi." Xianglin set down the bowl in her hands, noticing Yunxi's palpable urgency, and refrained from asking further questions, promptly following his lead to the borders of the Leaf Village. Indeed, had they already begun their actions? Observing the absence of the Leaf Village's defense team at the border, Yunxi's expression turned increasingly agitated. He had not anticipated that before 4 o'clock in the evening, the Uchiha clan would prepare to engage in battle with the higher-ups of the Leaf Village. Xianglin, search for anyone within the Leaf Village who harbors a substantial amount of chakra. Realizing time was of the essence, Yunxi no longer hesitated. He instructed Xianglin to locate Abido's temporary hideout. "Brother Yunxi, I've found them. Apart from you, there are 3 individuals possessing immense chakra within them." Fortunately, Xianglin's sensory abilities were extraordinarily potent. Within mere minutes, she had covered the entirety of the Leaf Village and swiftly identified several individuals with exceptionally vast chakra reserves. "Tell me where these individuals are." Yunxi was well aware of who these 3 individuals were. Without a doubt, they were the 3rd Hokage, Naruto bearing the 9 tails, and Abido, who had already infiltrated the Leaf Village. One was situated in the civilian district, while the other 2 were near the Hokage building. In response to Yunxi's inquiry, Xianglin relayed the specific locations of the 3 individuals. "Both of them are near the Hokage building?" Upon hearing Xianglin's words, a hint of confusion crossed Yunxi's face. Initially, he had presumed that Abido would first conceal himself at the outskirts of the Leaf Village. Little did I expect that Abido would directly arrive at the heart of Konoha Village. I understand now, Shayan, you should return home and refrain from venturing out after nightfall. Upon grasping the situation, Yunxi promptly prepared to seek out Obito, while advising Shayan to remain safely at home. Can I not accompany you? Shayan clearly perceived Yunxi's intentions and was reluctant to return alone, yearning to fight alongside him. However, Yunxi shook his head and said, you cannot intervene in this battle. Stay at home and wait for me. Faced with Yunxi's resolute gaze, Xianglin could only nod in resignation and return home voluntarily. As for Yunxi, he ventured alone to the vicinity of the Hokage building to monitor Obito, while also awaiting the fall of night. As darkness enveloped the land, the once bustling and vibrant Konoha gradually succumbed to tranquility. The common folk seemed to sense an unusual tension in the air and retreated to their homes early. On the main street of Konoha, few souls remained, with only several squads of the Uchiha clan's guards patrolling the lanes. Yet, concealed in the shadows, Yunxi discerned a flicker of anxiety upon the faces of the Uchiha clan members serving as the Konoha guards. Simultaneously, he noted the unusual frequency with which the root organization, typically elusive, manifested in the vicinity of Konoha village. The entire village exuded a tranquil yet oddly sinister ambience. What thoughts occupy the mind of the third Hokage? As he surveyed the scene before him, Yunxi found himself beset by questions. He was well aware of Danzo's intentions to eradicate the Uchiha clan. Yet he could not fathom how the third Hokage, a member of the moderate faction, would refrain from intervening in this matter, instead tacitly permitting its occurrence. Although there were intentions to resolve the conflict between the higher echelons of the Hidden Leaf and the Uchiha clan through peaceful means, yet Yunxi discovered no plans concerning the third Hokage, as if the third Hokage were an outsider to the matter. Suddenly, as Yunxi pondered the role played by the third Hokage in this incident, a tremendous explosion resonated nearby, shattering his contemplation. Has it begun? Observing the distant flames, Yunxi came to realize that the Uchiha clan's rebellion had officially commenced. Abruptly, a shadow surged forth from near the Hokage tower. In an instant, Yunxi activated his Sharingan, utilizing his exceptional dynamic vision to confirm that it was indeed Uchiha Obito, the masked man spoken of by Itachi. At last, Uchiha Obito had made his appearance. The moment Obito emerged, Yunxi sprang into action, determined to thwart him, for he must not be allowed to execute his nefarious plan. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A colossal fireball coalesced in Yunxi's mouth, hurtling towards Obito, who was suspended in midair. What? Taken aback by the sudden onslaught, Obito uttered, Kamui. However, at this moment, Obito had no time for excessive contemplation. In the face of the sudden assault, he swiftly employed Kamui to evade the attack from the Cloud Seal. Who are you? Upon witnessing the transformed Cloud Seal, a hint of bewilderment flickered across Obito's face. His astonishment deepened, particularly upon observing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in the left eye of Cloud Seal. For he knew that among the entire Uchiha clan, few possessed the ability to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Yet, there is certainly no one before me who would dare to assault me. I have no desire to divulge that information. In response to Obito's inquiry, Yunxi, in a rare display of playfulness, swiftly maneuvered behind Obito, poised to launch his next assault. However, Obito had evidently anticipated that Yunxi was about to launch an assault. At the very moment Yunxi made his move, Obito vacated his original position, rendering Yunxi's attack futile. Indeed, he was a man capable of instantaneous movement. You are formidable. Faced with Obito's Sharingan abilities, Yunxi felt a twinge of envy. Although his offensive capabilities were not particularly robust, his overall strength surpassed that of his Amaterasu, proving to be more effective. Both his offensive and evasive skills were exceptionally commendable. How do you know my abilities? Upon hearing Yunxi's words, Obito could no longer contain himself. Whether it was the Mangeki Sharingan in his left eye or his enigmatic intelligence capabilities, Yunxi's appearance had disrupted his plans. He needed to eliminate this unforeseen variable. Fire style, exploding wind dance. Without hesitation, Obito unleashed his signature ninjutsu. This technique twisted the surrounding space, using Kamui to create a tempest. Followed by releasing a massive fire serpent for an attack, its range was vast, and its speed was astonishingly swift. Indeed, none of the shadow-level warriors were weak. Witnessing Obito's assault, Yunxi gradually grew serious. Heavenly Curse Seal, State 2. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the second mode of the Heavenly Curse Seal. Despite his rapid evasion, he successfully dodged Obito's ninjutsu attack. However, the tempestuous edge grazed against Yunxi, inflicting some damage upon him. Amaterasu. Struck by the blow, Yunxi swiftly rose and unleashed a powerful Amaterasu towards Obito, intending to retaliate. However, upon witnessing the Amaterasu unleashed by Yunxi, Obito's face was etched with a look of perplexity. He distinctly recalled that only Itachi Uchiha Sharingan had the capability to manifest such a technique. Faced with the formidable onslaught of Amaterasu, Obito refrained from confronting it head-on. After evading Yunxi's attack with Kimui, he inquired, "Who exactly are you? And why does your Sharingan's ocular technique mirror that of Itachi? Or could it be that you are indeed Itachi Uchiha?" Chapter 33. Obito Uchiha has fled. Can you guess who I am? Upon hearing Obito mistakenly identify him as Itachi, a faint smile graced Yunxi's face. However, Yunxi did not offer any explanation and continued to launch an assault against Obito. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Upon witnessing his Amaterasu evaded by Obito's Kamui, Yunxi initiated another offensive. Having perused the original text, Yunxi was acutely aware of Kamui's most significant vulnerability. This lay in the fact that, when absorbing or releasing other objects, the user must maintain a physical form, unable to become intangible. Additionally, the necessity to concentrate chakra and vision to activate Kimui left the user in a state highly susceptible to attack. Essentially, Kimui is an advanced space-time ninjutsu. Its power fundamentally involving the transference of any object between the realms of reality and alternate dimensions. Yunxi's intention in employing the water release, Water Dragon Bullet technique was to provoke a flaw in Obito's defenses. Kimui. Faced with Yunxi's water-based assault, Obito ceased his contemplation. Instinctively, he activated Kamui in an attempt to counter Yunxi's onslaught. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that in that fleeting moment, he had already been ensnared by Yunxi. Now was the time. Yunxi made his move. At the instant when Obito unleashed his Kamui, Yunxi surged forward with remarkable speed and strength, propelled by his cursed seal state, and struck Obito with a swift kick. The force of the blows sent Obito soaring like a kite with its string severed, landing several meters away. The residual impact of Yunxi's strike stirred up a cloud of dust in its wake. Obito could scarcely believe that this enigmatic figure before him had discerned the flaw in his Kamui. He instinctively attributed it to mere luck on Yunxi's part, assuming it was a fortunate coincidence that he was attacked while executing his technique. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Observing that Obito had risen and showed no intention of retreating, Yunxi hastily employed the Phoenix Fire Technique in an attempt to disrupt the Uchiha. Although the Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique was merely a C-rank ninjutsu and possessed limited power, it was still a desperate measure. However, with its extensive range of attack and the unique ability to be manipulated by the caster, it stands as the most effective ninjutsu for disrupting foes. Moreover, bolstered by the immense chakra of Yunin, each flame of the Phoenix Flower ninjutsu resembles a bomb, possessing tremendous power. Although this particular assault by Yunin did not inflict any harm upon Uchiha Obito, yet it still brought him immense trouble. Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. However, Uchiha Obito is no ordinary adversary. In response to the imposing attack from Yunxi, he unleashed a powerful Fireball Jutsu. The enormous fireball, radiating intense heat, swiftly hurtled toward Yunxi. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. However, Yunxi was no longer the novice he once was. Following his journey to the Land of Waves, both his combat experience and overall capabilities had significantly enhanced. Moreover, he acquired a myriad of ninjutsu associated with the 5 elemental natures: wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water. From the system, this greatly enriched Yunxi's arsenal of combat techniques, rendering him nearly the most proficient ninja in Konoha in terms of ninjutsu, second only to the 3rd Hokage. In response to Obito's counterattack, Yunxi swiftly performed hand seals, employing his adept defensive earth release ninjutsu to thwart Obito's assault. Who exactly are you? As far as I know, aside from the 3rd Hokage, there should be no other shinobi of that caliber in Konoha. After several encounters with Yunxi, Obito could no longer contain his curiosity about Yunxi's true identity. But how could Yunxi possibly allow Obito to have his way? Do not lose focus in the midst of battle. Lightning Release, Lightning Ball. Seizing the fleeting moment when Obito was momentarily distracted, Yunxi unleashed the swiftest technique among the 5 great ninja arts, launching another assault, accompanied by a dazzling display of purple light, a lightning sphere, approximately the size of a basketball, coalesced in Yunxi's hand. The speed was so astounding that Obito had no time to react, enduring the full brunt of Yunxi's attack. Damn it, next time I shall not let you escape. As blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of anger manifested on Obito's face. Yet, gazing at the distant inferno of battle, Obito chose not to continue his confrontation with Yunxi. After uttering a menacing remark, he utilized Kamui to escape directly. Had he departed? Observing Obito's vanishing form, Yunxi made no move to impede his flight. If Uchiha Itachi had not received Obito's assistance, it is likely he would have struggled to accomplish the extermination of his clan alone. Moreover, Yunxi lacked proficiency in space-time ninjutsu, and given his current capabilities, he was utterly incapable of hindering the determined escape of Uchiha Obito. Influenced by various factors, Yunxi refrained from forcefully confronting Obito. Initially, Yunxi had engaged Obito merely to instill a sense of caution in him. After all, causing Obito to recognize the presence of a mysterious shadow-level expert within Konoha would surely compel him to temper his subsequent actions, preventing him from acting with reckless abandon. As depicted in the original narrative, with his objective achieved, Obito expressed little desire to pursue Yunxi any further. It appears I too must take my leave. With Obito's departure, Yunxi became aware of a multitude of ninjas hastening towards his location. A rough estimation suggested that the strength of this group comprised at least mid-level ninjas. Clearly, the Konoha Anbu had detected the clash between him and Obito and were now taking action. As he watched the approaching Konoha Anbu, Yunxi smiled before departing the scene. Heading towards the Uchiha clan's residence, he sought to ascertain whether Uchiha Itachi had already made his move. While traversing the main street of Konoha towards the Uchiha stronghold, Yunxi noticed ninjas stealthily maneuvering along the rooftops in the dark of night. In some secluded corners, skirmishes had already commenced. Although the majority of those engaged in combat were Anbu members and ninjas from the Uchiha clan, yet Yunxi faintly discerned that a few members of the root were mingled among them. Could it be that Danzo, that old rascal, could no longer restrain himself? As Yunxi surveyed the scene before him, he paid little heed, instead feeling a sense of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Danzo would engage in this conflict from the very outset. Although the extermination of the Uchiha clan was initially proposed by Danzo himself, leading to the demise of Uchiha Shursui, and later, he threatened Itachi with Sasuke's life, the original narrative did not depict Danzo as intervening in this incident. In fact, the root under his command only appeared on the battlefield after Itachi had completed the clan's annihilation, swiftly vanishing after collecting the Uchiha clan's eyes. Even the final cleanup was entrusted to the Anbu. However, the scene that unfolded before Yunxi's eyes revealed that there had been alterations to the events from the original narrative. From the onset of the Uchiha clan's massacre, Danzo had already intervened. Could it be that my delay in restraining Obito has triggered a butterfly effect? Yunxi gazed at the incessantly appearing root ninjas, his surprise palpable. Chapter 34. Journey to the Uchiha clan stronghold. Yet, Yunxi found himself powerless to concern himself with such minutiae, for the events had already transpired. His immediate priority was to ensure the continuation of the plot. Only by returning the narrative to its original form could Yunxi reap the benefits from the knowledge he possessed from his past life. If it truly was due to Yunxi's hold on Uchiha Obito that the entire affair veered into unpredictable territory, he feared he might be driven to the brink of exasperation. He needed to swiftly ascertain the situation with Itachi. If Itachi had yet to take action, it would spell disaster. Realizing that the current circumstances were somewhat askew, Yunxi hurried towards the Uchiha clan's residence. His concern regarding whether Itachi would intervene stemmed primarily from the fact that the root ninjas had already commenced their operations. The third Hokage's hope was to resolve the matter through peaceful means. In the original tale, Itachi's swiftness had been so formidable that by the time the third Hokage decided to intervene, the entire Uchiha clan had been utterly obliterated, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce to Danzo's machinations. However, the current situation has diverged entirely from the original narrative. The root organization has made a preemptive strike. The Konoha Guard has not been assaulted by Uchiha Obito. A multitude of Uchiha clan members have extended the flames of war into the bustling residential areas of the main street. Judging by the encounters between the Anbu shinobi and the Uchiha clan, it is evident that the third Hokage is poised to intervene. For now, it is imperative to first investigate the Uchiha clan's stronghold to ascertain the circumstances before devising a plan. Once the situation is clarified, Yunxi ceased his observation of the surroundings and quickened his pace. Had he arrived too late? Upon reaching the vicinity of the Uchiha stronghold, he discovered that the area was heavily barricaded by numerous root ninjas, preventing anyone from entering the core of the Uchiha clan. Halt! Just as Yunxi was reconnoitering the area, two root nin approached him directly. With an exceedingly stern tone, they declared, "Today, a rogue ninja is attempting to flee the village. You must return home promptly." Their words were laced with arrogance, yet carried an unmistakable command, as though disobedience would result in immediate execution. "Huh, these two buffoons dare to boast before me?" A sinister smile crept across Yunxi's face upon hearing the words of the root nin. Should they be ordinary citizens of Konoha, they might cower before these shadowy members of the root organization. After all, since the inception of root by Danzo, those who were captured had never returned. Their fate shrouded in uncertainty between life and death. Yet, Yunxi exhibited no semblance of fear following his expedition to the Land of Waves. His prowess had undergone a remarkable enhancement. It could be asserted that as long as Yunxi refrained from foolishly provoking the entire village of Konoha's ninjas, he was devoid of any peril to his life. Moreover, Yunxi had long harbored discontent towards Danzo and his root subordinates, and in the face of their provocations, there was no way he would allow these two individuals to go unchallenged. "Young man, we shall reiterate." One of the two root nin began to repeat their earlier threats. However, before he could finish, Yunxi took decisive action. Fire style, great fireball technique. Against two adversaries whose skills barely reached the level of nin, Yunxi could not be bothered to utilize the heavenly curse seal. Seizing the opportunity when they were distracted, he unleashed a powerful fireball that swiftly incapacitated both of them. Though Yunxi was unaware of their exact condition at that moment, it was evident they were rendered unable to fight. After swiftly dealing with the two root nin, Yunxi did not linger. Instead, he ascended to the highest rooftop nearby. Shrouded by the cloak of night, in order to observe the situation within the Uchiha clan's compound. Had the battle already commenced? Once he ascertained that no enemies were nearby, Yunxi activated his Mangeki Sharingan. With its extraordinarily potent dynamic vision, he finally discerned the circumstances within. The Uchiha clan's compound, once renowned as Konoha's foremost family, had always been shrouded in mystery. Ordinarily, common ninjas would find it nearly impossible to approach the vicinity of the Uchiha household. However, today, Yunxi not only encountered numerous root ninjas on the periphery of the Uchiha clan, but also witnessed a considerable number of ninjas engaged in combat with the members of the Uchiha clan within their ancestral residence. It can be said that the outskirts of the Uchiha clan are now strewn with corpses, a stark contrast to the clan's once enigmatic demeanor. Fortunately, he did not arrive too late. However, upon witnessing this scene, Yunxi felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety. At the very least, the Uchiha clan had officially commenced their rebellion, even though there were still the Umbu intervening. However, the conclusion is irrevocable. Even if the third Hokage's governance were to exhibit a semblance of weakness, the Uchiha clan has resolutely chosen to betray Konoha. At this juncture, the third Hokage finds himself powerless to resolve the enmity between Konoha and the Uchiha clan through peaceful means. Ding. System notification. 2 Tomo Sharingan detected within a 50-meter radius of the host. Collection is advised. At this moment, the system's voice resonated within Yunxi's mind. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yunxi turned to discover a fallen Uchiha clansman nearby. In the still open eyes, 2 vivid red Sharingan gleamed. First, let us collect the Sharingan. With the commencement of the system's task, Yunxi embarked on the endeavor of gathering the Sharingan. After all, the rewards for this hidden mission concerning the Uchiha clan are exceedingly generous. Upon completion, Yunxi would not only receive a single eye that grants access to the Susanoo, but also enhance his Amaterasu's might by 1% for each Sharingan collected. Most importantly, there is no upper limit to this task's rewards. This implies that, as long as Yunxi amasses a considerable number of Sharingan, his Amaterasu could be exponentially amplified. Under such enticing rewards, Yunxi deemed it unwise to confront Danzo for the Sharingan. Halt! Who are you? Just as Yunxi prepared to seize the Sharingan, a group of individuals clad in Konoha's medical ninja attire called out to him. However, Yunxi observed that this group of medical ninjas appeared rather peculiar. Generally speaking, aside from the renowned medical ninjas of the ninja world, most medical ninjas possess relatively modest strength. They are typically of lower ninja rank, with only a few attaining the status of intermediate ninjas. Furthermore, their chakra attributes tend to be rather gentle. Before Yunxi stood a group of medical ninjas, each possessing strength at least on par with that of a nin. At the forefront, the leader was even a nin, exuding a subtle yet palpable aura of menace. Surely, these must be Danzo's subordinates. Upon sighting this cadre of medical ninjas, a flicker of speculation arose in Yunxi's mind. At this moment, we command you to remain stationary and await our inspection. The leading nin cast a glance at Yunxi and promptly drew a shuriken from his waist. Chapter 35. Yunxi, the roots are just penniless fools. Enough of the pretense. Konoha does not possess medical ninjas rife with murderous intent. Faced with the hostility emanating from his opponents, Yunxi was disinclined to engage in any charade. He astutely unveiled their true identities and, without hesitation, initiated his assault. Heaven's Curse Seal, State 1. Fire Release, Black Flame Technique. Yunxi was not one to deliberate. Seizing the opportunity for a preemptive strike was paramount, and he would not let it slip away. As the root J-Nin momentarily faltered, Yunxi seized the instant, entering the Heaven's Curse Seal state and executing the Black Flame Technique with astonishing speed. Trouble. Engage. Though the Umbu J-Nin opposite Yunxi was an elite on the battlefield, replete with extensive combat experience, his reaction was still a beat too slow. By the time he comprehended the threat, the Black Flame Technique had already surged toward him. Earth Release. Despite the instinctive urge to defend himself, the root J-Nin was a fraction too late. The black flames, akin to spectral shadows, engulfed the enemy. Within mere seconds, the once menacing root J-Nin was reduced to a mere pile of dust, pathetically weak. Observing that his adversary could not even evade a casual strike, Yunxi felt a pang of reflection. The disparity in strength within this world was undeniably greater than he had envisioned. Although both were J-Nin, Zabuza could barely contend with him. However, the present lowly Jonin could only be effortlessly vanquished by himself. Lord C. The other root ninjas standing behind this Jonin were filled with expressions of disbelief upon witnessing this scene. They could hardly fathom that their adversary was so formidable, capable of dispatching even a Jonin in an instant. Number 1, Number 2, flee and relay this information to Lord Danzo. The rest of you, join me in intercepting him. Yet, those root ninjas participating in this operation were no ordinary individuals. Upon witnessing Yunxi's immense prowess, one of the Chunin swiftly reacted, promptly dispatching 2 Chunin to inform Lord Danzo while he and the remaining ninjas prepared to delay Yunxi with their very lives. So naive, Yunxi thought, shaking his head in resignation. With his strength, dealing with them was as easy as pie. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Yunxi no longer held back, directly employing the Multiple Shadow Clone Technique while simultaneously launching a frontal assault with the Great Fireball Technique. Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. In the face of the oncoming inferno, the root Chunin resolved to utilize water ninjutsu for defense. Evidently, they underestimated the prowess of Yunxi, for their water release technique was utterly inadequate to thwart his assault. It merely enveloped the vicinity in a veil of mist, rendering it of no consequence. As the great fireball technique dissipated, the ground was strewn with lifeless bodies. Meanwhile, the 2 root Ch-Nin who had fled earlier were apprehended by Yunxi's shadow clone. May I inquire who dispatched you to undertake this mission? Although Yunxi already harbored an answer in his mind, he felt compelled to ask. Humph. The remaining 2 captives displayed remarkable resilience, refusing to divulge critical information despite being captured by Yunxi. Instead, they merely scoffed and cast desperate glances at him, as though pleading for death. Even without your words, I am aware. It must be Danzo, isn't it? Observing the expressions of the 2 root Ch-Nin before him, Yunxi chose not to beat around the bush any longer and directly named Danzo. The countenance of the 2 Ch-Nin transformed dramatically, from their initial bravado upon capture to sheer terror upon hearing Yunxi utter Danzo's name. Your expressions confirm my suspicions. Yunxi's inquiry was merely to solidify his own conjectures. Even if the 2 Ch-Nin remained silent, he understood that Danzo's influence loomed large in this affair. After all, Yunxi was a man well versed in the original narrative. You. As Yunxi wore a knowing smile, the 2 Ch-Nin began to grasp the gravity of their situation. From the outset, this formidable man had been aware of their scheme, which explained his proactive engagement. Shadow One, take your own life. Just as silence enveloped Yunxi and the 2 root Ch-Nin, the elder of the 2 suddenly spoke. Subsequently, they bit down on the poison concealed in their mouths. By the time Yunxi realized what was happening, it was far too late to intervene. Danzo's indoctrination techniques are indeed fearsome. Observing the lifeless bodies before him, Yunxi felt a sense of helplessness. He had initially intended to spare their lives, planning to turn them over to the 3rd Hokage once the Uchiha extermination incident concluded. However, Yunxi was taken aback by their willingness to commit suicide, showing a complete disregard for their own lives. Subsequently, Yunxi intended to search their bodies for any information that could substantiate their identities as root ninjas. However, after Yunxi thoroughly searched their corpses, he discovered that aside from the attire of Konoha's medical ninjas and a few shurikens, there were no other possessions to be found, let alone anything that could attest to their identities as root ninjas. How impoverished. Most notably, Yunxi also found that they had not a single penny on them. Upon realizing this outcome, Yunxi felt utterly helpless, with a flicker of anger brewing within him. This battle had yielded him no rewards. He had originally intended to surprise the third Hokage, but it seemed that was not to be. Recognizing that these individuals could offer him no benefit, Yunxi ceased his attention on their remains and turned towards the fallen member of the Uchiha clan. After all, once the battle concluded, the Umbu would come to collect the bodies, rendering Yunxi's involvement unnecessary. With a silent prayer, he stood before the corpse of the Uchiha and invoked the blessings of the Buddha. Subsequently, he used a shuriken to extract 2 Sharingan, securing them within his garments. At that moment, the system's notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 Sharingan. Would you like to submit? No. Without hesitation, Yunxi chose to decline. Although the system had tasked him with collecting Sharingan, specifying a particular quantity, even a single Sharingan would suffice to fulfill the mission. However, Yunxi desires far more than the guaranteed rewards bestowed by the task. His true aspiration lies in the enhancement rewards for Amaterasu. A single Sharingan can augment Amaterasu's power by 1%. In the recent Uchiha clan extermination battle, no fewer than 100 Uchiha clan members perished, even though some of the Uchiha may not have fully awakened their eyes. However, Yunxi estimated that he could collect at least 100 Sharingan. Chapter 36. Task completed. As Yunxi temporarily declined to submit the task, the system's notifications vanished from his mind. After receiving 2 Sharingan, Yunxi swiftly commenced the search for the bodies of other Uchiha clan members. It was uncertain whether the escalating intensity of the war or the lack of personnel from the root contributed to the fact that, during this period, Yunxi encountered no root ninjas. Furthermore, his endeavors to harvest Sharingan proved increasingly fortuitous. Within just over an hour, Yunxi had amassed more than 30 Sharingan. It seemed that the battle was approaching its conclusion. Observing the diminishing flames of combat in the distance, Yunxi realized that the Uchiha massacre was nearing its end. He understood that he needed to expedite the collection of Sharingan. Otherwise, once the root ninjas quelled the Uchiha clan, they would compete with him for the Sharingan. Realizing that time was of the essence, Yunxi shed his hesitance and actively engaged on the battlefield, rapidly collecting the Sharingan of Uchiha clan members. An hour later, after placing the eyes of the last Uchiha into his possession, Yunxi finally exclaimed with excitement, "System, I choose to complete the task." Ding. The system detected that the host had collected a total of 107 Sharingan for the task. Should all be submitted? Upon hearing that Yunxi needed to submit the task, the system promptly manifested in his mind. Simultaneously, a virtual panel appeared before Yunxi, detailing the rewards for this mission. After a brief glance, he noted that the system had not embezzled any of his hard-earned Sharingan. Thus, he directly opted to submit the task. Although the system had consistently maintained a good reputation, Yunxi still chose to double-check the numbers before finalizing the submission. After all, he often felt that the system might pilfer his belongings. Upon detecting the host's slander against the system, the task rewards were subject to a deduction. Just as Yunxi mentally criticized the system, a notification caused him to spit blood. Damn system, are you spying on me? Yunxi was taken aback by how underhanded his system was. He had merely entertained a thought, and it had directly deducted 7 of his Sharingan. The system was inherently linked with the host. How could it even be considered spying? Surprised that the system would offer an explanation, Yunxi felt even more exasperated. However, in order to avoid incurring further losses, Yunxi resolved to refrain from saying anything more. Yunxi lamented, "I feel wronged. My heart is heavy." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, the Woe of Uchiha. And the rewards are as follows. Task Reward 1. The ability to activate Susanoo even in the single-eye mode of the Manjiki Sharingan. Task Reward 2. A hidden reward that enhances the power of Amaterasu by 100%, based on the number of Sharingan collected by the host. Although Yunxi and the system held mutual disdain for one another, the system adhered to principles of fairness and justice, promptly bestowing the task rewards upon Yunxi. Damn system. Why does it hurt again? In the moment the rewards were granted, Yunxi's left eye immediately activated the Sharingan mode, and blood streamed forth from his eye, accompanied by immense pain. Even in the Cursed Seal mode, Yunxi could not help but cover his eyes with his hand. Ding. The intensity of the reaction is determined by the host's body. The system has no means to interfere. In response to Yunxi's inquiries, the system rarely provided an answer. After completing the distribution of rewards, the system vanished once more. As time passed, Yunxi's suffering gradually diminished. After several minutes, he finally managed to open his eyes. Though the process had been excruciating, yet Yunxi found himself quite content with the outcome, although the appearance of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan remained unchanged. He could distinctly perceive an enhancement in the potency of his ocular power. The various techniques of the Sharingan are unleashed through the force contained within its eyes. The greater the ocular energy, the more formidable the release techniques become. Following systematic augmentation, Yunxi discovered that his strength had ascended to a new echelon. If previously he was merely a novice among shadow-level experts, now, bolstered by the system, Yunxi had undoubtedly attained the stature of a genuine shadow-level master. Amaterasu. Yunxi activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan and unleashed a strike of Amaterasu. He found that the power of his Amaterasu had indeed increased roughly twofold, and its hue had undergone a remarkable transformation, shifting from a deep purple-black to a soft lavender. Simultaneously, both its attachment capabilities and destructive force had been significantly enhanced. Yunxi's singular strike of Amaterasu even burned through the rocks beneath him. Had he not extinguished the flames, it could have wreaked even greater havoc. After witnessing the potency of his Amaterasu, Yunxi promptly deactivated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. It was likely that Itachi had already dealt with Fugaku Uchiha. Observing the dwindling skirmishes around him, Yunxi comprehended that the Uchiha uprising had come to a close. The outcome mirrored that of the original narrative, culminating in the annihilation of the entire Uchiha clan. It was also at this juncture that Sasuke, driven by vengeance, awakened his double Tomo Sharingan. Perhaps it was time to seek out Itachi. Initially, Yunxi had intended to return home to minimize his exposure to danger. After a moment of contemplation, Yunxi resolved to seek out Itachi. He remained uncertain whether his presence might alter the course of the original narrative's conclusion. To err on the side of caution, Yunxi decided to venture into the heart of the Uchiha clan, eager to ascertain the true state of affairs. Is power genuinely so paramount? Observing the once mighty Uchiha clan, once the foremost lineage of Konoha, now reduced to mere ruins, Yunxi felt a pang of melancholy. He could not fathom why power held such significance in the eyes of these individuals, to the extent that they would gamble the fate of their entire family. In Yunxi's perspective, this was an incomprehensible behavior. For him, power was not a desirable commodity. To forcibly seize power that does not rightfully belong to one, especially in a state of weakness, can only lead to one inevitable outcome: obliteration at the hands of a more formidable adversary, devoid of any chance for reprieve. The Uchiha clan stands as a poignant testament to this reality. Is the Uchiha clan powerful? Indeed, they are. However, it is essential to consider whom one is comparing. In contrast to the average clans of Konoha, the Uchiha clan indeed stands as a premier family within the village. However, this does not imply that he has become invincible within the Hidden Leaf. At the very least, both the Umbu led by the third Hokage and Danzo's root possess the capability to contend with the Uchiha clan. In Yunxi's perspective, the instigation of this battle can indeed be attributed to Danzo and Obito. Ultimately, it was the blind arrogance of Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the contemporary Uchiha clan, that led to the downfall of the entire family. Chapter 37. The Annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Has it truly come to an end? Upon arriving at the heart of the Uchiha stronghold, Yunxi discovered that the battle had indeed concluded. In the hall, the lifeless bodies of Uchiha Fugaku and his wife lay directly upon the ground. Meanwhile, Itachi stood calmly at a distance as if nothing had transpired. In the distance, Sasuke lay unconscious, sprawled on the ground in a state of oblivion. Witnessing this scene, Yunxi felt a twinge of satisfaction. At last, the event of the Uchiha massacre had returned to its original narrative. Though there were some deviations along the way, the outcome remained unchanged. At that moment, Itachi suddenly spoke. "Come down. I despise being watched furtively from the shadows. Did you discover me?" Upon hearing Itachi's words, Yunxi promptly dispelled his transformation technique and leaped down from the eaves. "It's you again?" Itachi expressed surprise upon recognizing Yunxi, not anticipating his visit at such a moment. "What brings you here specifically to seek me out?" However, Itachi Uchiha quickly regained his composure, for he understood that Yunxi's presence at this moment must have a purpose. As for what that purpose might be, Itachi could only speculate. Without further ado, Yunxi candidly expressed his intentions, stating that he wished to ally with him. "Oh? You wish to ally with me?" A faint smile graced Itachi's lips upon hearing Yunxi's words, and he replied, "That depends on your worthiness." With that, he swiftly initiated an attack. A colossal flame surged forth towards Yunxi. For Itachi was equally curious about the true strength of this seemingly ordinary youth who dared to utter such words of alliance. Excellent. Upon witnessing Itachi's move, a flicker of excitement appeared on Yunxi's face. He was eager to ascertain whose strength surpassed the other's, his or Itachi's. Substitution technique. Just as Itachi's fireball was about to strike Yunxi, a perfectly timed substitution allowed him to evade the assault. In that fleeting moment, Yunxi's hands flew into a frenzy of hand seals, and as he landed, his counterattack was poised to unfold. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. Wind release, great breakthrough. Yunxi unleashed two ninjutsu of differing elemental properties against Itachi. Although the power of great fire extinguishing and great breakthrough was relatively modest, fire and wind could interact synergistically. With the augmentation of wind release, great breakthrough, the potency of Yunxi's great fire extinguishing surged more than twofold. Indeed, formidable. Yet if this constitutes the entirety of your strength, you may very well meet your demise here today. Observing Yunxi's counter, Itachi couldn't help but offer his praise. While he held no particular fondness for the young man before him, he certainly bore no disdain. Had Yunxi not appeared here today, Itachi would have unequivocally refrained from making a move against him. Alas, the technique of shadow duplication. Behold me, Tsukuyomi. In the face of the enhanced great fire annihilation unleashed by Yunxi, Uchiha Itachi promptly employed the shadow clone technique. Subsequently, his true self swiftly maneuvered to a position behind Yunxi. Reacting instinctively to the sound, Yunxi turned around to assess the situation, only to find himself ensnared within a blood-red realm. Let this all come to an end. Observing that Yunxi had fallen victim to his Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Itachi prepared to render him unconscious. Ultimately, however, Uchiha Itachi resolved against taking Yunxi's life, for Konoha required more prodigies to safeguard its future. Just as Itachi believed he had brought the battle to a close and was preparing to depart, Yunxi awakened. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated. A deep voice resonated throughout the arena, ushering in a scene that left Uchiha Itachi in utter disbelief. A kaleidoscopic Sharingan appeared within Yunxi's eyes as well. Itachi could even perceive the abundant chakra within. I wonder if this trump card has astonished you? Upon awakening from Tsukuyomi, Yunxi gazed at Itachi with a smile. Itachi's Tsukuyomi was undeniably a formidable technique, but alas, Yunxi possessed a kaleidoscopic Sharingan as well, granting him formidable resistance against genjutsu, while Itachi's ocular power was not on par with Yunxi's. Consequently, the duration of Tsukuyomi's control was significantly reduced, compounded by Yunxi's preemptive caution against the technique. This resulted in Itachi's Tsukuyomi being able to influence Yunxi for but a fleeting moment. Who are you? How is it that you also possess a kaleidoscopic Sharingan? Upon witnessing Yunxi's Sharingan, Itachi's previously composed demeanor underwent subtle changes, a blend of astonishment and confusion. Itachi was certain that Yunxi could not possibly belong to the Uchiha clan. But where did his Sharingan originate? Curiosity piqued in my eyes. Upon observing the expression on Uchiha Itachi's face, Yunxi refrained from offering an explanation. Instead, he approached Itachi and stated, I cannot elucidate the origins of this eye. However, I genuinely wish to enlist you in my organization. Noticing Itachi's silence and his cold gaze, Yunxi continued, I understand that you have never intended to betray Konoha, and I am aware of your plans. But do you truly believe that Sasuke will act in accordance with your design? After speaking, Yunxi cast a sidelong glance at the unconscious Sasuke on the ground. I cannot predict how Sasuke will perceive me upon awakening. Perhaps he will harbor resentment and misunderstandings. Yet, this remains the most viable approach. Beneath the radiant facade of Konoha lies a shadowy underbelly. Upon hearing Yunxi's words, Itachi's expression shifted. The calm demeanor he had initially displayed transformed into one of resignation. Since you are aware of the existence of darkness, why not eradicate it? Yunxi continued to entice Itachi. Having read the original work, Yunxi understood that Itachi had never intended to betray Konoha from the very beginning. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan's annihilation was solely to protect his younger brother. Additionally, his departure from Konoha to join Akatsuki was to monitor Uchiha Obito and prevent him from further endangering the village. It must be eradicated, Itachi murmured. After a long silence, he spoke again, though I do not know your true identity, I hope you will take care of Sasuke after I leave Konoha. I'm afraid I am unable to do so. Yunxi directly rejected Itachi, surprised by his stubbornness. Observing Itachi's impassive demeanor, Yunxi finally grasped the essence of helplessness. If I were to tell you that the organization you are joining is not, in fact, established by Uchiha Obito, Would you still refuse me? At last, Yunxi unveiled his trump card, intending to divulge some information to Itachi. Chapter 38. Itachi joins the organization. After all, as one of the most outstanding characters among the Hokage, Yunxi was reluctant to let go. In terms of Itachi's combat prowess and character, Yunxi held him in high esteem, seeing him as a trustworthy ally. Most importantly, should Itachi be developed into a double agent, he would gain a clearer insight into the movements of Akatsuki. Although Yunxi was aware that the true mastermind behind Akatsuki was not Pain, but Kaguya. However, the current narrative has yet to unfold, and Yunxi possesses scant knowledge regarding the information about Akatsuki. Meanwhile, Itachi is poised to join Akatsuki, aiming to become a formal member of the organization. This is precisely why Yunxi exhibits such patience in inviting Itachi to join his own organization, EN. What? Clearly, the information presented by Yunxi has taken Itachi aback. Initially, Itachi's plan was to infiltrate Akatsuki to keep a watchful eye on the masked man who claims to be Uchiha Obito. Yet Yunxi reminded himself that he was not Uchiha Madara. To speak candidly, the organization indeed bore the shadow of Uchiha Madara, yet it was certainly not the masked man. Observing Itachi's bewildered expression, Yunxi chose to disclose some inconsequential information to Uchiha Itachi. At times, an individual may be powerless to stir the darkness, yet an organization can. Join us, Itachi. Seizing the moment, Yunxi extended another invitation to Itachi. He understood that Itachi was different from Zabuza. Uchiha Itachi was indifferent to comrades and power. His only concern was his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Do you think it is better for Uchiha Sasuke to survive alone in this village shrouded in darkness, or to accompany me? After stating this, Yunxi fell silent, awaiting Uchiha Itachi's response. He comprehended that Itachi's plans had been disrupted by his words, and he merely needed to wait for Itachi's decision. If Itachi were to reject him at this juncture, there would be little he could do. I agree. Just as Yunxi had lost hope for Itachi's acceptance into his organization, Itachi responded affirmatively. Huh? You agree just like that? Initially, Yunxi had anticipated Itachi would refuse, but to his astonishment, Itachi acquiesced under his persuasive rhetoric. Upon seeing Yunxi's astonished expression, Itachi remarked with a smile. Compared to this somewhat enigmatic masked man, I place my trust in you. At least you will take care of Sasuke for me. With that, Itachi led Yunxi to a somewhat concealed location and continued, I must join Akatsuki. I hope you can look after Sasuke while he remains in Konoha. Is this a condition for your joining my organization? Yunxi inquired with a smile after hearing Itachi's words. It could be considered as such. By the way, how many members does our organization have? Upon formally deciding to join Yunxi's organization, Itachi posed his question. He was eager to learn what kind of organization had been founded by someone as young as himself, akin to his brother. With you and me. We are a total of 5 individuals, and others may join gradually. Following Itachi's formal induction into the organization, Yunxi did not withhold information. He promptly informed Itachi of the number of members in his organization. I am increasingly looking forward to meeting the other members. When we have time, let us arrange a gathering. After hearing Yunxi's response, Itachi was somewhat astonished. He had not expected that he was not the first to join Yunxi's organization. Perhaps his earlier departure from the village was to seek out other companions, Itachi mused quietly to himself. However, it remained unspoken. As Itachi cast a glance at the distant battlefield fading away, addressing Yunxi, I must depart from Konoha. That individual awaits me. Rest assured, Sasuke. I shall take good care of you, Yunxi replied, fully aware of the person Itachi referred to. As the battle on the outskirts of Konoha drew to a close, the Umbu should have already reacted. Itachi was set to leave with Obito and head towards Akatsuki. Should anything transpire, you may contact me through it. Before his departure, Itachi handed Yunxi a jet black crow. Until we meet again. Watching Itachi's receding figure, Yunxi finally exhaled in relief. He had successfully persuaded Itachi to join his organization. It was time to leave. Observing the silhouette of Itachi exiting Konoha, he noticed Umbu ninjas appearing in the vicinity. Yunxi understood he too must depart, otherwise, should the Umbu discover him, his identity would likely be compromised. Poor Sasuke. Casting a glance at the fallen Sasuke, Yunxi swiftly exited the Uchiha compound. Moments later, a multitude of Umbu ninjas clad in black arrived at the Uchiha residence. Quickly report to Lord Hokage. The Uchiha clan has been annihilated. Understood. What of the medical ninjas? Upon witnessing the drastic turn of events within the Uchiha clan, the Umbu ninjas who rushed to the scene recognized that the situation was beyond their capacity to manage. They promptly divided the umbu present into 4 groups, one to secure the area, another to maintain order, while the remaining 2 proceeded to relay the news to the 3rd Hokage. As for the root ninjas, they vanished into the shadows. However, this matter had little to do with Yunxi, for upon his return home, he found himself in possession of an egg. A notification chimed, congratulating the host on completing the hidden achievement of capturing Uchiha Itachi and rewarding him with a pet egg. Gazing at the egg on the table, roughly the size of an ostrich egg, Yunxi felt somewhat speechless. He had never anticipated that, through a twist of fate, he would acquire an egg. Moreover, the system offered no further explanation, merely stating, please explore the task reward on your own. At that moment, Xianglin emerged from her room, clad in pajamas. Upon seeing the egg before Yunxi, her face was alight with curiosity. I have no idea, Yunxi confessed, uncertain of how to respond to Xianglin's inquiry. Ever since he had obtained this peculiar pay-to-win system, he had sensed something amiss. He had not expected that upon completing a task, he would receive nothing but a solitary egg as a reward. This egg appeared to possess some form of life within it. Xianglin, utilizing her perceptive abilities, examined the egg and discovered a creature resembling a mouse inside. A mouse? A creature? A pet egg? Upon hearing Xianglin's words, Yunxi's mind suddenly conjured unsettling thoughts. Could it possibly be that creature? Realizing something was amiss, Yunxi swiftly took the pet egg from Xianglin's hands, noticing an unusual aspect on the surface of the eggshell. Between the pristine white shell, there were faint lightning markings, and Yunxi could also sense the surrounding lightning chakra surging into the pet egg. Could it be Pikachu? The yellow-skinned mouse? Chapter 39. The yellow-skinned mouse. Pikachu yellow-skinned mouse. Pikachu? Clearly, Xianglin was oblivious to what Yunxi referred to. Observing the astonishment on Yunxi's face, she was filled with confusion. It's just an electric mouse, Yunxi explained, albeit reluctantly, to Xianglin's bewildered expression. It's a type of spirit beast. Isn't that incredibly powerful? Xianglin queried, intrigued, for in her recollection, every spirit beast was a formidable ally capable of assisting in battle. However, it seems that Yunxi's current expression is somewhat awkward. I'm uncertain of its true power, yet I cannot fathom why it was bestowed upon me. Yunxi's sense of helplessness does not stem from disdain for this reward, but rather from a feeling of resignation towards the system. As a premium system, albeit somewhat frivolous, Yunxi had previously managed to accept it. After all, each reward received or item purchased has proven to be remarkably effective. However, this time, unexpectedly, I completed a hidden task and received an egg of Pikachu. This left Yunxi somewhat exasperated. Yunxi, I am a ninja, not a Pokemon trainer. The items sold in the marketplace are all from the world of Naruto. Yet the rewards earned from hidden tasks are drawn randomly from various realms. Finally, upon observing Yunxi's conflicted expression, the system emerged to provide an explanation. So, after completing a hidden task, I will receive peculiar items? Is there any issue with the origins of these items? After hearing the system's clarification, Yunxi voiced his doubts once more. Yes, the origins of the items will be managed by the system, so the host can use them with confidence. Sensing Yunxi's concerns, the system continued to elaborate. All right, I understand. With the system's assurance, Yunxi grasped the reason behind receiving a pet egg this time. Having received the system's promise, Yunxi finally found the little creature's egg to be quite appealing. His initial aversion to the pet egg stemmed from a fear of potential system bugs. After all, with so many golden fingers available to traversers, it would be quite embarrassing if the system mistakenly provided the wrong item. Now, having received the system's guarantee, Yunxi was able to dispel his worries and began to scrutinize the pet egg before him earnestly. It seemed that lightning-based chakra could aid in its hatching. Noticing the lightning chakra in the air rapidly dissipating, Yunxi decided to test whether his own chakra could accelerate its hatching process. Lightning release, lightning ball. Placing the pet egg on the table, Yunxi swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a B-rank lightning ninjutsu. The lightning ball, approximately the size of a basketball, enveloped the pet egg on the table. Simultaneously, something unexpected occurred. The formidable lightning release, lightning ball, upon contact with the pet egg, not only caused no damage, but also allowed the egg to absorb all the contained lightning chakra. This pet egg won't come with a charging feature, will it? Watching the lightning ball about to vanish, Yunxi felt a twinge of surprise. He understood the power of his lightning ninjutsu, which could typically annihilate a high-ranking ninja in an instant. However, no harm befell the pet egg. Simultaneously, Yunxi observed that the Pikachu within the egg seemed even more animated. Brother Yunxi, this egg is truly marvelous, exclaimed Xianglin, her face alight with wonder. In the world of Naruto, summoning beasts are not uncommon, as most ninjas summon their own spirit beasts during battles. However, it is rather peculiar for someone like Yunxi to summon a spirit beast that resembles an egg. At this moment, Yunxi had little time to pay attention to Xianglin, as he was eager to ascertain how many of his lightning release attacks this pet egg could endure. Lightning release, lightning ball, lightning release, earth walk. Lightning release. Finally, after unleashing his 13th lightning release ninjutsu, the pet egg on the table began to exhibit some changes. After being charged by Yunxi's numerous lightning releases, the previously calm aura within the egg began to grow increasingly turbulent. Cracks even began to appear on the eggshell's surface. Yunxi, run. It's going to explode. Xianglin, who had been observing, suddenly exclaimed, her hands already poised to cast a sealing technique. All right. Upon receiving Xianglin's warning, Yunxi leapt from the ground and swiftly moved to her side. Concerned about an unexpected mishap with the egg, Xianglin rapidly began to form hand seals. Sealing technique, Foursquare barrier. It was uncertain whether this was intentional on Xianglin's part or due to a lack of chakra. But the sealing technique she executed was precisely the size needed to encompass the pet egg. Just as Xianglin completed the sealing technique, the system-rewarded pet egg erupted. Although the explosion was not particularly powerful, had it not been for Xianglin's warning, Yunxi would have likely found himself in quite the predicament due to the sudden detonation. It's you, yellow-skinned mouse. Oh no, it's Pikachu. As the eggshell shattered completely, Yunxi finally discerned the creature within. Indeed, it was as he had surmised, Pikachu, the yellow-skinned mouse from the realm of Pokemon. Pika Pika? Observing the wary expressions on the faces of Yunxi and Xianglin, Pikachu felt a twinge of confusion. He had been quite comfortable within the egg until the explosion had propelled him into the open, only to find himself ensnared by a barrier resembling glass. Pikachu was now somewhat irked. Pika Pika. In the next moment, a surge of formidable yellow lightning erupted from Pikachu, shattering Xianglin's seal and casting a proud gaze at Yunxi. Yunxi, it seems like it doesn't like you, Xianglin cautiously remarked, standing to the side. How about I give it a try? My sensing technique tells me it harbors no hostility towards me. All right, go ahead, Yunxi replied, feeling quite helpless in the face of Pikachu's evident animosity. The scene before him led Yunxi to harbor doubts about whether the system was indeed placing him in a precarious situation. Are you called Pikachu? I promise I won't harm you. With Yunxi's consent, Xianglin slowly approached Pikachu, speaking in a gentle tone, seeking to soothe him. Unexpectedly, an event unfolded before Yunxi. In the presence of Xianglin, Pikachu exhibited no hostility whatsoever. Rather, a flicker of joy graced its countenance. With a nimble leap, it bounded onto Xianglin's shoulder, nuzzling its cheek against hers. Just as Yunxi prepared to reach out and caress Pikachu, the creature abruptly transitioned into a combat stance. Witnessing this, Yunxi realized he had once again been outsmarted by the system. Chapter 40. Yunxi, braised or steamed. Dog system, why does this Pikachu resist me so fiercely? Yunxi found himself in a state of resignation. Initially, he had harbored hopes of acquiring something valuable, only to discover that the task reward amounted to a mere egg. Nevertheless, with an open heart, Yunxi was willing to accept it. After all, judging by the recent explosive display, it was evident that Pikachu now possessed combat capabilities equivalent to that of a Nin. However, in the end, Yunxi helplessly discovered that Pikachu harbored animosity towards him, yet was exceedingly obedient to Xianglin. If this were not a betrayal by the system, then what could truly be deemed as such? Ding! The system clarified that it had not deceived the host, for before Pikachu's birth, it was your companion who had made contact with it through perception techniques, which is why it felt such affinity towards her. Faced with Yunxi's bewilderment, the system re-emerged to explain. With a look of resignation, Yunxi could only wave his hand and say, I entrust this yellow-skinned mouse, Pikachu, to your care. Ultimately, Yunxi accepted the fact that Pikachu did not favor him. He entrusted Pikachu to Xianglin as her spirit beast, which was not an unwise solution. After all, Yunxi's strength had surpassed that of Pikachu, who was merely of Chunin level. Xianglin was precisely an auxiliary ninja, and her combat prowess was inherently limited. The presence of Pikachu would significantly enhance Xianglin's fighting capabilities. In any case, since Xianglin belonged to Yunxi, relinquishing Pikachu to her was not an unacceptable arrangement. Thank you, brother Yunxi. Upon hearing Yunxi's words, Xianglin's face lit up with excitement. Clearly, she held a fondness for this spirit beast resembling a yellow-skinned mouse. After arranging for Pikachu, Yunxi parted ways with Xianglin and retreated to his room, where he promptly fell asleep. Do not inquire why Xianglin and Yunxi did not share a room. After all, Yunxi was only 6 years old. The night passed in silence. The news of the complete annihilation of the Uchiha clan had profoundly shocked the common folk of Konoha. Upon waking the next morning, Yunxi noticed that the once bustling streets were now eerily deserted. Furthermore, a strange atmosphere enveloped the entire village. Shadows of Umbu and root ninjas frequently appeared in the streets, giving Konoha a palpable sense of impending turmoil. Xianglin, for the next couple of days, you and Pikachu should stay at home and refrain from going out. Observing the tense atmosphere, Yunxi cautiously advised Xianglin and Pikachu. After all, their identities were somewhat special. One was the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, recently brought back from beyond the borders of Konoha, and the other, this yellow-skinned rodent, Yunxi could hardly be bothered with. Understood, brother Yunxi. In response to Yunxi's admonition, Xianglin displayed remarkable obedience, feeding Pikachu while keeping a watchful eye on Yunxi. Pika Pika. However, Pikachu was different. It had just emerged from its pet egg with great difficulty, yet it was still unable to venture outside. A hint of displeasure appeared on Pikachu's round face. Under the soothing influence of Xianglin, Yunxi reluctantly agreed to stay at home for the next couple of days. His companions inquired online if a yellow-bellied mouse could be braised. Observing Pikachu's disdainful demeanor towards him, Yunxi couldn't help but feel a few dark lines appear on his face. Were it not for Xianglin's fondness for the creature, he would have already prepared star anise and spices. Well, never mind. Your adorable appearance has spared you this time. Pikachu seemed to sense the murderous intent in Yunxi's gaze and hurriedly descended from Xianglin's side, adopting an exceedingly ingratiating expression as it rubbed against Yunxi's calf. As if to say, given your menacing look, I shall reluctantly be your companion. Very well, you two stay at home. I shall inquire with the third Hokage about the possibility of you attending school. Looking at Pikachu beside him, Yunxi couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. After finishing breakfast, he bid farewell to Xianglin and Pikachu before making his way to the Ninja Academy. Observing the desolate streets, Yunxi suddenly recalled Sasuke's figure. This was not out of a sense of pity, but rather a genuine feeling of sympathy for Sasuke's plight. In the span of a single night, his clan was annihilated, his parents slain by his beloved brother, and he remained oblivious to the truth. Oh well, perhaps I shall have an opportunity to guide him. Glancing towards the distant Uchiha compound, Yunxi silently mused. After all, I did promise Itachi to look after this fellow. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, Yunxi strolled to the entrance of the Ninja Academy, only to discover that class was about to commence. Yet the school was populated solely by a group of children playing on the playground. The teachers responsible for instruction had yet to arrive, including Irika. Were the ninjas in Konoha truly so scarce? Yunxi was taken aback by the scene before him. However, upon reflection, he deemed such a situation entirely reasonable. Considering the Uchiha clan, the foremost family in Konoha, had been eradicated, naturally, Konoha would enter a state of battle readiness, particularly as the village found itself lacking sufficient combatants. Having endured the Third Shinobi World War, Orochimaru's defection, the Kyuubi incident, and the subsequent departures of Tsunade and Jiraiya, Konoha's peak fighting strength had already been diminished. Furthermore, as one of the 5 great shinobi villages, some genin were dispatched on missions. In truth, there were not many ninjas remaining in Konoha. Given such unforeseen circumstances, the temporary reassignment of teachers from the Ninja Academy was quite understandable. Brother Yunxi, you've arrived. Just as Yunxi stood at the entrance, Naruto, who had already come to school, spotted him. Sprinting over, Naruto exclaimed, "It seems there are no teachers at school today. We can go fishing in the back mountain again." It is evident that Naruto is oblivious to the recent massacre of the Uchiha clan that transpired yesterday. In stark contrast, Hinata, Neji, Shikamaru, and the other members of various clans from Konoha remained dutifully seated in their classroom. Did the other clans receive some forewarning? Observing Shikamaru and the others, Yunxi deduces that they must have been privy to certain information, which explains their obedient demeanor within the school. Naruto. It would be wise to refrain from venturing to the back mountains for the next couple of days. Stay at home instead, Yunxi advised upon regaining his composure. Although Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and is considered relatively safe within the village of Konoha, it is prudent to exercise caution. However, Yunxi was concerned that Danzo might resort to irrational actions upon discovering the absence of any Sharingan. "Oh, I see. We shall go another time," said Naruto, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face after hearing Yunxi's words. "Naruto, we cannot venture to the back mountain. Can we not have a barbecue at school instead?" Observing Naruto's forlorn expression, Yunxi understood the thoughts weighing on his mind. Thus, a bold decision blossomed within him. After all, there were no teachers present at school. A campus barbecue would be quite fitting. Yunxi's earlier suggestion was not made in hushed tones, and the other students in the classroom caught wind of it. Their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Chapter 41. An Unexpected Turn. Clearly, the students seated in the classroom could hardly contain their excitement. They did not even require Yunxi's encouragement, as they promptly filed out of the classroom. Yunxi, did you say you wanted to have a barbecue? In a flurry, all the members of Team 7, except Sasuke, approached Yunxi. Itazuka Kibo was the first to speak up, for being in school was an exceedingly dull affair. Moreover, he had been scolded by his mother that morning and advised not to roam about the village. Thus, upon hearing Yunxi's proposal, Kibo was naturally exhilarated. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, and the others also gazed at Yunxi with eager anticipation. However, there was one dissenting voice among them, Hinata Hyuga. As the princess of the Hyuga clan, Hinata undoubtedly possessed the most elegant demeanor among the group, and she was also the most obedient and gentle. In response to Yunxi's suggestion, Hinata felt a twinge of reluctance, despite her own desire to join. "Oh, my dear princess, what is there to fear when the teacher is absent today?" Sakura interjected, noticing Hinata's internal struggle. She grabbed Hinata's left hand and pulled her out of the classroom. As Hinata noticed the surrounding crowd observing her, her once pale cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she lowered her head, falling silent. Has Sasuke truly skipped school? After the others exited the classroom, Yunxi took a moment to glance around, noticing Sasuke was not among them. However, he quickly deduced the reason. At this time, Sasuke was likely still in the hospital, having endured such a significant blow. It was entirely understandable that he would be disinclined to attend school. "Yunxi, everyone is here now." Once the group had assembled, Naruto approached Yunxi, awaiting his direction. "Let us first venture out to gather supplies." Initially, Yunxi had proposed the idea of a campus barbecue in a half-joking manner. However, gazing at the eager expressions on the youthful faces before him, Yunxi found it difficult to decline. He promptly commenced the allocation of tasks for procuring ingredients. "Yunxi, Shikamaru, you are responsible for preparing the materials for the barbecue. Naruto, Sakura, you two shall prepare the grilling apparatus." Once the assignments were distributed, Yunxi addressed the remaining individuals, stating, "The rest of you will stay at school. Once the ingredients are gathered, we shall commence the barbecue." After finishing the arrangements, Yunxi took the initiative to begin clearing the weeds, preparing for the forthcoming barbecue. Meanwhile, the others expressed no dissent regarding Yunxi's directives and promptly set about executing the tasks assigned to them. Half an hour later, the once desolate school was once again filled with lively chatter and activity. As the impending threat of being barbecued loomed, Yunxi suddenly beheld a familiar figure rushing towards him. "Pikachu? What brings you here?" His surprise at seeing Pikachu at the school was palpable. Moreover, he noticed that Pikachu bore several wounds, likely the result of a recent battle. Has Xianglin encountered trouble? A troubling thought swiftly crossed Yunxi's mind. Without hesitation, he set aside the barbecue grill and hurried to Pikachu's side. Naruto, observing Yunxi's unusual demeanor, instinctively inquired, "Yunxi, what's wrong? You all continue your fun. I have a matter to attend to. I shall return once it is resolved." Yunxi had no time to elaborate to Naruto. After a brief explanation, he dashed towards Pikachu. "Tell me, has something happened to Xianglin?" Upon reaching Pikachu, Yunxi realized that the situation was even direr than he had imagined. Pikachu had not only recently endured a fierce battle, but also bore deep wounds that exposed bone. Furthermore, Yunxi discerned that Pikachu's lightning chakra was nearly depleted. Lightning release, Thunderball. Recognizing Pikachu's peril, Yunxi promptly utilized his lightning ninjutsu to replenish Pikachu's energy. "Pikachu, though you may not favor me at this moment, you remain my companion. Tell me who harmed you, and I shall ensure they pay the price." Witnessing Pikachu in such a state ignited an unprecedented anger within Yunxi, who had been in the world of Hokage for quite some time. His purpose in growing stronger was to safeguard himself and his comrades. Yet, some audacious individuals dared to lay hands on their pets and Shikuro within the confines of Konoha. How could Yunxi possibly refrain from feeling incensed? After enduring Yunxi's lightning release ninjutsu, Pikachu gradually regained some vigor. At last, a glimmer of affection flickered in its eyes towards Yunxi, though it was swiftly overshadowed by a wave of anxiety. "Do you remember who harmed you? Lead me to them." Observing Pikachu's response, Yunxi felt a modicum of relief. At least this yellow-furred creature understood gratitude. "Pika." It seemed Pikachu comprehended Yunxi's words, mustering its remaining strength to rise and dash forward, guiding Yunxi along. Was there trouble at home? The direction Pikachu was heading was indeed towards his own residence. A surge of unnameable fury ignited within Yunxi. It appeared someone was intent on striking against him. He was determined to uncover their identity, no longer concealing his true might. Yunxi activated his cursed seal state and hastened toward his home, cradling Pikachu in his arms. Meanwhile, within Yunxi's abode, several root ninjas had encircled Shikuro, who was cornered and at her wit's end. Despite possessing the strength of a nin, her lack of combat experience rendered her predicament quite precarious against foes outnumbering her several times over. Fortunately, it appeared that the adversaries intended to capture her alive, allowing Xianglin to withstand the current situation. "Little girl, cease your resistance and come with us. Lord Danzo wishes to see you." A leading root jonin, observing Xianglin's continued defiance, explicitly articulated their objective: to escort Xianglin back to the roots for interrogation. "Once Brother Yunxi arrives, you shall all meet your demise." Xianglin firmly believed that with Pikachu's timely warning, Brother Yunxi would undoubtedly arrive to rescue her. "Oh, do you intend to rely on that little boy?" As a seasoned root jonin, he was well acquainted with Yunxi's profile. Notably, in the internal records of the roots, Yunxi's classification was marked as S rank. Yet here in Konoha, he could not fathom that Yunxi would dare to act. "Take this girl back." When Xianglin still refused to accompany him back to the roots, the root Nin could no longer contain himself. "I dare anyone to try? Pikachu, Pikachu." Just as the Nin was about to take action, a voice filled with fury resonated through the air. The speaker was none other than Yunxi, cradling Pikachu in his arms. Chapter 42. Yunxi's Fury. Upon returning home, Yunxi gently placed Pikachu on the ground. After a period of recuperation, Pikachu had regained some of its vitality, now standing by Yunxi's feet. A stark contrast to its earlier reluctance to associate with him. "Who sent you here?" Yunxi inquired coldly, surveying the scene with an icy glare directed at the root Nin before him. Sensing the immense pressure emanating from Yunxi, several root ninjas nearby instinctively swallowed hard. They hesitantly replied, "Youngster, do not act rashly. It is Lord Danzo who wishes to summon you and this girl to the roots." The Nin continued, "The Lord intends to incorporate both of you into the roots for training, which would be immensely beneficial for you." "Head, Danzo." Upon hearing the name, Yunxi erupted into laughter. Then, with a tone tinged with menace, he remarked, "Is he worthy?" While most might harbor a modicum of fear towards Danzo, given his formidable prowess within Konoha, even the esteemed clans like the Akimichi and Nara were reluctant to provoke him unnecessarily. However, for Yunxi, Danzo is hardly a worthy contender. "You're doomed, little brat." Upon hearing Yunxi's words, the leading root ninja exhibited a subtle shift in expression. He was taken aback by Yunxi's audacity, showing utter disregard for Lord Danzo. It is well known that even the formidable Hyuga and Uchiha clans would not dare to display such disrespect towards Lord Danzo. Should a prodigy from their families catch Danzo SI, they would dutifully send them to the root for training. Yet, these two youngsters were intent on resisting, a notion that the root ninja could scarcely fathom. One was a somewhat gifted orphan from the Leaf Village, and the other was a remnant of the Uzumaki clan from the Land of Whirlpools. The executing root ninja could not comprehend the source of their courage to defy him. "Attack." The root ninja, unwilling to waste further words, signaled his companions with a mere glance to initiate the assault. "Yes." The other root ninjas, displaying remarkable coordination, swiftly positioned themselves upon receiving the cue from their comrade, effectively surrounding Yunxi and K-Rin. "K-Rin, engage." Yunxi had never feared battle. These root ninjas were nothing more than ants to him. Undeterred by their onslaught, Yunxi immediately entered a combat stance after addressing K-Rin. "Bring these two youngsters back to the root." The sole elite ninja within the root, incensed by Yunxi's audacity to resist, felt a surge of anger. Among the ranks of the Hidden Leaf, the root is a more formidable organization than the Umbu. Not only do they undertake assassination and reconnaissance missions, but they also engage in unspeakable activities. Virtually no one dares to confront the root organization head-on. However, the once carefree visage of the young boy now bore an expression not of fear, but of a chilling demeanor. "Fire release, fire dragon technique, shuriken technique, fire release, phoenix fire technique." Although Yunxi was youthful, the members of the root organization did not underestimate him. In the very next moment upon receiving the command, numerous root ninjas sprang into action, intent on defeating Yunxi in a single strike and bringing him back to their ranks. The folly of Konoha's root was evident. For despite the overwhelming numbers of the root ninjas, Yunxi stood alone. Yet, in the face of these insignificant foes, Yunxi displayed not an ounce of trepidation. Rather, A smirk graced his countenance. You dare to proclaim yourselves as the roots of Konoha? Today, I shall upend you. Yunxi has never been one to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. But should anyone dare to pose a threat to him, regardless of who they may be, their fate is sealed. Death awaits. Kaleidoscopic Sharingan, activate. Fire style, black flame technique. To prevent prolonged nightmares, Yunxi shed his subtlety and directly unleashed the heavenly curse seal alongside his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. At the pinnacle of his power, Yunxi could effortlessly deal with these mere cannon fodder, who scarcely even qualified as extras. A single strike of the black flame technique sufficed. Pikachu, recognizing the assailant lurking nearby, took action without needing Yunxi's command, unleashing a thunderbolt. Instantly, a bolt of pale yellow lightning, as thick as a barrel, erupted from Pikachu's body, targeting the very root ninjas. Caution! The leading root Jonin sensed a hint of danger in the air. Yet, before he could react, he was swiftly engulfed by Yunxi's dark flames. Just before his demise, he was struck by Pikachu's thunderbolt, leaving him lifeless. Pikachu, upon witnessing his attack successfully hit the foe, displayed a glimmer of excitement on his round face. He then approached Yunxi, affectionately rubbing his yellow fur against him. It appeared to Yunxi that Pikachu sought to take credit for the victory. Humph. At least you possess a hint of conscience. Observing Pikachu's demeanor, Yunxi felt a sense of relief. This little creature had finally ceased to harbor resentment towards him. Xianglin, follow me. Even after obliterating all the roots at home, Yunxi's fury remained unabated. He was determined to eradicate the source. Deep down, Yunxi understood that the root ninjas before him were merely underlings of Danzo. Eliminating them would bear little consequence. Only by confronting the shadowy figure of Danzo could he quell his rage. Where are we going? Clearly, Xianglin was unaware of Yunxi's intentions and felt a twinge of confusion. In response to her inquiry, Yunxi simply uttered 3 words. To kill. To kill. Xianglin was taken aback by Yunxi's plan, and after a brief silence, she suggested, why don't we leave Konoha and seek a new home? Although she recognized Yunxi's formidable power, he was ultimately but one man. One man against an entire organization. Xianglin's heart was torn. On one hand, she was reluctant to leave Konoha, not wanting to abandon the home she had fought so hard to attain. However, Xianglin was even more reluctant to let Yunxi's life be endangered, which is why she urged him to flee. No, Xianglin, you're mistaken. In this cruel world, running away resolves nothing. Since Yunxi became aware that the roots were targeting him, he had never contemplated escape. The sole solution to this predicament is to eradicate the enemy lurking in the shadows. Very well, let us go together. Upon hearing Yunxi's words, Xianglin's expression shifted. The initial look of trepidation had transformed into one of tension and determination. After persuading Xianglin, Yunxi, accompanied by Pikachu and Xianglin, made their way to the lair of Danzo at the root of Konoha. Today, Yunxi was resolute in his intent to eliminate Danzo, even if it meant becoming a rogue ninja. Chapter 43, The Copy Ninja Kakashi. Halt. Danzo intends to take you and Xianglin to the roots. And the third Hokage is already aware of this. You must come with us to meet him. Just after Yunxi stepped out of his home with Xianglin and Pikachu, the Umbu, controlled by the third Hokage, finally appeared before him, intending to escort Yunxi and Xianglin back to the Hokage building for resolution. The Umbu has arrived? Yunxi smiled upon seeing the 3 Umbu ninjas before him. You certainly arrived swiftly. Where were you when those from the roots tried to capture Xianglin? Yunxi's attitude toward the Umbu had always been dismissive. Were it not for the third Hokage's reputation, he would have acted decisively against them. We only just learned of this matter, which is why we rushed here. You must trust that the third Hokage will provide you with a fair resolution. Perhaps influenced by the dark aura surrounding Yunxi, the 3 Umbu Seichin conversing with him trembled slightly, instinctively taking a few steps back. Yunxi, however, paid no heed to their perceptions of him. With a voice filled with murderous intent, he declared, I have already given you an opportunity. From this moment onward, anyone who obstructs my path to kill Danzo shall be my enemy. It seemed that the Umbu sensed the lethal undertones in Yunxi's words. The earlier trio that had attempted to stop him dared not utter another word, instinctively parting to allow Yunxi passage. You cannot go today. As Yunxi was preparing to depart with Xianglin, another member of the Umbu suddenly appeared. With a mask and a Sharingan, Yunxi was taken aback upon encountering this Umbu elite. Several distinctive features allowed Yunxi to immediately recognize this ninja. It was none other than the renowned Kakashi Hatake, the future 6th Hokage. You are far superior to those 3. Yet still insufficient, Kakashi. This was not a boastful declaration from Yunxi, but rather a sincere expression. In truth, Yunxi held a certain admiration for Kakashi's character. However, when it came to strength, the current Kakashi was no match for him. In fact, he could potentially be defeated in an instant. I must test whether my strength is truly sufficient. Upon hearing Yunshi's words, Kakashi's gaze shifted. What began as caution transformed into indignation. Although he could not see through the boy before him, he refused to believe that his abilities were inferior to Yunshi's. 3-Tomo Sharingan, activate. Lightning release, earth walk. With those words, Kakashi made his move, activating his Sharingan and unleashing a wide-scale lightning attack ninjutsu, aiming to defeat Yunxi in one decisive blow and present him before the third Hokage. Indeed, compared to these individuals, you are formidable, but such an attack is still lacking. Observing Kakashi's offensive maneuver, Yunxi remained unfazed. He casually tossed Pikachu, who was standing nearby, into the path of the lightning release, earth walk attack. What is happening? The three Chunin standing by were taken aback by Yunshi's counteraction. After all, they were seasoned elite Chunin, having endured countless battles. However, the act of hurling one's summoned beast into the path of the enemy's attack was a sight they encountered for the first time. Was he courting death? Kakashi felt a twinge of astonishment. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of his lightning release, earth walk. To Kakashi, the mouse-like summoned beast appeared to be no more than a mere elite Chunin in rank. Once struck by his lightning technique, its demise was assured. Could it be that this young man intended to sacrifice the life of his summoned beast to withstand my assault? In that fleeting moment, Kakashi contemplated numerous possibilities, ultimately concluding that Yunshi's action was a straightforward attempt to employ his summoned beast as a shield against this attack. After all, even a Chunin-level summoned beast was still considered relatively precious. In Kakashi's perspective, utilizing summoning beasts to gain an advantage in battle is indeed a clever strategy, albeit with considerable costs. As Kakashi lamented the presence of the rat-like summoning beast, Pikachu, an unexpected encounter occurred when it came into contact with Kakashi's lightning release, earth walk technique. A scene unfolded that left both the mid-ranking ninja and Kakashi in utter astonishment. This yellow-furred rodent, after enduring the full brunt of the lightning release, earth walk's power, emerged not only unscathed but seemingly in an even more invigorated state. It is worth noting that Kakashi is a long-established genius jonin, renowned for his mastery of lightning release. Typically, even elite jonin would struggle to withstand the full force of Kakashi's assault. Yet this summoning beast astonishingly emerged from the A-rank ninjutsu unscathed, and even appeared to have regained some vitality. Could it be that this summoning beast is a natural counter to lightning release? Witnessing this, Kakashi felt his worldview shatter somewhat. Come back, Pikachu. After observing Pikachu absorb all the lightning chakra contained in Kakashi's earlier lightning release, earth walk, Yunxi summoned Pikachu back to his side. Seeing the spirited Pikachu, a faint smile graced Yunshi's face. It seems I have inadvertently enjoyed a complimentary recharge. What a fortune! Gazing at the lively Pikachu and the smiling Yunxi, Kakashi finally recognized that he had fallen into a trap. His lightning release technique not only failed to harm Yunshi's summoning beast, but appeared to have aided in its recovery of stamina and injuries. Enough of this jesting. I hope this matter can be resolved through the third Hokage, as a peaceful resolution would be the most gratifying outcome. At last, Kakashi adopted a serious demeanor, intending to persuade Yunxi to accompany him to meet the third Hokage, seeking the elder's wisdom to resolve this issue. Kakashi, you are rather naive, to the point that it amuses me. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Yunxi felt a tinge of helplessness. He had not anticipated Kakashi's innocence at this moment, believing that certain matters could be resolved purely through negotiation. While the original Naruto series imbued Konoha with a sense of warmth and fervor, the reality proved far more complex. Yet, in reality, this is merely a facade. Whether it be the demise of White Fang, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, or the entanglement between the third Hokage and Danzo, all serve to convey to Yunxi the lurking dangers of this world. Every illuminated realm harbors its own shadows. Even the seemingly impeccable third Hokage, as portrayed in the original Naruto series, possesses his own blemishes. His leniency in allowing Orochimaru to escape ultimately precipitated a cascade of dire events, culminating in his own demise at Orochimaru's hands. Such an excessive weakness is, for a Hokage, the gravest of flaws. Now, Kakashi dares to propose that Yunxi accompany him to meet the third Hokage, intending to resolve matters through his mediation. How could Yunxi possibly acquiesce to such an outcome? He is not a mere 3-year-old child, swayed by simplistic phrases that could extinguish his thirst for vengeance. Chapter 44. Being followed, it seems that action must be taken. Upon realizing that Yunxi had no intention of accompanying him, a trace of regret surfaced on Kakashi's face. Judging by the strength Yunxi has displayed, he is undoubtedly a prodigy who rivals Kakashi himself. However, in order to execute the orders of the third Hokage, Kakashi ultimately resolved to confront Yunxi. Lightning Cutter. As the three tomo in Kakashi's eye spun rapidly, a pale blue radiance manifested in his right hand. This was not merely a manifestation of lightning release chakra, but a sphere of electricity composed of countless bolts of lightning, far surpassing conventional lightning ninjutsu in both power and speed. Lightning Cutter, the swiftest of all lightning release techniques. Upon witnessing Kakashi reveal his trump card, Yunxi did not display any signs of panic. Instead, a hint of regret flickered across his face. The technique was remarkable, yet you remained too feeble at this moment. Just as Kakashi was about to strike, Yunxi made his move. Allow me to show you what true lightning release entails. Lightning release, Furious Thunder Tiger. As Yunxi appeared behind Kakashi, he gathered a substantial amount of lightning release chakra in his hands. Suddenly, a colossal blue tiger, enveloped in crackling electricity, emerged, its target being none other than Kakashi. With the aid of his three-tomo Sharingan, Kakashi could faintly perceive Yunxi's impending attack. At this moment, Kakashi found himself in a state of utilizing Raikiri, rendering him incapable of evading the attack from Yunxi. With a thunderous crash, Yunxi's lightning release, Furious Thunder Tiger collided with Kakashi's Raikiri, producing a resounding explosion that sent a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Lord Kakashi. The three Umbu ninjas who had been spectating rushed to the center of the dust cloud, hastening to assist the fallen Kakashi. You are indeed formidable, but I cannot allow you to confront Danzo. Kakashi, now lacking the spirited demeanor he once possessed, bore the weight of his injuries. Despite the partial mitigation of damage by Raikiri, he still sustained considerable harm. Observing Kakashi's unwavering determination, Yunji inquired, "What compels you to thwart me? Is it the Hokage's command?" When Kakashi remained silent, Yunji pressed further. "Is it not entirely that?" Upon hearing Yunji's words, Kakashi nodded and then shook his head. "Then what is the true reason?" Yunji was eager to understand why Kakashi was so resolute in obstructing his path to the root, even willing to sacrifice his life. "Because you cannot defeat Danzo." Kakashi finally articulated the rationale behind his stance. After a couple of coughs, he continued, "Although you have bested me, I cannot permit you to reach the root. For Danzo's trump card is beyond your comprehension. Even if you were to vanquish Danzo, you would inevitably become a rogue ninja." A hint of regret flickered in Kakashi's eyes as he regarded Yunji. "I do not wish to see a prodigy of Konoha end up as a rogue. For one is already sufficient." With that, Kakashi gazed at Yunji with unwavering resolve. "Thank you." Yunji was taken aback by Kakashi's concern for his safety amidst the confrontation. Truly, he was the elite jonin chosen by the third Hokage to lead the protagonists. Observing Kakashi's expression, Yunji felt a surge of emotion. Yet, Yunxi would never relinquish the plan to eliminate Danzo. He never considered himself the protagonist. Each act of mercy towards his adversaries was merely an abdication of his own responsibilities. Danzo remains one of the most clandestine villains among the Hokage. He professes to act for the sake of Konoha, yet ultimately, his actions are driven by a desire to ascend to the position of Hokage, sacrificing others for his own gain. He has enticed countless exceptionally talented civilian children into the roots, employing methods akin to rearing venomous insects to cultivate ninjas. During Pain's invasion of Konoha, Danzo assassinated the small blue frog assigned to make contact, simultaneously preventing the root ninjas from engaging in the battle against Pain. These are but a few of Danzo's misdeeds. Although in the original narrative, he is ultimately portrayed in a more favorable light just before his demise. Yet in Yunxi's eyes, Danzo remains merely a rat lurking in the shadows. A master of failure, he is inept at all endeavors, yet excels at causing mischief. Initially, Yunxi had no intention of entangling himself too deeply with Danzo. Yet Yunxi was taken aback by the unexpected aggression from Danzo towards him and Xianglin. Had it not been for Pikachu's timely warning, informing him of the impending danger, Xianglin might have already been taken into the roots, where Danzo had set a treacherous curse to eradicate her. How could Yunxi possibly let Danzo escape unscathed? Ultimately, it was Danzo who had sought his own demise. Rest easy. As Yunxi noticed Kakashi was about to utter more words, he swiftly approached from behind and rendered Kakashi unconscious. Although Kakashi had attempted to impede his progress, Yunxi refrained from taking lethal action, recognizing that Kakashi's intentions were rooted in concern for his well-being. Instead, he merely incapacitated him. Before departing, Yunxi addressed the three Chunin, saying, "Kakashi is unharmed. Please escort him to the Konoha Medical Hospital." With that, Yunxi and Xianglin pressed onward toward the roots. However, after only a few steps, Yunxi abruptly halted at a corner. "Let me see which little rascal is trailing me," he mused. It turned out that Yunxi had discovered a small shadow following him, and he promptly picked up a stone from the ground. He tossed it into the bushes behind him, and a child tumbled out. "So it's you. Why are you following me?" Yunxi was taken aback to find that the one shadowing him was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. "I want to grow stronger. I seek vengeance," Sasuke declared, his emotions running high, particularly after just awakening his eyes. Upon uttering these words, his once ebony pupils transformed instantaneously into a pair of double Tomo Sharingan. Desire for revenge? Yunxi was astonished that Sasuke had managed to escape from the hospital so soon. Sasuke nodded resolutely in response to Yunxi's gaze. "Why follow me if you wish to grow stronger?" Yunxi was intrigued about Sasuke's motives. "Because you defeated Kakashi, the former prodigy of Konoha," Sasuke answered candidly when Yunxi inquired about his intentions. "If you can help me become stronger, I am willing to do anything." His expression hardened with determination. "Did you witness that?" Yunxi was surprised that Sasuke had seen his battle with Kakashi. Suddenly, a thought arose in Yunxi's mind. Since Itachi had entrusted him with Sasuke's care, it wouldn't be inappropriate to teach him a few things. After coming to this conclusion, Yunxi glanced at Sasuke and said, "If you wish to grow stronger, that is possible. However, I will not take you as my disciple. I will only teach you some fundamental skills." Considering that Uchiha Itachi was already a formal member of his organization, Yunxi felt it was inappropriate to take Sasuke as a pupil, as it would place Itachi in an awkward position. Instead, he chose to impart some basic ninjutsu and training methods. Chapter 45. The Third Hokage's Shock. Can I follow you? Upon hearing Yunxi's agreement, Sasuke's initially despondent expression transformed, revealing a hint of anxiety. His hands instinctively clenched into fists, his eyes gleaming with a trace of hope. Not for now. Yunxi was reluctant to take Sasuke to the root. At this stage, Sasuke lacked any combat capability, and if he were to fall into Danzo's hands because of Yunxi, he would have no way to explain himself to Uchiha Itachi. Why? Clearly, Sasuke did not comprehend Yunxi's reasons for not being able to take him along. His small face was filled with a plethora of confusion. "Because I have matters to attend to, I will seek you out when I have the time." After making a difficult explanation to Sasuke, Yunxi departed with Xianglin and Pikachu. Sasuke tried several times to follow in Yunxi's footsteps, but ultimately could not muster the courage to step forward. "Is it because I am too weak?" Gazing at the departing clouds, Sasuke Uchiha's expression bore a hint of melancholy. His entire being, ensconced in the shadows of the wall, appeared pitiable and helpless. In the distance, Cheyenne felt a pang of compassion upon witnessing Sasuke's plight, for she recognized a reflection of her own past within him, an identical tragedy of clan annihilation, an equal sense of powerlessness. "Fear not, for all that is behind you now, and no one can harm you anymore." Suddenly, Cheyenne felt a warm, reassuring hand rest upon her shoulder. Turning to look, she discovered Yunxi beaming at her with a cheerful countenance. Pikachu had also arrived by her side, exuding an encouraging spirit. Is this what happiness feels like? The actions of Yunxi and Pikachu radiated like a brilliant beam of light, thoroughly dispelling the gloom that lingered in Cheyenne's heart. From the moment Cheyenne encountered Sasuke, Yunxi had sensed that something was amiss with her, despite the subtle changes in her expression. Yet, Yunxi keenly perceived that something was amiss with Xianglin. "Thank you all." After receiving comfort from Yunxi and Pikachu, Xianglin smiled. A naive smile blossomed on her face. Witnessing this scene, Yunxi understood that the emotional knot within Xianglin had been untied. "Xianglin, the once dreary world has come to an end. Now you have me and Pikachu. Should anyone dare to bully you again, they shall meet their demise." Indeed, Pikachu. Observing the path ahead with Yunxi and Pikachu, Xianglin finally felt a long-lost sense of happiness. Just as Yunxi was leading Xianglin toward the roots, Kakashi was brought to the Konoha hospital by the three Jonin from earlier. Upon hearing the news, the third Hokage hastened to the scene. What has transpired? Upon seeing Kakashi, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed, a hint of displeasure appeared on the third Hokage's face. It is worth noting that Kakashi is undoubtedly a direct disciple of the third Hokage. Not only is Kakashi a pupil of Minato Namikaze, but he is also one of Konoha's elite forces. Did I not instruct Kakashi to fetch Yunxi to see me? How did it come to this? Not receiving a response from those around him, the third Hokage inquired once more. It was the boy, Yunxi, who inflicted the injury on Kakashi. Finally spoke one of the Chunin who had brought Kakashi to the hospital. How is this possible? Upon hearing this news, the third Hokage instinctively thought he had misheard. It is important to acknowledge that Kakashi, even among Jonin, is considered a formidable warrior. He possesses not only exceptional combat experience but also wields the S-rank lightning release technique. Raikiri. Coupled with the power of the three-tomo Sharingan, he could maneuver effortlessly even when confronted by a Kage-level ninja. However, it was astonishing that someone had informed him that Kakashi had been defeated by a mere 6-year-old. How could the third Hokage possibly believe such a tale? Indeed, it was true. Previously, Lord Kakashi had intended to escort Yunxi to the Hokage building after discovering the demise of the root ninja en route to the Yunxi household. Yet, along the way, Yunxi had no intention of accompanying Lord Kakashi, which led to a confrontation between the two. In response to the third Hokage's inquiries, the Chunin present dared not conceal any details and recounted the events as they transpired. What followed? The third Hokage took a deep drag from his cigarette, attempting to calm his tumultuous thoughts, and continued to question the circumstances. Subsequently, Kakashi initiated the lightning release, body flicker technique, intending to subdue Yunxi and take him away. However, it appeared that Yunxi possessed a summoning beast that was entirely immune to lightning release. Although this beast was only of Chunin rank, Kakashi's lightning release techniques had no effect on it whatsoever. A summoning beast completely immune to lightning release? Upon hearing this revelation, the third Hokage was taken aback. Renowned for his profound knowledge of ninjutsu, the third Hokage undoubtedly possessed an extensive understanding of various ninjutsu techniques. However, he had never heard of a summoning beast that could be entirely immune to lightning release ninjutsu. For the moment, he set aside his inquiries regarding the summoning beast. What the third Hokage truly wished to comprehend was what had transpired between Yunxi and Kakashi. Subsequently, Lord Kakashi launched another offensive while activating his three-tomo Sharingan and employing the lightning blade. At this juncture, the Chunin glanced at the third Hokage, hesitant to continue, fearing that the Hokage might not believe his account. What's the matter? Continue. The three members, having abruptly halted, stirred the third Hokage's ire. Under the Hokage's watchful gaze, the Chunin felt compelled to speak again. In the face of Lord Kakashi's assault, Yunxi astonishingly retaliated with lightning release ninjutsu, specifically lightning release, Thunder Tiger. Kakashi was struck head-on and promptly fell into a state of unconsciousness. After recounting the events, a look of relief washed over the Chunin's face. Had he not witnessed the incident himself, he would have found it hard to believe his own words. Are you certain that all you have stated is the truth? After a prolonged silence following the narrative, the third Hokage inquired once more. I stake my life that there was not a shred of falsehood in my account, the Chunin solemnly assured, confronting the Hokage's skepticism. At that moment, the other two Chunin members chimed in, Hokage-sama, though this may sound like a tale. It is indeed how Lord Kakashi was defeated. Once they had spoken, a resigned expression reappeared on the faces of the three You may leave, the third Hokage gestured, signaling the three that they could depart after grasping the situation. Yes. Upon receiving the permission to leave, the three members exhaled in relief and swiftly exited the Konoha hospital, gazing at the distant back mountains. The third Hokage found it challenging to digest the information he had just received. If what they claimed was true, the situation would indeed be dire. Chapter 46. The Third's Dilemma. Hokage-sama, how do you propose we address this matter? Just as the third Hokage fell into contemplation, Shiranui Ginma, standing behind him, broke the silence. Issue a command for all Jonin in Konoha to assemble. The third Hokage, interrupted by Gunma, realized that this issue had escalated beyond his personal conflict with Danzo. If not handled properly, it could result in the loss of another extraordinary talent for Konoha. If the three had not lied, the third Hokage could even surmise that Yunxi possessed a talent comparable to that of the legendary Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki, perhaps even surpassing it. Understood. Upon receiving the orders from the third Hokage, Noara Hanjin promptly sprang into action. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Raiden also set off alongside Noara Hanjin. Ultimately, only the elite Chunin, Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumo, remained in the Konoha hospital to oversee Kakashi's care. The third Hokage returned to the Hokage Tower, preparing to await the arrival of all Konoha's Jonin before heading to the route. Following Noara Hanjin's notification, approximately 10 minutes later, all the Jonin of Konoha had gathered in the Hokage's office. Excluding a few Jonin who were out on missions, around 30 of them were present. Among them were notable figures such as Guy, Kurenai, Asuma Saratobi, Choji Akimichi, Shikaka Nara, and Inoichi Yamanaka. It could be said that the backbone of Konoha's combat strength had assembled. However, where is Kakashi? Once everyone had arrived, Guy surveyed the room but could not spot Kakashi. He thus inquired of Asuma Saratobi, who stood beside him. I have no idea. That guy always enjoys arriving late. He should be here shortly, Asuma replied, unaware of the true reason his father, the third Hokage, had summoned him. Given Kakashi's habitual tardiness, Asuma instinctively assumed that Kakashi had yet to arrive. Do you know what the situation is? Guy asked, turning to Kurenai and the others after realizing Asuma was also in the dark. Yet they were perplexed as to why the third Hokage had summoned everyone to the Hokage building at this particular moment. Could it be that war was on the horizon once more? After observing that the majority of the Leaf's Jonin had arrived, Guy murmured to himself. It seemed rather unlikely. The Sand Village had already forged an alliance with us, and there had been no activity from the Mist Village for quite some time. A conflict was improbable in the near future. Nara Shikaku, the Hokage's chief strategist, offered his insights after hearing Guy's words. Kakashi was currently in the Leaf Hospital. And once most of the attendees had gathered, the third Hokage revealed Kakashi's mission to intercept the Cloud's heir. How could this be? Guy's expression turned grave upon learning the details. As Kakashi's closest colleague and friend, he was acutely aware of Kakashi's true capabilities. He could scarcely believe that Kakashi could be defeated by a mere 6-year-old child, and without the ability to retaliate. How could this possibly be? Indeed, Kakashi's prowess was formidable. How could a child yet to become a genin overpower him? The Jonin present were left in astonishment after hearing the third Hokage's words. Although Kakashi's strength was often spoken of as being on par with the legendary Might Guy in the original Naruto narrative. However, the true strength is by no means weak. At the very least, it is undoubtedly among the elite of the Jonin in Konohagakure. Furthermore, he possesses the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, the three-tomo Sharingan. The events have transpired, and the sole purpose of my gathering you all is to request that you proceed to the route and bring back Yunxi. After which we shall discuss further matters. Confronted by such a formidable assembly of Jonin, the third Hokage candidly revealed the objective of this summons. Yes, we shall ensure the task is accomplished, Ka declared, breaking his silence and being the first to dash forth. He was eager to witness how the youth known as Yunxi managed to defeat Kakashi. Following Ka's departure, the other Jonin gradually exited the Hokage building. As for the third Hokage, a look of inner conflict crossed his face. Despite the fact that Yunxi's actions could already be classified as those of a rogue ninja. However, for the sake of Konoha's future, the third Hokage sincerely hoped that Raikage would refrain from escalating the situation further. After all, a talent of such extraordinary caliber was not something the third Hokage could bear to ruin with his own hands. At present, although the conflicts among the 5 great nations had momentarily subsided, beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, tumultuous waves still surge. The Hidden Leaf Village is in dire need of formidable strength. The emergence of Yunxi perfectly addresses the deficiency in high-level combat capabilities within the village. The third Hokage anticipates that, within a decade, Yunxi will possess true Kage-level prowess. Although Yunxi's strength has somewhat surpassed the third Hokage's expectations, he remains confident that Yunxi is not inherently malevolent. His sole desire is to safeguard the well-being of his comrades. Once this matter concludes, I must have a conversation with Dance. It is evident that the third Hokage finds Danz's unilateral actions to be excessively outrageous. Historically, he has chosen to overlook Danz's machinations, fully aware of the clandestine activities he engages in. As long as he does not overstep, he is too apathetic to concern himself with the trivial matters orchestrated by Danzo. However, this time, Danzo unexpectedly intended to bring the orphan of the Uzumaki clan back to the roots, employing rather forceful measures. If it were an ordinary civilian child, the third Hokage would likely turn a blind eye to the matter. After all, where there is light, there must also be darkness. In the interest of maintaining stability within the village, the third Hokage was willing to accept certain sacrifices. Upon hearing that Yunxi's strength could actually surpass Kakashi's, the third Hokage could no longer remain passive. On one hand, he was astonished by Yunxi's prowess. On the other, he was deeply concerned that Danzo had nearly obliterated a top-tier talent, a formidable force for Konoha. Gazing at the distant Hokage monument, the third Hokage fell into deep contemplation. He was uncertain whether his decision was indeed the right one, yet he felt compelled to take the risk. From the very first encounter with Yunxi, the third Hokage had sensed a shadowy aura emanating from him. However, Yunxi's loquacious, rational, and sunlit disposition evoked the shadow of the fourth Hokage in the third Hokage's mind. Thus, the third Hokage entrusted Yunxi with the care of Naruto. Yet, Danzo's unilateral actions directly provoked Yunxi's ire. The third Hokage was uncertain whether the dark power residing within Yunxi would be unleashed. He was also unsure if his choice was right or wrong, leading to a moment of confusion within him, a sensation he had not experienced in many years. While the third Hokage grappled with his thoughts, Yunxi, accompanied by Shanfeng, arrived at the entrance of the route. Gazing at the building, reminiscent of a rodent's nest, a sly smile crept across Yunxi's face. Chapter 47, Strengthening Shanfeng Brother Yunxi. Have we arrived? With Yunxi halting his steps, a flicker of anxiety crossed Shanfeng's features, clearly indicating that the route was still a place of great fear for her. Pika. Pikachu, also displaying a look of trepidation, stood behind Yunxi, prepared for battle. Initially resistant to Yunxi, Pikachu had gradually come to realize that Yunxi was not the one-dimensional figure he had envisioned, one who merely shocked him with electricity. Instead, Pikachu discerned that Yunxi's true intention was to utilize lightning release techniques to expedite his own strength. Upon understanding this revelation, Pikachu began to warm up to Yunxi. Yes, we have arrived, but we must wait before entering, Yunxi affirmed in response to Shanfeng's inquiry, coming to a halt before the entrance of the route. He aimed to bolster the strength of Shanfeng and Pikachu. Although Yunxi's true power had reached the level of a Hokage, he decided to utilize the remaining premium points before entering the route to enhance Shanfeng's survivability, just in case of unforeseen circumstances. Shanfeng, you may experience some changes to your body. There is no need to worry. To facilitate Shanfeng's acceptance of the sudden system enhancement and to minimize the need for explanation, Yunxi opted to communicate with her beforehand. All right, brother Yunxi. Though Shanfeng was puzzled as to why Yunxi suddenly felt the need to share this with her. However, Xianglin understood that Yunxi would never harm her. The system activated the partner development interface. After observing that Xianglin exhibited no unusual reactions, Yunxi began to summon the system, preparing to invest resources to enhance Xianglin. As he gazed upon the familiar interface for investment, Yunxi slowly inquired. How many points are required for the active cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? Ding. The system confirmed the inquiry, stating, the price for the active cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, is 100 investment points. Upon issuing his command, a purchase interface swiftly emerged on the investment screen. So inexpensive? Yunxi exclaimed, astonished by the price of the active cells. He had not anticipated that the active cells he intended to implant in Xianglin would cost merely 100 points. Such a favorable price led Yunxi to momentarily suspect that there might be an issue with his system. Ding. The item price is accurate, however. A handling fee of 10,000 investment points is required, and for non-host usage, it will be doubled. In response to Yunxi's doubts, a notification appeared on the investment interface. This shouldn't be. Why was the price for querying the transplant of active cells previously as high as 200,000 investment points? Even though the system required a handling fee for the transplant, Yunxi still perceived it as a bargain. Previously, in his quest to enhance his physical capabilities, he had inquired about the price of the first Hokage's cells in the shop, which amounted to a staggering 200,000 investment points. At that time, with only over 80,000 investment points remaining, he had no choice but to abandon the idea, planning to purchase once he had sufficient funds. However, the cost for the transplant of the fragrant phosphorus, including handling fees, amounts to just over 20,000. This left Yunxi somewhat perplexed. Ding. This price is exclusively available to the Senju clan or the Uzumaki clan. Others must pay the original price. At last, as Yunxi grappled with his confusion, the system elucidated the reason for the dual pricing structure. In essence, the selling price of items in the system is determined by each individual's bloodline limit or physique. It was only through the system's prior explanation that Yunxi discovered this intriguing feature of his system. System, are there any products that correspond to my physique? Upon realizing this new functionality, Yunxi promptly inquired. After all, acquiring premium points is quite challenging, and every little bit saved counts. Indeed, in response to Yunxi's question, the system promptly listed the items eligible for discounts. System, get out of my sight. However, upon reviewing the product introduction, Yunxi could not help but exclaim in frustration. This was due to the revelation that the system had listed only a single discounted item. Although the price was merely 1 unit of a game currency, it was exceedingly affordable. However, Yunxi could not restrain his ire, venting his frustrations vehemently. The item in question was named Millennial Kill. Indeed, the unique ninjutsu employed by Kakashi against Naruto during the infamous bell test. System, if you fail to provide me with a reasonable explanation today, I shall not let you off easily. After closing his personal shop, several dark lines appeared on Yunxi's face. Although he might have already realized that there were likely very few discounted items available in the marketplace. However, the 1,000 Years of Pain technique has undoubtedly caught Yunxi off guard. He would prefer that the system simply inform him that there are no discounted items suitable for him rather than having such an inferior technique appear in the system's marketplace. The system chimed in, stating that due to the host's lack of any bloodline limits and his modest talent for ninjutsu training, it could not offer discounts according to its regulations. The 1,000 Years of Pain is classified as a basic taijutsu technique, and under certain circumstances, the host could still master it with ease. Hence, the system has priced it at a mere point of a game currency. To alleviate Yunxi's frustration, the system meticulously explained why the price of the 1,000 Years of Pain was so low. Reluctantly, he decided not to argue further and proceeded to transplant the active cells of Senju into Xianglin. Although he had mentally prepared himself, Yunxi could only console himself internally. Believing the system lacked discernment, he proceeded to purchase the active cells of Hashirama Senju and successfully implanted them into Xianglin. After all, an item originally valued at 200,000 could be acquired for merely 20,000 points in the system's discounted scenario. Though it was exclusively available to those of the Uzumaki clan, Yunxi felt he had made a significant profit. After all, Xianglin is an exceptionally powerful support ninja, capable of reconnaissance, healing, and assisting in combat among various tasks. In critical moments, she could also employ sealing techniques to aid Yunxi. However, her inherent strength was rather feeble. Although she possessed formidable healing abilities, her physical resilience was lacking. If she were to be attacked first, there was a possibility that she would be unable to heal her companions in time, resulting in severe injuries. Yet after the transplantation of Hashirama Senju's active cells, Xianglin's self-healing capabilities would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. Yunxi could then devote his full attention to the battle without the need to constantly check on Xianglin's condition. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the active cells special edition for a companion, consuming a total of 20,000 points. As Yunxi's points vanished, Xianglin's body began to undergo noticeable changes. How itchy! At that moment, Xianglin recognized the peculiar sensations within her body, but fortunately, Yunxi had previously warned her, so she did not take it too seriously. Approximately a minute later, the system enhancement concluded, and a potent aura of life erupted from Xianglin's being. Simultaneously, her appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Yunxi exclaimed, "Wow, the little bun has grown up." Upon witnessing the completed enhancement, an expression of immense delight spread across Yunxi's face. Thanks to the influx of vitality, Xianglin, who had previously stood at a mere 1 meter and 34 centimeters, had now soared to 1 meter and 70. Moreover, her entire physique appeared more mature, with growth evident in all aspects. The next part is difficult to describe, so I will leave it to the reader's imagination. In summary, the lowly has transformed into a cool and elegant young lady. Brother Yunxi, why have I changed so much? Upon seeing her transformation, Xianglin's face radiated shock, tinged with a hint of shyness. She had not anticipated such a drastic change in her body within a mere minute. Brother Yunxi, have I grown up? Confused, Xianglin gazed at Yunxi with a pitiful expression, hoping he could clarify her bewilderment. Perhaps Yunxi was equally uncertain about how to explain, for he himself had not anticipated that a single system enhancement could yield such astounding results. Fortunately, the clothing Xianglin had worn previously was somewhat loose, allowing her figure to remain relatively concealed, albeit slightly snug. "Oh, this is quite nice." After hearing Yunxi's words, Xianglin ceased her inquiries and stood behind him with her head lowered, clearly still adjusting to her new physique. The most bewildered among them was Pikachu, who could hardly fathom the remarkable transformation Xianglin had undergone in the blink of an eye. Were it not for Pikachu's acute sense of smell, he would have believed that the beautiful young lady before him was a completely different person. Let us proceed to the roots. As Jinxiang gradually embraced her own body, Yunxi also walked slowly towards the depths of the root. Yet, before Yunxi could fully delve into the depths, a dozen root ninjas abruptly emerged, encircling Yunxi and his companions entirely. Does Danzo, that wretched cur, know of my arrival? Observing the formidable formation before him, Yunxi pondered silently within his heart. However, the actions of one of the root's elite shinobi left Yunxi somewhat perplexed. The shinobi approached Yunxi slowly, then abruptly blocked his path. In a voice devoid of emotion, he stated, "This area is a restricted zone of Konoha. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering." Witnessing this scene, Yunxi smiled, realizing that Danzo was still unaware of his intentions to seek him out. Initially, Yunxi had believed he had eliminated the root ninja, and presumed that Danzo would have received the news by now. However, Yunxi suddenly had a change of heart, realizing that Danzo still perceived himself as nothing more than an ordinary commoner. Although Yunxi had previously exhibited some talent, it was clear that he posed no significant threat in Danzo's mind. Furthermore, with the recent massacre of the Uchiha clan still fresh in everyone's memory, Danzo was even less inclined to concern himself with Yunxi and K-Rin. The group of root ninjas before them was evidently not dispatched for the sake of Yunxi and K-Rin. In Yunxi's estimation, they were on a mission of another nature. "Who are you to dare speak the name of Lord Danzo so brazenly?" The root Jainin standing beside Yunxi, having overheard his scornful words, immediately exhibited a shift in demeanor, with a flicker of murderous intent evident in his eyes. In the hearts of the root ninjas, Danzo was akin to a deity, indeed. In their minds, his standing surpassed even that of the third Hokage. The audacity of this mere child to mock Lord Danzo in such a tone was intolerable. Originally, the intent was merely to expel them, but the insolence of this child incited a desire to kill. With that, the root Jainin launched a kick directly at Yunxi. Though he did not employ any ninjutsu, he was acutely aware of his own strength. It was not just any ordinary child who could withstand his might. Even adults could easily suffer shattered ribs from a single blow. What? Just as the Jainin's attack was about to connect with Yunxi, he found his left foot suspended in midair. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Yunxi had grasped his calf with his delicate hand. Although Yunxi's arm appeared devoid of any strength, however, the root ninja found his legs ensnared as if caught within a narrow crevice, utterly unable to extricate himself. To hell with it. Just as the root ninja contemplated employing ninjutsu for a counterattack, Yunxi effortlessly flung him away. Subsequently, propelled by an overwhelming force, the root ninja collided violently with the wall, raising a cloud of dust in his wake. After dispatching the upper ninja, Yunxi maintained an expression of nonchalance, casually brushing off his hands as if he had merely disposed of a bag of refuse. "Hurry, report to Lord Danzo that we are under attack." The root ninja, who had initially intended to merely observe, instantly shifted into a combat-ready state upon witnessing this scene, despite having missed the moment when Yunxi had made his move. However, the seasoned root ninja understood that the figure before them, Yunxi, should not be underestimated. Upon assessing the situation, the group of Umbu ninja that had initially encircled Yunxi swiftly divided into two factions. One group remained in place to monitor Yunxi, Xiangling, and Pikachu, while the other hurried back to the root headquarters to report the unfolding events to Danzo. "Brother Yunxi, should we take action?" Xiangling inquired, facing the restless root ninja. She, too, wished to gauge the extent of her current abilities. "No need," Yunxi replied, extending his hand to restrain her from acting. To him, these root ninja were nothing more than insignificant pests. He was here to await Danzo. "Is it really you?" Approximately 10 minutes later, Danzo finally emerged. A hint of surprise flickered across his previously calm visage. Although Danzo had never met Yunxi in person, he had seen photographs of him since the third Hokage's initial encounter with the young man. Earlier, when informed that there were disturbances at the entrance of the root headquarters, Danzo had dismissed it as inconsequential. However, upon hearing that a high-ranking root ninja had been swiftly dispatched, he felt compelled to investigate the matter himself. However, what surprised Danzo was that the instigator was none other than Yunxi. "Huh, old dog, you have finally emerged." Upon seeing Danzo, Yunxi stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Danzo, while he unabashedly unleashed the murderous intent he had been harboring. "Do you wish to kill me?" Upon sensing the murderous aura emanating from Yunxi, a fleeting cold smile crossed Danzo's scarred face. "Yet there are many who wish to take my life. I wonder if you will succeed." In the face of Yunxi's killing intent, Danzo displayed no signs of panic. After all, he was a renowned elite shinobi, and should he employ his hidden cards, he could even rival a shadow-level ninja. Why would he fear a mere child like Yunxi? Chapter 49, The Battle Begins. "Haha, it seems I have underestimated you." Danzo, observing the lack of fear on Yunxi's face, felt a tinge of curiosity, not to mention that Yunxi was still a child. Even some ordinary shinobi within Konoha would avoid Danzo at all costs, let alone someone who would dare to come to the root and stir up trouble. "Why should I fear you?" Yunxi found himself somewhat perplexed by Danzo's words, not to mention that Danzo was merely an elite shinobi. Even a shadow-level ninja would face the wrath of Yunxi if they posed a threat to him or his companions. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in Yunxi exerting such effort to enhance his strength? Was it not to ensure a better survival for himself and his loved ones in this harsh world? One must understand that in the ninja realm, reasoning is futile. Strength is the ultimate truth. Very well, it seems you are indeed a genius favored by the third. After hearing Yunxi's words, Danzo chuckled before replying. However, the growth of a genius requires time. Without strength, even the finest talent is but an ephemeral illusion. With that, Danzo launched his attack. Wind release, vacuum wave. In an instant, a wave of energy composed entirely of air surged toward Yunxi. The speed of the wind release technique was so rapid that the onlookers did not even hear the sound of the technique slicing through the air. Now, the root ninjas, who had been standing by, sprang into action upon seeing Danzo's assault. Sealing technique, 10 directions of obliteration. After transplanting the active cells of the first Hokage, Karui's physical prowess had been significantly enhanced, as had her chakra reserves. Previously, the range of the sealing technique she employed was limited to approximately 1 meter. However, after the transplantation of the active cells, Xianglin was immediately able to perform large-scale sealing techniques. It is the sealing technique. We must flee. The initial wave of attacking root ninjas, upon witnessing Xianglin's sealing art, sought to escape. Yet, the speed was still slightly sluggish, merely a matter of a few seconds. Xianglin swiftly sealed several of the root ninjas who had launched the initial assault. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. The heavenly curse mark activated, entering its second state. Meanwhile, facing the formidable Toanzo, Yunxi had no intention of holding back. Although he harbored disdain for Toanzo at his core, Yunxi would not succumb to blind arrogance in the heat of battle. He understood that every individual who survived in the ninja world possessed their own trump card. Just as the wind style, vacuum wave was about to strike him, Yunxi executed the earth style, earth flow wall with remarkable swiftness and hand seals, adept in defense. Though merely a C-rank ninjutsu, with Yunxi's ample chakra infusion, it successfully withstood Toanzo's initial onslaught. Moreover, he unleashed the full potential of the heavenly curse mark, soaring directly into the sky. What sort of ninjutsu is this? A trace of astonishment flickered across Toanzo's face upon witnessing Yunxi's heavenly curse mark. After all, he was a ninja who had survived the Second Great Ninja War. His understanding of various ninjutsu, though not as extensive as the third Hokage's, was certainly not far behind. However, Danzo discovered that the ninjutsu previously employed by Yunxi was entirely unfamiliar to him, something he had never even heard of before. Gazing at Yunxi, whose body was adorned with intricate runes while soaring through the sky, Danzo found himself momentarily bewildered. However, Toanzo's combat experience is quite extensive, and within mere moments, he devised a solution. Although Yunxi appeared slightly peculiar at that moment, Toanzo swiftly increased the distance between them, simultaneously forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Wind release, vacuum, great sphere. Instantly, a sphere of energy, approximately 1 meter in diameter and entirely composed of wind attribute chakra, materialized before Toanzo. Under his command, the wind release, vacuum great sphere surged forth like a cannonball towards Yunxi. Shadow clone technique. 5 transformations, great cannon technique. Observing Toanzo unleash an exceptionally dense barrage of vacuum great spheres, Yunxi remained unperturbed. He harbored no intention of evading Toanzo's onslaught. For this wind-based ninjutsu was not only abundant but also highly concentrated. More importantly, the attack's range was exceedingly broad, rendering ordinary evasive maneuvers ineffective. Thus, Yunxi opted to first employ the shadow clone technique. He then directed his clones to perform hand seals and unleash the signature ninjutsu of the third Hokage, 5 transformations, great cannon technique. In truth, the execution of this ninjutsu was not particularly challenging and could be adjusted according to the techniques one had mastered. In the world of Naruto, it is exceedingly rare for an individual to possess all 5 chakra natures. Furthermore, without an extraordinary talent for ninjutsu, it is nearly impossible to execute the technique known as the 5 elements, great sphere of destruction. This explains why, in the original narrative, only the third Hokage was capable of wielding such a technique. Moreover, Uchiha often refrains from employing this ninjutsu, as its power pales in comparison to other bloodline limits or S-rank techniques. Additionally, it demands a substantial amount of chakra for its execution. If one were to identify a merit of this technique, it would be its aesthetic appeal. The simultaneous display of 5 different ninjutsu is undeniably splendid, regardless of its actual potency. Were it not for Danzo's use of the vacuum great sphere, Uchiha would have had no intention of resorting to such a flamboyant, yet impractical technique. Upon witnessing Uchiha's counterattack, Danzo seemed momentarily taken aback, for he was all too familiar with this technique. The 5 elements, Great Sphere of Destruction, is none other than the signature skill of the 3rd Hokage. As a childhood friend of Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could Danzo not recognize it? What is your connection to that man, Sarutobi? After narrowly evading the remainder of Uchiha's onslaught, Danzo, with a grim expression, inquired why Uchiha also possessed the 5 elements, Great Sphere of Destruction, connecting this to the earlier summons by the 3rd Hokage. Danzo even suspected that Uchiha was a disciple of Sarutobi. There was no need for Uchiha to explain himself. He was disinterested in engaging Danzo further and launched another attack, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Seizing the moment Danzo was distracted by his shadow clone, Uchiha swiftly maneuvered behind him, gathering an immense amount of fire chakra. Instantly, a sea of flames engulfed Danzo's location. Is it over? After witnessing Uchiha's successful strike, Kei-Rin's face radiated excitement, as she instinctively presumed that Danzo had been vanquished. Yet, it was not the case. Uchiha shook his head. If Danzo were so easily defeated, he would not be Danzo. Indeed, as the flames dissipated, no body was found. Brat, you have successfully enraged me. Just as everyone was searching for Danzo, a menacing figure materialized nearby, exuding a palpable aura of malice. Wind Release, Vacuum Blade. Suddenly, Danzo appeared behind Uchiha, wielding a sharp shuriken that glimmered with a faint white light. This was the very vacuum blade that had nearly severed Sasuke's Susanoo. Should Danzo's strike land, it would mark a pivotal moment in the confrontation. It is evident that such a feat is impossible. From the moment Danzo vanished, Yunxi began to heighten his vigilance. Having perused the original text, Yunxi comprehended that Danzo must possess a contingency plan. Thus, after executing the 5 natures, Great Fireball technique, Yunxi exchanged positions with his shadow clone. The Yunxi who previously employed the Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguishing technique was, in fact, his clone. Danzo's stealthy ambush had merely targeted an illusion. The true Yunxi stood beside Kei-Rin, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Observing the suddenly vanished Yunxi, Danzo's expression was nothing short of remarkable. He had not anticipated that his ambush had merely eliminated one of Yunxi's clones. Fear began to manifest on the faces of the remaining root ninjas. They had never imagined that the prowess of a mere child could be so formidable. Even Danzo harbored a sense of astonishment regarding Yunxi's strength. Enough games. Let the strike conclude the battle. Seizing the opportunity once more, Yunxi launched his assault. Fire Release, Black Flame technique. Under Yunxi's full might, a vast expanse of black flames materialized within the arena, its coverage comparable to that of the earlier Great Fire Extinguishing technique. However, the disparity in power between these 2 ninjutsu techniques is simply beyond description. It is a chasm of difference. Would Release, Violent Gun Tree. At the moment when Yunxi unleashed the Black Flame technique, a sense of foreboding flickered in Toanzo's mind. Recognizing that Yunxi's attack was extraordinary, Toanzo revealed his trump card, Would Release Ninjutsu. The Would Release, Violent Gun Tree is a formidable technique that integrates both offense and defense. It not only provides protection, but also boasts astonishing offensive capabilities. Even the Black Flame technique, which is notoriously difficult to extinguish, merely scorched the massive tree summoned by Toanzo for a brief moment before it naturally extinguished. Would Release Ninjutsu, indeed powerful. Having lived in the world of Naruto for so long, this was Yunxi's first encounter with genuine Would Release Ninjutsu. Although Yunxi was aware that Toanzo had transplanted the cells of the first Hokage and possessed the ability to utilize Would Release, this experience was entirely new. However, Yunxi did not anticipate that Danzo had already mastered the formidable Would Release techniques at this juncture. Judging from the residual traces of Would Release chakra, Yunxi surmised that Danzo's proficiency in this art was undoubtedly on par with Yamato from the original narrative, if not surpassing it in strength. I never imagined you could compel me to resort to this technique. Indeed, I have underestimated you. Danzo, utilizing Would Release, Violent Gun Tree, successfully repelled Yunxi's Black Flame technique. However, the root ninjas standing aside were not as fortunate. They were directly struck by the Black Flame technique, reducing them to charred remains. Although these root ninjas were insignificant in Danzo's eyes, nurturing them required considerable resources. Meanwhile, Yunxi brazenly annihilated the root ninjas before him, undoubtedly slapping Danzo in the face. If the first Hokage were to employ Would Release in my presence, I would undoubtedly flee without a second thought, but you are clearly unworthy of such respect. Observing Danzo standing atop the colossal tree, Yunxi gradually began to take the situation more seriously. Although Danzo's would release was not particularly formidable, it should not be underestimated. After all, it is one of the premier bloodline limits within the realm of Naruto. Should Yunxi become too careless, he could face dire consequences. Moreover, in terms of attributes, would release is relatively effective against Yunxi's Amaterasu and fire release techniques. He chuckled, then received my strike. Would release, root burial? Upon hearing Yunxi's declaration, a cold smile appeared on Danzo's face. He then summoned a massive tree to launch an assault on Yunxi. What? Seeing Danzo execute this technique left Yunxi somewhat astonished. Having read the original work, he understood the cost of Danzo's would release, root burial technique. Danzo intended to perish alongside him. Yunxi, familiar with the mechanics of this jutsu, realized it merely summoned a giant tree to engulf both him and his adversary. Typically, once someone utilizes this jutsu, regardless of whether the enemy perishes, they themselves are certain to die. The cost is far too great for an ordinary individual to bear. However, Danzo is an exception. Once the trees consume the enemy, he can employ his Hokage to transform the damage he has sustained into a dream, thereby evading this technique. The consequence of such an act necessitates the sacrifice of a Sharingan as the price. It can be said that for others, this represents a self-destructive trump card. However, in the hands of Danzo, as long as he possesses sufficient Sharingan, he can utilize the wood release, tree root burial technique as a conventional means of attack. Sensing imminent danger, Yunxi promptly shouted, K-Rin, deploy the sealing barrier. Upon hearing Yunxi's command, K-Rin swiftly unleashed the standard sealing barrier beneath her feet. Seizing the opportunity, Yunxi grasped K-Rin and Pikachu, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, the trees summoned by Danzo struck against the sealing barrier previously established by K-Rin. To everyone's astonishment, the trees summoned by Danzo were directly sealed by K-Rin's barrier. As Hokage, Danzo was filled with perplexity. He had not anticipated that his ultimate technique would be thwarted by a mere sealing barrier. Although curiosity swirled within him, the time to employ Izanagi was fleeting. He could only resort to Izanagi to evade the repercussions of this would-release ninjutsu. It appears I have underestimated you, but alas, you have encountered me. Observing Danzo as he was in the process of resurrection, Yunxi felt a twinge of reflection. Initially, Yunxi believed Danzo's ordinary combat prowess amounted to no more than that of an elite genin. It was only when he invoked Izanagi alongside the otherworldly deity that he could truly be regarded as a shadow-level master. However, Yunxi overlooked the crucial information that Danzo possessed the would-release technique. With the formidable enhancement of the would-release bloodline limit, Yunxi surmised that Danzo could attain a shadow-level strength even without employing the Kodoame Tsukumi. Fortunately, Yunxi was aware that Xianglin's sealing technique was precisely capable of countering the would-release ninjutsu. While the would-release is notoriously resilient, it is not impervious to sealing. Even the slightest portion sealed would render Danzo's would-release root explosion technique vulnerable to Yunxi's resolution. As you watch the Sharingan, which you had painstakingly gathered, vanish due to Yunxi's intervention, Danzo's expression darkened considerably, a mixture of shock and heightened fury washing over him. Having navigated the ninja world for years, Danzo had never imagined he would be cornered by a mere child to such an extent. You have forced my hand. Gazing at the devastation before the root organization, Danzo finally loosened the bandages from his head. His left eye unveiled a blood-red Sharingan. This Sharingan was the Mizukage Sharingan he had acquired from Uchiha Shursui, renowned for its ultimate Jinjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi. Was he about to employ this trump card? Noticing Danzo's actions, Yunxi realized that their battle was on the precipice of reaching a definitive conclusion. Chapter 51, Danzo's Defeat. Yunxi's assessment stemmed from the fact that Danzo had unveiled his final gambit. The Mizukage Sharingan, which possessed the Kodoame Tsukumi Jinjutsu, was indeed one of the most formidable ocular techniques. Shursui was a master of various illusions, heralded as the strongest Jinjutsu user of the Uchiha clan. According to the nature of the Mizukage Sharingan, the techniques activated by the user align with their areas of expertise. Thus, Shursui's eyes were entirely illusion-based and capable of employing Kodoame Tsukumi. After Shursui's demise, one eye was entrusted to Itachi Uchiha, while the other fell into Danzo's possession. With Orochimaru's assistance, it was later transplanted into Danzo himself. It can be asserted that this represented Danzo's most powerful trump card. The most terrifying aspect of Kodoame Tsukumi lies not in its lethality, but in its functionality. Once activated, it allows the user to infiltrate the opponent's mind without detection, altering their will, and rendering them a mere puppet. In the original narrative, Kodo Amatsukami was even lauded as the strongest genjutsu. Remarkable. I never anticipated that this would come to be used against you. After activating the Mangeki Sharingan, Danzo appeared calm. Yet the slight tremor in his features betrayed the fury brewing within. This Mangeki Sharingan, endowed with Kodo Amatsukami, was regarded by Danzo as his greatest asset. Following its acquisition, he had contemplated reserving it for the battle over the position of Hokage. However, the unexpected emergence of Yunxi and his utterly unreasonable prowess compelled Danzo to reluctantly employ this eye. Yet, it seems that exchanging a single kaleidoscopic Sharingan for a genius such as yourself is not entirely unacceptable. Observing Yunxi in the distance, who refrained from making the first move, Danzo suddenly smiled again. Dream on. While the deity is indeed formidable, it is unfortunate that you have encountered me. Upon witnessing Danzo's sinister grin, Yunxi instinctively grasped the thoughts swirling within his mind, which were nothing more than a scheme to manipulate him through the deity's power. However, it was anticipated that the cunning plan of Danzo would not unfold as he wished. Xianglin, take Pikachu and retreat to the doorway, then wait. Just before Danzo made his move, Yunxi unexpectedly appeared behind Xianglin and whispered something. After giving his instructions, Yunxi struck first. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan is not solely your domain. Upon finishing his words, Yunxi activated his own kaleidoscopic Sharingan, looking at Danzo with a proud expression, devoid of any fear. Are you a member of the Uchiha clan? Danzo questioned. No, it cannot be. The Uchiha clan has perished. You are certainly not one of them. Upon seeing the Sharingan in Yunxi's left eye, a look of astonishment crossed Danzo's face, and he instinctively regarded Yunxi as a member of the Uchiha clan. However, Danzo swiftly dismissed this notion for two reasons. Firstly, the Uchiha clan had suffered a tragic massacre just the day before. Secondly, Yunxi possessed only one Mangeki Sharingan. Danzo surmised that Yunxi had acquired his eye through the same method he himself had employed. Don't overthink it. I am not like you. The sight of Danzo's repulsive expression incited a surge of anger within Yunxi. Thus, he refrained from further conversation and launched a preemptive strike. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Wind release, great breakthrough. The moment Yunxi's feet touched the ground, a series of combined ninjutsu erupted forth. The flames, propelled by the wind, transformed what was merely a B-rank fire technique into a formidable force, amplified several times over, engulfing Danzo's position in a massive sea of fire. Izanagi. In response to Yunxi's onslaught, Danzo invoked Izanagi, sacrificing one of his Sharingan to escape the lethal range of Yunxi's attack. Simultaneously, he leapt into the air and shouted, Kodo Amatsukami. In an instant, Yunxi, who had been standing below, wore a vacant expression, akin to a marionette. Ha ha ha, I've succeeded. Danzo's heart brimmed with unrestrained joy at the sight of Yunxi's condition, his face contorted in a sinister grin, devoid of any restraint. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Just as Kodo Amatsukami was about to conclude, the nearby SH Rin hurled Pikachu into the fray. In midair, Pikachu unleashed his signature move, Thunderbolt, striking the stationary Yunxi directly. The entire sequence unfolded with a fluid grace. Upon being hit by Pikachu, Yunxi broke free from the effects of Kodo Amatsukami. How is that possible? How did you know how to counter Kodo Amatsukami? Danzo's expression morphed into one of shock and fear as he witnessed Yunxi's escape. Indeed, it is the most potent genjutsu. Even I, with my Mangeki Sharingan, find it difficult to resist. As Yunxi regained consciousness, he reflected on the formidable power of Kodo Amatsukami. The instant he was ensnared by its influence, he had resolved to use his willpower and Mangeki Sharingan to break free from its grasp. However, merely 3 seconds of perseverance led Yunxi's consciousness to plunge into darkness. Fortunately, he had prepared a contingency plan prior to the battle. What he had whispered to Xianglin earlier was indeed the method to counter the Kodo Amatsukami. In the world of Naruto, no jutsu is devoid of a resolution. Every technique has a counter. Although Kodo Amatsukami is the most formidable genjutsu, any illusion possesses a crucial vulnerability. That lies in the instant the genjutsu is formed. If the physical body in the real world is attacked, the pain will jolt one out of the illusion and back into reality. This explains why some ninjas inflict harm upon themselves after encountering genjutsu. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Upon witnessing Yunxi's complete awakening, Danzo teetered on the brink of collapse. He could not fathom that Yunxi had actually dispelled the Kodo Amatsukami. Well done, Xianglin. In stark contrast to Danzo, Yunxi exuded a demeanor of composure, with a hint of a smile gracing his face as he generously praised Xianglin, who stood nearby. It's nothing. Clearly, Xianglin felt somewhat bashful under Yunxi's commendation, lowering her head in shyness. Meanwhile, Pikachu appeared exuberant, for at least he had contributed to this battle. It must come to an end. As Danzo exhausted the Kotoeme Tsukumi, Yunxi prepared to eliminate him directly. In that moment, the Sharingan in Yunxi's eyes began to whirl rapidly, yet just as he was about to unleash Amaterasu, a large contingent of Konoha Jonin arrived. Chapter 52. Yunxi's Limitations. Stop. Just as Yunxi was poised to utilize Amaterasu, Guy arrived at the scene first, launching a kick toward Yunxi. In order to evade Might Guy's assault, Yunxi had no choice but to temporarily abandon his plan to kill Danzo, swiftly dodging to the side. So it was you who injured Kakashi? Observing Yunxi effortlessly evade his full-force attack, Guy slowly spoke, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He had not anticipated such terrifying prowess from someone of Yunxi's age. It was I. In response to Might Guy's inquiry, Yunxi did not attempt to deny it. After answering, he cast a sidelong glance at the group of Konoha Jonin who had just arrived. This is troublesome, he thought to himself, feeling a twinge of regret for not concluding the battle sooner. All right. I, Might Guy, truly admire your spirit. Upon hearing Yunxi's response, Guy nodded in appreciation. However, Mate, I spoke once more, but today my mission is to bring you back. After saying this, Meikai prepared to take Yunxi back to the Hokage building, to present him to the Hokage. Let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Yunxi cast a cold glare at the surrounding Konoha Jonin, harboring a flicker of anger within. In truth, from the very beginning, Yunxi had no desire to be adversarial with Konoha. Deep down, he still held some affection for Konoha. Whether it be for Uncle Hiwa or the 12 young ninjas in his school, he had developed feelings for them all. However, certain high-ranking officials within the Hidden Leaf Village have perpetually failed to earn Yunxi's admiration. The third Hokage, whose political strategies are strikingly feeble, the meddling advisors of the Hidden Leaf Village, and, ultimately, Danzo, who indulges in power for its own sake. Although these leaders profess their dedication to the village, they are, to varying degrees, driven by personal agendas. Danzo merely exhibits this selfishness more overtly than the others. His proclaimed commitment to the village is nothing more than a ludicrous self-deception. The formation of Root was motivated by a thirst for power. His relentless pursuit of Sharingan is also an act of power. Every deed he undertakes is fueled by the desire for control. Although the original narrative attempts to redeem Danzo, stating that where there is light, there is darkness, and Danzo embodies the darkness of the Leaf Village, Yunxi dismisses this notion as utter nonsense. In the vast expanse of the shinobi world, could there truly be no one else to assist the Leaf Village with its unsavory tasks? In truth, Yunxi is disinterested in these affairs, as his primary intention is simply to navigate his existence more effectively within this world. However, Danzo audaciously took the initiative, even intending to bring him and Karen into the depths of the Root organization. Subsequently, he planned to subdue Yunxi and Karen through brainwashing. Although to others, this may seem like a trivial matter of little consequence, but for Yunxi, this was his Achilles heel, a line that none shall cross. You have arrived at quite the opportune moment. You did not come when the Roots were prepared to take away Xianglin, nor when Danzo intended to eliminate me. Yet now, here you are. Gazing at the Konoha Jonin before him, Yunxi slowly approached Xianglin, speaking in an unembellished tone. After we eliminate Danzo, I will take you to find a new home. Although Yunxi's words bore no intricate emotions, their simplicity resonated with profound significance. Yet, everyone present could palpably sense the murderous intent and an indescribable fury emanating from the scene. It was as if the figure before them, Yunxi, was not a mere child, but a vengeful warrior who had emerged from a sea of corpses. What trials had he endured? Among those closest to Yunxi, Might Guy felt the most profound impact, finding himself among the most horrified. Years of combat experience warned Guy that Yunxi was teetering on the brink of a violent eruption. He even sensed a fear reminiscent of his past encounters with the Nine Tails. What are you all waiting for? Strike swiftly and eliminate this traitorous ninja. At this moment, Danzo was nearing his breaking point. Observing that Guy and his companions hesitated to act, Danzo shouted in desperation. Silence. In an unexpected turn of events, Might Guy disregarded Danzo's command, retorting for him to be quiet while casting a cold glare in his direction. Who was Danzo? The newly arrived elite ninjas of Konoha were well aware of his reputation. However, out of respect for the Hokage, they refrained from addressing the matter further. Moreover, Danzo was not without considerable power within Konoha, which further dissuaded them from engaging with him. Even newcomers like Red were reluctant to exchange words with Danzo. Yet, in this moment, Danzo exhibits no semblance of remorse and continues to provoke the increasingly volatile Yunxi. Might Guy, unable to contain his frustration any longer. Addressed Danzo with an exasperated tone. You are fully aware of your own actions. Should you utter another word? I shall be compelled to take action and return you to the Konoha Anbu. Although Danzo holds a position of power within Konoha, Might Guy does not possess the same level of authority. Yet, Might Guy is undeniably a cornerstone of Konohagakure, and he is the only man capable of unlocking the Eight-Gate state. In the face of Danzo's errors, Might Guy remains unafraid of Danzo's authority. Upon hearing Guy's words, Danzo is filled with a sense of frustration. Upon witnessing this scene, Danzo fell silent, yet within his heart, he secretly vowed to remember this incident. Once the matter concluded, he would ensure that Might Guy would pay a price. He chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Yunxi watched the exchange between Danzo and Guy with a cold gaze, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Yunxi, cease your actions. The third Hokage will provide an explanation, Guy said, sensing Danzo's newfound restraint and turning to comfort Yunxi. At that moment, Might Guy also wished to prevent the situation from escalating further, reluctant to destroy a genius who rightfully belonged to Konoha. The third Hokage will give me an explanation? Yunxi laughed upon hearing this statement. He then addressed the crowd. If he himself can endure being assassinated by Danzo without seeking vengeance, would he truly turn against me because of a dispute with Danzo? Yunxi's words struck like a tempest, leaving all the assembled jonin in shock. Danzo assassinated the third Hokage? Impossible. If this were true, then Yunxi's declaration sparked a wave of incredulity among the gathered elite. Some newly promoted jonin began to murmur quietly amongst themselves. How could you possibly know about this? Wait, I did not assassinate that Sarutobi guy. Danzo instinctively revealed the truth upon hearing Yunxi recount the events of the past. Realizing his slip, he hastily attempted to deny his words. However, those present were not fools. Upon hearing Tuanzang's words, they came to the realization that the claims made by Yunxi were likely grounded in truth. Chapter 53, Tuanzang. I have been played. As the gaze of the crowd converged upon him, Tuanzang recognized that further explanations would be futile. Consequently, he rose with the intention of retreating to the roots, preparing to temporarily withdraw from the battlefield. He would devise a plan once he restored himself to full strength. Although Tuanzang was eager to annihilate these individuals swiftly, the battle with Yunxi had drained a considerable amount of his chakra, leaving him devoid of the strength to continue fighting. Thus, he resolved to leave for the time being. However, Yunxi, who had been closely observing Tuanzang, would not allow him to depart so easily. The moment Tuanzang stood, a violet-black flame erupted onto the scene. Amaterasu. Yunxi was making his move. He was determined to see Tuanzang perish. Stop. Might Guy was the first to notice Yunxi's actions. However, it was far too late to intervene, and by the time the remaining Konoha jonin realized the situation, Yunxi had already unleashed Amaterasu. Izanagi. Sensing the imminent peril, Danzo once again resorted to Izanagi to evade Yunxi's onslaught. However, the reaction was still a moment too late. Danzo's right hand had already been consumed by Amaterasu. Do you truly dare to kill me? Danzo could hardly believe that Yunxi would take action under such public scrutiny. His face etched with astonishment. What of killing you? I am eager to see how many Sharingan you possess. For Yunxi, the failure to eliminate Danzo this time was anticipated. Despite having secured the Sharingan during the Uchiha clan massacre the previous day, Danzo had not acquired any. However, Yunxi was aware that Danzo had been covertly amassing Sharingan long before. Therefore, it is not surprising that there are some reserves of Sharingan. However, it is likely that the number of Sharingan possessed by Danzo is limited. If he has not been eliminated on the first attempt, then surely there will be a second. In any case, Yunxi does not mind tormenting Danzo a few more times. Quickly, assist me in restraining him. Confronted by the unreasonable Yunxi, Danzo could no longer refrain from seeking aid from the jonin of Konoha. As anticipated by Yunxi, the number of Sharingan on Danzo was indeed scant. After accounting for the 3 Sharingan he had expended during their previous skirmish, he was left with merely 3 remaining. This implies that Danzo could utilize his Izanagi at most 3 times. Everyone, let us take action and subdue Yunxi first. Truth be told, Kai harbored no desire to engage further with Yunxi. However, he found himself powerless, for after all, he was merely a leaf jonin. Meanwhile, Danzo stood as one of the highest authorities in Konoha, second only to the third Hokage. They could not allow Yunxi to act against Danzo in their presence. Moreover, the third Hokage had instructed them to ensure that the situation did not escalate further. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Fire release, ash pile burning. As Might Guy took the initiative to strike, The remaining Jonin position behind him began to unleash their ninjutsu to assault Yunxi. However, these ninjutsu techniques are merely of C rank, and some individuals even resort to casually tossing a couple of shurikens to fulfill their obligations. Upon witnessing this scene, Kai found himself at a loss for words. He had anticipated that there would be individuals who would merely go through the motions before the commencement. To his astonishment, the act of feigned effort was far more pronounced than anticipated. Indeed, Kai witnessed Asuma Sarutobi unleash his fire release, ash pile burning technique in an opposing direction, rendering any possibility of striking the distant cloud emblem utterly futile. Alas, Danzo, the blame lies solely with you. After observing this scene, Kai refrained from uttering further words, for he too was engaging in a semblance of lethargy. Under normal circumstances, had Kai truly encountered an adversary of equal prowess, he would have activated the sixth gate upon his arrival at the scene. Yet, until now, Kai continues to launch his attacks on Uchiha using only fundamental ninjutsu. Ultimately, it is evident that they are reluctant to truly engage with Uchiha. Their actions merely serve to fulfill a task. Furthermore, Kai is confident that the third Hokage will personally intervene to resolve this matter. Initially, Uchiha felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing these elite Konoha shinobi preparing to act. Although, in terms of individual prowess, Uchiha stands as the most formidable presence among them all. However, when confronted with such a multitude of elite shinobi from Konoha, Yunxi found himself devoid of considerable confidence. Setting aside the other Genin, even Might Guy, upon unlocking the sixth gate, possessed the capability to contend with Yunxi. In fact, after opening the seventh gate, Yunxi might not even stand a chance. Moreover, among these Genin were formidable individuals such as Asuma Sarutobi, Kurina Yuhi, and Ibiki Marino. It can be said that when these shinobi join forces, even those of average Hokage level might find themselves at a disadvantage. Thus, after Guy made his move, Yunxi's heart was indeed filled with anxiety. However, as the initial wave of attacks commenced, a smile surfaced on Yunxi's face. He recognized the sea-level ninjutsu and noted that Guy had charged in without activating the 8 gates. Yunxi understood that they were holding back, and it was quite serious. "What are you doing?" In stark contrast, Danzo's expression was one of anger and helplessness. Not being foolish, Danzo, as the leader of Root, was well aware of the elite leaf shinobi who had come to impede Yunxi. He comprehended the strength of nearly every Jonin present, and thus their leniency did not escape his notice. Yet, at that moment, Danzo was utterly powerless to act and could only vent his fury through insults. The leaf shinobi, however, paid no heed to Danzo's tirades. Their sole objective was to maintain the current situation and prevent Yunxi from eliminating Danzo. As for other matters, they would wait for the third Hokage to arrive. With the fire style, great fireball technique, after evading the first wave of attacks, Yunxi initiated his counterattack. Nevertheless, he did not exert his full strength, casually unleashing a few great fireballs. In truth, Yunxi understood the intentions of the leaf shinobi. If he were to strike with full force, he might not succeed in defeating Danzo in one fell swoop, and could even provoke a backlash from the Jonin. Thus, Yunxi was searching for an opportunity. "Ah, so powerful. Oh dear, I accidentally twisted my waist. I was choked by the smoke." At that moment, the front of the Root building resembled an Oscar ceremony, with everyone performing. Were these individuals not here to capture Brother Yunxi? How could it be like this? Xianglin and Pikachu, witnessing the scene, were somewhat bewildered by the situation. Enough, everyone stopped. Finally, after several minutes, the voice of the third Hokage echoed nearby. Upon hearing this command, the leaf shinobi and Yunxi seemed to have come to a silent agreement, simultaneously halting their actions and awaiting the arrival of the third Hokage. With Narashikaku and others arriving first, the third Hokage finally appeared before the Root building. Chapter 54. The arrival of the third Hokage, Danzo still faces death. As the third Hokage approached slowly, the leaf shinobi, led by Guy, parted ways. Meanwhile, Yunxi stood aside, coldly observing the third Hokage. Although many fans of the Hokage viewed him as a paragon of virtue, the tension in the air was palpable. However, Yunxi held a different perspective. In his previous life, he discerned that simply possessing strength was not the key to becoming the Hokage of Konohagakure. What truly mattered was the familial connection to the reigning Hokage. Although the fourth Hokage hailed from a commoner background, his mentor was none other than Jiraiya, who belonged to the same lineage as the third Hokage. As for the likes of Kakashi, Naruto, and Tsunade, their prominence speaks for itself. It could be said that the entire Hidden Leaf village was intricately woven together by a myriad of relationships. The most pronounced example was the third Hokage, who, despite Orochimaru's clandestine experiments with forbidden techniques, was still able to permit his escape. Such a benevolent and soft-hearted disposition was something Yunxi found rather unappealing. Humph. When Danzo encountered the third Hokage, he merely scoffed and turned his head away. He understood that with the arrival of the third Hokage, this matter was likely to reach its conclusion. Yet Danzo remained unwilling to bow his proud head. The third Hokage merely glanced at Danzo, who was now in a disheveled state, his expression betraying a sense of disappointment akin to that of a mentor witnessing a wayward pupil's failure. Subsequently, accompanied by Noera Hiruzen, he approached Yunin and inquired, "May we cease this conflict?" During the time that Yunin and the elite shinobi of Konoha were engaging in their charade, the third Hokage had comprehensively grasped the entire sequence of events, as well as Danzo's actions. Yet, the third Hokage harbored a lingering hope that this matter could reach a conclusion. It could not. Yunxi unequivocally provided his answer. The situation had escalated beyond redemption. The animosity between Yunxi and Danzo had transcended to a fatalistic enmity. How could it possibly be resolved amicably, allowing Danzo to evade the consequences? Yunxi was not one to leave himself vulnerable. What must transpire for you to relent? The third Hokage inquired once more, casting a glance at Danzo. Eliminate him. Yunxi candidly revealed his intentions, articulating his unwavering boundary to the third Hokage. The repercussions of such an action were not within Yunxi's current considerations, even though his strength was insufficient to overcome the multitude of Konoha ninjas present. However, he possesses the confidence to depart from Konoha with the assistance of Xianglin. This is the very reason why Yunxi is so self-assured. Impossible. I shall not acquiesce, responded the third Hokage, directly dismissing Yunxi's request after listening to his words. Although the third Hokage has come to realize that this matter is indeed the fault of Danzo. However, the third Hokage would never allow Yunxi to kill Danzo right before his eyes. Let us converse. From the very beginning, I discerned that your intentions were not malevolent. Danzo has received his due punishment. Here is my proposal. I shall overlook your previous actions, while ensuring the safety of both you and Ino, thus bringing this matter to a close. What do you think? Ultimately, the third Hokage revealed his boundaries to Yunxi, marking his utmost concession. This was primarily due to Yunxi's exceptional talent and the fact that he had grown up within the village of Konoha. Otherwise, the third Hokage would have treated Yunxi as a spy without hesitation. My apologies, but I must still eliminate Danzo. Upon hearing the words of the third Hokage, Yunxi offered an apology and then suddenly struck. Amaterasu, multi-shadow clone technique. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, Yunxi unleashed Amaterasu once more. The immense flames engulfed Danzo entirely. Izanagi. At that moment, confronted with Yunxi's lethal attack, Danzo could no longer afford to conceal his trump card. He promptly activated Izanagi again, narrowly evading Yunxi's assault. However, the Sharingan in Danzo's possession had dwindled to merely 2. The Sharingan? At that moment, those present also noticed the Sharingan within Danzo's eyes, leaving the elite shinobi of Konoha in a state of astonishment, for they were well aware that Danzo was not a member of the Uchiha clan at all. However, one possesses the exclusive bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. It seems you are all still in the dark. Allow me to enlighten you. The esteemed shinobi of Konoha present are utterly astonished, and Yunxi is poised to reveal the origins of Danzo's Sharingan and the deeds he has committed over the years. Yet before he could finish speaking, the third Hokage interjected. Silence. He then swiftly launched an offensive against Yunxi. Summoning technique. Monkey. As the third Hokage summoned the monkey, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. Do you wish to silence me? Yunxi mused quietly upon witnessing the third Hokage's decisive action. However, he could understand the Hokage's position. As the highest authority in Konoha, he was undoubtedly aware of Danzo's machinations. Should Yunxi reveal the truth, it would undoubtedly have significant repercussions for the third Hokage. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. With the summoning complete, the third Hokage was the first to initiate an attack. As he completed the hand signs, a colossal fire dragon materialized on the battlefield. Concurrently, the third Hokage commanded, everyone, engage. Subdue Yunxi. Following the Hokage's orders, the elite Jonin dared not hesitate, joining the fray to besiege Yunxi. In an instant, an onslaught of dozens of ninjutsu erupted towards him. This time, the Konoha Jonin were resolute. Susanoo. Faced with the multitude of attacks, Yunxi did not dare to underestimate them. He immediately unleashed his most formidable trump card, Susanoo. This third power could only be unlocked by activating the Manjiki Sharingan, often referred to as the power of the gods. Moreover, the appearance and techniques of Susanoo varied depending on the unique abilities of each individual's Mangekyou Sharingan. Yunxi's Susanoo was not the commonly seen light blue armor from the original series. Instead, it resembled a suit of dark black samurai armor, enveloped in an aura of deep darkness. Is this truly my Susanoo? Yunxi was taken aback by the manifestation of his Susanoo under the celestial curse. Additionally, the weapon wielded by Yunxi's Susanoo differed from those of Sasuke, Itachi, and others. Rather than a traditional katana or bow, it was a pitch-black spear, imbued with a hint of corrosive power. In the state of Susanoo, Yunxi felt no fear of these conventional ninjutsu, allowing the attacks to rain down upon him. At that moment, Yunxi harbored only one thought: eliminate Danzo. You shall perish. Charging through the barrage of attacks, Yunxi swung his spear with ferocity, sending Danzo soaring. Izanagi. Yet Danzo sought to evade this assault using Izanagi. However, an unforeseen turn of events transpired before Danzo could invoke Izanagi. His very soul was absorbed by the spear of Yunji. He perished instantly, and due to the annihilation of his spirit, he was deprived even of the chance for Edo Tensei. Yunji declared, "I meant it when I said I would ensure Danzo leaves no trace behind." Chapter 55. Danzo lamented, "What a tragic demise I have met." The third Hokage had initially intended to thwart Yunji's impending assault. However, the third Hokage had not anticipated that Yunxi's speed could be so astonishing. The third Hokage barely had time to react before Yunxi swiftly eliminated Danzo. "I have slain Danzo. Come forth and face me." Although Yunxi himself was perplexed as to why Danzo did not resort to using Izanagi in the end. Ultimately, however, Tuanzang was vanquished, and Yunxi thought no more of it. He returned directly to the side of Xianglin and Pikachu, all the while maintaining his Susanoo form. After all, the battle was far from over. "Lord Third, what shall we do now?" With Tuanzang's demise, all the Konoha ninjas present found themselves at a loss. Though they harbored a desire for Tuanzang's demise, as he and his root organization were indeed infamous within the village, yet ultimately it could not be expressed. Meanwhile, Kai discreetly inquired of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, whether to continue the battle or to conclude it. The decision rested entirely upon the will of the third Hokage. Observing that all eyes in the gathering were fixed upon him, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It had been many years since he had felt such inner turmoil. On one hand, this predicament was indeed instigated by Danzo. Yet it was undeniably his own fault as well. Yet, Yunxi decisively eliminated him at the root. Had it been another individual, the third Hokage would undoubtedly have classified Yunxi as a rogue ninja. Yet Yunxi is unlike anyone else. At merely 6 years of age, he possesses combat prowess comparable to that of a Kage. If Yunxi were to remain in the Hidden Leaf Village, it would inexplicably acquire a formidable force akin to that of a Kage. He could even rival the village's second-tailed beast. However, considering Yunxi's vengeful nature, the third Hokage found himself once again ensnared in a web of indecision. Ultimately, he spoke slowly, addressing Naruto. "What are your thoughts?" As the Hokage's trusted advisor, the third wished to solicit his opinion. "My Lord Hokage, in my humble estimation, it would be prudent to bring this matter to a close. Should we persist in battling Yunxi, the potential losses to Konoha could be substantial." Naruto, tasked with answering the question, felt equally at a loss. He could only analyze the situation from the perspective of Konoha's interests, urging the third Hokage to relent in order to conclude the affair. What say you all? Feel free to voice your opinions. After listening to Naruto's counsel, the third Hokage did not hastily render a decision, instead turning to the other ninjas standing behind him for their input. "My Lord Hokage, it would be wise to retain Yunxi. He bears no fault in this matter. Had Danzo not acted first, Yunxi would not have engaged." Initially, the elite Jonin refrained from voicing their opinions upon hearing the third Hokage's inquiry. Ultimately, it was Might Guy who stepped forward first, articulating his perspective, which prompted nods of agreement from the others. Observing the consensus among the Jonin to resolve the incident with Danzo's demise, the third Hokage fell into a contemplative silence. Minutes passed before he finally addressed Yunxi. "I trust you have heard our prior discussions, and now I wish to pose a question to you. My Lord Hokage, please proceed." Noticing the third Hokage's lack of intent to strike, Yunxi dispelled his Susanoo state, mindful of the considerable chakra expenditure it demanded. During the span of the third Hokage's contemplation, Yunxi had taken several bites of Xianglin, who was now rubbing her arms in an attempt to hasten the fading of his bite marks. Xianglin lamented, "Oh, how unfortunate I am. You may remain in Konoha, but can you promise me that you will intervene if a crisis befalls the village? The third Hokage articulated his request for Yunxi to stay. Very well, I shall lend my aid in times of critical need. After pondering the third Hokage's proposition, Yunxi agreed. For his animosity was directed solely at Danzo, not Konoha itself. From the outset, Yunxi's singular objective was to eliminate Danzo. He harbored a certain fondness for Konoha, and the earlier performances of the Jonin amused him. Yet, Yunxi was somewhat taken aback that the third Hokage would permit him to remain in the village after his act of slaying Danzo. Truly, he possessed a soft heart. After responding to the third Hokage's inquiry, Yunxi could not help but mentally scoff at the situation. Very well, I place my trust in you. Upon hearing Yunxi's response, the third Hokage regarded him with a penetrating gaze for over a minute, observing Yunxi's unwavering composure in the face of scrutiny. The third Hokage ultimately chose to place his trust in him. With the loss of Danzo already weighing heavily, he could not permit Konoha to suffer further losses. After casting one last glance at Yunxi and murmuring to himself, the third Hokage departed. Deep down, he was uncertain whether his actions today were justified or misguided. Initially, he had contemplated branding Yunxi as a rogue ninja, but he ultimately abandoned that notion. The rationale was straightforward. The seemingly formidable Konoha was, in truth, desperately in need of combat prowess. With the legendary Sannin departing or defecting, coupled with the turmoil brought about by the Ninetales incident, the village's elite combatants were now reduced to just the third Hokage. Most of the remaining Jonin were merely emerging talents, constituting only the backbone of the village's defense, with a considerable distance yet to traverse before they could be considered top-tier forces. Furthermore, although the recent Uchiha clan rebellion had been quelled, it had left Konoha profoundly wounded. At this juncture, Konoha had entered a ceasefire agreement with the Sand and Cloud villages. However, friction still persists at the border between the Cloud village and the Leaf village. The ninja world may appear tranquil, yet no one can predict when the next war will erupt. Each village is seizing this opportunity to nurture its own ninjas and amass strength. The appearance of Uchiha before the third Hokage presents an optimal choice for swiftly augmenting Konoha's combat capabilities. Young and possessing a favorable disposition towards Konoha, Uchiha is also a native of the village, and, most crucially, he wields tremendous power. The third Hokage is reluctant to send such a formidable individual away, as doing so could potentially turn him into an adversary of Konoha. Thus, retaining Uchiha within the Leaf village may indeed be the wisest course of action. As a trade-off, sacrificing Danzo is a price the third Hokage is willing to accept. Genma, let us return, he said. After departing from the root organization, the Hokage did not immediately return to his office, but instead ascended to the statue of the Hokage. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he finally re-entered the Hokage building. Danzo, according to the usual narrative, shouldn't someone be avenging me? How tragic. Chapter 56, Aftermath Hokage-sama. What will become of the remaining root organization following Danzo's demise? Inquired Genma, who stood behind the third Hokage upon his return to the office. Indeed, even with Danzo's death, managing the root organization remains a perplexing challenge. Most of the ninjas within the root are of commoner origin. Yet among these individuals, there are also some young scions of families whom Danzo has reclaimed through various pretexts or methods. If mishandled, the repercussions could even provoke the ire of these families. Particularly during this period, the Uchiha clan's rebellion, which resulted in their annihilation, has left other clans in Konoha in a state of trepidation. After all, they remain uncertain whether this incident truly stemmed from the Uchiha clan's intentions to overthrow the existing hierarchy of Konoha, or if it was merely a signal from the upper echelons of Konoha seeking to purge the various clans. Should the handling of the ninjas within the root organization be mismanaged, it could potentially become the spark that ignites chaos in Konoha. The dissolution of the root organization was proposed, with some ninjas who had not been entirely brainwashed by Danzo being integrated into the Umbu. The remainder would be dealt with accordingly. Ultimately, the third Hokage provided a resolution to this matter, even though he tended to adopt a pacifist approach in certain situations. In pursuit of the tranquility of Konoha, the third Hokage resolutely took decisive action. After all, with the roots and shadows of Konoha having vanished, it was time for the third Hokage to assume responsibility for these matters. It was clear that Nara Shikaku, a veteran of the battlefield and a special jonin of Konoha, understood the third Hokage's intentions, having once served as a member of the fourth Hokage's guard. Upon receiving the third Hokage's orders, he promptly vanished from the Hokage's office. Conversely, the atmosphere surrounding Yunxi was markedly different. Following the demise of Danzo and the departure of the third Hokage, The expressions of the Jonin present began to reflect a sense of relief. They relaxed from their combat readiness, and Kai even playfully punched Yunxi's shoulder, exclaiming, "Kid, you did splendidly." Their previous skirmish did not breed resentment in Kai. After all, this incident ultimately benefited Konoha. Danzo had perpetrated many unsavory deeds within the village, leading to a generally unfavorable impression among the Jonin and esteemed clans like Inuzuka, Nara, and Hyuga. Yunxi's intervention had effectively alleviated their troubles. "Haha, you flatter me, senior." Yunxi responded humbly, standing before the man who nearly precipitated the climax of the original Naruto narrative. Despite Kai's sometimes overzealous demeanor, Yunxi found his character endearing. He was devoid of malice and proved to be a reliable partner in crucial moments. "Ah, our battle left me with a mouthful of ash. Next time, I must treat you to a meal." Soon after, Asuma Saratobi approached Yunxi, one hand holding a cigarette while the other rested on Yunxi's shoulder. Though his words were laced with bravado, it was evident from Asuma's expression that he held Yunxi in high regard. Admit it, executing that modest water dragon jutsu was quite the challenge. "Enough already. I expended my lifetime's worth of skill in that battle." As more Jonin gathered around Yunxi, the atmosphere transformed from a post-battle discussion into an exchange of techniques. As the focal point of this gathering, Yunxi wore an expression of exasperation. Why is it that all the Jonin of Konoha are supposed to be serious ninjas, yet now they appear so different? This battle had somewhat shattered Yunxi's perception of these Jonin, as they had always presented themselves in a remarkably formal manner within the context of the original narrative. However, the conclusion left Yunxi quite satisfied, and he felt immense gratitude towards the Konoha Jonin. Had these shinobi not shown leniency during the battle and refrained from speaking on his behalf afterward, Yunxi would still have been capable of vanquishing Danzo, albeit at a greater expenditure of effort. It is conceivable that he might have even sustained injuries during the conflict. Ultimately, upon defeating Danzo, Yunxi would likely have been compelled to become a rogue ninja, rather than remaining within the sanctuary of Konoha as he presently does. Moreover, the issue regarding Sarada's education could also be resolved. "Brother Yunxi, what is the situation with these individuals?" Sarada, clutching her Pikachu, found herself perplexed. Initially, she had prepared to accompany Yunxi in wandering the ninja world, yet these erstwhile adversaries appeared surprisingly amicable, resembling old friends of Yunxi. "Everyone, please pause for a moment. Allow me to speak." As the gathering swelled, the battlefield was rapidly transforming into a congregation of Konoha Jonin. With a resigned gesture, Yunxi raised his hand to signal them to halt. "If there are no pressing matters, shall we return?" After uttering these words, he intended to whisk Sarada and Pikachu away, as he had other responsibilities to attend to. What purpose would it serve to linger without reason? However, upon hearing Yunxi's words, Guy wore a bewildered expression. With his blunt nature, he wondered if this was not an opportune moment for a meal. "No worries," Red chimed in. "All is well," Asuma added. Consequently, under Asuma's leadership, the Konoha Jonin expressed their lack of concerns. Yet, Yunxi silently contemplated, "But I do have matters to attend to." "Do you have a stomachache, Sarada?" Suddenly, Yunxi addressed her. "I have a stomachache?" Sarada was taken aback by Yunxi's sudden inquiry. "You may feel discomfort now," he remarked, a few lines of exasperation crossing his face as he regarded Sarada. "But I truly do not feel unwell. At this moment, you can feel discomfort." "Oh, my stomach hurts." Finally, Sarada grasped the situation, wrapping her arms around her abdomen and contorting her face into an exaggerated expression of pain. Meanwhile, Pikachu stood nearby, bewildered, unable to comprehend the peculiar exchange between Yunxi and Sarada. The Konoha Jonin present were not oblivious either, having observed the theatrical performance of Yunxi and Sarada. They understood his intent. Thus, they too sought an excuse to depart from the roots of Konoha. "Sarada, let us return as well." After watching the elite shinobi depart one by one, Yunxi let out a long sigh. He intended to return home with Xianglin and Pikachu before delving into the sudden notification provided by the system. Chapter 57, Achievements Without Rewards and New Tasks. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement of overthrowing Konoha. Once at home, Yunxi began to patiently decipher the meaning behind this notification. System. What exactly is this hidden achievement? Why was it activated after the defeat of Danzo? Initially, Yunxi believed that achievements within the system would only yield rewards upon the completion of significant events. For instance, after the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Yunxi had received substantial rewards from the system. However, after vanquishing Danzo, The system unexpectedly displayed a notification indicating the completion of a hidden mission. This left Yunxi somewhat perplexed. What about the mission rewards? He found it utterly baffling to comprehend the criteria the system employed to evaluate the completion of hidden tasks. Thus, Yunxi, disinclined to ponder further, simply opened the task reward panel. However, Yunxi discovered that there were no prompts in the task reward interface, leading to new questions. Ding! This achievement does not confer any rewards. In response to Yunxi's confusion, the system provided its explanation. Why? After hearing the system's clarification, Yunxi felt somewhat bewildered. According to past conventions, completing system tasks typically granted some form of reward, merely varying in quantity. Ding! This hidden achievement does not belong to the main storyline of the original work, hence there are no rewards. Finally, after Yunxi's repeated inquiries, the system paused for a moment before continuing. Nevertheless, there are indeed some hidden rewards within this task that the host must discover on their own. Once everything was clarified, the system's voice faded from Yunxi's mind. So, it was like this. After hearing the system's explanation, Yunxi felt a sense of relief, while simultaneously grasping the mechanism of the so-called hidden achievement rewards. This mechanism dictates that participation in events that occur within the original work will yield system rewards. However, if circumstances lead to alterations in the storyline, it is possible to receive only achievements without any rewards. It felt somewhat like a loss. With the situation clarified, Yunxi felt a sense of helplessness. In the original storyline of Naruto, Dan's is undoubtedly a pivotal character. Not only does he interweave the plots among the Hokage, but he also serves a crucial transitional role. If Dan's were defeated after the Fourth Great Ninja War, Yunxi would undoubtedly reap substantial task rewards. Upon reflection, Yunxi has come to terms with the situation. After all, once the task rewards are lost, they are lost. However, allowing Danzo to run amok within Konoha, occasionally causing trouble, makes one wonder if it would be better for Yunxi to simply eliminate him. It appears that the system wishes me to refrain from excessively disrupting the narrative of the original work. Concurrently, Yunxi gleaned a deeper understanding from this situation. Yet, another query arose in Yunxi's mind. Upon subduing Zabuza Momochi and Haku, the system had offered no indication. Ordinarily, Zabuza is regarded as a pivotal character during the early stages of Naruto. After Yunxi's conquest, nothing transpired. Furthermore, a similar occurrence took place when Yunxi encountered Karui. Could it be that recruiting allies does not constitute a disruption of the storyline? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yunxi's mind. After a moment as contemplation, he realized this possibility held the greatest weight. After all, upon recruiting Karui, he had activated the companion cultivation system. This confirms that the system indeed supports Yunxi's endeavors to recruit allies and establish an organization. Time will reveal the truth. Gazing at the distant sunset, Yunxi resolved to pay closer attention should he encounter similar circumstances in the future. He noticed that Karui and Pikachu had been waiting to dine with him, their anticipation palpable. Thus, he momentarily set aside his musings and joined them for a meal. Meanwhile, as Yunxi dined, two shadowy figures suddenly emerged at the entrance of the disheveled root headquarters. What transpired here? Observing the scene before him, one cloaked figure, his pale visage betraying a hint of astonishment, spoke first. It was evident he had not anticipated anyone within Konoha could eliminate Root. Sir, we can no longer establish contact with Danzo. The other cloaked ninja behind him slowly chimed in, his tone laced with disbelief. It seems an intriguing spectacle is unfolding. Let us depart. After receiving this news, the duo did not linger at the Root headquarters, but swiftly took advantage of the night as cover to make their exit. Before leaving, they discreetly left behind a small, pitch-black serpent at the entrance. Brother Yunxi, may I attend school tomorrow? After the meal, Karui sat before Yunxi, her face alight with excitement. Although she felt a sense of happiness within Konoha, it was undeniable. Yet, remaining cooped up at home, Xianglin found herself feeling rather bored. Especially prior to the arrival of Pikachu. Her daily routine revolved around three simple activities: eating, sleeping, and playing games. However, with Pikachu's presence, there have been some subtle alterations to her routine. The first two activities, eating and sleeping, remained unchanged. It was the third activity that transformed from playing games to affectionately petting Pikachu. If Xianglin were unable to attend school, she even harbored concerns about possibly wearing down Pikachu's soft, light yellow fur. Pika, Pika. Upon hearing this, Pikachu, who had been lingering nearby, felt a surge of excitement. At last, he could experience freedom. Yet, the subsequent words from Yunxi shattered Pikachu's illusions. Once we both start school, it wouldn't be ideal for Pikachu to remain home alone. We should take him with us. With a smile directed at the stationary Pikachu, Yunxi expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing this news, Xiangling's joy only intensified. Pika? Pika? However, upon receiving this revelation, Pikachu wore a countenance of bitter dismay. He could not comprehend why such a dashing, charismatic, and formidable Pikachu had seemingly offended anyone. Why had he found himself in the company of these two peculiar owners? If only Pikachu could articulate his thoughts, he would declare, "Rest assured, you may go to school. I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself without your assistance." Yet Pikachu's sentiments are destined to remain buried within its own heart. Yunxi and Xiangling are unable to comprehend its words. After reaching a decision, Yunxi begins to contemplate the plans for the forthcoming period. After all, with Danzo having been slain by him, the current timeline is still in the early days of the 12 young ninja schooling. Yunxi finds himself at a loss regarding the endeavors he could undertake while remaining in Konoha. Yet, as Yunxi found himself in a state of inner turmoil, the system's prompt resurfaced within his mind. Ding! Activate the task to guide the Uchiha orphan, Sasuke Uchiha. Do you accept? Upon hearing this task, Yunxi, who had contemplated a period of idleness, suddenly found himself with purpose once more. Meanwhile, Pikachu frantically drew circles, exclaiming, "Curse be those who take my ramen without seasoning." Chapter 58. Yunxi's plan. Will there be a reward upon the completion of this task? Having already suffered the consequences of the dog system once, Yunxi had grown somewhat cautious. After all, the very title of this task suggested it was markedly different from previous assignments. In the past, whether it was the mission to annihilate the Uchiha clan or other tasks, the required time was relatively short. However, it is evident that this task is designed for Yunxi to instruct Uchiha Sasuke. The duration required to accomplish this endeavor is undoubtedly considerable. Should the system fail to bestow any rewards upon the completion of the task, Yunxi would certainly decline the undertaking. Rest assured, dear host, any mission actively initiated by the system will indeed come with a reward. Upon hearing Yunxi's inquiry, the system's explanation re-emerged within his mind. That is reassuring. May I inquire about the nature of the rewards? After receiving the system's response, Yunxi felt a sense of assurance and thus resolved to probe further into the system's intentions. However, the system was not naive. When faced with Yunxi's inquiries, it refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, it spoke in a solemn tone, stating that the host would naturally comprehend the task upon acceptance. This explanation left Yunxi with no room for argument. After silently cursing the dog system a few times in his mind, Yunxi began to delve into the task that the system had unexpectedly issued. It was evident that tasks proactively assigned by the system came with predetermined rewards, albeit varying in magnitude. Following the system's assurance, Yunxi found himself concerned about the rewards. He could not help but feel that the system was somewhat insufferable, for it was only upon accepting the task that he would gain insight into the detailed rewards. This left Yunxi somewhat speechless. Yet, there lingers a slight sense of frustration. For the recently afflicted Yunxi would not overlook any opportunity to exploit the system. Accepting the task, after a few moments of contemplation, Yunxi resolutely embraced the mission bestowed by the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have accepted the task of guiding the Uchiha heir, Sasuke Uchiha. Task requirements. Prior to the official commencement of the storyline, Sasuke Uchiha's overall strength must reach the level of a Jonin or even higher. Task rewards. A chance at a random lottery. For every tier Sasuke Uchiha's strength increases, the reward will be doubled. As Yunxi accepted the task, the requirements and rewards crystallized in his mind. Indeed, as I surmised, upon perusing the detailed task specifications, a smile graced Yunxi's lips. For even before accepting the task, he had already surmised the system's intention, merely to instruct Sasuke Uchiha. However, Yunxi had not anticipated that the system's demands would be so elevated. Given that the current time is not long before the onset of the Naruto storyline, Yunxi calculated that it was merely around 2 years. However, the system unexpectedly demands that he train Uchiha Sasuke to become a Jonin within a span of 2 years. It is essential to note that this Jonin is not merely the Jonin recognized by ordinary ninjas, but one that requires certification from the system. Yunxi speculates that by the time the story commences, Sasuke must possess strength comparable to that of the current Kakashi in order to accomplish the task. It appears that the only viable option is to bring Sasuke into the organization. Contemplating this, Yunxi's mind conjures a plan, initially instructing Uchiha Sasuke in fundamental ninjutsu and combat experience, followed by reinforcing his strengths in the midterm. Should Sasuke fail to attain Jonin-level prowess by the end, Yunxi intends to recruit him directly into his organization. After all, with the partner cultivation system for support, He harbors no concerns regarding the completion of this task as long as he possesses sufficient funds. The only dilemma plaguing Yunxi is the cost of utilizing premium currency to elevate Sasuke to Jonin status. He realizes that he must acquire some money. Upon accepting this mission, Yunxi becomes acutely aware of the need to bolster his finances. Otherwise, along with Sasuke, the future affluent player, his pockets may become emptier than his countenance. Previously, he had spent over 20,000 premium currency on purchasing the active cells of the first Hokage for Conan, including the transplantation costs, which has further exacerbated his already strained financial situation. Presently, within the organization, counting Conan and himself, there are already 5 members. With the imminent addition of Uchiha Sasuke, who will undoubtedly join, the number will soon rise to 6. Excluding Uchiha Itachi, who requires no financial investment, the remaining 5, including Yunxi himself, necessitate substantial funds for rapid growth. Thus, Yunxi's urgency regarding financial acquisition becomes apparent. Should he perhaps venture to the route to explore? Initially, in an effort to maintain a low profile, Yunxi had no intention of eliminating Danzo to seize the assets of Root. In these financially constrained times, Yunxi found himself compelled to resurrect a plan that he had once abandoned. After all, the Root organization could be regarded as one of the foremost powers within Konoha. Furthermore, given that Danzo was one of the higher-ups in Konoha, it was reasonable to assume that he possessed considerable wealth. Moreover, upon his departure from Root, Yunxi discovered that the third Hokage had not immediately sealed off the organization, presenting him with a significant opportunity. Xianglin, you and Pikachu stay at home. I must venture out. Time waits for no one. And after formulating his plan, Yunxi promptly began preparations for action. After sharing his intentions with Xianglin, he dashed out of the house, heading straight for the lair of Root. On this dark and windy night, often deemed suitable for nefarious deeds, Yunxi had no intention of taking lives. His sole desire was to bolster his finances to enrich his purse further. Upon arriving at Root, he surveyed his surroundings and noted with delight that no one was present. The entrance to Root remained unsealed, and its contents had not been removed. Witnessing this, Yunxi's heart soared with joy. Just as he was about to enter the Roots, Yunxi suddenly sensed a peculiar chakra. Upon turning around, he beheld a jet-black serpent fixating its gaze upon him. A snake? Yunxi was somewhat taken aback to discover a serpent lurking near the Roots. Ever since Orochimaru's defection, there had only been one ninja in Konohagakure who wielded snakes, and that was Mitarashi Anko. However, at this moment, Mitarashi Anko was engaged in a mission and was not present in Konoha. A sense of foreboding suddenly struck Yunxi. In the original narrative, it was during this time that Danzo maintained a very close relationship with Orochimaru. Furthermore, following the Uchiha clan's annihilation, Orochimaru had covertly entered Konoha to perform the ocular transplant surgery for Danzo. Yet now, Danzo had already met his demise. However, Orochimaru remained oblivious to the demise of Danzo. According to the timeline of the original narrative, it is highly plausible that Orochimaru had already infiltrated Konoha. Fire style, fireball jutsu. After effortlessly dispatching the dark-hued serpent, Yunjing's conviction in his hypothesis grew stronger. Orochimaru had indeed visited the Root and discovered something amiss. Chapter 59. Encountering Orochimaru again. Could it be that Orochimaru had already departed? After a prolonged state of vigilance, Yunjing noticed the surrounding area was devoid of activity, prompting him to ponder quietly within himself. Yet, Yunxi remained vigilant, perpetually in a state of readiness for battle. He had no intention of lingering outside any longer and resolved to venture into the heart of the Root. Although he recognized that Orochimaru had previously visited this domain, Yunxi felt unfazed by the prospect of his findings. The illustrious Orochimaru would undoubtedly never compromise his position for trifling gains. However, little did he know that Orochimaru was lamenting, "In truth, I am in dire need of funds. Alas, I was unprepared for this visit." Of course, Yunxi could not hear Orochimaru's musings. At that moment, Yunxi cautiously navigated toward the core of the Root. As he delved deeper, a sense of astonishment enveloped him. Despite the devastation that had befallen the Root and the complete eradication of Danzo, the internal structure of the Root remained largely unchanged. Though the atmosphere was overwhelmingly somber, it had grown so dark that Yunxi was compelled to activate his Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, these shadows cannot obscure the opulence at the Root. Yunxi casually glanced and soon discovered a fist-sized luminous pearl resting upon the main beam at the base. In that moment, Yunxi realized he had struck gold. System, do you accept precious items as a form of top-up for premium points? Yet, a question arose in Yunxi's mind. for she had always recharged using cash and had never utilized any other valuable items. Thus, she remained uncertain whether the system accepted item-based recharges. Affirmative, the system responded tersely. Splendid. Upon hearing this news, Yunxi was overwhelmed with joy and immediately took the luminous pearl into her hands to initiate the recharge. With a chime, she discovered a minuscule, nearly invisible damaged luminous pearl, valued at 100 premium points. However, the system's recharge notification simply left Yunxi in a state of disbelief. Gazing at the flawless, fist-sized top-tier luminous pearl in his hand, Yunxi exclaimed incredulously, "Is this trinket truly referred to as a minuscule, damaged luminous pearl? Is it worth a mere 100 premium points?" To put that into perspective, 100 premium points only equate to 10,000 yen, which, although substantial in the eyes of an ordinary person, hardly reflects its true value. Yet, Yunxi's intuition informed him that the luminous pearl in his possession was undoubtedly worth far more than this meager sum. The system seemed intent on deceiving him once again. 100. Take it or leave it. Upon hearing Yunxi's repeated inquiries, the system's tone grew increasingly impatient. Buy it. Yunxi decisively opted to sell the luminous pearl, though a grimace of frustration etched itself upon his face. Clearly, he was left with no choice, for if the luminous pearl were to be sold through conventional means, it would assuredly fetch a far greater price. However, this endeavor demands a considerable investment of time, and the very act of Cloud Seal infiltrating the depths is inherently surreptitious. Naturally, it is implausible to carry these tainted goods for a legitimate sale. Moreover, there exists a paramount reason. The sheer abundance of items within the depths is overwhelming. Without opting to sell to the system, Cloud Seal could not possibly transport them. Thus, even in the face of the system's deceit, Cloud Seal chose to proceed with the sale. Upon receiving 100 premium points, he immediately transformed into a nocturnal jewel thief, absconding with all the luminous pearls from the headquarters in the depths. This endeavor yielded over 10,000 premium points. After redeeming all the luminous pearls, Cloud Seal then set his sights on the ancient calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall, owned by Tuanzong. However, when he collected these items and prepared to exchange them for premium points, the system shockingly informed him that it would not accept them. Ding! This system does not accept such refuse. This statement sent a chill through Cloud Seal's heart. Why? Yet, he was also curious as to why the system accepted the luminous pearls but rejected the calligraphy and paintings. Ding! The perfect quality provided by the host. The inferior luminous pearls contain a substantial amount of energy, hence their eligibility for exchange. However, these paintings hold no value whatsoever, thus the system does not accept them. It seemed the system realized it had inadvertently exposed something, and after hastily explaining, it vanished. "You have deceived me again." Upon hearing the system inadvertently utter the word perfect, Cloud Seal understood he had once more fallen victim to its trickery. However, faced with the shamelessness of the system, Yunxi felt rather exasperated. It seemed unfortunate to have encountered such a system. While others received beautiful maidens or loyal subordinates as their bonuses, he found himself needing to purchase items he desired. Upon realizing that the system did not accept paintings and antiques in exchange, Yunxi became disinterested in collecting such items. He merely selected a few exquisite, compact, and valuable pieces to take with him, knowing that while the system rejected them, they could still fetch a decent price in the world of Naruto. As Yunxi delved deeper, aided by his Sharingan, he eventually located the financial management area within Root. Upon pushing open the heavy vault door, a look of astonishment spread across Yunxi's face. His reaction was not due to the abundance of wealth within Root, but rather because, in this vast room, only a small portion contained a meager amount of cash. The majority of the items were various ninja tools, such as shurikens. Seeing this, Yunxi's expression fell. His previous excitement evaporated. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. After several minutes, he gathered all the cash in the room. After a brief assessment, he discovered that it amounted to quite a significant sum, over 53 million. This equated to more than 500,000 points for in-game purchases. Ding! Detected 53,730,000 in cash. Would the host like to exchange? Just as Yunxi had finished assembling the cash, the system's recharge prompt appeared before him, without him even needing to utter a word. This insufferable system. Faced with such actions, Yunxi could only shake his head in resignation. After silently cursing the system, he clicked the button to confirm the recharge. With a flash of golden light, albeit without any grand effects, as the so-called brilliance was merely Yunxi's own embellishment, the cash nearby vanished, and his account swelled with over 500,000 points. His previously deflated wallet was once again brimming with wealth. If utilized wisely, this substantial amount could potentially train an exceptional shadow-level talent for the hidden organization. Oh, I didn't expect to see you here, little brat. Just as Yunxi contemplated how to allocate these points, a familiar voice suddenly drifted into his ears. Turning around, he exclaimed in surprise, Orochimaru? You're actually en route. In truth, upon discovering the little snake, Yunxi had already suspected that Orochimaru was most likely in Konoha. To his surprise, Orochimaru had infiltrated the route, and fate had conspired for him to encounter Yunxi. In an instant, Yunxi cast aside his playful demeanor, swiftly adopting a combat stance. Orochimaru mused. I merely sought to pilfer some of Danzo's research materials, and yet here I find myself face to face with this little imp. Is this destiny? Chapter 60. Yunxi remarked. I did not see Orochimaru. How utterly fascinating. I never expected you to be from Konoha. Prior to his encounter with Yunxi, Orochimaru had already discerned that the small serpent he had left at the entrance of the route had been slain. This signified that someone had indeed breached the sanctum of the route. Consequently, Orochimaru halted his advance, retreating alongside Kabuto to observe who had infiltrated the depths of the route. However, what Orochimaru did not anticipate was that the individual entering the route was none other than the young boy he had encountered in the forest of the Land of Rivers. This piqued Orochimaru's interest immensely. Observing the furtive figure of Yunxi, Orochimaru instinctively deduced the purpose of his arrival at the route, likely akin to his own. The only difference being that while he sought the data left behind by Danzo's experiments, this young boy was merely after monetary gains. Consequently, Orochimaru appeared before Yunxi, accompanied by Kabuto. I never expected to find you at the route, he remarked. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Yunxi immediately entered the first state of the heavenly curse mark, simultaneously brandishing a sharp shuriken in his hand. In truth, Yunxi was not particularly skilled in the use of shurikens. He had merely picked one up casually and thought it looked rather impressive to carry. In reality, the combat effectiveness of the shuriken paled in comparison to Yunxi's direct hand-to-hand combat capabilities. Little boy, it has been quite some time since we last met. I did not expect your strength to have increased so significantly, Orochimaru commended after sensing Yunxi's aura. With his extensive combat experience, Orochimaru could easily discern the changes in Yunxi. Not only could he perceive the subtle murderous intent emanating from Yunxi, but he could also detect a substantial improvement in his combat experience from his stance. Thank you for your praise, Yunxi replied coldly in response to Orochimaru's compliment, then began to slowly retreat. In truth, with his current prowess, Yunxi harbored no fear of Orochimaru. Setting aside his other trump cards, once he activated Susanoo, he could at least contend evenly with Orochimaru, although it would be challenging to kill him. Defeating him was certainly within reach. In fact, in the original narrative, Orochimaru often conveyed an impression of lacking formidable strength, having repeatedly faced off against Itachi Uchiha, only to retreat in disarray each time. However, this is merely a matter of restraint. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo is equipped solely with the Totsuka blade, possessing the power of sealing. It has a natural advantage over Orochimaru, who, at the time of their confrontation, had already endured numerous transformations. His mental state had suffered significant damage, rendering his resistance to illusions nearly non-existent. However, the current Orochimaru is entirely different from the one of yore, and he has not undergone the numerous transformations he once did. Thus, the vulnerability to genjutsu is non-existent. The present Orochimaru possesses a strength far surpassing that of his initial portrayal. It poses a challenge. Gazing at the formidable presence of Orochimaru before him, Yunxi finds himself untroubled regarding his own life. After all, he is within the confines of Konoha once battle commences. The elite shinobi of Konoha will swiftly arrive to provide assistance, and Orochimaru is now a rogue ninja of the village. Yunxi essentially enjoys the advantage of home ground, remaining entirely composed. What truly concerns Yunxi is the fear that, upon the arrival of Konoha's shinobi, his lucrative scheme might be thwarted. After all, such a vast place as the route must harbor more than one cache of wealth. I do not intend to engage in combat with you, Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Observing that Yunxi had entered a state of readiness for battle, he crossed his arms over his chest, signaling a lack of hostility. Beside him, Kabuto also removed his hat, smiling warmly at Yunxi from a short distance, indicating his own lack of aggression. Not fighting. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Yunxi felt a surge of delight within. However, this was not outwardly expressed. Instead, he inquired with a tone of cautious skepticism, "How can I trust that your words hold any truth? We are somewhat acquainted." and a conflict arising here is certainly not to your liking. Observing Yunxi's demeanor, Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle, though he inwardly cursed Yunxi for his cunning. He refrained from beating around the bush and candidly articulated his thoughts. What if we simply act as though nothing has transpired? Upon realizing that Orochimaru truly wished to avoid a confrontation, Yunxi spoke again. Hold on, I have another question. Noticing Yunxi's intent to depart, Orochimaru hastily called out to him. What is it? Do you wish for me to pledge my allegiance to you? Upon being halted by Orochimaru, Yunxi instinctively assumed he was attempting to persuade him once more. After all, in the original narrative, Orochimaru was known for his insidious charm towards the unsuspecting youth. Yunxi was keen on avoiding such manipulation. Do you believe that to be feasible? Orochimaru shook his head in resignation. Then, with a serious gaze fixed upon Yunxi, he inquired, I am quite curious. To whom in Konoha do you belong as a disciple? To no one. I am merely a commoner. Seeing Orochimaru's curiosity, Yunxi straightforwardly divulged his status. Impossible. Orochimaru was utterly unconvinced by Yunxi's assertions, not to mention that a mere commoner, even the scions of esteemed clans, could not possibly exhibit such prowess at the tender age of 6. I can hardly be bothered to discuss this further. Observing Orochimaru's incredulous expression, Yunxi felt no inclination to elaborate. It was often disheartening. He found that his honest words were met with disbelief, while fabrications were occasionally accepted. Do, let us take our leave. After casting one last glance at Yunxi, Orochimaru proceeded with Do towards the base. Just before departing, Orochimaru mused. I find myself rather intrigued by you. I wonder how long you can remain within Konoha. With that, both Orochimaru and Do gradually faded into the shadows. Finally, they were gone. Watching Orochimaru depart first, Yunxi felt a sense of pride swell within him, accompanied by a hint of exhilaration. After all, avoiding a battle with Orochimaru meant that he could continue to seek opportunities within the base. And then, perhaps, he could indulge in some financial ventures. Orochimaru's intentions regarding the root organization were, in fact, quite predictable. Upon realizing Danzo's demise, it became evident that Orochimaru sought to acquire the remnants of the experiments and data left behind. After all, the root contained a plethora of invaluable resources, including various Kekkei Genkai data, the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the wood release techniques. These were the treasures Orochimaru yearned for. Should a confrontation arise with Yunxi, Orochimaru would undoubtedly make a hasty retreat, leaving these coveted resources behind. Ultimately, this scenario presented a win-win situation for both Yunxi and Orochimaru. As for Orochimaru's parting words, Yunxi chose to ignore them entirely, his mind solely focused on one objective, amassing wealth. Yunxi thought to himself, I am not a Konoha ninja, nor have I witnessed any rogue ninjas of the Kage level. Do not falsely accuse me of betraying Konoha. Chapter 61. A fortune unveiled following Orochimaru's departure. Yunxi did not hastily leave the route. Instead, he continued his expedition to amass wealth within its confines. It could be said that this venture proved to be the most fruitful since Yunxi's arrival in the world of Naruto. As of now, he had already accumulated over 500,000 in premium currency, far exceeding the total amount he had previously invested. Moreover, Yunxi had yet to thoroughly explore the route's depths. How could he possibly forsake such a bountiful opportunity to engage in a reckless battle with Orochimaru? Little did he expect that the route was so impoverished. After departing from his original location, Yunxi ventured deeper into the heart of the route. As Yunxi gazed upon several utterly vacant rooms, he could not help but express his dissatisfaction. Aside from the initial chamber where he had acquired a modicum of cash, the subsequent rooms he entered were filled solely with various odds and ends, devoid of any monetary gain. Just as he was about to turn back, a kunai caught his eye. What is this? Observing the kunai, adorned with a myriad of talismans, Yunxi felt a surge of curiosity. He recognized that a typical explosive talisman would not resemble this, and unlike ordinary kunai, this particular one was crafted from a metal he had never encountered before. As Yunxi held the kunai in his hand, examining it closely, the system unexpectedly emitted a new notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have discovered the space kunai left behind by the fourth Hokage. Upon acquisition, you may purchase the Flying Thunder God technique at a 50% discount. What a windfall! Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yunxi's heart raced with exhilaration. He recalled having stumbled upon the price of the Flying Thunder God technique in the shop. As it was a premier space ninjutsu, its cost in the marketplace was anything but modest, amounting to a staggering 200,000 points. It is worth noting that the prices of most common clan secret techniques generally hover around 100,000 points, underscoring the exorbitance of the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, at that time, when Yunxi was most in need of combat prowess, he had opted not to purchase the Flying Thunder God technique, instead choosing to invest in ninjutsu of the 5 elemental attributes to address his deficiencies. However, the current needs of Yunxi have shifted. His offensive capabilities encompass 5 primary attributes of ninjutsu, as well as Amaterasu and the technique of black flames. Moreover, Yunxi's defensive prowess is unparalleled within the ninja realm. As long as he masters Susanoo with proficiency, ordinary combat encounters pose no threat to him. For Yunxi at this juncture, the defensive capabilities of Susanoo are more than sufficient. At least until he confronts the Akatsuki organization, Yunxi experiences no pressure whatsoever. Nevertheless, what he currently lacks the most is agility. Although his physique has been enhanced by potions provided by the system, it remains a critical area for improvement. However, he is merely stronger than the average individual. Even with the initiation of the Heavenly Curse Seal, he does not stand a chance against those possessing extraordinary bloodline limits. Moreover, Yunxi has always relied primarily on direct confrontation in battle. After all, it is improbable to employ a colossal Susanoo, towering at several meters, for stealth operations. Therefore, when faced with agile and nimble adversaries, it is highly likely that Yunxi may find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, in light of his robust offensive and defensive capabilities, the Flying Thunder God technique has become one of the objectives he intends to acquire next. However, Yunxi was taken aback to discover that the root concealed a space kunai bequeathed by the 4th Hokage from years past. To his astonishment, it could even afford a discount through the system. This revelation brought Yunxi a flicker of joy. For the original price of the Flying Thunder God technique stood at 200,000, and with the discount, it would only cost him 100,000 precious points. System. Purchase the Flying Thunder God technique. After weighing the pros and cons, Yunxi promptly opted for immediate acquisition. As he placed his order, the space kunai instantly disintegrated into a cloud of dust, leaving Yunxi with merely over 300,000 precious points remaining. However, as the money vanished, Yunxi suddenly found himself imbued with the knowledge of the Flying Thunder God technique, along with various small tactics that could be employed in battle. After absorbing all the information regarding this technique in his mind, Yunxi couldn't help but exclaim, "This dogged system excels in many aspects. Yet it has an insatiable love for money." After expressing his grievances about the system, Yunxi resumed his actions, resolute in his belief that within such a vast root, it was impossible for him not to uncover even a single coin. In truth, it appears to be the case. Within the ensuing half-hour, Yunxi meticulously searched through a dozen or so rooms, encountering scarcely a few that contained any cash. Instead, these chambers were filled with an array of documents. While such items might hold considerable allure for the 3rd Hokage or Orochimaru, they were otherwise unremarkable. However, to Yunxi, these items were nothing more than refuse. They were even less valuable than a pile of waste paper, for at least the latter held some utility. What lay before Yunxi was utterly devoid of purpose. Determined to search for one last room, he emerged from the chamber he had previously entered, still feeling a tinge of reluctance. He could hardly believe that the root was so impoverished. Casting his gaze upon a nearby small room, Yunxi resolved to conduct one final search. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to leave the root. With a decisive click, Yunxi opened the door to the corner room. The sound of the door creaking echoed in his ears. It appeared that this place was seldom frequented, as he noticed large cobwebs adorning the interior even before he fully entered. This was it. How could there possibly be wealth in such a place? Upon witnessing this sight, Yunxi felt a chill of disappointment. If he were to choose a location to invest his money, he certainly would not select somewhere like this. Nonetheless, having come this far, he might as well take a look inside. Initially, he had intended to leave immediately upon seeing the scene before him. Upon reflection, it seemed improbable that such a filthy room could exist at the core. Perhaps, upon entering, there might indeed be new discoveries awaiting. Besides, having arrived, it would be unwise not to venture inside. Yunxi felt a twinge of indecision. Suddenly, as Yunxi stepped into the room, a vast expanse of yen materialized before his eyes. Although the chamber was not particularly spacious, Yunxi made a rough estimate. The currency within this modest room could easily amount to at least 1 million in premium points. What does 1 million premium points signify? It equates to a staggering 100 million yen. It is noteworthy that after the storyline commenced, the bounty on Asuma Saratobi was merely 35 million yen. The funds here could nearly facilitate the bounty on Asuma Saratobi thrice. System. Recharge everything. Given the overwhelming amount of cash beside him, Yunxi found it tedious to count and instead summoned the system to deposit all the money directly. After all, he was certain that when it came to recharging, the system would never deceive him. System, not only a recharge, but when have I ever deceived the host? I have always been fair and just. Yunxi, just leave me be. System, not leaving, hee hee. Chapter 62. Upgrading the Heavenly Curse Shielding. A substantial amount of cash has been detected, which can be exchanged for 103,000 premium points. Would you like to proceed with the full exchange? It appeared that the considerable sum of this recharge caused the system's prompt to lag a few seconds longer than usual after receiving Yunxi's command. However, Yunxi paid no heed to these trivial details. The moment he heard the system confirm the recharge, he promptly clicked confirm. As soon as Yunxi completed the recharge, the mountains of wealth that had accumulated in the small room vanished in an instant. Yet, the amount of in-game currency accumulated by Yunxi has reached an unprecedented peak, excluding the 100,000 points spent on acquiring the Flying Thunder God technique. The total yield from this expedition to the roots astonishingly amounts to over 1.5 million points. It appears he can finally purchase this item. Gazing at the balance in his in-game shop, Yunxi smiled. He never anticipated that the legacy left to him by Danzo would be so substantial. Initially, when he embarked on this journey from his family's countless roots, Yunxi's expectations were rather modest. He would have been content with merely 200,000 to 300,000 points. However, upon reaching the depths, Yunxi comprehended that he was poised for substantial profit. Yet, he never anticipated such a bountiful harvest. Gazing at the astonishing balance of over 1 million in the premium shop, Yunxi promptly accessed the store. Addressing the system, he declared, "Select the purchase of the intermediate immortal mode." Indeed, the coveted item that had lingered in Yunxi's thoughts for so long was the immortal mode available for purchase within the system. Although Yunxi's current prowess was already formidable, ensuring his own safety was certainly not an issue. As the commencement of the narrative draws ever closer, Yunxi finds himself increasingly beset by a sense of anxiety. This trepidation stems from the imminent arrival of numerous characters from the original work, whose introduction heralds a significant transformation, namely, a substantial enhancement in combat capabilities. Indeed, one must possess at least shadow-level prowess to venture outside, and it is imperative to be equipped with a bloodline limit. Otherwise, one risks being relegated to the role of mere cannon fodder. In order to avert the dismal fate of becoming a disposable character, Yunxi is compelled to invest his resources in augmenting his strength. Among the various enhancements available, he holds a particular fondness for the Sage mode, despite its exorbitant cost. However, the Sage mode undoubtedly serves as an exceptional enhancement within the world of Naruto. Furthermore, by the later stages of the series, nearly every renowned character is seen to unlock Sage mode. How could Yunxi possibly resist? In his past life, Yunxi could be considered a fervent admirer of Naruto. In fact, the imagery of activating Susanoo with his left hand while wielding Sage mode with his right has been envisioned by Yunxi numerous times. However, just as Yunxi was on the verge of completing the payment, the system suddenly interjected. It is not advisable for the host to purchase the immortal mode. Why? The unexpected system notification caught Yunxi off guard. Ever since he acquired this system, he had come to understand that this monetization mechanism sold nearly everything. However, when attempting to purchase the Sage mode, the system unexpectedly sought to hinder his endeavor. This left Yunxi somewhat taken aback. "System, what is the matter? Are you truly refusing to accept my generous offer?" he quipped, his tone laced with jest. After all, in Yunxi's perception, his system had always been a rather avaricious entity. Thus, this rejection felt rather abrupt to him. The system advised against the acquisition of the Sage mode for a rather straightforward reason. The host inherently possessed the Heavenly Curse Seal. Instead of pursuing the Sage mode, it would be more beneficial to directly upgrade the Heavenly Curse Seal. The system, unfazed by Yunxi's banter, proceeded to articulate its rationale. The Heavenly Curse Seal can be upgraded? Yunxi expressed his astonishment upon hearing the system's words. He was aware that in the original narrative, the Curse Seal was a forbidden technique developed by Orochimaru from the sage body of you.The. However, Yunxi was genuinely unaware that the Heavenly Curse Seal could be upgraded. In response to Yunxi's uncertainty, the system spoke once more. The host may spend 1 million K points to elevate the Heavenly Curse Seal to the 3rd state. After the upgrade, how much would one's power increase? Upon hearing the system's suggestion again, Yunxi felt a sense of confusion. This was largely due to the fact that in the original narrative, the Curse Seal was not elaborated upon in detail. Rather, it served more as a transitional element. Although Yunxi understood that the Heavenly Curse Seal possessed 3 distinct states in the original text. However, Yunxi possesses no clear perception of the power of the heavenly curse seal, state 3. This form does not appear in the original text and exists solely within the realm of its conceptualization. While I am uncertain of its strength, I would still advise the host to consider upgrading the heavenly curse seal. The system has not explicitly informed Yunxi of the extent to which the upgrade would enhance his combat prowess. Yet Yunxi understood that the system would certainly not inflict harm upon itself. Ultimately, he resolved to forego the purchase of the immortal mode, opting instead to upgrade the heavenly curse seal. After all, Yunxi had grown accustomed to the heavenly curse seal, and its enhancement was indeed a fortuitous development. At the very least, it spared him the need to readjust to a new power. Furthermore, he harbored an inexplicable sensation that his Susanoo might possess some connection to the heavenly curse seal. Weighing all these factors, Yunxi did not deliberate for long. After a brief consideration, he simply declared, "Confirm the upgrade of the heavenly curse seal, state 3. Ding. The upgrade is in progress, deducting 1 million premium points." Upon hearing Yunxi's decision, the system promptly deducted 1 million of his premium points. Subsequently, a surge of dark energy manifested out of thin air and surged into Yunxi's body. At that moment, Yunxi was engulfed in immense agony. This torment was not merely physical. It was accompanied by an acute sense of anguish within his very soul. What was happening? Enduring the excruciating pain, Yunxi slowly inquired of the system as to why he was compelled to endure such overwhelming suffering. This is part of the normal evolutionary process. The host must patiently await the outcome. Not long after Yunxi posed his question, the system provided a response. Damn system. After hearing the explanation, Yunxi was filled with helplessness. Overwhelmed by the pain, he was too weary to continue conversing with the system. After muttering a curse under his breath, he fell silent. 3 minutes later, Yunxi sensed that the pain had begun to subside somewhat. Yet, I found myself having automatically entered the state of the heavenly curse seal, mode 1. Gazing at the strange pattern spreading across my skin, I simultaneously felt a certain enhancement of my strength. This left me somewhat perplexed. Although I had not consciously activated the cursed seal mode, my body had seemingly done so of its own accord. However, Yunxi discovered that the pain within his body seemed to diminish somewhat after activating the heavenly curse seal. Fortunately, he directly entered the second state of the heavenly curse seal mode. Indeed, as Yunxi fully activated the heavenly curse seal, the agony in his body significantly lessened. Chapter 63, The Sudden Appearance of Yatsushiro Izuki Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the heavenly curse seal mode. Now unlocking curse seal mode. State 3. Approximately 10 minutes later, the prompt indicating successful upgrade resonated in Yunxi's mind. He could feel a surge of vigor coursing through him. Simultaneously, Yunxi's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Under the third mode of the heavenly curse seal, he not only sprouted a pair of jet black wings but also noticed that his body, once enveloped in dark runes upon activation of the heavenly curse seal, was now transformed. Yet now, it has all vanished. In its place, an eerie tattoo of ghostly deities has emerged upon the back of Yunxi. Furthermore, Yunxi can sense a terrifying dark power lurking beneath this tattoo. Aside from the transformation of his body, Yunxi has also discovered a pitch-black spear in his hand. The spear measures approximately 2 meters in length, slightly shorter than the weapons wielded in the Susanoo state. However, Yunxi discovered that the power contained within this long spear was not inferior to that of any weapon wielded in the state of Susanoo. Can the system enlighten me regarding the origins of this weapon? As he gazed at the weapon that had suddenly materialized in his hand, a hint of perplexity appeared on Yunxi's face. It was one thing for the weapon in Susanoo's state to be a spear, but he had not anticipated that the heavenly curse seal, upon completion of its upgrade, would also manifest as a spear. I am uncertain. This is a result inherent to the host, beyond the system's control. Following Yunxi's inquiry, the system stepped forth to provide clarification. Yet, Yunxi detected a hint of surprise in the system's response, evidently indicating its own lack of understanding regarding the origins of the long spear. Regardless, he decided not to dwell on it. Since the system was equally perplexed by the situation, Yunxi chose to let it be. After all, what mattered most was its utility. The origins were of little concern to him. It was time to return, as he observed the sky gradually brightening. Yunxi hastily deactivated the celestial seal mode and sprinted towards the entrance of the route. He had amassed a considerable bounty within, and lingering any longer could risk detection by the third Hokage, an outcome that would surely be counterproductive. Wait a moment, little one. A familiar voice called out just as Yunxi reached the door. You're still here? Turning around, he saw Orochimaru and Kabuto perched atop a tree, seemingly awaiting his emergence. "I wanted to see you before you left," Orochimaru remarked, a smile gracing his lips upon noticing Yunxi's puzzled expression. He then approached Yunxi with Kabuto and said, "In truth, I am quite eager to recruit you. So I ask you once more, will you join me?" Despite the remarkable talents displayed by Yunxi, Orochimaru was reluctant to relinquish his pursuit. Initially, after gathering the necessary information, Orochimaru had intended to depart. However, he remained resolute in his decision to wait with Do in front of the root department, intending to persuade Yunxi one last time. After all, encountering a prodigy like Yunxi was a rare occurrence for Orochimaru. If he could recruit Yunxi to his side, many of his plans could be expedited. "Enough. I understand what you wish to say," Yunxi interjected swiftly upon hearing Orochimaru's words, clearly expressing his disinterest in his organization. In truth, Yunxi was well aware of Orochimaru's intentions. Yet he would never consider aligning himself with such a figure. Yunxi harbored numerous secrets within himself, and joining Orochimaru's Sound Village would undoubtedly bring about a plethora of complications. Moreover, Yunxi had already established his own organization, which possessed potential that could rival that of Orochimaru. There was no reason for Yunxi to follow Orochimaru. He was not someone like Sasuke, easily swayed by power. Upon hearing Yunxi's response, Orochimaru chuckled softly and replied, "Do you not yearn for strength?" He decided to unveil his trump card, attempting to entice Yunxi with the allure of power. In Orochimaru's view, every genius craved strength. It was an innate instinct. Geniuses are inherently rare, each a paragon of excellence. In his youth, Orochimaru had encountered countless prodigies, and hardly anyone could resist the temptation that power and prowess presented. Regrettably, Orochimaru remains oblivious to the fact that Yunxi is merely a slacker. Given the time for cultivation, Yunxi would be better off pursuing monetary gains. However, should there be no pressing matters, he intends to retire for the night. Indeed, upon hearing Orochimaru's enticing proposition, Yunxi cast a disdainful glance at him before preparing to depart. After spending an entire night searching for money in the root, coupled with the considerable fatigue brought on by upgrading the heavenly curse seal, Yunxi yearns solely for a place to rest. As for anything else, he harbors no interest whatsoever. Orochimaru, observing Yunxi's intent to leave, felt a flicker of anger cross his features. After all, he is a former member of the legendary Sannin of Konoha and a disciple of the third Hokage, holding a prominent reputation as an esteemed shadow-level expert within the vast ninja world. However, having been repeatedly overlooked by Yunxi, Orochimaru resolved to impart a lesson to him. Just as Orochimaru was poised to take action, a figure suddenly materialized. Was it Mitsuhashi Azuki? In truth, Yunxi had sensed someone hastening toward this direction from the very beginning. Yet he remained uncertain of their identity. Thus, he prepared to depart swiftly, seeking to preserve his anonymity. However, Yunxi was taken aback to discover that the person who had appeared was none other than Mitarashi Anko. This was indeed intriguing. Upon seeing the arrival of the former disciple of Orochimaru, the very first individual to be marked with the curse seal of heaven in the original narrative, Yunxi promptly decided against leaving. Instead, he sought a suitable spot to enjoy the unfolding drama. As Mitarashi Anko stood before the entrance of the root organization and laid eyes upon Orochimaru, her expression underwent a profound transformation. A myriad of emotions, surprise, confusion, and animosity flitted across her face. In truth, Anko was unaware of Orochimaru's presence. Her intention for venturing to the root was rather straightforward. She merely wished to conduct a preliminary reconnaissance of the situation, for having recently returned to Konoha after completing her mission. She felt a lingering curiosity regarding the downfall of the root. However, what she did not anticipate was that her former master, Orochimaru, was also present, along with a young child from Konoha. "Ah, it's been a while, Akane." Yet, Orochimaru's reaction exhibited little change. A fleeting look of surprise crossed his face upon first seeing Akane, only to vanish almost immediately. It appears that Orochimaru harbors some lingering feelings for her. Meanwhile, Yunxi sat beneath a grand tree, enjoying the spectacle. He noticed that Orochimaru indeed held some affection for his disciple, as a glimmer of caring emotion flickered in his eyes, albeit briefly. "Ladies and gentlemen, the show has commenced. Sunflower seeds for 50 cents, bottled water for $1. Chapter 64, The Dilemma of Akane Master. Orochimaru, how dare you return to Konoha? Just as an inexplicable silence enveloped the atmosphere, Akane suddenly spoke, swiftly launching an attack on Orochimaru. The fact that she instinctively addressed him as master reveals the significant weight he holds in her heart. However, Yunxi found this reaction entirely normal and understandable. Akane was not a member of any prominent clan within Konoha. Rather, she was akin to Yunxi, a war orphan who, due to her exceptional talent, had been taken under Orochimaru's wing. During Orochimaru's time in Konoha, Akane had consistently supported him, serving as both disciple and assistant by his side. The duration of the master-disciple relationship between them was rather fleeting. Shortly thereafter, Orochimaru was discovered conducting human experiments in Konoha and subsequently defected from the village. For those familiar with the original narrative, it is not difficult to comprehend the tumultuous emotions harbored by Mitarashi Anko at this moment. On one hand, there existed a bond of mentorship with Orochimaru. On the other, a profound commitment to safeguarding her village. Nevertheless, Anko's ultimate decision to confront Orochimaru reveals her unwavering choice to protect the place where she had grown up. As she approached Orochimaru, a multitude of jet-black venomous snakes erupted from her left hand, aimed directly at him. However, it is evident that Yuzuki Azuki currently possesses only the prowess of an elite nin. Furthermore, the majority of her ninjutsu has been imparted by Orochimaru. In the very moment she unleashed her serpent shadow technique, Orochimaru extracted the Kusanagi sword from his mouth and effortlessly severed all the venomous serpents summoned by Yuzuki. Seizing the opportunity as she attempted to assault him, Orochimaru delivered a swift kick, sending her sprawling. "You have truly disappointed me," he remarked, gazing at the fallen Azuki in the distance, a hint of regret in his tone. "I shall not permit you to escape from Konoha again." It took Yuzuki a good 10 seconds to rise once more, a trickle of crimson blood staining her lips. Yet she did not relinquish her fight. She intended to confront Orochimaru in Konoha and demand an explanation for his defection. "How absurd. Do, let us depart," Orochimaru remarked, glancing at the injured Mitarashi Anko before opting not to strike again. Instead, he resolved to leave Konoha with Do. "You have wronged the people of Konoha, and you wish to escape?" At that moment, Yunxi could no longer remain a mere spectator. He slowly approached Anko and utilized his chakra to aid her in stabilizing her injuries. Observing that her condition had improved slightly, Yunxi suddenly spoke. "Despite your evident affection for this disciple, you choose to act so callously?" His words elicited expressions of surprise from those present. Anko and Do were astonished, not anticipating that Yunxi would dare to provoke Orochimaru at such a critical juncture. Meanwhile, Orochimaru gleaned a wealth of information from Yunxi's statement. "Little brat, it seems you are more perceptive than I assumed." As soon as Yunxi's words faded, Orochimaru chuckled, though confusion permeated his mind. He could not fathom how Yunxi was aware of his connection with Anko, especially since this had transpired before Orochimaru's defection from Konoha, at a time when Yunxi had likely not yet been born. However, the essence of Yunxi's words clearly conveyed to Orochimaru that he was aware of the affair between him and Hongdo. "May I inquire about one matter?" he asked. "How is it that you know of my relationship with Hongdo? I believe no one in this hidden leaf village would willingly disclose such information to you." Ultimately, Orochimaru could not suppress his curiosity and inquired how Yunxi had come to possess this knowledge. "I have perused the original text." Yunxi mused inwardly upon hearing Orochimaru's words. However, he could not reveal the truth. Instead, he pondered for a moment before speaking. "I merely chanced upon certain things. Little one, swiftly run to find Grandpa Hokage." However, while Yunxi engaged in casual conversation with Orochimaru, the inner turmoil of Akamatsu was palpable. At that moment, she found herself devoid of any combat prowess. The mere presence of Yunxi only intensified her anxiety. Thus, Akamatsu could only allow Yunxi to escape, hoping that other Konoha ninjas would arrive in time to detain Orochimaru and Kabuto. In truth, for Akamatsu, confronting Orochimaru was an excruciating ordeal. For the man before her was once her most cherished mentor. Yet now, she has become an adversary. The turmoil within her heart is known only to her alone. No. In truth, Yunxi also comprehends the current sentiments of Mizukage Anko. In the original Naruto series, Anko first appears within the examination classroom during the nin exams. Subsequently, after Orochimaru ventures into the ominous forest of death, Anko learns of this news and rushes in after him. At that moment, Anko had already resigned herself to the possibility of perishing alongside Orochimaru. She successfully located him and immediately engaged in combat. Seizing Orochimaru, she bound his right hand with her left using a kunai, preparing to execute the twin snakes' mutual death technique to vanquish him. However, Anko had merely captured a shadow clone of Orochimaru, leading to her being swiftly incapacitated. Orochimaru then escaped once more. Training under Orochimaru is, for Anko, a double-edged sword. The advantage lies in the fact that, had she not become his disciple, she might have perished in the ravages of war during her youth. Yet, there are drawbacks as well. Upon discovering Orochimaru's betrayal of Konoha, Anko's heart is fraught with turmoil. From a tender age, she had been his student, embarking on missions alongside him at merely 12 years old. The bond they share transcends the simple notion of connection. Thus, Anko finds herself in such a state of inner conflict. She yearns to confront Orochimaru directly, demanding to know why he chose to abandon the village. To fulfill this purpose, Anko is even prepared to pay the ultimate price of her life. Observing Anko's distress, Yunxi let out a sigh. He gently cupped her face and said, "It's all right. I'll handle this. You should rest." Turning away, he addressed Orochimaru. "You have 3 seconds to decide. Will you leave Konoha or remain here forever?" With that, Yunxi entered a combat stance, casting a cold gaze upon Orochimaru in the distance. Yunxi declared, "I will never acknowledge the Anko from Naruto as the true Anko. Not now. Not ever." Chapter 65. Anko's request. As Yunxi declared war on Orochimaru, those present were taken aback. A mere child had audaciously chosen to confront Orochimaru, even issuing threats. Anko, witnessing this unfold, found herself at a loss for words. She felt a twinge of regret for her own recklessness had she refrained from intervening. There was a significant chance that Orochimaru would have departed from Konoha unscathed. However, in the face of the child's provocation, Hongdo surmised that Orochimaru would certainly not spare this young one before him. "I told you to leave. What is the matter with you?" Finally, Hongdo exclaimed anxiously, stepping forward to stand beside Yunxi, intending to shield him during their retreat. However, this is clearly superfluous. Yunxi would not have taken the initiative to step forward unless he possessed the confidence to do so. Otherwise, he would hardly concern himself with such trivialities. Did we not previously agree not to engage in combat within Konoha? Upon seeing Yunxi take the initiative, Orochimaru merely smiled faintly. Unlike Kabuto and Akane, Orochimaru was acutely aware of Yunxi's true strength, which was at least on par with that of a shadow. Engaging in battle with Yunxi would make it rather difficult for him to exit Konoha afterward. Thus, Orochimaru chose not to take action and instead continued. "Did you not just express your reluctance to engage? Yet, upon seeing my disciple, you are prepared to fight." After uttering these words, Orochimaru glanced at Akane and Yunxi once more, adding, "If you harbor feelings for my disciple, I would be more than willing to facilitate your union." Goodness! When did Orochimaru become one to jest? After hearing Orochimaru's remarks, Yunxi felt as though 1,000 wild horses galloped through his mind. Although Akane Mitashi was indeed attractive and possessed a lively and extroverted personality, however, Yunxi assured that there were no ill intentions towards her. His disinterest in Hongdo was not rooted in her appearance, but rather in her overwhelming stature, which seemed incongruous with his own age. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Hongdo's face. Yet, she was taken aback to discover that Orochimaru was acquainted with the young boy before her. The conversation made it evident that their relationship appeared rather amicable. Otherwise, given Hongdo's understanding of Orochimaru, she would never jest with a stranger or someone she did not favor. In her mind, Orochimaru had always exuded a frigid demeanor. "Enough of this. Since you are unwilling to take action, kindly depart," Yunxi expressed in a tone tinged with resignation after calming his frustration. In Yunxi's perspective, Orochimaru had always embodied a duality of good and evil. From an initial antagonist to a misunderstood figure following Sasuke's betrayal, it was apparent that Orochimaru had no particular ambitions concerning Konoha. He was indifferent to power, fame, or wealth. His singular obsession lay in the pursuit of immortality. Many fans of Naruto even lauded him as the foremost scientist in the ninja world. This reality led Yunxi to refrain from engaging him, fearing the wrath that might ensue from attracting Orochimaru's enmity. His previous willingness to intervene stemmed solely from a desire to prevent further harm to Hongdo. Now, with Orochimaru seemingly reluctant to engage, Yunxi wisely chose not to provoke him further. Surprisingly, after Yunxi finished speaking, Orochimaru agreed to his request and prepared to leave Konoha with Kabuto. How could this be? Witnessing this, Hongdo's face instantly registered disbelief. She had not anticipated that Orochimaru would truly be swayed by this young boy's words and was ready to abandon the village. Just as Hongdo was about to voice her thoughts, Yunxi swiftly covered her mouth. "Big sister, please refrain from shouting. It took great effort to convince Orochimaru to leave. What if he changes his mind if you call out?" Thankfully, Yunxi's quick thinking halted her words. Before departing, Orochimaru turned to Yunxi and remarked, "Should the opportunity arise, do visit the Sound Village, and we shall converse further." With that, he and Kabuto exited Konoha. Why didn't you let me stop him? Hongdo, clearly perplexed by Yunxi's earlier actions, bore a look of frustration. After all, her greatest wish was to discern why Orochimaru had defected from Konoha. Still so young. Yunxi sighed upon witnessing her impulsive demeanor. He then turned and inquired, "Do you believe you possess the strength to defeat Orochimaru at your current level?" Yunxi's words left Hongdo momentarily dazed. Could I possibly contend with Orochimaru? She found herself repeatedly echoing Yunxi's statement. It seemed there would still be opportunities to confront Orochimaru, but such a pursuit necessitated formidable strength. Observing the forlorn expression on Hongdo's face, Yunxi felt a pang of sympathy and spoke words of comfort. Among the first disciples of the legendary three ninjas, Hongdo could undoubtedly be regarded as the most unfortunate. Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze, though he perished during the Nine Tails incident, was nonetheless a celebrated hero of Konoha. Tsunade's first disciple, Shizen, though merely a medical ninja, ultimately inherited Tsunade's medical legacy. In contrast, Yutaka Hongdo, despite being a disciple of Orochimaru, found her fate starkly different from theirs. Orochimaru's defection stripped Hongdo of her most vital pillar of support. In fact, had it not been for the assistance of Naruto and Sasuke in the original narrative, she might have veered down a dark path. Thus, faced with the immense inner turmoil of this young girl, Yunxi could only continue to offer solace. Upon hearing Yunxi's words, Yutaka Hongdo appeared to grasp something profound. After a prolonged silence, a flicker of clarity emerged in her gaze, and she proactively inquired, "Can you assist me in enhancing my strength? If so, I am willing to pay any price." What on earth? Yunxi was somewhat taken aback by Hongdo's declaration. Why would she say such a thing? Yunxi found it perplexing that Hongdo was contemplating seeking his help to bolster her abilities. "I can sense that Orochimaru's attitude towards you is somewhat distinct. Though I am uncertain of your true capabilities, they surely cannot be vastly inferior to his." Hongdo articulated her reasoning upon seeing Yunxi's inquiry. Initially, when she first encountered Yunxi, she had instinctively regarded him as just a passing youth. However, it was rather remarkable to witness Orochimaru extend an invitation to Yunxi before departing from Konoha. As a former disciple of Orochimaru, Mitarashi Anko understood that such a cordial tone would only be employed if one possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not engage in conversation in such a manner, let alone invite Yunxi. What am I to do? Observing Anko's expression, Yunxi found himself embroiled in a state of inner turmoil. Chapter 66. Yunxi, Disciple 1. Let us discuss this matter at a later time. Ultimately, Yunxi chose not to acquiesce to Anko's request immediately. Why? Anko's countenance transformed into one of shock upon hearing Yushi's words. She could not fathom why Yunxi would refuse to teach her. The reason was quite simple. My identity is not suitable for this role, thus I cannot instruct you. After careful consideration, Yunxi resolved to disclose the reason for his refusal to Anko. In the eyes of most, Yunxi was merely an ordinary citizen of Konoha. Without the impetus of a systematic task, he had little desire to engage with Sasuke Uchiha. The sensitivity of Sasuke's identity was overwhelming, as he was not only the brother of Itachi Uchiha, but also the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan. Any excessive interaction with Sasuke would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Yunxi was reluctantly compelled to instruct Sasuke solely due to the enticing rewards offered by the system. However, Anko posed a different challenge. She presented no task rewards and was, in fact, a rather troublesome individual. Although she was an elite chunin within Konoha, she remained a former disciple of Orochimaru. Many were hesitant to associate with Anko, a rogue ninja, despite her lack of intentions to betray the village, as she was often met with considerable prejudice. Thus, Yunxi's refusal to Anko was primarily to maintain a low profile. "I do not seek to become your disciple, I merely wish to grow stronger." Upon Yunxi's rejection, Anko felt a sense of disappointment. After all, she was but a girl of 14 or 15 years. Her desire to strengthen herself was straightforward and sincere. She simply wished to capture Orochimaru and confront him personally about his betrayal. "Get up. I must inform the third Hokage of the news regarding Orochimaru's return to the village. So do not be so disheartened." After uttering these words, Yunxi extended his left hand to help Anko rise from the ground. Initially, he had intended to leave without further regard for her. Observing the dejected and disoriented expression on Yoshitai Akane's face, Yunxi felt a pang of compassion and resolved to offer her some comfort. However, Akane's subsequent actions left him somewhat exasperated. Instead of directly acknowledging Yunxi's attempt to console her, Akane abruptly rose to her feet and approached him. With a sudden, resounding thud, she knelt before Yunxi. The once flustered expression on her face now bore a flicker of determination, her eyes brimming with hope. Witnessing this transformation in Akane, Yunxi was taken aback. The figure kneeling before him seemed not a mere girl, but rather a steadfast stone imbued with resolute will. "If you refuse my request, I shall remain in this position for eternity," she declared with unwavering conviction, seemingly struck by the astonishment etched on Yunxi's face. "Please, do not behave this way. Onlookers might misconstrue my intentions," he thought, bewildered by her unexpected fervor regarding the pursuit of Orochimaru. "Just grant me my wish, and you may do as you please." In response to Yunxi's words, Akane shed any semblance of girlish modesty, rendering him speechless. "What else can I do?" Yunxi pondered silently in his heart, contemplating Akane's earnest plea. However, she did not voice her thoughts, merely shaking her head in resignation. Subsequently, she reached out to help the Red Bean up and said, "I will soon offer a course at the foothills of Konoha. You are welcome to attend, but it is entirely up to you." Ultimately, Yunxi decided to allow the Red Bean to audit the class, as she bore a striking resemblance to the impulsive child who was tempted by Orochimaru after the Nin exams. If Yunxi refused to acquiesce to Yashitai's request, the Red Bean might impulsively seek out Orochimaru, putting herself in peril. Thus, Yunxi reluctantly opted for a compromise. After all, when instructing Sasuke, allowing the Red Bean to overhear the techniques was not tantamount to imparting them to her. Really? The Red Bean, not lacking in intelligence, discerned the underlying implication in Yunxi's words. A flicker of joy illuminated her face as she immediately rose and enveloped Yunxi in an embrace. Was the Red Bean truly this large now? It felt somewhat suffocating. Yunxi struggled to extricate himself from her grasp and remarked, "I know you will undoubtedly inform the third Hokage of our encounter upon returning to the village, but I implore you not to mention me." Before departing, Yunxi reminded the Red Bean to keep their meeting a secret. "I saw nothing today." Upon hearing Yunxi's admonition, Yashitai understood his intent and earnestly assured him she would never divulge the events of that evening. "Very well, I trust you." Observing the Red Bean revert to her usual demeanor in the distance, Yunxi waved farewell, signaling that they would meet again. He then made his way past the root headquarters, preparing to return home. After all, Yunxi was still a well-behaved and endearing student, needing to visit the ninja academy. The crux of the matter was that he had to ponder how to guide both the Red Bean and Sasuke, two rather troublesome children. "Orochimaru, I never anticipated that your two disciples would be connected to me." During his journey home, Yunxi couldn't help but internally critique himself. After all, both Yashitai and Uchiha Sasuke had close ties to Orochimaru in the original narrative. "Thank you." As Yunxi receded into the distance, a hint of gratitude graced the Red Bean's expression. She was acutely aware that her status in Konoha was somewhat awkward. Yet, Yunxi ultimately chose to assist her. Next time, she must treat him to Red Bean dumplings, perhaps 2 skewers. Having resolved how to express her gratitude for Yunxi's decision, Anko Mitarashi departed from the roots of Konoha, preparing to head to the Hokage Tower to inform the third Hokage of Orochimaru's emergence in the village. Meanwhile, at the borders of Konoha, Orochimaru and Kabuto stood atop a towering edifice, gazing in the direction of the prosperous and tranquil Hidden Leaf village. "Lord Orochimaru, Danzo has been slain. Shall we proceed with our plans?" Kabuto inquired, stepping forward, his expression tinged with curiosity as he observed Orochimaru's silhouette. "One death is inconsequential. We can always designate another target." Orochimaru replied with a mere smile. In truth, after Danzo's demise, Orochimaru had already devised a solution. Chapter 67. Pikachu. I am so unfortunate. Lord Orochimaru. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, a hint of confusion appeared on Kabuto's countenance. According to the information at his disposal, Orochimaru's only temporary ally within Konoha was Danzo and his root organization. Since Orochimaru's defection, he had maintained covert communication with Danzo. However, now that Danzo has unexpectedly met his demise, the root organization has been disbanded. Furthermore, Orochimaru has not made any efforts to reach out to other factions recently. Yet now he tells himself that he has forged new alliances within the Hidden Leaf. This is why Kabuto feels such perplexity, unable to fathom who might be Orochimaru's new partner in Konoha. Although it is not the case at present, it surely will be in the future. Observing the look of confusion on Kabuto's face, Orochimaru does not conceal anything but continues. Our new partner is the young one who previously appeared in the roots. Him? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, The image of Kumo Seiki suddenly materializes in Kabuto's mind. Yet the confusion on his face remained unabated. A child possessing such extraordinary prowess would certainly not resign himself to a life of mediocrity. Seeing Do's skepticism, Orochimaru continued to elucidate. One day, he will return in search of me. After finishing his explanation, Orochimaru cast a final glance at the distant Hidden Leaf village before departing. Do, only partially comprehending, followed closely behind Orochimaru. However, were Yunxi to hear Orochimaru's words here, he would undoubtedly retort, "What nonsense!" Even if Yunxi were truly considering departing from Konoha, he would not frivolously pursue Uncle Snake. After all, would it not be far more gratifying to establish his own organization? At present, Yunxi remains oblivious to the fact that Orochimaru has set his sights upon him. Meanwhile, Yunxi has returned home, feeling quite awkward as he gazes upon the figures of Shanfeng and Pikachu standing at the door. Pikachu appears drowsy, having attempted several times to retreat for a much-needed slumber. However, they were intercepted by Xianglin, who bore a hint of irritation upon her face. "Are you not yet asleep?" Upon returning from his excursion, Yunxi felt a twinge of embarrassment at the scene before him. He had not anticipated being discovered by Xianglin during his clandestine outing. He had merely been resting before awakening later. Xianglin cast a glance at Yunxi, responding with a slight annoyance, her expression revealing her displeasure as she regarded him with indignation. "Well then, shall we continue sleeping?" Observing Xianglin's demeanor, Yunxi discerned the cause of her vexation, her realization that he had ventured out without her. Seizing the opportunity before she could speak, he quickly clarified, "I actually did not go very far. I merely strolled around the village, which is why I did not rouse you." Once he completed his explanation, he stepped closer to Xianglin, reiterating earnestly, "I truly did not deceive you." "Humph. Why did you not inform me beforehand, brother Yunxi?" Upon hearing his explanation, the anger on Xianglin's face indeed dissipated. Yet, there remains a sense of grievance and anger. Indeed. Before Yunxi's departure, Xianglin had fallen into a deep slumber. In the stillness of the night, a sudden realization struck, for Xianglin could no longer sense Yunxi's presence. Thus, she and Pikachu waited at the doorstep for an entire night. Should Yunxi not return shortly, Xianglin had resolved to embark on a quest to find him. At that moment, Yunxi reappeared. Observing Xianglin's expression, with a glimmer of tears shimmering at the corners of her eyes, he hurriedly approached to offer solace. Gently wiping away her tears with his hand, he then ushered her into the warmth of their home. "Rest now. I promise that next time I shall take you with me if I have matters to attend to," Yunxi reassured her after settling her on the bed. Initially, when considering a journey to the roots, Yunxi had contemplated bringing Xianglin along. After all, since acquiring the active cells of the first Hokage, her combat prowess and supportive abilities had seen a remarkable enhancement, her overall strength nearing that of a Jonin, allowing her to contribute in perilous situations. However, considering that the roots are located at the Leaf Village's Cloud Seal, and wishing to conceal her true abilities from Q, she decided to head to the entrance of the roots alone, keeping her intentions hidden from Q. Yet, despite Yunxi's meticulous calculations, he did not anticipate that this matter would be uncovered by Xianglin. As he observed the young girl peacefully asleep, a wry smile crept upon his face. He then retreated into his own room, having experienced an overwhelming day filled with numerous events. Even Yunxi found himself succumbing to fatigue. Meanwhile, outside the door, Pikachu wore a bewildered expression. It realized that Yunxi had ushered Xianglin into the room while leaving it stranded at the entrance. Gazing at the firmly shut door, Pikachu's face was a tapestry of grievance, tinged with helplessness and vulnerability. The soundproofing of Yunxi's front door was remarkably effective, rendering Pikachu's lonely cries unheard. The night passed in silence. "Alas, brother Yunxi, have you seen Pikachu?" Just as Yunxi was enjoying his meal, Xianglin suddenly inquired about Pikachu's whereabouts. "I truly haven't seen him." Upon hearing Xianglin's words, a flicker of confusion crossed Yunxi's countenance. He realized he had not caught a glimpse of Pikachu since the morning. Oh no. In a sudden rush, Yunxi set down his utensils and hastened towards the door. He vaguely recalled that Pikachu had been waiting at the entrance with Xianglin for his return home the previous day. "However, it seems that I forgot to bring Pikachu back to my room yesterday." Upon seeing Yunxi dash towards the door, Xianglin was reminded that Pikachu should have been with her yesterday. Without further thought, Xianglin hurriedly followed in Yunxi's footsteps, heading towards the entrance of their home. As Yunxi opened the door, a fluffy yellow Pikachu was curled up beneath the eaves, its face etched with expressions of pity, grievance, helplessness, and fragility. "Pikachu," Yunxi felt a twinge of embarrassment upon witnessing Pikachu's forlorn state. He quickly rushed over, scooped Pikachu into his arms, and gently stroked its head in a gesture of comfort. Meanwhile, Xianglin felt somewhat awkward, standing at the doorway, unsure of what to do. After all, it was she who had forcefully roused Pikachu and brought it to her doorstep. As Yunxi embraced Pikachu, the sleepy creature finally awakened, gazing up at him with a look of reproach. Ahem, Pikachu, allow me to treat you to some milk. And let us consider this incident as though it never transpired. Without waiting for Pikachu's consent, Yunxi carried it into the room and offered it a bottle of milk. Pikachu, not overly upset, nudged Yunxi's face with its nose after finishing the milk, signifying its forgiveness. Pikachu, I may not be human, but you are truly dogs. Chapter 68, The Visit of Sasuke and Naruto. Having retrieved Pikachu, Yunxi and Xianglin could finally enjoy a peaceful breakfast together. During Xianglin's stay in Konoha, Yunxi realized that he had yet to share a proper meal with her. As he gazed at the delicately proportioned Xianglin sitting before him, a hint of cuteness and shyness adorned her face. In that moment, Yunxi felt that this way of life was rather delightful. However, just as Yunxi was immersed in such an atmosphere, a sudden knock echoed through the air. Who could it be? Upon hearing the knock, Xianglin also exhibited a hint of curiosity. This was because Yunxi and Xianglin had very few friends in the Hidden Leaf Village, and it was quite unusual for anyone to seek them out. Furthermore, it was even more unexpected for someone to come knocking at their door so early in the morning. Just as Xianglin was about to rise to open the door, Yunxi suddenly spoke, urging her to remain seated while he attended to it. After halting Xianglin, he stood up with a hint of indignation on his face, eager to discover who had dared to disturb his rare moment of tranquility. Who could it be? As Yunxi swung the door open, he was taken aback to find none other than Naruto standing before him, accompanied by the familiar figure of Sasuke Uchiha. What could possibly bring these two together to seek him out? Observing Sasuke outside and Naruto within, a flicker of confusion surfaced in Yunxi's mind. In the original narrative, at this juncture, Naruto and Sasuke were merely acquaintances. Under normal circumstances, it would be inconceivable for them to come together in search of Yunxi. However, it truly transpired. In an effort to discern the situation, Yunxi disregarded any thoughts of reprimanding Naruto and directly inquired, "How did the two of you come to seek me out?" "Oh, big brother, you wish to know this?" In response to Yunxi's question, Naruto replied, "I initially intended to invite you to school with me, but I encountered this fellow along the way. He mentioned that he also wished to find you, yet he was unaware of your residence. So I decided to bring him along." As Naruto observed Yunxi's home, he continued to address the earlier inquiry. Meanwhile, a small curiosity flickered in Naruto's mind. He was eager to understand why there was an odd yellow-skinned mouse peacefully slumbering in Yunxi's abode. Was it possible that Sasuke had taken the initiative to seek him out? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Yunxi too felt a sense of intrigue. In his heart, he had always regarded Uchiha Sasuke as rather proud and had assumed that he would need to take the initiative to approach Sasuke for any cooperation. However, unexpectedly, for reasons unknown, the once haughty Sasuke took the initiative to seek him out. With such a development, my task has become significantly easier. Upon uncovering the reason, a flicker of joy ignited within Yunxi. This was because, after being entrusted with the duty of guiding Uchiha Sasuke, Yunxi had been preoccupied with concerns regarding Sasuke's excessive pride, fearing that he would need to devise means to establish rapport with him. Although during their confrontation with Kakashi, Sasuke had hinted at a desire to train alongside him. However, Yunxi initially did not take it seriously. Now, upon seeing Sasuke standing at the door, Yunxi comprehended that this was undoubtedly a time when Sasuke was most eager for vengeance. "Come in, Sasuke," Yunxi called out to him, noticing that he was alone outside the door. Sasuke glanced at Yunxi but said nothing further, simply stepping into Yunxi's home. However, just as Sasuke Uchiha stepped into the residence of Yunxi, a sudden scream pierced the air. "Ah, brother, this yellow-skinned rodent's tail is electrified." This exclamation naturally emanated from Naruto. That clumsy fellow. Upon entering Yunxi's home, Naruto became exceedingly curious about the sleeping yellow rodent, particularly its tail, which swayed like a bolt of lightning. Thus, he decided to reach out and touch it. Little did he know, this innocent gesture would rouse Pikachu from its slumber, and in a foul mood, Pikachu retaliated with a thunderbolt. Seeing this unfold, Yunxi could only shake his head in disbelief. He never anticipated that Naruto would dare to touch Pikachu so boldly. Yunxi was aware that his Pikachu had not rested the previous night, and being disturbed by Naruto's antics understandably irked it. Sasuke, standing beside Yunxi, could only sigh in exasperation. unable to fathom why Naruto would willingly engage with a spirit beast. With a hand pressed against his forehead, he coldly remarked, "Idiot." As for Pikachu, after delivering a jolt to Naruto, it merely cast a disinterested glance before relocating to continue its slumber. It took several minutes for Naruto to regain consciousness. Bewildered and looking to Yunxi for answers. "What happened to me?" "Oh, nothing. A little shock is beneficial for your health," Yunxi replied, unsure of how to adequately address the situation, opting for vague explanations instead. Naruto, with his thick skin, pondered for a moment before dismissing the incident entirely. Meanwhile, Sasuke, observing from the sidelines, found himself intrigued. Why would someone as seemingly serious and powerful as Yunxi associate with Naruto? Just then, Xianglin emerged, having tidied up her home, cradling Pikachu as she prepared to accompany Yunxi to school. Upon seeing Sasuke and Naruto, she too felt a sense of curiosity. Moreover, Xianglin faintly sensed that Naruto possessed a bloodline akin to hers, though it had not fully manifested. "This is Sasuke Uchiha, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan," Yunxi introduced as Xianglin stepped forward. "And this is Naruto Uzumaki, who shares the Uzumaki lineage, much like you." After introducing Sasuke, Yunxi gestured toward Naruto. "Hello, big sister. I am Naruto Uzumaki, Yushi's little brother, with dreams of, due to Xianglin's transplantation of the first Hokage's active cells. Naruto instinctively regarded her as an elder sister, and thus began his lengthy and somewhat dramatic self-introduction. In contrast, Sasuke maintained a more composed demeanor. Upon meeting Xianglin, he nodded slightly before saying, "I am Sasuke Uchiha." After casting a glance at Yunxi, he added, "And I am also Yushi's little brother." What on earth? Upon hearing the latter part of Uchiha Sasuke's introduction, Yunxi felt somewhat bewildered. He never anticipated that Sasuke would emulate Naruto and consider himself as an elder brother. Observing the icy demeanor of Uchiha Sasuke juxtaposed with the goofy expression of Naruto Uzumaki, Yunxi couldn't help but worry that these two might veer off course together. At that moment, Kei-Rin also found herself at a loss for words and could only smile, saying, "I am Uzumaki Kei-Rin, pleased to meet you all. Well then, let us set off for school." With their introductions complete, Yunxi took the lead, stepping out of his home, ready to escort these three companions to school. Chapter 69. The new classmate. Good morning, Yunxi. Wow, you've made so many friends in just a few days at school, Yunxi. You need to work hard. I'm looking forward to you becoming a ninja and helping me with the weeding. As Yunxi and his companions exited, their neighbors greeted them warmly. Yunxi responded with a cheerful nod. They then proceeded directly to school, while Naruto and Sasuke trailed behind, their faces betraying a hint of envy. Naruto's envy stemmed purely from his desire to be accepted by the villagers like Yunxi. In contrast, Uchiha Sasuke yearned for the strength that Yunxi possessed. "What are you all doing back there?" Suddenly, Irika's voice rang out behind Yunxi. "Hurry up and get inside. You're going to be late." Seeing Yunxi, Naruto, and the others lingering at the entrance, Irika's expression turned serious. While he had a fondness for Yunxi, tardiness was something he simply could not tolerate. "Understood, Irika-sensei." Yunxi quickly ushered Naruto and Sasuke to their seats. He soon realized that something was amiss in the classroom. Under normal circumstances, Shikamaru and Choji would have already been prepared to doze off. However, now he was sitting upright in his seat, showing no signs of drowsiness. In fact, Dingzi had even taken the initiative to put away his potato chips. Witnessing this scene, Yunxi sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Thus, he turned to inquire of the classmate seated before him, "Jingya, what is happening today? Why does everyone seem so serious?" Jingya glanced around to ensure no teachers were present before replying. "I heard that the third Hokage will be visiting the school today, so Irika-sensei asked us to focus." After sharing this information with Yunxi, Jingya quickly returned to his seat. What could the third Hokage want at the school? Yunxi was somewhat taken aback by the news. Logically speaking, shouldn't the third Hokage be preoccupied with dealing with the remaining root ninjas? Why would he come to the school? "Hey, want something to eat?" Just as Yunxi pondered this, Naruto suddenly extended a hand toward him, offering a can that seemed intended for Yunxi. This item, at first glance, Yunxi felt an odd sense of familiarity, yet he could not quite place it. It was tea until the classmate beside him, Xianglin, reminded him. "That looks like the snack I bought for Pikachu last time." That Yunxi finally recalled what Naruto held. This was indeed Pikachu's snack. "Why aren't you eating it, big brother? It's really delicious." Noticing that Yunxi did not take the offered food, Naruto appeared puzzled. Instinctively, he licked his fingers, seemingly savoring the taste of the delicacy. "Did you eat it, Naruto?" Yunxi asked incredulously. "Of course, what's wrong with that?" Naruto replied, sensing Yunxi's change in demeanor and feeling a bit perplexed. Pika, Pika. At that moment, Pikachu, who had been nestled in Xiangling's arms, caught sight of the snack in Naruto's grasp. Instantly, Pikachu's expression shifted from calm to furious. For this was a treat it had deliberately hidden away. Pikachu was so enraged that its fur began to bristle. All right, I promise to buy you another next time. To prevent Naruto from being zapped by Pikachu's thunderbolt, Yunxi swiftly scooped up Pikachu, offering comfort and promising double rations for 3 days, which eventually quelled Pikachu's fury. Meanwhile, Sasuke felt a bit awkward, wishing to assert that he did not know Naruto. After all, he had witnessed Naruto digging up this item when they visited Yunxi's home. Ahem. Classmates, let us all focus now. As Yunxi and others remained entangled in their discussions regarding Pikachu snacks, Iruka entered the classroom, his demeanor serious as he surveyed his fellow students. Shortly thereafter, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, adorned in his Hokage robes, also made his entrance, accompanied by several children of a similar age to Yunxi. Good day, Hokage-sama, the students chimed in unison. Upon the arrival of the third Hokage, the usually mischievous youngsters transformed into models of decorum, diligently paying attention in class and eagerly greeting their esteemed leader. Please take your seats, today. I am here to introduce a few new classmates, the third Hokage announced, gesturing for the standing students to sit down. Upon seeing the children trailing behind the Hokage, Yunxi's expression shifted to one of surprise. The reason was simple. These children were all prodigies recently adopted by Danzo. Among them were the sharp-tongued Sai, clad entirely in a black robe, and several other root ninjas whose names Yunxi could not recall. New classmates? Naruto instinctively glanced at Yunxi, revealing his discomfort in crowded situations. The arrival of new students stirred a sense of anxiety within him. In contrast, Sasuke exhibited no noticeable reaction to the newcomers, merely casting a fleeting glance before returning his attention elsewhere. Yes, new classmates, Yunxi confirmed in response to Naruto's inquiry. He was taken aback by the audacity of the third Hokage to enroll these individuals, who had grown up within the roots, into the Ninja Academy. It was essential to note that the current Konoha Academy was markedly different from the era of the second Hokage. Back then, during the tumultuous times of the Third Shinobi World War, the need for a substantial influx of fresh talent on the battlefield necessitated stricter graduation requirements for the academy. However, with the conclusion of the war, a peaceful era has emerged. The requirements of the Ninja Academy have steadily diminished, and by the time of Yunxi's cohort, there was virtually no practical combat training. However, this time, the third Hokage brought with him individuals such as Sai and the oil woman, Tsurugi. Having grown up in the shadows of the Umbu, they have witnessed an abundance of death. Can they truly coexist with these individuals? Observing Ino, who appears to be attentively listening to the third Hokage yet is on the verge of dozing off, along with Shikamaru and others, Yunxi feels a tinge of concern. At this moment, Sai, standing on the podium, has his full attention focused on Yunxi. His instincts inform him that Yunxi, seated at the back, is undoubtedly the most extraordinary person in the classroom, without exception. Oh, have my charms caught your eye? Noticing Sai's beaming smile, Yunxi returns it with a grin. Chapter 70, The Troubled Youth. Little Sai, meanwhile, the third Hokage, standing at the center of the classroom, has also noticed the exchange of glances between Yunxi and Sai. He promptly interjects, ahem, I hope some of my students will refrain from daydreaming and concentrate on what I have to say. The moment the third Hokage's words leave his lips, the other students, previously drowsy except for Yunxi, immediately sit up straight, abandoning any notion of distraction, while the fog of sleep swiftly dissipates from their minds. Yunxi and Sai, too, comprehend the implication behind the third Hokage's words, redirecting their gazes elsewhere. Once the two have resumed their composure, the third Hokage continues, from today onward, 3 new classmates will be joining your class, Sai, Kin, and Tsurugi. Applause erupts throughout the classroom following the third Hokage's introduction. Kin then rises from beside Yunxi and strides toward the podium. Yunxi, filled with curiosity, had not anticipated that the third Hokage intended to separate these prodigies, drawn from the roots. Initially, he had assumed that they would all remain together. However, it was unexpected that even with Xianglin, there were only 3 individuals. Yet, these individuals are undeniably geniuses. Could it be that the 12 elite of this realm are destined to become 14? As Yunxi observed Zai and Aburame Torian casually finding a place to sit, he couldn't help but contemplate. After all, the prowess and innate talent of these two are exceptionally formidable. In the original narrative, Zai is regarded as a rather renowned ninja. Indeed, he made his debut shortly after Sasuke departed from Konoha. With his striking character design and sharp tongue, he left a lasting impression on many viewers. Conversely, Aburame Torian's story is somewhat tragic, lacking in aesthetic appeal and limited in screen time. His only redeeming quality lies in his role as a substitute for Aburame Shino in the organization. However, within the ranks of the 12 Konoha, Oilwoman Shure's presence is rather negligible. Consequently, her legacy is largely forgotten. However, the prowess and innate talent of these two individuals are undoubtedly on par with the elite of the 12, excluding the absence of a protagonist's halo. Their true combat capabilities may even surpass the first tier. Sai, originally a ninja under the clandestine roots of Konoha, managed by Danzo, was meticulously trained from a young age to serve as a specialized assassin. He possesses a unique ninjutsu known as the Super Beast Imitation Technique, a special art born from the fusion of ink and painting. Although it does not qualify as a bloodline limit, its potency remains formidable, particularly suited for use in collaborative battles. As for Yuhi Kurenai, I personally believe this seemingly inconspicuous character possesses strength that surpasses size. A member of the Yuhi clan and part of the root division within Konoha Zumbu, he wields the ability to command venomous insects. His combat capabilities exceed those of the average Yuhi clan member. Within him resides a breed of nanoscopic toxic insect, alongside an inherent immunity to toxins, rendering him a born killer. Upon encountering him, I found myself intrigued that the third Hokage would dare to bring him directly into the academy. After all, in the original storyline, it was due to Yuhi Kurenai's inability to fully control his insects that he could not ascend to become a Chunin in Konoha, ultimately replacing Yuhi Shino and joining the Roots. Nevertheless, this is not for me to ponder. After much contemplation, I decided to let this matter rest. For the decision lies with the third Hokage, who must have devised a solution prior to allowing Yuhi Kurenai's admission to the ninja school. Following Sai's and Kurenai's self-introductions, the third Hokage did not linger in our classroom, but, accompanied by Irika, proceeded to another. Once the teacher's influence waned, the tranquility of the classroom was abruptly shattered, reverting to its usual raucous state. You are formidable, yet you cannot surpass me. However, amidst the revelry of the crowd, Zue approached Yunxi directly, wearing a cheerful expression as he regarded him. Are you unaware that your manner of speaking is flawed? It is not Yunxi's fault that he is oblivious to Zue's reputation for being sharp-tongued and his embodiment of a steadfastly masculine persona, which might lead to Zue facing repercussions. Logically speaking, as a new classmate, Zue ought to have first extended a greeting before proceeding to address everyone individually. However, this suffocating display of behavior left Yunxi somewhat bewildered. For Zai's remark essentially conveyed to Yunxi, "You cannot surpass me. Is there something amiss with my manner of speaking?" It was evident that Zai remained oblivious to his own communicative shortcomings. After all, since the demise of his close companion, Xin, he had not engaged in conversation for quite some time. How could one express themselves in such a manner? Meanwhile, Naruto, observing the pallid-faced youth, detected a hint of hostility and promptly positioned himself beside Yunxi, furrowing his brow in Zai's direction. Upon noticing Naruto, Zai coolly remarked, "Can someone without a certain appendage truly become a ninja?" What? At this utterance, Naruto erupted with fury. Had it not been for Yunxi's timely intervention in restraining him, Naruto would have undoubtedly charged forth to deliver a sound thrashing to Zai. "Naruto, allow me to elucidate. This individual's manner of speech is rather peculiar. Perhaps he is not entirely sane, so do not pay him any mind." After guiding Naruto aside, Yunxi hastily began his explanation. In truth, Yunxi had also been struck by Zai's previous comment directed at Naruto, as it echoed a similar taunt from their initial encounter in the original Naruto series, where Zai had used those very words to deride Naruto's masculinity. To hear them once more today filled Yunxi with profound reflection. However, Yunxi comprehended the rationale behind Zai's words. Having been trained since childhood within the root organization under Danzo's command, Zai was conditioned to suppress any semblance of emotion. Isolated from the outside world, he naturally lacked an understanding of human sentiments and social interactions. He was akin to a novice in recognizing when to smile, how to smile, and what to say. Although Zai was still young, after a period of emotional training, he had buried his feelings deep within his mind. Presently, Zai resembled a troubled child, and Yunxi had but one straightforward and somewhat harsh solution for rescuing him. A good thrashing would suffice. The more resistant Zai was, the more determined Yunxi became to teach him a lesson, believing that only through such a memorable experience could Zai learn not to speak so audaciously in the future. Indeed, upon regaining his composure, Naruto also discerned that Zai had some underlying issues. Under normal circumstances, if Zai truly intended to provoke him, there would undoubtedly be some change in his expression. Yet now, Zai gazed at Naruto with an expression of innocence, accompanied by a hint of bewilderment, as if he were entirely oblivious to the situation. In Chapter 71, Wilderness Survival Training, he pondered, is there something wrong with the way I speak? Noticing that the attention of those around him was firmly fixed upon him, confusion flickered across Zai's face. In his mind, his direct manner of speaking had never posed an issue. After all, within the confines of Root, he had always communicated with others in such an unembellished manner. It wasn't a matter of right or wrong. It was simply that he lacked the ability to communicate effectively. Observing Zai's seemingly natural demeanor, Yunxi felt a tinge of exasperation. He then continued, sometimes, it is unnecessary to voice every thought that crosses your mind. Doing so may render you more likable and facilitate the formation of friendships. Friendship? Upon hearing Yunxi's words, Zai fell into a contemplative silence. In the past, Zai had indeed shared a profound bond with a dear friend, Shin. In a bid to ensure that Zai could survive the evaluation within the Root organization, Shin selflessly chose to forego his own assessment. Consequently, Zai passed directly, culminating in the tragic outcome where Zai became a ninja of the Root organization while Shin met his demise. From that moment forth, Zai's mind was devoid of any memories of friendship. He was solely fixated on his missions. I do not require friends, he declared, breaking the silence after a brief pause before returning to his seat. Standing nearby, Kurenai seemed to discern hints of nostalgia and sorrow in his expression. Brother, look at this fellow, Naruto exclaimed, his irritation palpable upon hearing Zai's words. Had they not been in school at that moment, Naruto would have undoubtedly confronted him physically. Naruto, this lad seems to have some emotional intelligence issues. Let us not engage with him for now, Kurenai suggested, taking the initiative to lead Naruto back to his seat. Choosing to refrain from further interaction with Zai. Instead, he focused on the figure seated beside Zai, Yamanaka Ino. Noticing that Ino was intently observing him, Kurenai felt a surge of confusion, for this was his first encounter with Ino in class. He could not fathom why he had captured the attention of someone so distinct from Zai. While Zai was chatty and prone to making sarcastic remarks, albeit with low emotional awareness, Ino was among the quietest individuals in the village, exhibiting extreme caution and rarely displaying even the faintest of emotions towards ordinary people. However, Yunxi could distinctly perceive that when Yunchi fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes bore a hint of curiosity and relief, as if she were expressing gratitude. Within Yunxi's understanding, Yunchi would certainly not engage in such behavior lightly. You are called Yunxi, are you not? Just as Yunxi pondered this, Yunchi suddenly rose to her feet and approached him respectfully, uttering, "Thank you." Having spoken, she returned to her seat, refraining from casting another glance in Yunchi's direction, instead focusing her gaze steadfastly ahead, resembling a statue. "Thank me." Upon hearing Yunchi's expression of gratitude, Yunchi found himself somewhat bewildered. Just as Yunchi was about to inquire about the reason, Irika re-entered the classroom, only to discover that Xiaoli, Niji, and Tian were hiding within their own class. Anger flickered across his face, and upon noticing Tian dozing in the last row, he bellowed, Tian, Xiaoli, Niji, return to your own classroom at once." Sensing Irika's fury, the trio of truants hastily exited through the back door. Before leaving, Niji bowed at the threshold and said, "Irika-sensei, we sincerely apologize. We promise it won't happen again." Humph. After receiving Niji's apology, Irika refrained from further comment and shifted his focus to the students in the classroom. Once he confirmed that all the students were present, Irika spoke again. "This afternoon, we will conduct a wilderness survival task, so I hope everyone will be adequately prepared." However, after Irika spoke, few paid heed to the profound message encapsulated in his words. The students continued to languidly drift through the classroom, dozing off, playing games, and idly engaging with their Pikachu. Witnessing this, Irika felt a surge of anger welling up within him, poised to erupt. Yet, with an air of grace and affability, he restrained the fury that surged within him. Then, with a forceful clap of his hands, he bellowed, "This is a practical wilderness survival exercise, where the likelihood of encountering conflict is high. Those who fail to prepare must bear the consequences." With that, he swung the door open with vigor, and Irika exited the classroom. It seemed he was heading off to make preparations for the impending wilderness survival training. The students remaining in the classroom were left astounded by Irika's final proclamation. After all, while some of these young ones had already developed a modicum of combat prowess, many still had much to learn. However, the vast majority of individuals have never experienced the true essence of combat. Upon hearing Irika's words, they seldom muster the spirit to commence preparations ahead of time. Brother, shall we engage in the practical wilderness survival training together this afternoon? After Irika departed, Naruto leaned directly against Yunxi. At that moment, Sasuke approached Yunxi and stated, I too wish to partake in this wilderness survival training with you. Observing the two individuals standing before him, Yunxi felt a sense of helplessness. With his strength, he had no need to participate in such courses. Initially, he intended to accompany Xianglin to a secluded place for a while, waiting for the exams to conclude before emerging together. Yet, the request from Naruto and Sasuke abruptly disrupted Yunxi's plans. You are my strongest rival, thus I must declare war upon you. Just as Yunxi pondered how to decline Naruto and Sasuke's propositions, Sai, the oblivious one, approached and voiced his thoughts aloud. I told you not to speak your mind so freely. Faced with such a dense individual, Yunxi could only internally lament in exasperation. What's wrong? Did I say something amiss? Observing Yunxi's silence, Sai appeared utterly bewildered, bearing an expression of utter ignorance on his pale visage. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Torian, who also emerged from the root, watched Sai's confusion with a sense of resignation from his seat. He was curious to know who had initially brought this oblivious one into the root. Come back, I shall team up with you. To spare Sai further embarrassment in front of their classmates, Yamanaka Torian took the initiative to propose forming a team with him for the afternoon's wilderness survival training. In truth, Yamanaka Torian had his reasons for this action. He wished to prevent Sai from facing further humiliation, for if their classmates unconsciously associated him with Sai, Yamanaka Torian would find himself in a predicament. However, you are rather unattractive. I believe I would prefer to go alone. However, to her surprise, Zwei coldly declined the invitation from Yunxi, turning away without hesitation. Chapter 72. Yunxi, what is this rule? Yunxi never anticipated that Zwei would so bluntly refuse her, and to make matters worse, use her appearance as the justification. This was the most intolerable aspect for Yunxi, despite her being clad entirely in black attire. However, it cannot be deemed unattractive, and the atmosphere in the classroom is exceptionally serene. Although Sai's voice is not loud, the entire class has turned their attention to the oil girl, Suji. Whom would you like to team up with? Fortunately, Suji possesses a commendable temperament, and after momentarily suppressing her inner fury, she inquires once more of Sai. I wish to team up with Yunxi. He is quite formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, Sai provides his answer to Suji's question. He then approaches Yunxi, stating, I feel secure when I am with you. After uttering these words, Sai falls silent. Upon hearing Sai's declaration, not only does Suji feel a sense of exasperation, but even Yunxi cannot help but internally lament, have I now become the leader of the Ninja Academy? This sentiment arises simply because both Naruto and Sasuke regard him as an older brother, and even the other 12 strong individuals, aside from Neji, Tenten, and Lee, harbor favorable feelings towards him. Ultimately, Yunxi himself did not anticipate that Sai would wish to accompany him. Well then, let us defer the grouping discussion. What if this is an individual survival exercise? After observing the stalemate between Sai and Suji, Yunxi takes the initiative to speak up and begins to ease the tension. After Yunxi finishes speaking, Sai nods and returns to his seat, lost in thought. Suji merely glances at Yunxi and then casts a resentful look at Sai, who has already settled back into his seat. After a few deep breaths, Suji manages to quell her anger. Just minutes after Suji calms down, Irika returns to the classroom. Observing the unusually quiet classroom, Irika is somewhat astonished. He did not expect his students to be so obedient today, which brings him a sense of relief. Irika then speaks directly. This outdoor survival training will be in a multi-person format. I recommend groups of 3, though larger groups are permissible, albeit at the cost of your scores. You will need to survive in the forest of death for 3 days, and your grades will depend on the duration of your survival. As Irika outlines the rules, a flicker of disappointment crosses Sai's eyes. The multi-person format implies that he cannot directly engage with Yunxi. Instead, it will require a degree of serendipity to encounter Yunxi and his team during the survival training. Sai is not fond of this arrangement. He has long desired to witness firsthand the strength of Yunxi, who has consistently been a source of pressure from the very beginning. Upon hearing this news, Yushi's face momentarily reveals a look of shock. Isn't this the very rule of a battle royale? Upon hearing this news, Yunxi was instantly reminded of a game he had played in his previous life. The rules of that game bore an uncanny resemblance to those described by Irika. Aside from a few minor differences in details, the fundamental principles were remarkably similar. Indeed, ninjas are required to work in unison from a young age. But how could such a mode of training emerge? In Yunxi's recollection, the Death Forest was primarily a venue for the Chunin exams, notorious for its numerous ferocious beasts and highly complex environment. Even lower-ranked ninjas could not guarantee their safety within the treacherous confines of the Death Forest. Presently, in the classroom, aside from Pikachu, Xianglin, Yunxi, Sai, and Yunyu, the rest of the individuals lacked even the basic strength of a genin. Did the architect of this rule not fear for the safety of these young ones? In that moment, an expression of absurdity crossed Yunxi's face. Initially, he had assumed that this wilderness survival training was merely an opportunity for these individuals to gain some experience. After all, the academic year had only just commenced, and the school had yet to impart any ninjutsu training. Upon hearing the news, Yunxi felt a profound sense of helplessness. "Brother, may I be by your side?" As Irika concluded his announcement, Naruto quietly approached Yunxi, intending to undertake this task alongside him. Let us proceed. In truth, when Yunxi initially heard Irika-sensei mention the outdoor training, he was reluctant to bring Naruto or Sasuke along, for it was indeed a valuable opportunity for them to experience the essence of being a ninja ahead of time. After listening to the rules set forth by Irika, Yunxi ultimately decided to bring Naruto and Sasuke along. After all, these two individuals possessed only the strength of Nirgenin, and Naruto was merely a laggard. Sending them into the Death Forest would likely necessitate Yunxi retrieving their corpses once the mission concluded. To avert such a grim fate, he resolved to keep Naruto and Sasuke by his side. "Sasuke, you too, come here," he declared, addressing Sasuke directly. Sasuke responded, this time devoid of his usual aloofness, nodding in agreement upon hearing Yunxi's words. With the addition of Karui, their team now comprised 4 members. As the formation of the team was completed, Yunxi began to strategize on how to employ his exceptional skills during this wilderness survival training. After all, he had already attained the strength of a shadow, making traversing the Death Forest a trivial matter. However, Yunxi preferred to remain inconspicuous. "Are we all set?" With Sai having forcibly formed a team with Yamanaka Ino, Irika began querying the students in the classroom. "All right, teacher, can we commence?" I can hardly contain my excitement upon noticing that all the students had found their teammates. Irika abruptly exited the classroom. Moments later, a man clad in black leather, bearing a scar across his face, appeared in the classroom. Yamanaka Ibiki? Yunxi was taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. He wondered inwardly, what brings him here? As Ibiki's primary role involved interrogation and examination within the Umbu, and he was one of the more formidable jonin in Konoha, he typically had little free time, spending most of it within the Umbu. Thus, seeing him in the classroom was indeed surprising for Yunxi. As Ibiki noticed Yunxi's gaze, he refrained from speaking, instead offering a smile before addressing the classroom. "Hello everyone. I am Yamanaka Ibiki, and I will be the overseer of this wilderness survival training." Once Ibiki concluded his introduction, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura enveloped the classroom. Chapter 73. The familiar routine as the oppressive atmosphere spread throughout the classroom. The expressions of the Inuzuka trio, Hinata, Yamanaka Shino, and even Naruto and Sasuke became increasingly grim. The remaining civilian ninjas were even more distressed, with some reduced to tears under the weight of Ibiki's presence. The only ones appearing somewhat unfazed were Sai and his temporary partner, Yamanaka Ino. Yet, beneath the terrifying aura of the upper ninja, the two of them found it quite difficult to endure. Among the entire classroom, only Yunxi and Xianglin remained unaffected. After all, although Xianglin's combat prowess did not quite measure up to that of Sanai Ibiki, however, it was unlikely that he would be intimidated by Sanai Ibiki's aura. Yunxi remained entirely unaffected, even curious about the tricks Sanai Ibiki might be playing. After all, the time of a Konoha jonin was indeed precious. He would not waste it merely to frighten a group of newly enrolled students. After approximately 3 minutes, Sanai Ibiki retracted his imposing presence and coldly stated, "This cohort of students fails to meet my expectations. If you cannot even endure my aura, what qualifications do you possess to become a ninja?" Following these words, Sanai Ibiki forcefully slammed his palm onto the desk and continued, "Those whose names I call shall be expelled immediately." Upon hearing this declaration, fear washed over the faces of everyone in the classroom, particularly among the underperforming commoner ninjas. Some trembled instinctively, fearing their names would be called. "Brother Yunxi, why is this uncle behaving this way?" Although Xianglin felt no fear, she was nonetheless perplexed. She could not comprehend Sanae Ibiki's intentions behind such actions. In truth, Yunxi had discerned the reality shortly after Sanae Ibiki entered the classroom. His actions merely aimed to expel those lacking resolve. After all, becoming a ninja would inevitably involve accessing village secrets, and an indecisive individual could easily become a liability, a breach for the enemy. To prevent such a disastrous situation, Sanae Ibiki sought to remove these individuals from the ninja academy beforehand. This was, in essence, an act of responsibility towards the village of Konoha. This tactic is reminiscent of the Chunin exams. Yunxi mused inwardly, observing that over a dozen commoner students had already been expelled. After all, he had witnessed a similar display during the Chunin exams in the original narrative, characterized by the same oppressive aura and verbal threats. However, Yunxi had to concede that this was indeed a commendable method for selecting those truly suited to become ninjas. As Mori no Ibiki concluded his roll call, the remaining individuals in the classroom were left with a sense of reflection. At least they had not been summarily dismissed. Seated in the farthest corner, Yunxi understood that this was merely the beginning. Indeed, after expelling those who had performed inadequately, Mori no Ibiki resumed speaking. The individuals who remained were deemed eligible to participate in the subsequent wilderness survival exercise, yet there was an additional matter that warranted discussion. Mori no Ibiki paused mid-sentence, casting a piercing gaze across the room. After committing the faces of those present to memory, he continued, "However, the location you are about to enter harbors immense peril. Even the average genin entering may face death. For you, it is akin to a forbidden realm of demise. Therefore, prior to your entry, I urge you to deliberate carefully, for the consequences of your choice shall rest solely upon your shoulders. Of course, you may opt to forego this wilderness survival mission. The cost of such a decision would be a 1-year postponement of your graduation examination for genin." With his words concluded, he granted you 3 minutes to reflect, after which he would return to inquire of your choices. Having elucidated the detailed rules, Mori no Ibiki cast one final glance at his students before departing. The students who remained in the classroom found themselves ensnared in a web of indecision. What will you all choose? One civilian ninja broke the silence, directly addressing his classmates. "I think I shall choose to delay my graduation by a year," another replied. "Indeed, the Death Forest is far too perilous for us at this moment. In truth, postponing graduation for a year is not an unwise choice," echoed a third. Following the initial remark from the first civilian ninja, a lively discussion erupted throughout the classroom. However, Yunxi discovered that the vast majority opted to postpone their graduation by a year as the price for not participating in this practical survival exercise. Only individuals such as you.The, Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Yamanaka Shino, Sasuke, and Naruto chose not to forfeit. Nevertheless, Yunxi also noticed a few students of humble origins who were determined to take the risk and did not choose to give up. However, what truly astonished Yunxi was the realization that Sakura, hailing from a similar humble background, had not abandoned this exercise either. Perhaps this is the allure of the protagonist's aura. In truth, Yunxi had already discerned the nature of this test. It was merely reminiscent of the first phase of the Nin exams in the original narrative. The only distinction was that Mori no Ibiki did not assess their intelligence-gathering capabilities but rather directly interrogated their true intentions. Yunxi even speculated that the so-called survival exercise was an illusion, for considering the current abilities of Sasuke and the others, they hardly surpassed the level of a genin. It was implausible that they would be thrown into the forest of death. Have you all made your decisions? The fleeting 3 minutes vanished in an instant. And at that moment, Mori no Ibiki re-entered the classroom, a grin adorning his face, yet the subtle pressure emanating from him rendered the students breathless. "I've made my choice, teacher. I have decided to postpone my graduation from the Ninja Academy by a year." After a brief pause, one ninja stood up first, articulating his decision. "Very well, I understand." Mori no Ibiki nodded slightly upon hearing this, offering no significant reaction. Observing that Ibiki seemed amenable, the remaining indecisive students began to rise, reporting their choices to him. "Teacher, I wish to withdraw." "Teacher, I am not in good condition, so I would like to withdraw." "Teacher, I also." As the first individual spoke, the others followed suit, expressing their decisions to Mori no Ibiki. Even some civilians who had initially intended to participate in the practical survival training opted to forego it in this atmosphere. Consequently, the number of individuals in the classroom was halved. Yunxi glanced around, noting that only Naruto, Sasuke, Ino, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Shino remained. Additionally, there were the two peculiar characters, Sai and Inuzuka. Chapter 74. Passing through, did I ever expect there to be so many remaining? Marino Abiki observed with surprise as he noted that over a dozen individuals still occupied the classroom. This was not his first experience with such situations often. An entire cohort of students would succumb to the pressure, with none opting to engage in the so-called field survival training. However, Yunxi's performance this time has truly taken Sanai Yubiki by surprise. Initially, he believed that only Yunxi and Xianglin would remain in the end. After all, Sanai Yubiki had long been acquainted with the prowess of these two individuals and would undoubtedly not fear the death forest within the Hidden Leaf Village. However, the remaining individuals left Mori no Ibi surprised. It is noteworthy that once inside the classroom, Mori no Ibi cast a sweeping glance over all the occupants. He gained a partial understanding of the abilities possessed by these individuals. Ultimately, only Sai and Aburam Torian possessed the strength to contend with the Ch Nin. Among the others, the most formidable was merely Sasuke, who was close to the level of a genin. The rest were unremarkable. In such circumstances, they still chose to partake in the practical wilderness survival training held in the Death Forest. Sanabiki inadvertently nodded in approval. Sir, when shall we depart? Noticing Sanabiki's prolonged silence on the podium, Naruto, unable to contain his impatience, took it upon himself to inquire about their departure time, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Aren't you afraid? It could be fatal, he remarked. Sanabiki's interest in Naruto piqued at his boldness. After all, it was the first time someone had asked him when they would venture into the Death Forest. Not at all. I'll be with Brother Yunxi. In response to Sanabiki's caution, Naruto shook his head, a smile adorning his face. I see. I understand now. Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Sanabiki comprehended why Naruto displayed no fear of the Death Forest. After all, Yunxi could single-handedly confront the beasts within. Being by his side would undoubtedly pose no danger. Is it truly lethal in the Death Forest? I refuse to believe it. Just as Naruto settled back down, the straightforward and somewhat naive Sai stood up. To him, death was merely a term, and he had long since lost any sense of fear, rendering him indifferent to Sanabiki's warnings. You, my friend, are quite intriguing, Sanabiki remarked, locking eyes with Sai. After a moment's observation, he noted that Sai bore no trace of fear, pondering silently. Is this fellow a natural-born ninja? Enough of that. Sanabiki-sensei, don't overthink it. He is merely a bit simple-minded, Yunxi interjected, unable to hold back any longer. Naruto added. He might not even know what fear is. Haha, you students are truly beyond my expectations, Sanabiki responded, a rare smile gracing his face after hearing Yunxi and Naruto. A few moments later, he spoke again. Congratulations on successfully passing my examination. You were each rewarded with a half-day off. With that, Sanabiki prepared to leave the classroom. For as a special jonin of Konoha, he was indeed quite busy. To assess Yunxi and his peers, he had to carve out time from his schedule. As the evaluation concluded, Sanabiki naturally prepared to exit the ninja school. Wait, teacher, what about the practical survival exercise? Sakura, seated in the front row, was the first to notice the anomaly. She quickly rose to her feet and inquired of Sanabiki. Oh, that. Your current abilities are insufficient for participation in that exercise. However, having observed your performances thus far, I am pleased to grant you all a passing mark. When Sakura inquired about the situation, Marino Ibiki refrained from revealing the truth directly. Instead, he employed a subtle excuse, allowing the remaining individuals to forego participation in the so-called assessment. Is it true? Sakura exclaimed, her heart filled with joy upon hearing Ibiki's response. The others were equally astonished, as they had mentally prepared themselves to confront the specter of death. Following this revelation, the tension that had gripped most of them gradually dissipated. What about us, teacher? Those who had previously been eliminated or faced a delay in graduation ventured to ask Ibiki. You shall adhere to what was stated before. Those who are to return home will do so, and those who must postpone their graduation shall proceed accordingly. After addressing this matter, Marino Ibiki vanished from the Ninja Academy. In truth, he had no intention of putting them through unnecessary trials. The inability to pass even the most fundamental test signifies that they are truly unfit to be ninjas. When Mori no Ibiki emanated his aura, it represented the first trial. This challenge bore no relation to strength, rather. A resolute will was all that was required for success. The second trial assessed decision-making capabilities during critical moments, a crucial trait for any ninja. Should one succumb to the fear of death while executing a mission, the likelihood of failure escalates significantly. Thus, Mori no Ibiki mandated a delay in graduation for those who faltered at this stage. The third trial merely served as an opportunity for additional points. Initially, Mori no Ibiki had not anticipated that anyone would advance to the third trial, for it demanded that students confront life and death tasks while making judicious choices at such a tender age. These expectations proved excessively challenging for newly enrolled students. It appears that this cohort is indeed brimming with talent. Before departing, Mori no Ibiki cast a glance at Yunxi and the others, contemplating silently as he exited. Meanwhile, some of the commoner students designated for the first trial exhibited a lack of enthusiasm, ultimately choosing to leave after a final gaze at the school. The expressions of those who failed the second trial were equally disheartening. A delay in graduation by a year meant a postponement of becoming a genin, a situation considered a disgrace within the Hidden Leaf Village. Fortunately, the situation is far better than that of the students who have chosen to drop out. As for Yunxi and his companions seated within the classroom, they are now filled with joy, for they have been granted an additional half-day of respite. In the strictly regulated environment of Konoha Academy, this certainly qualifies as a delightful privilege. However, Yunxi does not intend to squander this precious half-day off. Observing the bewildered Naruto and the dazed Sasuke seated at their desks, Yunxi resolves to commence special training for these two individuals starting today. After all, the prowess of Yunxi's entourage must not be lacking, and should he fail in his task of mentoring Sasuke, Yunxi would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of loss. Chapter 75. Yunxi's inaugural teaching. Once Marino Abiki departed from the classroom, the atmosphere within became notably lively. In the corner, Inazuka Kiba was the first to speak, exclaiming, "That teacher terrified me. I almost couldn't hold on, but thanks to Akamaru's encouragement, I managed to endure." After sharing his earlier inner turmoil, Kiba's tense expression began to ease, although traces of anxiety still lingered. "Foolish boy, that teacher is not just any ordinary school instructor. He is the renowned Marino Abiki, primarily responsible for interrogating enemies." Which explains his terrifying demeanor, Shikamaru interjected, unable to restrain himself from clarifying to the others. Given that Shikamaru possesses the highest intellect among them, coupled with his family's long-standing legacy in Konoha, he naturally has some familiarity with his father's colleagues. "Shikamaru, I thought you would falter, after all. You are most averse to trouble," remarked Akimichi Choji, who had been munching on chips, his voice tinged with a hint of fear. In truth, Choji had contemplated withdrawing during the first round. However, the thought of facing his father's wrath should he choose to drop out lingered in Akimichi Chg's mind. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to persevere. I shall not withdraw voluntarily. In fact, the moment I entered, I suspected this might be a ruse. How could the third Hokage possibly send us to a place even ordinary genin would hesitate to approach? It was clearly a test of our capabilities. Indeed, among the Konoha 12, I am the one endowed with intellect. Yunwei truly admired Shikamaru, as he was able to swiftly analyze the entire situation without having read the original work. Yunue's own reasoning paled in comparison. While everyone engaged in discussion, Naruto remained somewhat bewildered. He distinctly remembered that he was supposed to participate in some combat training in the afternoon. The pressure left him tongue-tied, and several times he contemplated giving up, attributing his hesitation to overwhelming anxiety. However, just when he mustered the courage to announce his decision to give up, Teacher Sun no Ibiki unexpectedly declared that he had passed the examination. To be honest, Naruto remains perplexed about the true nature of the examination that Teacher Sun no Ibiki mentioned. Could someone possibly elucidate this for me? What just transpired? At a loss for comprehension, Naruto could only cast a helpless gaze toward Yunxi. Upon hearing his words, Yunxi could only respond with a resigned tone. Just know that you were fortunate. Initially, Yunxi had intended to provide Naruto with a detailed explanation. However, considering Naruto's limited logical reasoning abilities, it would be more effective to present a simpler explanation to help him grasp the matter. Yet it was evident that Naruto still did not comprehend. While Yunxi engaged in conversation with Naruto, others had already begun to prepare for their return home. As he observed the gradually emptying classroom, Yunxi suddenly spoke. "Sasuke, Naruto, do you both desire to grow stronger?" At long last, Yunxi resolved to initiate a training regimen for Naruto and Sasuke. "Absolutely," the two responded in unison, although Naruto's voice tinged with excitement, while Sasuke's was laden with a shadow of emotion. "Then follow me." Noticing their keen interest in the matter, Yunxi wasted no time, leading Naruto and Sasuke towards the back mountains of Konoha, with Karui clutching Pikachu closely behind them. Approximately half an hour later, Yunxi finally discovered a location that was both secure and comfortable, a dry cave. It was enveloped by a dense forest, effectively shielding against the third Hokage's telescopic jutsu, while also offering an excellent training environment. Furthermore, Yunxi noticed a serene little pond nearby, ideal for water training exercises. However, those considerations were secondary. The primary reason Yunxi favored this spot was its comfort. It not only provided ample shade from the sun, but also ensured a dry interior, truly a perfect place for rest. Brother, have we arrived? As Yunxi and Karui came to an abrupt halt, Naruto hurriedly dashed to the front to inquire. Sasuke remained silent, merely trailing behind. Yes, we have arrived. After guiding Naruto and Sasuke to the training site, Yunxi began to ponder how best to train these two individuals. Should he start with the fundamentals, or prepare to grant these protagonists extraordinary abilities? This dilemma weighed heavily on Yunxi's mind for quite some time. Ultimately, Yunxi resolved to commence with the most fundamental teachings. After all, should he inadvertently empower these two individuals, it would be rather awkward if he found himself unable to keep pace. Having established his pedagogical approach, Yunxi produced a black scroll and a complete notebook from within his robes. These items are prepared for you. Naruto, you shall take this, while Sasuke, you will receive the notebook. Upon presenting these materials, Yunxi imparted the technique of the shadow clone jutsu to Naruto, while the strategies for effectively utilizing and controlling chakra were bestowed upon Sasuke, given their different talents, innate chakra, and the complexities of their bloodline limits. Yunxi did not intend to teach them synchronously. Rather, he aimed to tailor his instruction to each individual's needs. Naruto's difficulty with the clone jutsu stemmed primarily from the nine-tails sealed within him, which resulted in an excess of chakra that he was unable to fully control at this stage. Thus, Yunxi confidently entrusted him with the shadow clone jutsu, a technique that required minimal hand seals and had relatively low prerequisites. In contrast, Sasuke represented a different extreme, possessing remarkable innate talent and a formidable bloodline limit. Coupled with the two-tomo Sharingan, he had already surpassed Naruto in terms of combat prowess. Additionally, he had mastered various fundamental fire release techniques. The sole drawback lies in the insufficient amount of chakra. This scarcity arises from the immense burden of the Sharingan, and presently, Sasuke is incapable of fully utilizing the double tomo. In light of this circumstance, Yunxi wisely chose to instruct Sasuke on how to better manage his chakra, thus compensating for the inadequacy of Sasuke's chakra reserves. Upon receiving Yunxi's gifts, Naruto's face illuminated with excitement. Having had few friends throughout his life, he had never before encountered anyone willing to impart ninjutsu to him. Yet, Yunxi extended such generosity, which deeply moved Naruto's heart. Initially, Sasuke did not express his gratitude. It was only after observing Naruto's enthusiastic demeanor that he hurriedly bowed and uttered a simple thank you. Although his tone remained somewhat frosty, Yunxi found it quite satisfactory. After all, Sasuke had only recently emerged from the tragedy of his family's annihilation. Yunxi held modest expectations. With such an attitude, he felt genuinely content. Any further demands could be addressed at a later time. Chapter 76. The troubled youth practice here for now. If you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to approach me. Yunxi instructed, handing Naruto the notes on the shadow clone technique and chakra control methods. He then found a patch of grass to sit casually on the side. Pikachu and Xianglin remained silent, standing behind Yunxi as they observed Naruto and Sasuke not far away. All right, big brother. Upon receiving the training scroll for the shadow clone technique, Naruto was brimming with excitement and confidently wandered off to the side. Meanwhile, Sasuke made his way directly to the pond, preparing to commence his training. Bang! However, just as Sasuke had concentrated chakra in his feet and poised to step onto the surface of the pond, an unexpected incident occurred. Lacking the precise control of his chakra, he fell directly into the water upon entry, utterly unable to traverse its surface. Hilarious. Naruto, witnessing Sasuke struggle to emerge from the pond in such a disheveled state, could not help but burst into laughter. After all, Naruto harbored a slight disdain for Sasuke, and seeing him in such a predicament was an opportunity he could not resist mocking. Humph. Sasuke heard Naruto's laughter but chose not to respond. Instead, he concentrated a small amount of chakra beneath his feet once more, preparing to challenge himself again. He refused to believe that his talent was insufficient for such a simple task. Naruto, less talking and more practicing over there, he asserted. Yunxi, observing this scene, shook his head in resignation before reprimanding Naruto for his lack of practice. Upon hearing Yunxi's words, Naruto ceased his idle watching. Instead, he picked up the scroll in his hand, engaging in both study and practice. As for Sasuke, drawing from his previous failure, he successfully took his first step out of the pond. Yet, Just as a faint smile appeared on Sasuke's face, he inadvertently lost control of the chakra beneath his feet, causing him to plunge into the water once more. It is imperative not to become distracted. One must not rush when managing chakra, but rather focus intently. Sasuke Uchiha truly exemplifies the pinnacle of genius within the Uchiha clan. On his second attempt to tread the water, he had already made slight progress, surpassing the performance depicted in the original narrative of the Hokage. However, Yunxi was not entirely satisfied. In his view, Sasuke should have been capable of greater progress. Yet his pride ultimately led to the failure of this attempt. Upon returning to shore, it was evident that Sasuke felt a tinge of remorse deep down. He recognized that his pride was the root cause of this setback. After calming his emotions, Sasuke resumed his training with renewed vigor. Observing Sasuke's determination, Yunxi privately mused that he initially believed Sasuke would give up, yet he was pleasantly surprised by his patience. Meanwhile, Naruto presented a source of inner conflict for Yunxi. After acquiring the technique of the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto did not take the time to study it thoroughly. He merely glanced at the hand signs before hastily attempting to execute the technique. The outcome was, of course, disappointing. Not only did the clones fail to manifest, but Naruto also found himself grappling with a sense of urgency. Witnessing Sasuke's progress only added to his feelings of inadequacy. Be more diligent and do not concern yourself with others' progress, Yunxi advised, casting a glance at Naruto. He approached him and said, "This ninjutsu requires extensive practice and attention to detail. It cannot be mastered with such carelessness." Noticing Naruto's dejected expression, Yunxi offered words of encouragement. Despite his initial indifference towards Naruto, after enduring such a lengthy passage of time, Yunxi ultimately resolved to bring Naruto along during Sasuke's training, hoping that he might lead a life more fulfilling than that depicted in the original narrative. Therefore, upon witnessing Naruto's dejected expression, Yunxi took the initiative to offer words of comfort. "I understand. I shall certainly strive to do my best." Upon hearing Yunxi's encouragement, a spark of determination rekindled on Naruto's face, accompanied by a surge of fervor. Revitalized by Yunxi's support, Naruto cast aside his despondency and resumed his study of the multi-shadow clone technique scroll. Brother Yunxi, between the two of them, who possesses the greater talent? Sitting nearby, Xianglin, feeling somewhat bored, ventured to pose this question to Yunxi. The talents of the two? Yunxi was taken aback by Xianglin's curiosity regarding this matter. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "In truth, both individuals possess exceptional abilities. It's merely that Naruto's talents have yet to manifest." Hearing this response, Xianglin was somewhat astonished, for she could certainly comprehend Sasuke's innate gifts. However, upon observing Naruto, who was anxiously tugging at his ears, Kagaya found it hard to believe in the extent of his innate talent. The truth was that Naruto's potential required guidance to be fully realized. Noticing the expression on Kagaya's face, Yunxi instinctively grasped her thoughts. "What are you all doing here?" Just as Yunxi was about to continue explaining to Kagaya, Sai and Ino suddenly emerged from a thicket, their faces marked with a hint of confusion. Clearly, they had not anticipated encountering Yunxi and his companions in such a secluded location. The reason for Sai and Ino's presence in this place was quite simple. It had previously served as a training ground for root ninjas. After school in the afternoon, they had nowhere else to go, and thus they instinctively chose to come here, hoping to hunt for some prey to alleviate their dinner needs. However, it was unexpected that Yunxi and his companions were also present here. What a coincidence! Upon seeing Sai and Yamanaka Ino, Yunxi greeted them with a smile and remarked, "I was surprised to discover such a tranquil spot in Konoha. So I brought them here for training." "Training?" Sai paused for a moment after hearing Yunxi's words. Then, after a brief contemplation, inquired, "May I join you? Are you also interested in training?" Yunxi was somewhat taken aback by Sai's question, while internally he mused whether he possessed an innate charm that attracted various troubled youths and maidens to him. "Indeed, you are quite strong," Sai nodded, and then continued, "If I train alongside you, I will become even stronger." Such straightforwardness. After hearing Sai's reasoning, Yunxi felt a twinge of helplessness within. He even experienced a sensation akin to being the leader of a kindergarten. With Sai and Yamanaka Ino joining, Yunxi now had 5 companions in Konoha: Akamichi, Sai, Naruto, Sasuke, and Yamanaka Ino, all deemed problematic youths. Chapter 77. The Clash Between Sai and Sasuke. "Then you may join us." Yunxi ultimately found it difficult to refuse Sai, the earnest simpleton. In truth, the primary reason Yunxi agreed to Sai's inclusion was that explaining to such a straightforward individual would require an excessive number of justifications. After some consideration, Yunxi decided to take Sai along, for this fellow was recognized in the original text as the 13th member among the 12 strong. His combat prowess and innate talent were notably exceptional. Then I shall join as well. Yamanaka Ino, who had been rather reticent, decided to partake in the training with Yunxi and the others. Although Yamanaka Ino belonged to the esteemed Yamanaka clan of Konoha, since joining the root organization, the Oil Maiden clan has ceased to accept him. At this juncture, the Oil Maiden, yearning for companionship to alleviate his inner solitude, hoped to forge new connections. The easygoing Yunxi emerged as his most suitable choice. Come, join us. Yunxi could not possibly accept you.The while rejecting the Oil Maiden's plea. Thus, he acquiesced to the request. Grateful, the Oil Maiden nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his thanks to Yunxi. Subsequently, he found a spot beneath a tree and released the poisonous insects he had nurtured with chakra. Meanwhile, you.The squatted by the water's edge, observing Uchiha Sasuke with utmost seriousness. Why do you keep staring at me? Sasuke, noticing you.The's scrutiny from the water, felt a surge of curiosity mixed with confusion. Are you from the Uchiha clan? I cannot surpass Yunxi, so I wish to spar with you. You.The, upon hearing Sasuke's inquiry, candidly revealed his intentions. He had long desired to challenge Yunxi during their school days, but after realizing he could not defeat him, he shifted his focus to Uchiha Sasuke. Encountering Sasuke here, you.The seized the opportunity to declare his challenge. Let us do this. Without hesitation, Sasuke accepted you.The's challenge, eager to gauge his own abilities. you.The then stood up, retrieving a scroll from his person, readying himself for battle. Humph. Sasuke returned to the shore, gradually advancing towards you.The. Yunxi. It seems they are about to fight. Upon witnessing this, Xianglin's expression reflected a hint of anxiety as she hurriedly informed Yunxi, who lay on the grass. It's nothing serious. This is merely a spar. Besides, combat is a vital aspect of training. Yunxi glanced at Sasuke and you.The, feeling no apprehension. While comforting Xianglin, he rose to his feet. Upon observing the two, Yunxi had already anticipated the outcome of this confrontation. Although Uchiha Sasuke possessed remarkable talent, having received training from Uchiha Itachi for a time and awakened his Sharingan, his strength was undoubtedly formidable compared to his peers. However, Yunxi holds a greater admiration for you.The. At this moment, you.The's true strength has already reached that of a Chunin. Additionally, he has undergone training from the root, albeit for a short duration. However, in terms of combat experience, Sai undoubtedly holds the upper hand. Furthermore, his unique approach to battle makes it exceedingly challenging for anyone encountering him for the first time. Are you truly all right? Upon hearing Yunxi's words, Xianglin felt a twinge of anxiety. I assure you, everything is fine. Come, let us take a look. After reassuring Xianglin, Yunxi, along with her and Naruto, proceeded towards the vicinity of Sai and Uchiha Sasuke, preparing themselves for the impending spectacle. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Torian chose to remain at a distance, observing the unfolding events. Before you two engage, allow me to say this. This encounter should merely be regarded as a practical training exercise. Therefore, do not hold back to the point of inflicting serious harm. Both parties should merely test their limits. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Yunxi elucidated the rules of engagement. Upon hearing his words, both Sai and Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement, signifying their understanding. Then let us commence. With Yunxi's command, the sparring match between Sai and Sasuke officially began. As soon as Yunxi declared the battle open, Sasuke was the first to initiate an attack. He leaped onto a nearby large tree with remarkable speed, drawing 3 shurikens from his hand and launching them swiftly towards Sai. However, Sai exhibited no emotional reaction upon witnessing the incoming projectiles. Just as the shurikens were about to strike, he swiftly formed hand signs, substitution jutsu, with a puff of smoke. The spot where Sai had been standing was left with nothing but a wooden log, while Sai himself vanished from sight. The shuriken struck the log instead, indicating that Sai had handled this encounter with greater finesse. As the initial clash concluded, Yunxi, standing aside, shared his thoughts. Naruto, however, appeared perplexed, feeling that Sai seemed weaker, unable to directly evade even 3 shurikens and resorting to substitution. Fool. Sasuke's intentions in battle are glaringly obvious. And Sai not only evaded the attack using substitution but also positioned himself to take the initiative. Seeing Naruto still struggling to comprehend, Yunxi could only helplessly explain the current situation. Yunxi, brother, Sai's chosen position is remarkably strong. Xianglin, endowed with an exceptionally keen sense of perception, was the first to detect Sai's concealed position. Upon sensing his whereabouts, a look of astonishment crossed Xianglin's face. It is quite normal. Although he speaks in a somewhat clumsy manner, his combat experience should not be underestimated. In truth, Yunxi had already discerned Sai's hidden location, but chose not to inform Sasuke. He wished to observe how Sasuke would respond to this predicament. Damn it! From a distance, Sasuke, after searching in vain, felt a surge of impatience wash over him. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. At last, the anxious Sasuke ceased his search for Sai. He resolved to employ the expansive technique of Phoenix fire jutsu to uncover Sai's whereabouts. As Sasuke successfully executed the technique, several fireballs, each approximately the size of a phoenix flower, erupted from his mouth, targeting the locations where Sai might be concealed. As the explosive sounds caused by the art of the Phoenix immortal technique subsided, the figure of Sai remained conspicuously absent. You have lost. Suddenly, at the very moment Sasuke turned, Sai revealed himself, positioned directly behind Sasuke. Simultaneously, a sharp kunai was pressed against the delicate skin of Uchiha Sasuke's neck. Chapter 77. The Conclusion of Training. Is this what it means to lose? Standing beside Yunxi, Naruto stared in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity as he inquired of Yunxi. Although Naruto did not harbor much fondness for Sasuke, he held a profound respect for his formidable strength. However, he did not anticipate that in this fierce battle, the seemingly formidable Sasuke would be decisively defeated by Sai through a remarkably clean and efficient technique. In fact, Sai employed merely a single substitution jutsu throughout the entire match. Indeed, Sasuke was bested. Observing Naruto's perplexed expression, Yunxi began to elucidate. Although Uchiha Sasuke's combat prowess was not to be underestimated, demonstrating a proficient command over shuriken and kunai, he was also capable of performing the fire release, Phoenix fire technique at such a young age. He undoubtedly deserved the title of genius. However, Sai's combat style embodies an entirely different extreme. To put it succinctly, he employs the most straightforward methods to vanquish his foes. From the very onset of this confrontation, one found themselves ensnared in Sai's rhythm of battle. Although Uchiha Sasuke initially seized the initiative, Sai adeptly concealed himself behind Sasuke during the fleeting moment he evaded shuriken. Even as Sasuke sought to locate him, Sai skillfully maintained his stealth. Ultimately, he chose to strike at the precise moment Sasuke completed his Phoenix fire technique, concluding the engagement before Sasuke had even activated his Sharingan. It can be asserted that he maximized the advantages of his battle experience to the fullest extent. Have I truly lost? Sasuke pondered, gazing at the kunai poised at his neck and the impassive expression on Sai's face. A profound bitterness enveloped him. Once hailed as a prodigy, he found himself defeated by an obscure junior, an outcome rendered even more humiliating by its nature. This was the crux of Sasuke's inability to accept his defeat. He had yet to unveil his trump cards before his adversary brought the duel to a close. Having endured this battle, Sasuke found himself questioning the very essence of his existence. Yes, you have lost. But at least that extravagant display of fire style was quite the spectacle, Sai remarked, attempting to offer consolation. After all, they would continue to train together. And Sai wished not to undermine Sasuke's confidence. Thus, after much contemplation, Sai recalled how aesthetically pleasing Sasuke's Phoenix fire technique had been. However, as soon as Sai's words were spoken, silence enveloped the entire venue. In the distance, Ino remarked, Naruto, I have finally found someone who is even more inarticulate than I am. Oil Woman, observing from afar, added, Don't look at me. I am not acquainted with this fellow. Meanwhile, Yunxi wore an expression of helplessness, secretly pondering, It would have been better if you hadn't spoken at all. Noticing the perplexed expressions on everyone's faces, Sai felt a twinge of confusion and reluctantly asked, Did I say something wrong again? Next time, I shall surely defeat you. The most uncomfortable, however, was Sasuke himself. He never anticipated that the signature ninjutsu he employed would merely be perceived by Sai as a mere spectacle of fireworks. Fortunately, Sasuke had previously encountered Sai's unique manner of speaking and, thus, did not take it too seriously. After delivering a sharp retort, Sasuke returned to the pond, ready to resume his training. Oh, you're not angry? Seeing Sasuke's demeanor, Yunxi was somewhat astonished. Initially, he had assumed that Sasuke would be exceedingly irate after hearing Sai's comments. However, observing Sasuke in his current state, it is rather acceptable, which has somewhat surprised Yunxi. Very well, let us return next time. It is evident that Sai remains oblivious to the impact his words have on Sasuke. Following the conclusion of the battle, Sai nonchalantly seated himself aside, retrieving a blank canvas from his back to practice his artistic skills. Everyone, let us engage in training, Yunxi remarked. Noticing that both Sai and Sasuke exhibited relatively normal behavior after the skirmish, he also urged Naruto to embark on his training, while he himself sought a tranquil spot to commence his own journey of self-improvement. Although Yunxi possesses a premium shop that allows him to gain strength through monetary investment. However, the combination of various ninjutsu techniques remains relatively unfamiliar to Yunxi. If faced with an adversary weaker than himself, he would undoubtedly achieve an effortless victory with a swift elimination. However, should he encounter an opponent of equal prowess to himself, Yunxi would find himself in a predicament. Thus, Yunxi's training regimen does not solely revolve around the cultivation of chakra, but rather the integration of the diverse powers he has already mastered. The alternating use of water release and lightning release, the combination of wind release and fire release ninjutsu, as well as the amalgamation of the heavenly curse mark and Susanoo, these are the contemplations that weigh upon Yunxi's mind. Brother Yunxi, shall we return today? Just as Yunxi was lost in thought, Naruto's voice jolted him back to reality. What are you doing here? It was evident that Yunxi had yet to grasp the passage of time. It wasn't until he noticed not only Naruto by his side but also Sai, Sasuke, and Karin encircling him, all appearing somewhat disheveled, that he realized the sun had already set. How did it become evening so quickly? Upon seeing the sun dip below the horizon, Yunxi came to the startling realization that he had been engrossed in training for an entire afternoon. We intended to call you back earlier, but seeing you deep in thought, we decided to wait for a while. Karin interjected to clarify Naruto's earlier query. All right, let us conclude for today and continue next time. Upon hearing Karin's explanation, Yunxi experienced an epiphany and promptly rose to his feet, prepared to return to Konoha with these lingering questions. Why don't we go enjoy some Ichiraku ramen? Just as the group arrived in Konoha, Naruto eagerly proposed. All right. It seems none of us have eaten, Yunxi realized in response to Naruto's suggestion. He agreed, having never sampled the renowned Ichiraku ramen despite his years in Konoha. Deep down, Yunxi was quite eager to experience it, especially considering that this ramen shop is famously known for its ability to withstand the likes of the Otsutsuki clan. This is merely a humorous reference. Yay. Upon hearing Yunxi's words, Naruto dashed ahead. The rest of the group shared a resigned smile and followed suit. After an afternoon of rigorous training, each of them was brimming with appetite, their hunger elevated to 120%. Even Pikachu managed to devour 2 bowls of ramen, leaving Yunxi curious about how such a small creature could consume such a large quantity. Boss, how much do I owe? As the bowls were rapidly emptied, Yunxi took it upon himself to treat the group. However, upon hearing the price at Ichiraku ramen, Yunxi felt a pang in his wallet. Thank you for your patronage. The total comes to 200,000. After stating the price, Uncle Ichiraku beamed at Yunxi, who was preparing to pay. What? Yunxi doubted his own comprehension of the cost. 200,000? Uncle Ichiraku reiterated the price once more, adding, that accounts for 20 bowls of ramen, at 10,000 each. Count me in, said Sasuke, who stood up and retrieved a bundle of cash from his own wallet, handing it to Uncle Ichiraku. Thank you for your patronage. Upon receiving the payment, Uncle Ichiraku, with a beaming smile, saw Yunxi and the others out of the shop. However, Yunxi's gaze towards Sasuke grew somewhat peculiar, as he realized that Sasuke's wallet contained at least 1 million yen. Chapter 79. Yunxi, I am so poor. Is there something on your mind, brother Yunxi? Sasuke inquired. Noticing Yunxi's unwavering stare, the others also observed that Yunxi had been fixated on Sasuke since they exited Ichiraku ramen. Clearing his throat, Yunxi asked, Oh, it's nothing really. Just curious about how much money you have on you. Initially, Yunxi had not given it much thought, but upon seeing Sasuke's wallet, he began to feel a bit unsettled. He discovered that Sasuke's wallet contained no less than 1 million yen. In terms of gaming points, that equated to at least 10,000 points. Although this sum of points was not particularly substantial for Yunxi. However, the present circumstances have rendered Yunxi somewhat financially constrained. Previously, lured by the allure of the system, Yunxi converted all his funds into premium points, leaving him with not a single dime to spare. He is left with only a modest sum for living expenses, primarily dependent on Xiangli. Consequently, when it came time to settle the bill, Yunxi found himself woefully short of funds. The financial support promised by the third Hokage for Naruto's living expenses had yet to be received. Thus, Yunxi turned his attention to Sasuke, contemplating whether he could seek financial assistance from him. Brother Yunxi, do you require funds? Sasuke inquired, perplexed by Yunxi's question regarding money. However, he directly spoke up. Lord Hokage has given me 5 million and said to contact him again if it's insufficient. After saying this, Sasuke inquired, Is big brother Yunxi in dire need of money? Without waiting for Yunxi's response, Sasuke promptly handed over his wallet to him. What a joke. How could I possibly be short on funds? Upon hearing that Sasuke only had around 5 million in cash, Yunxi had no intention of accepting Sasuke's money. There were two reasons for this. First, the amount Sasuke possessed was rather trivial, merely 5 million, which, even when converted into premium points, amounted to a mere 50,000. This held little significance for Yunxi at this juncture. The second reason was that Yunxi felt somewhat embarrassed to accept money from Sasuke, who was, after all, his own subordinate. It would be unreasonable to exploit such a small sum from him. Although Yunxi currently lacked funds for living expenses, he had previously given some money to Xianglin. In truth, he had enough to sustain himself for a while. Damn it, next time I must spend all my money on premium points. Reflecting on the extravagant days of earlier top-ups, regretful tears welled up in Yunxi's eyes. Instant gratification from recharging led to a lifetime of instant noodles. This was Yunxi's most genuine sentiment. Why not? Seeing that Yunxi had declined his support, Sasuke appeared somewhat puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, he proactively stated, "Big brother Yunxi, consider this as tuition. You must accept it." Initially, Yunxi intended to refuse, but suddenly he noticed a shadow flitting by not far away. He then exclaimed, "All right, young man, I shall accept it." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Yunxi begrudgingly placed the money into his pocket. Indeed, one needs some pretext for most actions. Having received Sasuke's assistance, Yunxi promptly led Xianglin and Pikachu back home, while the others dispersed at the site. Upon arriving home, Yunxi handed over 1 million yen, which he had received from Sasuke, to Xianglin and said, "Please take care of this money for me. I fear I might squander it recklessly." In order to avoid the predicament of being penniless once more, Yunxi resolved not to keep his money on his person. He sought to prevent a recurrence of such circumstances when the need for financial expenditure arose. Initially, Yunxi refrained from accepting payment, but later acquiesced to Sasuke's monetary contribution for two reasons. On one hand, he wished to no longer subsist solely on instant noodles. On the other hand, upon returning to Konoha with Sasuke, he noticed that 2 Umbu Jonin had been tailing Sasuke. Yunxi surmised that the third Hokage harbored lingering concerns regarding Uchiha Sasuke. The Umbu's surveillance of Sasuke served dual purposes: to safeguard him, but more significantly, to monitor his daily activities. After realizing their presence, Yunxi decided to craft a fade of being covetous of Sasuke's wealth, thereby assuaging the third Hokage's apprehensions. It would indeed appear peculiar for Yunxi to impart knowledge to Sasuke without any form of compensation. "Very well, I shall safeguard brother Yunxi's funds," Xianglin remarked, accepting the money from Yunxi without further inquiry, merely tucking it away in her bosom. Meanwhile, Yunxi retreated to his quarters to deliberate on the educational matters concerning the group of youthful individuals. At that moment, within the brightly illuminated Hokage building, the atmosphere was tense. Following Danzo's demise, the majority of missions previously belonging to Root had been transferred to the Umbu, compounded by the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage found his days increasingly fraught with urgency. As he perused through documents, the Umbu Jonin assigned to surveil Uchiha Sasuke entered the Hokage's office and knelt before him, reporting, "The orphan of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke." After completing Lord Senju's assessment this afternoon, accompanied his classmate Yunxi to the back mountains of Konoha. They did not return until late evening, and subsequently, Yunxi accepted approximately 1 million ryo from Uchiha Sasuke. After relaying the events of the afternoon, the Jonin rose, awaiting further instructions from the third Hokage. Closing the final document, the third Hokage spoke slowly, "I am aware of this matter. Continue your observation." The Hokage had gathered some understanding of Yunxi's penchant for wealth. Thus, the acceptance of money from Sasuke seemed to him a normal course of action, warranting little concern. His primary hope was for Yunxi to remain in Konoha, with no additional demands. As for accompanying Sasuke and Naruto, the third Hokage did not view it as a negative development, at the very least. It contributed to the cultivation of the next generation of Konoha's strength. Lord Third, it appears that Mitarashi Anko has reported that Lord Orochimaru was seen within Konoha. How shall we proceed with this matter? As the third Hokage prepared to continue reviewing the documents, the Umbu Jonin spoke once more. Upon hearing the Umbu's reminder, the third Hokage found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru would return to Konoha, nor that he would engage in combat with his former disciples, Mitarashi Anko and Kurenai Yuhi. After a lengthy pause, the third Hokage finally spoke, Have Mitarashi Anko come to see me tomorrow. Understood. The Jonin, ready to depart upon receiving the third Hokage's command, was unexpectedly halted as the Hokage continued. Also summon Kurenai Yui. After all, he is one of the involved parties. Having issued his orders, the third Hokage waved his hand, signaling the Jonin to take his leave. Chapter 80. The weary third Hokage knock, knock, knock. Shortly after the Jonin's departure, the door of the third Hokage's office echoed with another series of knocks. Come in. Upon hearing the knock, the third Hokage paused his work. As the door swung open, he was surprised to find Marino Ibiki entering. The third Hokage immediately remarked, "Is there an urgent matter at this late hour?" Given that Ibiki was responsible for the Umbu's interrogations, a sense of foreboding crept into the Hokage's heart. However, it was not manifested. "Good evening, Hokage." Upon entering the Hokage's office, Ibiki first greeted the third Hokage before speaking. "I have come to report two matters to you, esteemed Hokage. The first pertains to the results of this afternoon's assessment, and the second concerns the situation regarding Orochimaru and Danzo." Upon hearing Danzo's name, the third Hokage felt a ripple of unease in his heart. However, instead of expressing it through his facial expressions, he directly spoke. "Let us first discuss the assessment that took place this afternoon." Indeed. Upon hearing the words of the third Hokage, Ibiki promptly responded. "The results of the afternoon assessment have been released, and the majority of the commoners' children did not pass. Are they still unsuitable to become ninjas?" The third Hokage reflected on this news with a hint of melancholy. This outcome was somewhat anticipated, as in recent years, following the conclusion of the Konoha War, the admission standards of the Konoha Ninja Academy have been in a state of flux. This particular cohort was notably encouraged to allow a greater number of commoners' children to enroll in the ninja school. After all, beyond the esteemed clans within Konoha, a significant number of commoners also aspired for their children to become ninjas. Thus, the third Hokage relaxed the admission criteria, hoping to nurture a greater number of ninjas. However, certain high-ranking officials within Konoha were not entirely in agreement with the third Hokage's perspective. They believed that individuals deemed unqualified could never truly become ninjas. Thus, the third Hokage entrusted Marino Ibiki with the task of evaluating the newly admitted ninjas, leading to the trial held by Ibiki this afternoon. As anticipated, the majority of those eliminated were indeed commoners. Therefore, upon hearing this news, the third Hokage was not particularly surprised, though he felt a twinge of reluctance, as Konoha was in dire need of fresh talent at this juncture. After receiving this report, the third Hokage gestured for Ibiki to continue. Among the remaining candidates, a few promising individuals stood out, such as Sakura Haruno, Yuzuki Yui, and Sai, while the rest who passed were primarily from established clans. Once Ibiki completed his report, he stepped aside, his expression grave, for he was about to convey matters of great seriousness. "I am aware of this situation. Adjustments will be made to the enrollment criteria and the number of students in the Ninja Academy," the third Hokage stated after digesting Ibiki's detailed account. Showing no signs of surprise, after making this decision, he resumed, "Let us move on to the second matter." This issue was related to Danzo and Orochimaru. Seemingly concerned for the third Hokage, Ibiki had cast a glance at his countenance before continuing, noting no changes in his expression. He then proceeded, "I have discovered that Danzo appears to be in clandestine communication with Orochimaru through the Roots and internal evaluations of the Root organization." Upon hearing these words, the third Hokage rose abruptly, a flicker of anger crossing his face. He was taken aback by the revelation that Danzo was still in contact with Orochimaru. "Calm down," Ibiki urged, hastening to soothe the third Hokage. "Proceed. I wish to uncover what exactly Danzo and Orochimaru have been up to." The third Hokage had not anticipated that the downfall of the Root organization would bring to light the dealings between Danzo and Orochimaru. He yearned to understand the actions of his former friend and erstwhile disciple. Ibiki, observing the third Hokage's expression, felt a pang of concern in his heart. Ultimately, all matters concerning Orochimaru and Danzo were revealed. After his defection from Konoha, Orochimaru maintained contact with Danzo, and the information acquired from the Root organization disclosed that they had never abandoned their experiments on living subjects. Danzo had been covertly supplying Orochimaru with materials for his experiments, and they were even seeking to study the active cells of the first Hokage. What? How dared Danzo act in such a manner? Although the third Hokage was always aware of the nature of Danzo's research, unexpectedly, we discovered a wealth of information regarding the Sharingan within the Root. Following the interrogation results, It became evident that the Uchiha clan massacre was intertwined with the shadows of Danzo and Orochimaru. Furthermore, within Danzo's confidential documents, there were mentions of Uchiha Obito's previous presence in Konoha. With a resounding thud, the third Hokage slammed his hand on the table upon hearing the report from Marino Ibiki, a flicker of fury crossing his visage. He had not anticipated that the demise of the Uchiha clan bore the involvement of Orochimaru. Have you determined the identity of the Uchiha Obito that Danzo encountered? The third Hokage expressed skepticism about Obito still being alive in the ninja world, for no one could endure such a lengthy existence. Hence, he concluded that the Uchiha Obito in question must have been an imposter. No. The documents left by Danzo do not provide substantial details about this Uchiha Obito, only fragmented remarks, Marino Ibiki replied, shaking his head in response to the third Hokage's inquiry. Then why has Orochimaru returned to Konoha? The third Hokage pressed on. According to the Roots ninjas, Orochimaru had come to Konoha to assist Danzo with the transplantation of the Sharingan, but to their astonishment, Danzo had met his demise. After delivering his report, Marino Ibiki placed the accompanying documents and interrogation records on the third Hokage's desk. Very well, you may leave now. I shall manage this matter, the third Hokage indicated, glancing at the documents on his desk, signaling Ibiki to take his leave. As Marino Ibiki departed, the third Hokage removed his Hokage hat, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. He had never imagined that his once dear friend and comrade would conspire with his wayward apprentice to commit such heinous acts. For the first time, the third Hokage felt a profound weariness. Fortunately, with Danzo's demise, his thoughts now turned to apprehending Orochimaru and investigating the enigmatic individual claiming to be Uchiha Obito. It seemed that Yunxi would need to venture out of the village to further investigate this matter. As night fell, the third Hokage gazed in the direction of Yunxi's residence, an adventurous plan forming in his mind. Chapter 81. Yunxi, certainly, but additional remuneration is required. In the early morning, Yunxi awoke to find two Umbu standing before him. Gentlemen, is there something amiss? He inquired, bemused by their presence at his doorstep. In the past few days, aside from spending time with Sasuke and the others, he had engaged in no notable activities. Under ordinary circumstances, it was rare for the Umbu to visit unannounced. The third Hokage requests your presence. We kindly ask that you accompany us. The two Umbu conveyed their purpose as Yunxi emerged. The third Hokage seeks me? Upon hearing the words of the two Umbu Jonin, Yunxi felt somewhat perplexed, a hint of confusion evident on his face. He was acutely aware that the third Hokage had been particularly busy of late, grappling with the aftermath of the Uchiha clan's extermination and the eradication of the Root organization. Given the gravity of these matters, it was perplexing that the Hokage would summon him at such a time. Just as Yunxi was about to voice his thoughts, Marino Ibiki arrived behind the Umbu Jonin and spoke directly. Yunxi, the main reason the third Hokage seeks you is to inquire about Orochimaru's situation. Upon hearing Ibiki's words, Yunxi began to grasp the purpose of the Hokage's summons. It was highly likely that Orochimaru's previous infiltration of Konohagakure had been exposed. Very well. I shall brief you on the matter and then accompany you, he replied. After understanding the general circumstances, Yunxi returned to his dwelling to explain the situation to Kyuka before joining Marino Ibiki and the two Umbu Jonin to the Hokage's office. Good morning, Hokage-sama. Yunxi greeted as he entered the office and found the third Hokage waiting patiently. He casually took a seat, awaiting the Hokage's words. Yunxi, the reason I summoned you is to request that you leave the village, the third Hokage stated directly, unveiling his intention to assign Yunxi the task of apprehending Orochimaru. What? You want me to investigate Orochimaru? Yunxi was initially taken aback by this revelation. After a moment of contemplation, he firmly replied, I cannot accept this task. It exceeds my capabilities. The primary reason for Yunxi's refusal lay in the fact that he was merely a temporary resident of Konohagakure, drawn to its atmosphere. However, if the third Hokage intends to assign him certain tasks, Yunxi would undoubtedly refuse. He is not a mere tool of Konoha. So how could he accept the third Hokage's commission? After declining the request, Yunxi prepared to depart. Wait, are you truly unwilling to accept this mission? The third Hokage was taken aback by Yunxi's decisive rejection of his proposal. This scenario was entirely different from what he had initially envisioned. At first, he believed Yunxi would gladly accept, but the reality had proven somewhat unexpected. My apologies, Hokage-sama, but I am not a match for Orochimaru. Thus I find it difficult to accept this task. Perhaps you should seek another. Noting the third Hokage's attempts to persuade him, Yunxi paused, and offered an excuse regarding his inferiority to Orochimaru. It is essential to recognize that Yunxi is inherently averse to trouble. He would rather invest his time in earning money or mentoring Sasuke and others. Why should he engage in such thankless endeavors? Upon hearing Yunxi's explanation, a hint of exasperation appeared on the third Hokage's previously calm countenance. For this mission, I am offering a reward of 10 million. Ultimately, the third Hokage revealed the commission he had initially prepared for Yunxi. However, upon hearing the commission reward from the third Hokage, Yunxi merely smiled. He then reluctantly declined, stating, "I still have no intention of going." It was all in jest, for although Yunxi desired the 10 million from the third Hokage, he remained steadfast in his decision. However, it is evident that this matter cannot simply be resolved with 10 million. One must recognize that Orochimaru is undoubtedly a seasoned and formidable shadow-level expert. His combat prowess and ability to preserve his life are exceptional, and the investigation into him will undoubtedly require a considerable investment of time. Not to mention the potential risks to life. It is nearly impossible to persuade Yunxi into undertaking such a disadvantageous task. 20 million. Seeing that Yunxi remained unmoved, the third Hokage raised the offer once more. The difficulty of this undertaking is exceedingly high. I cannot accomplish it. Upon hearing the third Hokage's increased bid, Yunxi hesitated in his departure, simultaneously expressing his reasons for declining with a look of resignation. 30 million. This already surpasses the commission reward for S-rank missions. Ultimately, the third Hokage raised the offer yet again, gazing at Yunxi as he continued, "If you still refuse, then so be it. 30 million is my final offer." After stating this, the third Hokage observed Yunxi, awaiting his final decision. "Very well, but you must provide me with a portion of the commission up front." Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Yunxi paused his exit once more. "You, my friend." The third Hokage, witnessing Yunxi's beaming expression, felt a sense of helplessness. He had initially understood that Yunxi had a penchant for wealth, but he hadn't anticipated just how much Yunxi cherished it. Ultimately, in a bid to persuade Yunxi to investigate Orochimaru's affairs, the third Hokage handed over a check for 10 million to Yunxi. With the money received, a smile graced Yunxi's face as he assured, "Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I will certainly see this task through. Go forth." Upon receiving Yunxi's agreement to his commission, the third Hokage's expression reflected a hint of resignation. It must be acknowledged that 30 million yen, while seemingly substantial, is not overly burdensome for the entire Hidden Leaf Village. However, it is indeed a significant sum of money, at least sufficient to cover the expenses after providing for Yunxi. The renovation plans for several streets within Konoha Village will inevitably be postponed once more. You mentioned earlier that you were to investigate Orochimaru? Just as Yunxi was preparing to depart from Konoha, Akamichi suddenly entered. Akamichi, what brings you here?" Yunxi expressed his surprise upon recognizing Akamichi. Then, the third Hokage, who was nearby, spoke up. "It was I who summoned him." "Lord Hokage, did you not state earlier that you intended to send Yunxi to investigate Lord Orochimaru?" Upon entering the Hokage's office, Akamichi first greeted Yunxi, then directly questioned the third Hokage regarding Orochimaru's affairs, for she too wished to partake in this mission. You wish to join as well?" Noticing Akamichi's demeanor, the third Hokage surmised her intentions. "If possible, I hope to accompany Yunxi in investigating Orochimaru, and ideally, to bring him back." Akamichi did not conceal her aspirations, boldly requesting the third Hokage to allow her to undertake this task alongside Yunxi. Meanwhile, Yunxi stood by, utterly bewildered, observing the interaction between Akamichi and the third Hokage. Chapter 82. A return to the Land of Waves. It is worth noting that Yunxi is a man well acquainted with the original narrative. He is fully aware of Orochimaru's current endeavors. Accepting this task from the third Hokage is merely a means to earn some pocket money. Once outside the village, he could easily find a place to loiter for a couple of days before returning to Konoha to fulfill the mission. However, Yunxi did not anticipate that Hongdo would also wish to join in. This predicament caused Yunxi considerable distress. It was hardly feasible for him to frolic by the village's outskirts alongside Hongdo. "Lord Hokage, I would suggest it would be best not to allow Hongdo to accompany me." Yunxi suddenly interjected, intending to persuade the third Hokage to decline Hongdo's request for the sake of a tranquil outing. However, the third Hokage did not heed Yunxi's counsel. Instead, he turned to Akamichi. "Do you truly wish to go?" "Yes." Upon hearing the third Hokage's inquiry, Waihai Akamichi nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with unwavering determination. She had awaited this day for a considerable time. "Very well, I grant you permission." Noticing Akamichi's resolute stance, The third Hokage nodded in agreement to her request. He then addressed Yunxi, saying, "Wai-Hai Akamichi is a former disciple of Orochimaru. She possesses knowledge of some of his techniques and ninjutsu, and her presence will undoubtedly be of assistance." Indeed. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Yunxi contemplated silently. He was not only aware of Akamichi's affiliation with Orochimaru, but he also knew that the current Orochimaru had just emerged from the Akatsuki organization and was preparing to establish the Sound Village. However, all of this was futile. Yunxi could not possibly disclose these matters to the third Hokage at this moment. Observing the excited expression on Hondo's face, Yunxi could only reluctantly acquiesce to her following him. "Very well, prepare yourselves, and we shall depart the village." Upon Yunxi's consent, the third Hokage retrieved a village exit permit from his desk and handed it to Yunxi. "Hokage-sama. We shall take our leave," Hondo remarked, offering a courteous farewell to the third Hokage, evidently grateful for the opportunity afforded to her. Yet, the joy that once filled Yunxi's heart had diminished significantly. Initially, Yunxi had intended to seize the opportunity presented by the investigation into Orochimaru to venture outside the village with K-Rin to seek out Zabuza, and subsequently reach out to Itachi Uchiha to fortify the development of their clandestine organization. After all, Akatsuki had begun to formulate plans for capturing the tailed beasts, and Yunxi too needed to adequately prepare for the impending challenges. However, once Hondo arrived, Yunxi found himself in a bit of a quandary. It seemed that the best course of action would be to take things one step at a time. "It appears you dislike my company," he remarked. After departing from the Hokage's office in Konoha, Hondo suddenly broke the silence. "No, how could I ever dislike you?" Yunxi quickly interjected, interrupting Hondo's wandering thoughts. "Then why did you initially oppose my joining you in the investigation of Orochimaru?" A flicker of disappointment shone in Hondo's eyes at the mention of Orochimaru. "Ah, it's nothing," Yunxi replied, choosing not to elaborate further. He simply led Hondo back to his home. "Xianglin, prepare yourself. We must venture out of the village." Upon arriving home, Yunxi informed Xianglin of their mission to investigate Orochimaru. He gathered a few kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and other necessary supplies before departing Konoha alongside Xianglin and the others. Hondo silently trailed behind Yunxi, seemingly lost in thought. "Brother Yunxi, who is the young lady behind us?" Clearly, Xianglin was intrigued by Hondo. After exiting Konoha, she took the initiative to inquire about Hondo's background. At a loss for words, Yunxi offered a vague response before approaching Hondo directly. "Since you have chosen to accompany me, I shall no longer keep you in the dark. Before we seek out Orochimaru, we must first travel to the Land of Waves." Initially, Yunxi had intended to part ways with Hondo as soon as they left Konoha. Contemplating the likelihood of parting ways with You.The Akane, she would most likely seek out Orochimaru. Given her abilities, she would undoubtedly be no match for him, and there was a considerable risk that encountering Orochimaru could lead to perilous consequences. To prevent such a situation, Yunxi took the initiative to share his plans with Akane. To the Land of Waves? Upon hearing Yunxi's words, You.The Akane was momentarily taken aback. She could not fathom the rationale behind venturing to a nation devoid of any shinobi. "Do not concern yourself with that. Simply accompany us, or you may return to Konoha." Yunxi had not anticipated Akane's strong curiosity and resorted to the ultimatum of sending her back to the Leaf Village. As expected, upon hearing Yunxi's words, Akane ceased her inquiries and obediently remained behind him. However, just as Yunxi was about to turn back towards the Land of Waves, Mitarashi Anko suddenly spoke up. "When will you take me along to train?" Clearly, Mitarashi Anko was eager to enhance her own abilities. After contemplating the question for a moment, Yunxi replied, "Let us discuss it after this mission concludes." Hearing this, Anko refrained from pressing further. Noticing that Mitarashi Anko had finally settled down, Yunxi took the initiative and set off in the direction of the Land of Waves. This journey to the Land of Waves was markedly different from Yunxi's initial visit. He encountered no rogue ninjas and swiftly arrived at the border of the Land of Waves. In truth, Yunxi's primary objective for this trip was to ascertain the situation regarding Zabuza and Haku. Although the Land of Waves harbored no significant ninjas, Zabuza was still considered a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. Should his whereabouts be discovered by the Umbu of Kirigakure, complications could arise. Yunxi intended to seize this opportunity to alert Zabuza while also seeking to recruit some new members into his organization. It is worth noting that, despite the current state of relative peace in the ninja world, however, numerous regions continue to experience the turmoil of civil war. particularly in the village now known as the Village of Blood Mist. Here, conflict rages incessantly, resulting in the annihilation of many clans possessing the coveted bloodline limits. Amidst this chaos, Yunxi has begun to recruit a number of orphans into his organization. Furthermore, the fourth Mizukage, Kagayashira, remains under the control of Ibido Uchiha, which has led to a significant loss of elite shinobi for the Village of Mist. Consequently, Yunxi seeks to seize this opportunity to devise a plan. After all, it is preferable to gain an ally rather than confront another adversary. He aims to win over the fourth Mizukage, Kagayashira, while simultaneously undermining the influence of the Akatsuki organization. Once these matters are resolved, Yunxi intends to casually investigate Orochimaru before returning to the Hidden Leaf Village. However, Yunxi is unaware that a group of individuals has already arrived in the Kingdom of Bo Chapter 83, the enigmatic Kingdom of Bohem. What is the situation? Upon nearing the borders of the Kingdom of Bo, Yunxi sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Typically, at this hour, the villagers of Bo would be out at sea fishing. However, Yunxi discovered that there were no fishing boats in the ports along the coast of the Land of Waves. The streets were sparsely populated, even more desolate than when Yunxi last visited. "Brother Yunxi, something seems awry," remarked Xiangling, standing to the side, her keen perceptive abilities revealing a subtle disturbance. A hint of vigilance crossed her face, for she sensed an overwhelming presence of chakra emanating from the heart of the Land of Waves. Moreover, Xiangling was certain that this chakra did not belong to Momochi Zabuza. "Let us investigate," Yunxi thought, a vague intuition stirring within him that some change might have transpired in the Land of Waves. Meanwhile, the usually silent Yute Akane also harbored her own doubts. However, no words were exchanged, they merely followed in Yunxi's footsteps. Upon entering the Land of Waves, Yunxi could sense a palpable aura of hostility, and not far away, several lifeless bodies of civilians came into view. Witnessing this grim sight, Yunxi quickened his pace and arrived at the entrance of the Kato headquarters. "Halt! The Umbu of Mist Shadow Village is conducting affairs here. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted." As Yunxi and his companions approached the headquarters, two Umbu ch, their faces obscured by masks of the Mist Ninja Village, suddenly appeared to intercept them. Ninjas from Konoha? Upon noticing the forehead protector adorning Akkad's brow, the two ch expressed a hint of surprise. The entire territory of the Land of Waves has been taken over by the Mist Ninja Village. You are advised to leave. It seemed that they were reluctant to provoke Konoha, prompting the ch to offer an explanation. But how could Yunxi leave in such a manner? Consequently, Yunxi directly inquired, "May I ask where Momochi Zabuza and the young boy by his side are?" "Momochi Zabuza is a rogue ninja from our Mist Village. I advise you not to meddle in our affairs." The two ch were taken aback by Yunxi's inquiry regarding Momochi Zabuza, their expression shifting from initial hostility to a palpable intent to kill. I must intervene in this matter. Kankuro, take action." Upon hearing the response from the two ch, Yunxi instinctively understood that Momochi Zabuza's situation was undoubtedly perilous. In an instant, before the two ch could react, Kankuro and her Pikachu sprang into action. Sealing technique. A flash of light surged forth, and as a pale yellow phantom collided with the sealing technique unleashed by Kankuro, Yunxi seized the opportunity to deliver a kick to each of them, sending them flying. "Kankuro, let's head upstairs." After dealing with the two ch, Yunxi prepared to ascend the staircase. At that moment, Amakusa Azuki suddenly spoke up, saying, "According to the covenant, we are prohibited from intervening while pursuing the rogue ninja in the opposing village, otherwise." She hesitated. "Otherwise, to be frank, the individuals apprehended by the Mist Umbu are my comrades, and I must involve myself in this matter." After hearing Amakusa Azuki's entreaty, Yunxi promptly revealed the truth to her. He then turned to Amakusa Azuki and declared, "Regardless of the consequences, I shall protect my companions. If you do not wish to take action, you may wait for us here." Having explained his stance to Amakusa Azuki, Yunxi prepared to ascend the stairs. However, he did not anticipate that Matakahai Mizuki, standing to the side, would directly remove the Konoha forehead protector that symbolized her identity, placing it within her bosom. She then declared, "You are also my comrade. I cannot remain a mere bystander. By removing this protector, I am no longer considered a citizen of Konoha." Upon saying this, a hint of a smile graced Matakahai Mizuki's visage. "Now, remember to stay close to us." Witnessing such a display from Matakahai Mizuki, Yunxi found himself contemplating whether he should also draw her into the shadows. Perhaps he should deliberate further. Ultimately, Yunxi chose not to make an immediate decision regarding Mitaka Haimazuki's inclusion in the clandestine organization, opting instead to assess the situation before making any plans. However, the recent performance of Mitarashi Anko left Yunxi somewhat contemplative. Yes, I will exercise caution. Upon hearing Yunxi's admonition, Mitarashi Anko promptly entered a combat stance, preparing to ascend the stairs alongside Yunxi and K-Rin. Which rat dares to show its face? Come out. Just as Yunxi and the others began their ascent, a blade of chakra imbued with lightning suddenly manifested. Earth release. Earth shield. Fortunately, Yunxi reacted swiftly, forming seals to unleash his customary defensive jutsu, successfully warding off the attack. Yuri Ringo? How could it be him? The newcomer, clad in a light green hemp garment, possessed long chestnut hair styled in vertical braids and sharp teeth. Yunxi recognized him immediately. This Mist Ninja, a Jainin from the Hidden Mist Village, was none other than one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, alongside Momochi Zabuza. He was the current wielder of the Thunderblade, Kiba, Yuri Ringo. Additionally, he was one of the rare lightning release prodigies from the Hidden Mist Village, and under his command, the Thunderblade reached its utmost potential. Alas, he succumbed to a grave illness shortly thereafter, passing away in the prime of his life. Yet, before him stood a formidable adversary. Do you know me, little one? Lin Qingyu, unexpectedly recognized by Yunxi, displayed a flicker of curiosity on his face. Ever since his illness, he had seldom been active in the ninja world. Were it not for this mission alongside Kisame Hoshigaki to apprehend Momochi Zabuza, he might have succumbed to his ailment in the village. This was the reason for his intrigue regarding how Yunxi came to know him. Of course, I recognize one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Without further ado, Yunxi prepared to strike. Given that Lin Qingyu primarily employed lightning techniques and swordplay, Yunxi decided against engaging in close combat, opting instead to enter the second state of the Heavenly Curse Seal, ready to unleash fire techniques from a distance. Meanwhile, Kagaya, accompanied by Pikachu and Mitarashi Anko, distanced themselves, seeking to elongate the battlefield. Aha, have I been underestimated? Observing that only Yunxi was prepared to engage, Lin Qingyu wore a sly grin. Lightning release. Double kill electric. As a seasoned jonin from the Mist Village, Lin Qingyu was not about to allow Yunxi to make the first move. With Yunxi creating distance, Lin Qingyu initiated a ranged attack, eager to gauge Yunxi's response. While several Umbu from the Mist Village began to encircle them, intent on eliminating Yunxi and his companions right there. Chapter 84, Confrontation with Kisame Hoshigaki. It's not that I underestimate you, it's simply that my own efforts suffice. The distance between Yunxi and Lin Qingyu was minimal, so Yunxi naturally heard the latter's words. While Lin Qingyu might be regarded as a strong contender by ordinary standards, to Yunxi, he was but a minor obstacle. In the fleeting moment before Lin Qingyu's attack was about to strike, Yunxi sprang into action. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet technique. Under the unique enhancement of his Sharingan, a massive fire dragon obliterated Lin Qingyu's assault, with the residual flames continuing to target him. What? Lin Qingyu was taken aback by the ferocity of Yunxi's counterattack, not anticipating that Yunxi's prowess would rival his own. Too astonished to process this revelation, Lin Qingyu abandoned his previous strategy and executed a substitution technique with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, narrowly evading Yunxi's ninjutsu. Everyone attacked together. Realizing that Yunxi's strength surpassed his own, Lin Qingyu resolved to coordinate with the 10 or so Umbu around him, intending to overwhelm Yunxi through sheer numbers. However, the notion held by Lin Qingyu Yuri is destined to culminate in failure. The adept wielder of extensive area of effect ninjutsu, Yunxi, is least intimidated by the techniques of fire release. Just as the Umbu of Kirigakure were poised to strike, Yunxi's assault was already at the ready. Wind release, ocean pressure. Fire release, great fireball technique. A combined ninjutsu of wind and fire materialized instantaneously at the heart of the Umbu's ranks. Under the influence of the wind release, the great fireball rapidly transformed from a single orb into an inferno. The Umbu, caught unawares, found themselves utterly decimated. This exemplifies the chasm that exists between a shadow-level ninja and a chunin, without the assistance of bloodline limits. The disparity in strength between these Umbu and Yunxi is akin to a vast abyss. It is a power structure of entirely different realms, one that cannot be bridged by mere numbers. Upon witnessing Yunxi's counterattack, Lin Qingyu Yuri initially intended to utilize her swordsmanship to dispel the great fireball technique. However, the speed at which Yunxi struck was astonishingly swift. Lin Qingyu Yuri was utterly unprepared, forced to dodge mid-attack. As a result, her own back was struck by Yunxi's combined ninjutsu. Although she did not suffer any grievous injuries, the impact left her in a rather disheveled state. What could have transpired? Suddenly, Kisame Hoshigaki appeared unexpectedly from above. Taken aback by Lin Yuli's condition, despite her prowess being inferior to his, she was nonetheless a seasoned jonin from the Mist Village. Kisame noted that the adversaries before him were merely a group of novices and a summoning beast resembling a yellow-skinned rat. A look of confusion crossed his shark-like visage. Had Kisame also arrived? Observing the uniquely distinctive appearance of Kisame Hoshigaki, Yunxi felt a surge of caution. Although he was aware that Kisame had not yet allied with Akatsuki at this moment. However, Yunxi did not anticipate that he would also partake in this mission to apprehend the elusive target. Brother Yunxi, be cautious of that individual, who possesses an immense reservoir of chakra, Kankuro urged, sensing the overwhelming chakra within Kisame Hoshigaki's being. Standing aside, Shino quickly echoed the warning to Yunxi. I understand, Yunxi replied, fully aware of Kisame's formidable prowess, despite the fact that he currently remained within the ranks of the Mist Zambu. However, his strength is certainly not inferior to that of when he joined the Akatsuki. He is undoubtedly a master of shadow-level prowess. Kisame Hoshigaki, stop your prattling. This little spirit before us is not as simple as you might envision. Seeing Kisame's confident demeanor, Yuki Ringo couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. She hastily interjected with a warning. I shall not find myself in such a pitiful state as you, incapable of dealing with a mere spirit. However, it was evident that Kakashi Kisame paid little heed to the warnings of Ringo Yuya. With an air of indifference, he sauntered toward Yunxi and declared, Little ghost, while you are indeed formidable, today you shall meet your demise here. With that, Kakashi Kisame unsheathed the large blade strapped to his back, intending to eliminate Yunxi before addressing the matter of the touty above. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated. As Kakashi Kisame prepared to strike, Yunxi also ceased to hold back, unleashing the full power of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in readiness for combat. Is that a Leaf Village ninja? After all, the Uchiha clan is renowned as one of the most illustrious families. As an Umbu Jonin of the Mist Village, Kakashi Kisame and Ringo Yuya were well aware that the Sharingan is the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. However, the dry persimmon ghost shark was only slightly taken aback. For the age of Yunxi was evident. He could not believe that he would be unable to defeat even a mere little ghost. Leave this little ghost to me. You deal with the two young ladies beside him and the yellow-skinned rat. After preparing for battle, the dry persimmon ghost shark continued to instruct Lin Yuli at his side. All right, I shall take care of these two young ladies. Clearly, Lin Yuli also wished to regain her dignity through the confrontation with Xianglin and Mitashi Azuki. Once the opponents were assigned, the dry persimmon ghost shark took the initiative to strike, closely followed by Lin Yuli. Xianglin, be cautious and maintain your distance. Pikachu and Azuki, you two provide auxiliary long-range attacks. Noticing Lin Yuli charging towards Xianglin and the others, Yunxi remained untroubled, merely offering a gentle reminder. After all, Xianglin's overall strength was comparable to that of a high-ranking ninja now, coupled with Pikachu, capable of countering lightning techniques, and the elite middle ninja Mitashi Azuki. Dealing with a single-element Lin Yuli posed no challenge. As for the dry persimmon ghost shark before Yunxi, he was not intimidated. It seems you still underestimate me. The dry persimmon ghost shark realized that Yunxi was not particularly concerned about him. When he was approximately 10 meters away from Yunxi, he launched the first strike. Water style, great waterfall technique. As a being known as a human-shaped tailed beast, the dry persimmon ghost shark unleashed a massive water ninjutsu, covering the entire area where Yunxi and the others stood. Meanwhile, Lin Yuli began to form seals rapidly, preparing to execute a combined ninjutsu with the dry persimmon ghost shark. Lightning style, earth walk. Instantly, a multitude of lightning bolts, as thick as water barrels, appeared amidst the dry persimmon ghost shark's great waterfall technique, surging toward Yunxi at an astonishing speed. Had it not been for Pikachu, the situation could have been troublesome. However, upon witnessing the combination ninjutsu of Lin Yuli and the dry persimmon ghost shark, Yunxi remained calm and shouted, Pikachu, use charge. Upon hearing Yunxi's command, Pikachu, previously nestled in Xianglin's arms, leapt forth. Chapter 85. No more pretenses, the reveal. Was this summoning beast seeking its own demise? Lin Yuli and the dry persimmon ghost shark were perplexed to see Yunxi daring to summon his spirit beast to attack in such a dire situation. It is crucial to note that lightning style, Earth Walk is inherently a highly potent offensive ninjutsu when combined with the expansive Great Waterfall technique. The power of these two ninjutsu could potentially double that of the original techniques. It was no small feat for a mere summoning beast. And even the dry persimmon ghost shark himself would not dare to strike actively, but would instead seek an opportunity to evade. In the eyes of Lin Yingyu and Gon Shirkyu, Yunxi's method of unleashing Pikachu in battle seemed akin to an act of self-destruction. How could this be possible? However, at the very moment Pikachu landed, Linshin Yuri and Kakashi Kisame realized their grave miscalculation, and indeed, it was quite absurd. The formidable lightning release technique not only failed to inflict any damage upon that yellow-skinned spirit beast, but instead, all its might was absorbed into its very being. The remaining water release, Great Waterfall technique, was instantly transformed into ice. It was Haku. Upon witnessing the shift in the arena, Yunxi looked up and, as expected, Haku had intervened. Meanwhile, the nearby Zabuza Momochi exchanged a greeting with Yunxi, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. Clearly, Zabuza felt a sense of guilt towards Yunxi. Not only had he been unable to assist, but he had also attracted a plethora of formidable adversaries. "Are you all right?" observed Yunxi as he noted Zabuza's battered state. "I'm fine, just minor injuries," Zabuza replied, though his words belied the deep gash visible on his back, a testament to the fierce battle they had just endured. Even Haku, supporting Zabuza, appeared somewhat fatigued after freezing all of Kisame's Great Waterfall technique. They both found themselves seated against the wall, unable to stand alone. "Is this ice release a descendant of the Snow Clan?" Kisame's eyes widened in surprise upon witnessing Haku's ice shield. He had not anticipated that, following the fourth Mizukage's bloody purge, there would still exist individuals capable of wielding the ice release Kekkei Genkai. It seemed he would indeed accomplish both tasks this time. Although his attack had failed, Kisame felt no fear. Rather, he was invigorated by the prospect of not only claiming Zabuza's head, but also eliminating a descendant of the Snow Clan. "Let us make our move. Any further delay may lead to unforeseen complications." Noticing Kisame's hesitation to act, Linshin Yuri interjected with urgency. He drew his lightning blade once more, directing an assault towards the Pikachu that stood aside, though he remained perplexed as to how this rodent could withstand his lightning release techniques. Yet he must firmly believe in the prowess of his blade, capable of cleaving his opponent in twain. With a flash of lightning, Linshin Yuli sprang into action. Drawing forth the Thunderblade, Fong, a swift wave of blade energy materialized on the battlefield, its target unmistakably Pikachu. Observing this, Yunxi commanded Pikachu to execute a quick dash. The two phantoms brushed past each other, but Pikachu ultimately evaded Linshin Yuli's strike, leveraging its superior speed. What? Linshin Yuli found it difficult to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Meanwhile, the formidable Kisame Hashigaki shouted, "Take down that little brat first." True to his reputation as a seasoned ninja, Kisame's wealth of combat experience shone through. He had already discerned from the earlier exchange that this summoning beast relied heavily on Yunxi's direction. Should the commander fall, the creature's combat effectiveness would undoubtedly wane. Thus, eliminating Yunxi became paramount. Water Shark Bomb technique. Given that White's chakra had been nearly depleted from previous encounters, particularly after executing the Great Waterfall technique to freeze Kisame, he had lost much of his fighting capacity. Nevertheless, Kisame remained unfazed, continuing to unleash his water release ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Linshin Yuli focused on employing his swordsmanship to restrain Yunxi. This truly presents a dilemma. Were he facing a typical ninja adept in water release, Yunxi might have retaliated with fire release, confident in his superior chakra reserves. However, today's adversary is the formidable Kisame Hashigaki, who not only possesses an abundance of chakra, but also wields the ability to consume it. Conventional ninjutsu proves largely ineffective against him, leaving Yunxi unable to employ standard techniques. Amaterasu. After deftly evading the blade of Ringo Aim Yuri and Kisame's Water Shark Bomb technique, Yunxi resorts to Amaterasu as a means of counterattack. Essentially, Amaterasu is also a manifestation of chakra, albeit interspersed with the ocular powers of the Sharingan. After Kisame Hashigaki absorbed all of the chakra, the potency of Cloud's Amaterasu diminished significantly. Indeed, had it not been for the extraordinary Might Guy, Kisame might have survived until the conclusion. Witnessing Kisame absorb his own Amaterasu, Cloud felt a sense of reflection. In the original narrative, Kisame Hashigaki undoubtedly stands as one of the most inspirational ninjas. Apart from his ability to absorb chakra, he is fundamentally a conventional ninja, diligently performing hand seals for any jutsu, earning him the reputation of being an exceptionally earnest shinobi among the Hokage. However, their prowess remains firmly positioned within the ranks of the Akatsuki, albeit not among the elite combatants. Yet, it is by no means weak. It simply encountered someone like Kai, a formidable opponent who does not employ ninjutsu at all. Instead, he relies solely on taijutsu, mercilessly kicking the formidable Kisame Hashigaki to his demise. However, Yunxi is not Kai. His physical skills are virtually non-existent. Thus, he found himself somewhat troubled when faced with the formidable opponent Kisame Hashigaki. Are you ready to surrender, little brat? Though Yunxi's Amaterasu took him by surprise, Kisame, upon witnessing the expression on Yunxi's face, instinctively believed he was about to flee, a hint of relaxed amusement appearing on his countenance. Initially intending to engage in battle under the guise of an ordinary individual, he was taken aback by the disdainful attitude of his opponents, prompting him to drop the facade. I will unleash my true power. Susanoo, activate. Although Yunxi lacked physical prowess, he was capable of summoning Susanoo. Grasping a spear measuring several meters in length, he prepared to conclude the battle with a single strike. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The once diminutive Yunxi transformed into a colossal figure. The expressions of Kisame Hashigaki and Yuri Ringo, who stood nearby, were filled with astonishment upon witnessing this transformation. They sensed an inexplicable aura of darkness emanating from Yunxi, instilling a profound sense of dread within them. The boy's power had increased exponentially, and the former air of disdain on Kisame's face was replaced with an expression of utmost caution and an inexplicable fear. Chapter 86. The Godlike Yunxi. What on earth is this? Upon witnessing Yunxi in his Susanoo state, Kisame and Yuri Ringo found it difficult to believe the scene unfolding before their eyes. They had never encountered a ninjutsu of such terrifying magnitude. The overwhelming aura of darkness enveloped Kisame, exerting immense pressure upon him. Ringo, let us attack together. Finally, Kisame ceased to underestimate Yunxi and resolved to reveal his trump card, preparing for a fierce confrontation. Indeed, this little brat's power has surpassed both of our capabilities. Initially, Yuri Ringo was somewhat reluctant to engage alongside Kisame, although she could sense that Yunxi's strength was comparable to her own. Yet he still yearns to rely on his own strength to give it a try. Upon witnessing the formidable Susanoo beneath the cloud emblem, Lin Guyuli relinquished her previous notions, resolutely deciding to join forces with Kakashi Kisame to vanquish the cloud emblem first. Are you prepared to get serious? Cloud Emblem was taken aback that neither Kakashi Kisame nor Lin Guyuli chose to flee upon seeing him unleash Susanoo. Instead, they resolved to unite and confront him in battle. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my true power. Observing this scenario, Cloud Emblem fully activated Susanoo, and simultaneously, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan began to whirl with fervor. With a swift strike, Cloud Emblem launched the first offensive, wielding his obsidian spear towards Kakashi Kisame without any intention of holding back, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of darkness. An earth-shattering attack locked onto Kakashi Kisame. Damn it! Realizing he had been targeted by Cloud Emblem's assault, Kakashi Kisame ceased to hold back his trump card, rapidly shifting his position while swiftly forming hand seals. Water release. Infinite Shark. A torrent of water chakra coalesced behind him, manifesting into a multitude of sharks, attempting to thwart Cloud Emblem's relentless pursuit. Thousand Souls. Lightning Flash. Meanwhile, Lin Guyuli, positioned behind, did not merely remain a passive spectator. Just as Cloud Emblem's spear was about to descend upon Kakashi Kisame, she hurled her lightning blade, Fong, intending to directly counter Cloud Emblem's assault. However, an unforeseen event transpired for Ringo Yuli. The once formidable and razor-sharp thunder blade, Fong, was instantly repelled upon encountering the ebony spear of Yunxi, rendering Ringo Yuli's lethal strike utterly ineffective. Xianglin sprang into action. Observing Ringo Yuli's audacity to initiate an attack, Yunxi immediately focused his attention on him. To thwart any chance of escape, he contemplated employing Xianglin's sealing technique to ensnare him. Very well, brother Yunxi, sealing technique, adamantine chains. Upon hearing Yunxi's command, Xianglin swiftly conjured 2 chains formed of chakra that ensnared Ringo Yuli, immobilizing him in place. Earth release, Earth flow river. Yunxi did not immediately execute Ringo Yuli. Instead, he utilized Xianglin's sealing technique in conjunction with his own Earth flow river to confine Ringo Yuli. Twin Snake Sacrifice Technique. Meanwhile, Mitakahashi Azuki discerned a critical error on the part of Kakashi Kisame during the commotion. She promptly unleashed the Twin Snake Sacrifice Technique. as two colossal venomous serpents sealed off Kakashi's escape route. In a moment of dire urgency, Kakashi swiftly formed seals to evade the lethal blow with a water clone technique. Azuki, be careful. Observing Kakashi's use of the water clone technique to evade Azuki's attack, Yunxi quickly positioned himself behind her, urgently warning her of the impending danger. However, the prowess of Mitarashi Anko ultimately rests at the level of an elite Seinin, rendering her incapable of evading the ambush launched by Kisame Hoshigaki. She was unceremoniously sent flying by a kick from Kisame. After momentarily vanquishing Anko, Kisame leapt from a nearby windowsill, intent on making his escape. You shall not flee. Upon witnessing Kisame's attempt to abscond, Yunxi shattered the wall before him and pursued the rogue. Water prison technique. Recognizing that Yunxi was in hot pursuit, Kisame summoned a massive water prison using a substantial amount of chakra, aiming to ensnare Yunxi within its confines and create an opportunity for his own escape or counterattack. What a predicament! Observing his Susanoo enveloped by the colossal water prison, a look of exasperation crossed Yunxi's face. Although Kisame's water prison technique posed no threat to Yunxi in his current state, however, it will undoubtedly restrict Yunxi's mobility and attacks. Step aside. As the dry persimmon Zetsu was on the verge of escaping Yunxi's line of sight, Yunxi unleashed his full power. Heavenly Curse Seal, Stage 3. Upon fully activating the Heavenly Curse Seal, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the land of waves. In the distance, dry persimmon Zetsu murmured upon witnessing this. This is simply beyond human capability. If one were to compare, Yunxi's combat prowess after activating Susanoo would be roughly equivalent to that of Uchiha Itachi. When combining Susanoo with the enhanced Heavenly Curse Seal, Yunxi's strength would undoubtedly rival that of Kabuto in Sage Mode or Pain possessing the Rinnegan, although he may not be considered the pinnacle of power in the ninja world. However, confronting Kisame Hoshigaki posed no challenge whatsoever. Fire Release, Black Flame Technique. After successfully unlocking the third stage of the Heavenly Curse Seal, Yunxi wasted no time. In his current state, his physical condition would not sustain him for long. The most prudent approach was to end the battle swiftly, defeating Kisame before inflicting any harm upon himself. Flee. As he witnessed a vast expanse of black flames surging towards him, Kisame harbored no thoughts of resistance. His emotions were a tempest of complexity, tinged with regret for having accepted this mission. Was it possible to escape now? Certainly not. Upon seeing Kisame attempt to flee across the sea, Yunxi would not allow him to succeed. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Earth Release, Earth-style Wall. Just as Kisame was about to reach the coastline, Yunxi unleashed a torrent of great fire annihilation with a substantial amount of chakra. Under Yunxi's full exertion, the originally B-rank ninjutsu erupted with a power that surpassed even S-rank. Though not as colossal as the one unleashed by Madara during the Edo Tensei, it was still formidable. The towering inferno, rising several meters high, evaporated a significant portion of the ocean waters near the land of waves. Following this, Yunxi executed the Earth-style Wall technique, temporarily intercepting the encroaching seawater. This maneuver effectively severed Kisame's planned escape route. Chapter 87. Defeating Kisame Hoshigaki. Is this still a ninja? Upon witnessing Yunxi's assault, Kisame was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom the extent of Yunxi's power. If the earlier activation of Susanoo had instilled a semblance of fear, the complete embodiment of Yunxi rendered Kisame devoid of any will to fight back. Do you still wish to escape? As Kisame stood in disbelief, Yunxi slowly approached him, his gaze icy and brimming with murderous intent. Kisame resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, stripped of any capacity to resist. Meanwhile, Ringo Yuri, previously trapped, was completely subdued by Kyuka and others. Now, Kisame was utterly alone. May I pose a question before my defeat? Recognizing that he was entirely encircled by Yunxi and his companions, Kisame relinquished his sword, fixing a cold stare upon Yunxi. Yunxi did not rush to strike. In his eyes, Kisame was akin to meat upon a chopping block, ready to be dealt with at any moment. Most importantly, Yunxi intended to recruit Kisame into his clandestine organization. It can be said that Kisame Hoshigaki is undoubtedly one of Yunxi's most favored characters from a previous life, although he once betrayed the Hidden Mist Village. After joining the Akatsuki, he proved to be one of its most loyal members, never betraying the organization even in death. Such a talent was not one that Yunxi intended to let slip away easily. What is your name? He inquired, upon receiving Yunxi's consent to ask. Kisame expressed the curiosity that lingered in his heart. He did not wish to remain ignorant of his opponent's name until the moment of his complete defeat. Upon hearing Kisame's question, Yunxi, slightly perplexed, replied, "Is that the only question you have?" "Yes, indeed. I merely wish to know the name of the person who can utterly overpower me at such a young age," Kisame declared, a hint of pride flickering across his face. Although he understood that he was likely not Yunxi's match, he was still eager to engage in battle. In response to the battle-ready Kisame, Yunxi smiled and introduced himself. "I am Yunxi." "Very well, Yunxi. Prepare to receive my attack." Upon hearing Yunxi's name, Kisame immediately took action, eager to gauge the disparity between their strengths. This was not only a matter of his own dignity, but also the honor of the Hidden Mist village. Among the ninjas of the Hidden Mist, retreat was not an option. Water style, exploding water shockwave. As Kisame leaped into the air, he gathered chakra in his throat and unleashed a torrent of blue water towards Yunxi, who remained suspended beneath the Susanoo. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Yunxi remained unscathed. Yet beneath his feet, a lake of considerable size had formed. "Do you look down upon me?" It was evident that Yunxi did not evade this assault. The dry persimmon Zabuza chuckled, seizing the opportunity to unleash once more. Great exploding water colliding wave, drawing upon the vast reservoir of seawater accumulated beneath Yunxi's feet. Zabuza unleashed a torrent of waves with ferocity. In that fleeting moment, a colossal, elliptical water prison materialized where Yunxi stood, ensnaring him entirely within his Susanoo form. Though you possess great strength, underestimating your adversary in the midst of battle is a grave error. Witnessing the unexpected efficacy of his attack, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared on Zabuza's face. Let your overconfidence be the spark of your downfall. Without hesitation, Zabuza capitalized on Yunxi's predicament, executing water release, 1,000-feeding shark. Truly, he was a man renowned as the Jinchuriki of the tailless beast. Zabuza's chakra was undoubtedly of the highest caliber within this shinobi realm. After casting 2 formidable water techniques, he still retained an abundance of chakra to summon water release, 1,000-feeding shark. This technique is certainly among the pinnacle of water ninjutsu. Not only does it possess an extensive attack range, but its might is also formidable. Each of the 1,000-feeding sharks unleashed carries the explosive power equivalent to that of a detonation tag, and Zabuza summoned no less than 1,000 of these fearsome creatures. Is your assault destined to conclude here? Observing Zabuza's distant figure, which bore an unintentional smirk, Yunxi finally spoke. "You cannot hope to escape from my water prison technique." It was evident that Zabuza harbored doubts regarding the ineffectiveness of his barrage against Yunxi. However, upon witnessing the confident expression of Yunxi, he felt a pang of anxiety. "Indeed, you possess the strength of a shadow-level ninja, yet to me, it remains insufficient." As Yunxi gradually approached the figure of Kisame Hoshigaki, he began to speak softly. Once he had skillfully maneuvered beyond the reach of Kisame's devastating water shark bomb jutsu, Yunxi declared, "Allow me to demonstrate the true might of a shadow-level ninja." With that, Yunxi wielded his spear with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Annihilate. With but a single word, he effortlessly dispersed the thousands of serpents summoned by Kisame. Following this, Yunxi swiftly advanced towards him, deftly flicking his spear. Kisame was sent soaring, crashing into a nearby building several meters away. As the dust settled, Kisame struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he had no time to attend to such trivial injuries. His gaze fixed in astonishment upon the godlike figure of Yunxi in the distance. "I have been defeated." Moments later, Kisame slowly closed his eyes, the will to fight rapidly dissipating. Faced with such overwhelming power from Yunxi, he came to the grim realization that he stood no chance against him. "Do you wish to live?" Yunxi approached Kisame, resting the tip of his spear against his neck as he spoke softly. "Do you seek to recruit me?" "Huh. There are no traitors in the Mist Village." The fact that Yunxi had no intention of killing him took Kisame by surprise. However, he did not immediately acquiesce. For within the village of Mist, there were no traitors. In the execution of missions, there are often only 2 outcomes. One is to complete the task and return to the village alive, while the other is to perish on the spot following failure. Beyond these 2 choices, no alternatives exist. Such fortitude. Upon hearing the response from Kisame Hoshigaki, Yunxi nodded in agreement. Just as Kisame had steeled himself for death, Yunxi suddenly spoke. "What if I told you that the 4th Mizukage to whom you pledge your allegiance is merely a puppet controlled by others? Would you still be so willingly prepared to die?" At this pronouncement, the entire assembly was taken aback. Chapter 88. The Secrets of Mist Village. As Yunxi uttered these words in the air, expressions of profound shock crossed the faces of both Zabuza Momochi and Kisame Hoshigaki, tinged with a hint of skepticism. In response to Yunxi's statement, Yuriyuki Ringo, who stood nearby, was the first to voice her disbelief. This is impossible. With the strength of the Mizukage, it is inconceivable that he could be controlled by anyone. You must be lying. In truth, Yuki had once harbored doubts regarding whether the fourth Mizukage was indeed the same person. For the bloody governing tactics and modifications to the Nin exams starkly contrasted with the previous methods employed by the fourth. However, Linshio Yuli has always found it difficult to believe that this is indeed the truth. Even after Yunxi uttered those words today, he chose to continue believing in his Lord Mizukage. Meanwhile, upon hearing this news, Tao Zaiwuzhan was instantly enveloped by a look of astonishment. A flicker of rage even surfaced in his eyes, for Tao Zaiwuzhan knew that Yunxi could never deceive him. Thus, the fourth Mizukage must have been manipulated, transforming the originally harmonious and peaceful Kirigakure into a city shrouded in blood mist. It is essential to understand that the primary reason Tao Zaiwuzhan defected was his dissatisfaction with the policies of the fourth Mizukage. This discontent led him to attempt the assassination of the fourth Mizukage, which ultimately failed and resulted in his defection. Consequently, Tao Zaiwuzhan firmly believed in Yunxi's words. At this moment, only one thought resided in Tao Zaiwuzhan's mind: to eliminate the individual controlling the fourth Mizukage. Meanwhile, in the heart of the dry persimmon, Kisame, a cacophony of emotions surged. On one hand, he found it hard to believe that someone could manipulate the leader of his own village. On the other hand, I find the recent changes in the fourth Mizukage rather peculiar. Observing the expressions of those around him, Yunxi spoke again. Do you not believe my words? It seems that only a few are aware of this matter, but I assure you, it is indeed the truth. If you choose not to believe me, that is quite all right. Noticing the conflicted expression on Kakashi Kisame's face, Yunxi refrained from taking further action, opting instead to simply observe, allowing them a moment to contemplate. Do you have any evidence for your earlier claims? After several minutes of silence, it was Kakashi Kisame who broke the stillness. Although he had already formed a conclusion in his mind, he still hoped that Yunxi could provide concrete proof to convince him. While I cannot present specific evidence, I can assert with certainty that the Hidden Mist Village is now under complete surveillance, Yunxi explained, having noted Kisame's inquiry. He proceeded to inform both Kisame and the others about the current state of the village, omitting the identity of the puppet master behind it all. Even the mission to apprehend Momochi Zabuza was orchestrated by those controlling the fourth Mizukage, he continued. Observing Kisame's lingering skepticism, Yunxi clarified. The arrangement for you and Ringo Yuya to leave the village to capture Zabuza was merely a ruse. The primary objective was to temporarily eliminate opposition forces within the village, paving the way for a cleansing operation. You have all been deceived. Ultimately, Yunxi unveiled the hidden truth behind the mission to capture Zabuza. Upon hearing Yunxi's explanation, both Kakashi Kisame and Ringo Yuya were left in a state of bewilderment. They could scarcely fathom that the Mizukage they had sworn loyalty to was, in fact, under someone else's control, and that their current mission was nothing but a ploy to lure them out of the village. Yunxi, how do you know so much? Just as Kisame and the others fell into silence, Akatsuki Murasaki approached Yunxi quietly, inquiring softly. Initially, when they first met, Murasaki was simply impressed by Yunxi's superior strength. Upon witnessing the fierce clash between Yunxi and the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki, Mitarashi Anko came to the realization that the disparity between her strength and that of Yunxi was as vast as the abyss itself. Moreover, she found herself perplexed as to how Yunxi possessed such profound knowledge of the circumstances surrounding the Hidden Mist Village. From Anko's understanding, Yunxi had spent his entire upbringing in the Hidden Leaf Village, and under normal circumstances, he would have no means to acquire such extensive internal information about other villages. Furthermore, the Hidden Mist Village had remained shrouded in mystery among the 5 great nations during this period, with even the Anbu of the Leaf being woefully ignorant of its affairs. Thus, it was only natural for Anko to inquire about Yunxi's insights. I shall inform you later, she stated, and upon her questioning, Yunxi, pressed for time, offered a hasty response before adding, do you still harbor doubts? Facing the infamous Kisame Hoshigaki, Yunxi felt a sense of helplessness. He could hardly summon Uchiha Ibido for a confrontation. No, I believe, Kisame finally spoke, fixing Yunxi with a resolute gaze, and continued. If you liberate me from the control of the fourth Mizukage, I shall pledge my loyalty to you. What? Yunxi was taken aback by Kisame's unexpected proposition. He had not anticipated such a demand. Meanwhile, the nearby Ringo Amuri chimed in. I too shall join your ranks if you free us from the fourth Mizukage dominion. A sinister expression crossed Amuri's face, revealing his deep-seated animosity towards the individual orchestrating the fourth Mizukage's control. The prospect of an elite shinobi and Kisame's subordinate standing against Uchiha Obito placed Yunxi in a state of profound dilemma. Although he yearned for Kisame to become a part of his hidden organization. However, if the price to be paid is to engage in battle with the entire Shao organization and Uchiha Obito right now, Yunxi must deliberate carefully. Ding. Congratulations, host, for activating the quest secrets of the Blood Mist City. Do you accept? Just as Yunxi was lost in thought, the system, which had remained silent for quite some time, suddenly presented a quest notification. System, what brings you here at this moment? Upon hearing the system's task prompt, Yunxi found himself even more conflicted. The presence of a quest signifies the potential for rewards, yet this would completely disrupt his initial plans. I promise to help you break the control of the fourth Mizukage. Ultimately, after much internal struggle, Yunxi decided to accept the quest, concurrently agreeing to the request of Kisame Hashigaki and Kirigakure's Yukari. Ding. Congratulations, host, for accepting the secrets of the Blood Mist City. Task requirements: break the fourth Mizukage's control and defeat Uchiha Obito. Task rewards: random lottery draw X1. Loyalty of Kisame Hashigaki and Yukari. Chapter 89, Scheming. Another random reward? Upon seeing the quest rewards, Yunxi instinctively glanced at the Pikachu nestled in Xianglin's arms. As this troublesome creature was a result of the random lottery he had drawn from the system's rewards. Thus, the sight of it filled him with trepidation at the thought of the system conjuring up yet another troublesome entity. As for the loyalty of Kisame Hashigaki and Yukari, it felt almost like a gift without effort. Deep down, Yunxi felt as if he had been tricked by the system. Yunxi, why do you keep staring at Pikachu? Just then, Xianglin broke the silence, puzzled by Yunxi's fixation on the creature in her arms. It's nothing, Yunxi replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then deactivated Susanoo and the Heavenly Curse Seal, stepping forward to Kisame Hashigaki. He spoke slowly, I have agreed to this matter. With that, Yunxi extended his hand and helped Kisame rise from the ground. Turning to Xianglin, he instructed, please lift the sealing technique. All right. As Xianglin released the sealing technique, Yukari regained her freedom. You must be Yunxi. Your strength is indeed formidable. After the seal was lifted, Yukari smiled and approached Zabuza Momochi, saying, I apologize for misunderstanding you earlier. It's fine. I only just learned the truth. Zabuza waved his hand, indicating that no apology was necessary. After all, camaraderie among the 7 ninja swordsmen still existed. However, after Zabuza's defection, Yukari chose to pledge loyalty to the village, which is why she had taken the initiative to undertake the mission of capturing Zabuza. Hey, enough of the pleasantries. Let's take a break and find the one controlling the Mizukage in the village. Upon uncovering the truth, Kakashi's resolve did not lead him to nostalgia like that of Akane Yuyuri. His singular thought was to harness the power of Yunxi to restore the Hidden Mist Village to its former state. First, he deemed it prudent to find a place to rest. After hearing Kakashi's words, Yunxi did not immediately journey to the Hidden Mist Village. Rather, he resolved to seek a location to devise a new plan. Initially, Yunxi's arrival in the Land of Waves was merely to observe the circumstances surrounding Momochi, Zabuza, and Haku, never anticipating that Akane Yuyuri and Kakashi would also be present at this juncture. Furthermore, after accepting a system task, the previous plan Yunxi had meticulously crafted was utterly disrupted. Prior to heading to the Hidden Mist Village, it was essential to arrange matters concerning Mitarashi Anko. For aside from Anko, the others could be considered members of the clandestine organization. Anko, we may need to make a trip to the Hidden Mist Village first. I wonder what your thoughts are? Yunxi ultimately decided to consult with Mitarashi Anko. After all, Anko was still affiliated with Konoha, and Yunxi wished to keep this matter from reaching the ears of the third Hokage. However, Yunxi could not possibly eliminate Yusho Hondo directly. Therefore, the matter could only be resolved through negotiation. Is it directed at me? Observing the gaze of the crowd fixated upon her, Yusho Hondo displayed a hint of anxiety on her face. She had not anticipated that Yunxi would possess such extensive knowledge and intend to venture into Mist Shadow Village. It is worth noting that, although this is still considered a period of peace, the management across various villages remains relatively lenient. However, this does not imply that the ninjas from other villages can freely enter the various hidden villages. Furthermore, the destination this time is none other than the most enigmatic among the 5 great shinobi villages, the village hidden in the mist. For a moment, Yashire Suzuki felt a sense of turmoil. Ultimately, glancing at Yushi and Kisame Hashigaki, Yashire Suzuki slowly spoke. I have decided to accompany you. Upon returning to the village, I can seal this portion of my memory using K-Rin's sealing technique. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing Yushirai Azuki's words, Yunxi also deemed it a commendable approach. As long as they could seal this segment of Yushirai Azuki's memories, Yunxi would no longer need to worry about Azuki revealing their journey to the village hidden in the mist to the third Hokage. Although Yunxi believed that Azuki would not voluntarily disclose this matter. However, to err on the side of caution, Yunxi initially intended to seal the memories of Mitarashi Anko using Xianglin's sealing technique after the matter concluded. Now, seeing Mitarashi Anko bring this up herself, Yunxi readily agreed. Is this little girl your companion from Konoha? In response to Yunxi's inquiry, Kisame Hoshigaki spoke first, his tone revealing a hint of disdain for Mitarashi Anko. After all, among this group, she was the weakest in terms of strength. Even Pikachu's overall prowess surpassed that of Mitarashi Anko. The enemies they were about to confront possessed at least the strength of a Kage. Otherwise, they would not have been able to control the fourth Mizukage. Thus, Kisame harbored some concerns, fearing that Mitarashi Anko might hinder their plans. Yes, she is my companion. Although her strength is lacking, I will ensure her safety, Yunxi replied, understanding Kisame's underlying message. After hearing Yunxi's explanation, Kisame and the others had no further objections. Setting aside the matter of Mitarashi Anko for the moment, Yunxi began to devise their battle strategy, noting that the Land of Waves was not far from Mist Village. Yunxi instructed Xianglin to establish a sealing technique nearby as a precaution, once assured that there were no other individuals or white Zetsu clones in the vicinity. Yunxi slowly spoke. Ringo Yuri and Kisame Hoshigaki will first pretend to have completed the mission of capturing Momochi Zabuza. After Yunxi's words, he glanced at Kisame and Ringo Yuri. And upon seeing their nods, he continued, then, you will return to the village with Momochi Zabuza, while I and Xianglin will secretly infiltrate Mist Village. Following this, they would look for an opportunity to defeat the fourth Mizukage and subsequently draw out the individual controlling him from the shadows. Once the plan was laid out, Yunxi looked at everyone and asked, are there any other questions? No, Zabuza spoke up first. Wait, what if someone else takes over after they bring Zabuza back to the village? At that moment, White, who had been silent, suddenly interjected. You need not worry about that. I believe Kisame and Ringo Yuri still hold some prestige in Mist Village, Yunxi reassured, understanding the intent behind White's words. To put White's mind at ease, Yunxi turned to Kisame and asked, you should be able to ensure Zabuza's safety, right? Absolutely. The Umbu of Mist Village has not yet been fully infiltrated by that individual behind the fourth Hokage. On the side, Ringo Yuri nodded in agreement, affirming the words of Kakashi Kisame. Upon hearing the assurances from Kakashi and Ringo, I refrained from further comment. Chapter 90, Journey to the Land of Water. Thus, the matter was settled, and once everyone had recuperated, we would set forth immediately. Seeing that no one voiced any objections, Yunxi led the group directly to the Kado headquarters. Having endured the previous battle, everyone's chakra reserves were significantly depleted. Therefore, before heading to the village hidden in the mist, Yunxi decided it prudent to take a moment to rest. After all, upon arrival at the Mist Village, a fierce battle might await them. Although the combat strength of the Mist Village had drastically diminished following the bloody cleansing plan, having lost a substantial amount of fresh talent and with few seasoned jonin remaining, there remained a critical point of concern for Yunxi, the high-level combatants of the Mist Village. Apart from the manipulated fourth Mizukage, Yagura, who was an elite ninja, there were also formidable members of the Akatsuki organization lurking nearby, such as Obito Uchiha, Black Zetsu, Pain, Konan, and Kaku. While the Akatsuki was not physically present in the Mist Village, they were situated in the neighboring land of Rain. Thus, Yunxi had to incorporate all members of the Akatsuki into his plans to avert unforeseen complications. In terms of elite combat power, Yunxi had only himself, Kakashi Kisame, and Itachi Uchiha, who was covertly embedded within the Akatsuki. Given their limited strength, a direct confrontation was not advisable. Therefore, Yunxi required additional assistance. Within the Mist Village, there was a powerful elite ninja who was highly likely to become Yunxi's ally. The future fifth Mizukage, Meitarumi, may possess mastery over 3 chakra natures, water, fire, and earth, and also wielded the unique bloodline limits of lava release and boil release, making her the only ninja in history to possess 2 bloodline limits. In the original narrative, it was she who ended the reign of terror during the fourth Mizukage's administration, bringing about peace and revitalization for the Mist Village. Although her current strength may not match that of her appearance during the Fourth Great Ninja War, She was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Once Yunxi secured Mei Terumi as an ally, both Chojuro, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and a renowned figure known as the Byakugan Killer, AO, would surely join their ranks. For both AO and Chojuro were Mei's capable subordinates. Yunxi was confident that if he revealed the truth regarding the 4th Mizukage being under Jinjutsu, Mei would undoubtedly align herself with him. In the original tale, Mei had already sensed that the 4th Mizukage was likely under some form of illusion. After confirming her suspicions, she instructed AO to use his Byakugan to dispel the Genjutsu afflicting the 4th Mizukage. This gave Yunxi considerable confidence. Once Mei Terumi and her followers became Yunxi's temporary allies, he would no longer need to worry about the issue of elite combat power. Upon completing his plan, Yunxi approached Kisame Hoshigaki and inquired, "Are you familiar with Terumi Mei?" Startled by the question directed at him, Kisame was taken aback. In the Hidden Mist Village, Terumi Mei and her family were undeniably known for their discreet nature, to the extent that even he was not particularly well acquainted with them. However, he did not anticipate that Yunxi would be aware of such a notable figure within Mist Shadow Village. "It appears you are unfamiliar as well." Observing the expression on Kakuzu's face, Yunxi surmised his thoughts. Thus, he spoke directly, "Do not rush to act after you bring Tobi back to Mist Shadow Village. I shall seek her out first." After saying this, Yunxi noted that the injuries and chakra of the group had nearly recovered. He then retrieved the crow that Itachi had given him upon leaving the Hidden Leaf Village, using it to convey his plans to Itachi, who was still within the Akatsuki organization, urging him to prepare in advance while remaining in the Land of Rain. As the crow vanished from sight, Yunxi returned to the group and declared, "Everyone, let us depart." Following this, the group split into 2 teams. Kakuzu and Ringo Yuya escorted Tobi back to Mist Ninja Village, while Yunxi, Kagaya, Mitarashi Anko, and Bai, accompanied by Pikachu, comprised a total of 5 individuals infiltrating the border of the Water Country towards Mist Shadow Village. Due to the unique geographical position of the Land of Waves, the land route was directly connected to the Hidden Leaf Village, while the port predominantly led toward the Water Country. Thus, Yunxi and the others found a ship and set sail for the Water Country. Meanwhile, in the Land of Rain, Itachi received the crow that Yunxi had sent him. "Hey, Itachi, what's wrong with you?" asked Jago, noticing Itachi's sudden distraction. "It's nothing. You handle the remaining battles. I need to step out for a moment." After swiftly dispatching some rogue ninjas, Itachi disregarded Jago's concerns and left the area. Upon arriving at a secluded cave, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan, ensuring that no one was around before slowly retrieving the crow that had flown in from Yunxi. "What does Yunxi want from me?" Upon seeing the crow, Itachi instinctively thought of Sasuke, his expression tightening, for he understood that Yunxi would not typically reach out to him unless it was of great significance. After perusing the message conveyed by Yunxi, Itachi's tense expression finally dissipated. "A journey to the Land of Water?" Upon reading the correspondence, Uchiha Itachi swiftly returned to the Akatsuki organization, for Yunxi sought to ascertain whether the Akatsuki would venture to the Mist Village during this period. Upon receiving Yunxi's request, Itachi wasted no time and promptly returned to the Akatsuki's headquarters. Discovering that all members were present, Uchiha Itachi immediately relayed this news once more. Half an hour later, upon receiving the message transmitted by Uchiha Itachi, a trace of relief finally graced Yunxi's countenance. After all, as long as the Akatsuki refrained from intervening, Yunxi would only have to contend with Uchiha Obito and the controlled 4th Mizukage. Was this a piece of good news? Observing the expression on Yunxi's face, Matakahai Mizuki, who stood nearby, ventured to inquire. "One might say so. It appears to be simpler than I had previously anticipated." Before receiving Itachi's message, Yunxi had harbored concerns that the future 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, might oppose his alliance. After all, facing the entirety of the Akatsuki alone would indeed pose considerable challenges. However, upon learning that the Akatsuki organization still exists in the Land of Rain, Yunxi expressed indifference towards the possibility of encountering Mei Terumi, as he believed he could handle matters himself. Moreover, the 4th Mizukage was not entirely his adversary. Once the illusion cast upon him was dispelled, Yunxi could confront this opponent directly and might even forge an alliance with him. Chapter 91. Arrival in the Land of Water. Brother Yunxi, have we arrived? As the maritime vessel from the Land of Waves docked, Xianglin approached Yunxi, her small face adorned with curiosity. Clearly, this was her first encounter with the Land of Water after emerging from the thick fog, and she was intrigued. The Land of Water, essentially a secluded island, is bordered by the sea on one side and deep mountains on the other. Its unique geographical setting casts an enduring shroud of mist over the entire region, imbuing it with an air of mystique. Furthermore, under the governance of the fourth Mizukage, the atmosphere in the land of water seemed somewhat oppressive and grave. Yes, we have arrived. After disembarking with Xianglin and the others, Yunxi's first action was to lead them to a secluded street. He then addressed the group. The atmosphere in the land of water is rather tense, and outsiders are often monitored. We should first employ transformation techniques to conceal our true identities. With that, Yunxi initiated the transformation technique, altering his appearance to that of an ordinary youth. Xianglin, Haku, and Mitarashi Anko swiftly followed suit, disguising themselves as well. Is this truly the fabled land of water? Witnessing the hurried merchants and townsfolk beneath the dense fog, Mitarashi Anko's face was filled with wonder. Although she was an elite nin from Konoha and had undertaken numerous missions outside the village, this new environment captivated her curiosity. However, in most instances, the tasks are executed in the inland regions. Furthermore, the land of water is known to be the most enigmatic among the 5 great nations. This marks the first occasion that Akane Mitarashi has ventured into the land of water. Let us proceed. Excessive curiosity may draw the attention of the Umbu of Kirigakure. Yunxi cautioned, noting the way both Xianglin and Akane were keenly observing their surroundings. Although Yunxi and his companions had yet to reach the village hidden in mist, they had already entered the territory of the land of water and needed to remain vigilant against potential tracking by the Umbu. So, shall we head directly to Kirigakure? Upon hearing Yunxi's warning, Xianglin and the others suppressed their inquisitiveness. Akane, however, took the initiative to inquire about Yunxi's subsequent plans. No, the village hidden in mist will not willingly admit strangers. We must first seek out Kisame Hashigaki to assume the identity of Mist Shinobi, Yunxi articulated, responding to Akane's query. He continued, we shall first approach the vicinity of Kirigakure and then contact Kisame and the others, with their plans established. Yunxi did not intend to linger in the land of water, but rather aimed to rest briefly before proceeding to the village hidden in mist. Meanwhile, as Yunxi and his companions set forth toward Kirigakure, Kisame Hashigaki and Yurito Ringo had already returned to the village hidden in mist with Momochi Zabuza in tow. Lord Kisame, the fourth Mizukage has issued orders for me to take over the rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi. Shortly after Kisame and Yurito's return to the village, several Umbu ninjas from Kirigakure appeared, producing an order document for the transfer of Zabuza Momochi. I will personally address this matter with the fourth Mizukage. Had it been earlier, Kisame might have directly handed Zabuza over to these Umbu nin. However, upon discovering the truth, Kisame Hashigaki would undoubtedly disregard this command. Lord Kisame, is this truly appropriate? The expressions of the several Umbu nin shifted slightly as they recognized Kisame's reluctance to hand over Itachi Uchiha. What is the matter? Do you not trust me? Kisame's irritation grew, especially as these minor Umbu ninjas dared to question him. His anger, already kindled by the manipulation of the fourth Mizukage, surged further, causing a flicker of murderous intent to cross his face. This matter was personally entrusted to us by Lord Mizukage. We are merely following orders. One of the Umbu ninjas from the Mist Village explained, sensing the ominous aura emanating from Kisame. However, Kakashi, the dry persimmon, chose to disregard them entirely. Slowly articulating, I shall personally explain this matter to the fourth Hokage. You may return and report. Upon concluding his speech, Kakashi strode into the village alongside Momochi Zabuza. Meanwhile, Yuki Ringo remained silent throughout, casting a cold glare at the ANBU ninjas. It was evident that both he and Kakashi had come to the realization that the fourth Hokage and the entire ANBU they commanded had been thoroughly infiltrated. The ANBU ninjas, feeling somewhat helpless, recognized that although Kakashi and Yuki Ringo were merely ordinary nin, the gravity of the situation was far from trivial. However, the power within the hidden mist village is not to be underestimated. Moreover, the strength of the two individuals is also formidable. When they refused to relinquish Momochi Zabuza, everyone had no choice but to return to the Water Shadow Building to report the matter to the fourth Mizukage, Keiki Tachikawa. Shortly after the departure of the Umbu ninjas from the hidden mist village, a woman and a slightly older man suddenly appeared. Chin, what is your perspective on this? The woman spoke slowly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she watched the retreating figures of Kisame Hashigaki and Yuri Ringo. It seems that those two have sensed something amiss. Perhaps they could become our allies. Upon being asked for her opinion by Terumi Mei, Ching also expressed her thoughts. Indeed. It appears so. I shall meet with them shortly. After hearing Ching's opinion, Terumi Mei nodded in agreement. Indeed, the two who had unexpectedly appeared at the village entrance were Terumi Mei and Ching, as Kisame Hashigaki and Wairi Ringo brought Zabuza back to the village. The two had received the news and arrived at the entrance in anticipation. In truth, their initial intention was to prevent Kisame from directly handing Zabuza over to the Umbu under the water shadow. Upon witnessing the likes of Kisame Hashigaki disregarding the Umbu of the Hidden Mist Village, he was resolute in keeping the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi within his line of sight. Terumi Mei understood in her heart that Kisame had already perceived the anomalies surrounding the fourth Mizukage. To her astonishment, it seemed that Kisame was indeed capable of discerning the irregularities associated with the fourth Mizukage. Meanwhile, Ao pondered this development, his face betraying a look of surprise. After all, Kisame had historically maintained a neutral stance within the Hidden Mist Village. The same could be said for Yurito Ringo, who had never once shown any inclination towards favoring the influence of other villages, be it Terumi Mei, Chojuro, or the traditional clans of the Hidden Mist, or the fourth Mizukage with his Umbu and the original wielder of the sword Samahata, Fuguki Suikazan, along with the remaining members of the seven ninja swordsmen. Kisame had consistently upheld absolute neutrality, devoid of any intentions of forming alliances. Chapter 92, The Undercurrents of the Hidden Mist Village. This matter appears to be far more complex than we had initially assumed. At this juncture, Terumi Mei voiced her thoughts, glancing at Ao beside her as she continued. Based on previous occurrences, Kisame would undoubtedly hand Zabuza over to the Umbu after completing his mission. Yet this time, an unexpected turn of events has arisen. While he has indeed noticed the discrepancies surrounding the fourth Mizukage, Terumi Mei hesitated, her words trailing off. It seems the unveiling of the fourth Mizukage's machinations is imminent. Ao, standing nearby, understood the implication of Terumi Mei's remarks. Her concern lay in the potential alliance between Kisame and Yurito with external forces. After all, the Hidden Mist Village finds itself in a period of heightened tension, with various clans and the Elder Council poised to seize power. Even the mysterious figure behind the fourth Mizukage is embroiled in this turmoil. Terumi Mei was acutely aware of this reality. Her singular desire was to restore stability to the Hidden Mist Village. I shall seek out Kisame and Yurito tonight for a discussion, she resolved, ultimately hoping to win Kisame's support in her ascent to the position of fifth Mizukage. However, what if Kisame were indeed backed by another faction? After Terumi Mei's declaration, Ao articulated the concern that had long lingered in his mind. I firmly believe that Kisame would never support an outsider ascending to the position of fifth Mizukage. Evidently, Terumi Mei possesses unwavering confidence in Kisame Hashigaki's loyalty to the Hidden Mist Village. It must be acknowledged that Terumi Mei's intelligence is indeed remarkable. From the altercation between Kisame and the village's Umbu, she was able to deduce Cloud's plan with astonishing accuracy. Cloud harbors no aspirations for the position of Mizukage. His sole purpose for entering the Hidden Mist Village is to recruit Kisame and Wairi Ringo into his clandestine organization, while also fulfilling the tasks assigned by the system. As for the notion of power, Cloud questions why he would not prefer to establish his own organization rather than meddle in the convoluted affairs of the Hidden Mist Village. It is safe to assert that the internal power struggles within the Hidden Mist Village are among the most severe of all 5 great ninja villages, without exception. Within the village, not only do the Elder Council and families led by Terumi Mei have their sights set on the position of Mizukage, but several clans of the 7 ninja swordsmen are also stirring with ambition. The fourth Mizukage, along with the Umbu and the enigmatic Uchiha Obito, and even the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, are all holding their breath, waiting for an opportunity. The higher-ups in any ninja village are not fools. The abnormalities surrounding the fourth Mizukage have long been noted, yet none wish to take the lead in opposing him. After all, an organization capable of controlling the fourth Mizukage, renowned for his perfect Jinchuriki, must possess formidable strength certainly beyond the reach of mere Genjutsu. Let us depart. I sense that someone will soon take action. As Kisame and his companions vanished from Terumi Mei's sight, she proactively left the village entrance with Ao. Did Wairi Ringo perceive something amiss? Once Terumi Mei ceased her surveillance, a hint of a smile appeared on Kisame's shark-like face. Indeed, we have been watched since our entry into the village. In response to Kisame's inquiry, Wairi Ringo spoke up, casting a glance at the seemingly lifeless Zabuza Momochi. It must be Terumi Mei, Kisame deduced upon returning to his quarters. Even without the enhancement of the Sword of the Thunder God, Kisame's strength could still rival that of a shadow. Although he may be the weakest among them, he could sense Terumi Mei's undisguised presence. It seems Cloud was correct. Many have already noticed the fourth Mizukage's oddities. After hearing Kisame's words, Wairi Ringo shared his perspective. Let us disregard this for now. We shall wait for Cloud's arrival. However, the dry persimmon Zaku was indifferent to this matter. He now harbored a singular thought. Once Yunxi identified the person behind the scenes, he would eliminate him without hesitation. In truth, Zaku's feelings towards the hidden mist village were quite complex. On one hand, he did not wish to see the village continue in its current state. Yet on the other, he felt uncertain about how to instigate change. Perhaps, after Yunxi dispatched the individual manipulating the fourth Mizukage, Zaku would depart from the village and join the Akatsuki organization directly. Fundamentally, Zaku yearned for freedom, but the oppressive atmosphere of the village was laden with too many memories. Just as Zaku concluded his discussion with Ringo Yuya, Yunxi and his companions arrived by boat at the borders of the hidden mist village. Upon arrival, Yunxi immediately sensed that something was amiss in the atmosphere. An oppressive and stifling presence enveloped the surroundings. From a distance, the village appeared shrouded in thick mist, devoid of any vitality. While the ambience in the land of water merely conveyed a sense of silence, the hidden mist village felt engulfed in an aura of imminent danger. Although the mist was merely a condensation of heavy rainfall, Yunxi could almost detect the metallic scent of blood wafting through the air. Is this truly the hidden mist village? Both Haku and Kagaya, as well as Yuzuki, were visiting for the first time, unable to fathom that such an environment could exist. There was no trace of life or vigor, only the ironclad rules and murderous intent that pervaded the air, starkly contrasting the vibrant atmosphere of the Leaf Village. Water release, hidden mist technique. Noticing numerous ninjas patrolling the vicinity of the hidden mist village, Yunxi employed the hidden mist technique to cloak their presence from detection. He stealthily guided Kagaya and the others into the village. Due to the perpetual fog enveloping the hidden mist village, coupled with Yushi's exceptional mastery of chakra control, their entry proceeded without incident. A few minutes later, Yunxi and his companions successfully infiltrated the hidden mist village. Haku, can you sense the tracking mark left on Zabuza? Since Zabuza belonged to the village's Umbu before his defection, he naturally possessed methods for tracking targets. Under Zabuza's tutelage, Haku had also become proficient in the specialized tracking techniques of the hidden mist village. Thus, Yunxi had no fear of losing their trail. They merely needed Haku to activate the tracking mark previously left on Zabuza. Chapter 93. The arrival of Terumi may mark release. Upon hearing Yushi's command, Haku promptly deactivated the tracking technique inscribed on Zabuza. He then informed Yunxi to the northwest, near the village's border. Let us proceed. Upon locating the whereabouts of Zabuza Momochi, Yunxi did not hesitate in the slightest. He promptly set off towards Zabuza's location, accompanied by Xianglin, Hondo, and others. Xianglin, activate your sensory abilities, and be sure to alert us if you encounter any ninjas or civilians. To ensure their safety, Yunxi specifically reminded Xianglin to remain vigilant of their surroundings. For the environment of the hidden mist village differed significantly from that of other ninja villages. Under the iron-fisted rule of the fourth Mizukage, the hidden mist village had virtually no means of contact with the outside world. Even some maritime merchants had completely withdrawn their branches from the village, retaining only a few operations within the land of water. Thus, it was generally uncommon for strangers or traders to enter the hidden mist village. Moreover, the reconnaissance and patrolling in the village were far more stringent than in the other four great ninja villages, which was why Yunxi exercised such caution. There was no one nearby. Upon receiving Yunxi's command, Xianglin utilized her formidable sensory abilities to encompass the surrounding environment. It was uncertain whether recent changes had occurred within the hidden mist village or if the Umbu under the fourth Mizukage had recently relaxed their vigilance. Nevertheless, as Yunxi journeyed towards Kisame's residence, Xianglin did not detect any anomalies, with even civilians rarely seen wandering the streets. Is this the place? Noticing Bai's sudden halt, Yunxi also came to a stop, preparing himself for battle. After all, he was unaware of whether Zabuza was still in Kisame's possession or had already been taken into the Umbu's custody. Thump, thump, thump. Once ready for confrontation, Yunxi took the initiative to knock on the door. Who is it? A voice tinged with caution emerged moments after Yunxi's knock. It's me. Confirming it to be Kisame's voice, Yunxi responded, and Kisame promptly opened the door. After ensuring that no one was around, he allowed Yunxi to enter his home. At that moment, Zabuza awoke from his feigned death. I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Inside, Yuru Ringo greeted Yunxi and the others as they entered. No unexpected situations, I trust? Upon seeing Kisame and the others present, Yunxi casually inquired. When we entered the village, the Umbu intended to take Zabuza with them. But I refused. As Yunxi asked about the situation, Kasame recounted the earlier events. He continued, afterward. Mei Terumi and Ao monitored us for a while as we returned to the village. After speaking, Kisame glanced outside to ensure they were alone before feeling reassured. Has Mei already taken notice of you? Upon hearing the words of Deidara, Yunxi exhibited a hint of surprise. The original work provides scant details regarding the events in the Hidden Mist Village during this period. Consequently, Yunxi's strategic planning relied solely on the timeline of the main narrative. This resulted in his assumption that at this juncture, Mei Terumi was unaware that the fourth Mizukage had already been manipulated. However, based on the report from Kisame Hoshigaki, Yunxi surmised that Konan had begun to harbor suspicions regarding the fourth Hokage. Noticing the shift in expression on Yunxi's face, Kisame took the initiative to inquire, shall we proceed according to the original plan? It was believed that Yunxi initially intended to visit the Hidden Mist Village to meet Konan and subsequently divulge some intelligence he possessed in hopes of persuading her to join his ranks. However, it appears that Karasuki may very well take the initiative to seek out Kasiki Kisame. There is no need for that. We shall simply wait here. And it is likely that visitors will soon arrive. Having anticipated that Karasuki would come forth, Yunxi wisely chose to remain at Kasiki Kisame's residence. Upon hearing Yunxi's new plan, Kasiki Kisame held no objections and simply stayed close to Yunxi, acknowledging that such strategic matters were not his forte. As expected, shortly after Yunxi and his companions arrived at the Hidden Mist Village, a captivating feminine voice echoed from the entrance. With so many people here, do you not intend to invite me in as well? She's here, Yunxi responded first upon hearing the voice. While Kasiki Kisame exchanged glances with Ringo Yuyuri before rising to open the door. Indeed, it proved to be more lively than I had imagined. As Kasiki Kisame swung the door open, Karasuki Mei, along with Ao and Chujuru, stepped inside. Except for Karasuki Mei, who wore a smile, Ao and Chujuru exhibited evident wariness. Prepared for confrontation. Handsome, you must not be from the Hidden Mist Village, Karasuki Mei remarked as she immediately recognized Yunxi and discerned the identities of his group. Whether or not I am from the Hidden Mist Village is irrelevant. What truly matters is that I am not your adversary, Yunxi replied with a smile. Realizing that the prospect of becoming allies with Karasuki Mei was quite promising. The longevity of their alliance, however, remained uncertain. Haha, you are indeed intriguing, Karasuki Mei observed, noting Yunxi's intention to conceal his identity. She approached Kasiki Kisame and commented, I did not expect you to conspire with outsiders. Humph. I have no interest in the position of Mizukage. I merely wish to prevent a sewer rat from continuing to manipulate our esteemed Mizukage, Kasiki Kisame retorted. A hint of disdain crossing his features upon hearing Karasuki Mei's words. Very well, we are all reasonable individuals, so I will be direct. Let us join forces to expel the rat behind the Mizukage from the Hidden Mist Village. With Kasiki Kisame's response, Karasuki Mei felt her tension ease somewhat. As she now understood that he held no desire for the Mizukage's position, she subsequently divulged her own plans. The hostility on Ao and Chujuru's faces began to dissipate as they listened to Kasiki Kisame's remarks. You are still too naive. Do you know who is truly manipulating the fourth Mizukage? Upon hearing Karasuki Mei's words, Yunxi chuckled. What do you mean? Do you know the true identity of the one behind the scenes? As Yunxi's words left his lips, Karasuki Mei was taken aback. In fact, she commenced her investigation into the identity of the individual controlling the fourth Mizukage the moment she sensed something amiss. However, there was no gain. From Yunxi's words, it was evident that he knew the identity of that individual. Chapter 94, The Secret Discussion. Faced with Mei's question, Yunxi did not respond immediately. Instead, he casually found a place to sit before slowly stating, I know. He then directly activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan. It is this pair of eyes that has ensnared your Mizukage. The Sharingan. Upon witnessing Yunxi activate the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Qing was the first to speak, his face filled with astonishment. As a renowned assassin of the Byakugan and a fugitive on Konoha's wanted list, Qing could certainly recognize Yunxi's eyes. Many years ago, during the Third Great Ninja War, Qing had battled numerous Konoha ninjas, including many members of the Uchiha clan. Naturally, he would recognize those blood-red eyes. Truly impressive, Qing. Noticing Qing's reaction, Yunxi smiled and praised him. Meanwhile, Jur and Mei looked on with confusion. They could not comprehend how their village's Mizukage could be controlled by Konoha's bloodline limit. Could it be someone from Konoha? After hearing Yunxi's words, Mei's first thought was that Konoha's higher-ups had used the Sharingan to manipulate the fourth Mizukage. No. To prevent Mei from overthinking, Yunxi promptly dismissed her speculation. He then pointed to his own eyes and said, "The Sharingan is not solely a bloodline limit possessed by Konoha. It belongs to a rogue ninja from Konoha." Rogue ninja? Upon hearing Yunxi's explanation, Mei's initial thought was disbelief. In her mind, rogue ninjas were mere trash, incapable of possessing the strength to control the Mizukage of their village. It is understandable why Mei would doubt the truth of this matter. Even those standing beside her, such as Kisame Hashigaki and Zabuza Momochi, found it hard to believe that a rogue ninja could manipulate the Mizukage of their own village. It must be noted that the strength of the fourth Mizukage should not be underestimated. Not only was he a perfect Jinchuriki capable of controlling tailed beasts, but his own power was formidable as well. Furthermore, in perfectly controlling a Jinchuriki, he could disregard certain illusions, much like in the original story. When Sasuke activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, he attempted to use an illusion to control the Eight Tails Killer Bee. However, the results were far from satisfactory, as the maximum duration of control lasted only a few seconds. Therefore, Bo-Mei firmly believed that mere illusion could not manipulate the water shadow for several years. While typical illusions were unlikely to achieve such a feat, what if several shadow-level masters collaborated in their control? Yunxi was well aware that conventional illusions would be of no use against a Jinchuriki capable of flawlessly commanding tailed beasts. However, at that time, the individual controlling the fourth Mizukage was not solely Obito. He was assisted by Pain of the Six Paths, Conan, and others. Due to the original work's lack of profound depiction regarding Obito's manipulation of the fourth Mizukage, Yunxi surmises that Pain, Conan, and Obito first subdued the Three Tails before employing the Sharingan to unleash Genjutsu, thus simultaneously controlling the tailed beast and the fourth Mizukage. However, Yunxi would not explain these matters to Mei. Instead, he continued, the Sharingan's Genjutsu is undoubtedly one of the most formidable illusions within the ninja world. If you believe I am lying, then I have no further words. After speaking, a hint of helplessness appeared on Yunxi's face. Even if several elite shinobi joined forces, defeating and controlling Lord Mizukage would be an impossible feat. Mei still could not fathom that such a powerful rogue ninja organization existed in the ninja world. In any ninja village, elite-level combatants are considered vital forces, and their numbers are scarce. It is worth noting that within the entirety of the Mist Village, including the Jinchuriki and the Mizukage, there are merely a handful of elite-level shinobi. This is indeed the truth. The organization controlling the fourth Mizukage predominantly consists of elite-level strength. Observing the disbelief etched on Mei's face, Yunxi pressed on, stepping before her and stating, "If my opponents were not formidable, do you think I would seek an alliance with you?" After uttering this, Yunxi no longer concealed his aura, releasing it fully. An overwhelming presence instantly enveloped the entire room. Elite level. Mei, Ao, and Chj were utterly astonished upon sensing Yunxi's strength. They had not anticipated that the young Yunxi possessed elite-level power. Do you now believe my words? After revealing his strength, Yunxi smiled at Mei. If what you say is true, why would this organization target our Mist Village? Although Yunxi's claims seemed far-fetched, upon sensing his prowess, Mei decided to place her trust in his words. As for that, I cannot say. Perhaps they consider the Mist Village to be the weakest? To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Yunxi made a jest. You. However, upon hearing Yunxi's words, Mei's face revealed a flicker of anger. I was merely jesting. In truth, I am at a loss as to why members of that organization would seek to control your esteemed fourth Mizukage. Sensing Mei's rising ire, Yunxi hastily sought to clarify, expressing his own bewilderment regarding Uchiha Obito's motives for manipulating the fourth Mizukage. The original narrative did not elucidate the reasons behind Obito's actions. Some ardent fans of the source material have proposed several plausible theories. One such theory posits that Obito's beloved Rin, who was once the host of the Three Tails, could have incited Obito's desire for revenge through his control of the fourth Mizukage. Another possibility suggests that the Akatsuki organization aims to seize control of Kirigakure to capture the two-tailed beast residing therein. Naturally, these notions are merely conjectures from Yunxi and the audience, and he remains unaware of the concrete reasons. Thus, he refrained from sharing these unfounded thoughts with Mei. Do you know the whereabouts of the individual manipulating the Mizukage? With Yunxi's uncertainty regarding the cause of the Mizukage's control, Mei decided to abandon speculation and instead sought to unearth the mastermind behind it all. I am aware that he is within the Mizukage building in Kirigakure. Upon Mei's inquiry about Uchiha Obito's hiding place, Yunxi did not hesitate to disclose the information. Let us go. I shall eliminate him. Upon receiving Yunxi's revelation, Terumi Mei could no longer contain her agitation. She promptly rose, preparing to lead AO and CHJ towards the Mizukage building. However, Yunxi approached Terumi Mei and extended his hand to stop the three of them. He spoke slowly, urging them not to proceed, for he sensed that their adversaries would soon arrive. Indeed, right after Yunxi finished speaking, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed near the dwelling of the Akatsuki member, Kisame Hoshigaki. At that moment, Keirin suddenly interjected, "Brother Yunxi, I have just discovered a large contingent of enemies approaching swiftly." Chapter 95. Uchiha Obito appears. So, your name is Yunxi. As everyone's attention was drawn to the unusual occurrences outside the door, Terumi Mei suddenly smiled, having learned Yunxi's name. Fool, Yunxi thought, observing the profound smile on Terumi Mei's face, feeling quite helpless. He had not anticipated that Keirin would so boldly utter his name. Meanwhile, Keirin realized her error, and a look of remorse crossed her face, prompting Yunxi to refrain from scolding her. Instead, he remarked, "My name is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the fourth Mizukage seems poised to take action against us." Upon seeing that the area outside was teeming with umbu, Yunxi understood that his whereabouts had been compromised. Thus, he set aside his concerns regarding his name being revealed and prepared for battle. After all, the fourth Mizukage had made his entrance, and it was highly probable that Uchiha Obito would follow suit. Terumi Mei, Kisame Hoshigaki, and Keirin Wairi had colluded with individuals from other villages, plotting a coup, and had now become rogue ninjas, warranting their immediate execution. Just as Terumi Mei and Yunxi prepared to venture out, a voice resonated from outside. Through the gap in the window, Yunxi discerned that a jonin from the Mist Village's Umbu was reciting the fourth Mizukage's orders, declaring that they were rogue ninjas. Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei dashed outside, only to find herself entirely surrounded by a multitude of Umbu ninjas. A look of resignation appeared on her face, for although these Umbu were also ensnared by Jinjutsu, they had become her adversaries. However, Terumi Mei found it truly difficult to act. After all, these individuals were once her colleagues. At this moment, AO, CHJR, Kakashi, and others emerged together. Upon witnessing the situation, Yunxi exchanged glances with Kei-Rin and Zabuza, and they swiftly resolved to take the initiative. The art of silent killing. Sealing technique. Iron chain sealing. Kei-Rin and Zabuza were the first to strike, while behind them, Mitarashi Anko seized an opportunity. The twin serpent strangulation technique. She swiftly eliminated a hidden Umbu ninja lurking behind the building, preparing for an ambush. You all must perish. Just as Kei-Rin and the others initiated their assault, a figure suddenly appeared before them. It was the fourth Mizukage, Keikaku Yagura, under Obito's control. Water release, water mirror technique. Upon arriving at the scene, the fourth Mizukage immediately unleashed his signature jutsu, the water mirror technique. In the next moment, several mirrors composed entirely of water materialized. Upon witnessing this spectacle, a hint of anxiety flickered across Yunxi's face. Although the water mirror technique possessed no lethal capabilities, however, upon the release of the water mirror technique, a figure identical to the enemy emerges within the mirror, capable of utilizing the same jutsu as the opponent, wielding equal potency. It can be described as an exceptionally troublesome ninjutsu. As the wind release, Typhoon passes, the fourth Mizukage swiftly forms hand seals once more, casting a counter ninjutsu to the hidden mist technique. Following a gust of wind, the dense fog enveloping the battlefield is dispersed. The silent killing technique of Momochi Zabuza is rendered ineffective by this jutsu. Let us take action and subdue the fourth Mizukage. Upon the arrival of the fourth Mizukage, the battle begins instantly, prompting Terumi Mei, who had been observing from the sidelines, to join the fray. Lava release, lava monster technique. Truly, Terumi Mei, possessing dual Kekkei Jinkai, unleashes a formidable display of power immediately. In an instant, she spews forth a viscous and highly corrosive acid, completely enveloping the area where the fourth Mizukage stands. Tailed Beast Transformation. Witnessing Terumi Mei's lava release, the fourth Mizukage reveals his strength and transforms into his tailed beast form. With the protective mantle of the tailed beast, he withstands the onslaught of Terumi Mei's lava release, lava monster technique. As the tailed beast state of the fourth Mizukage comes into contact with the lava release, a thick smoke rapidly engulfs the surroundings, accompanied by a sound of immense agony from the fourth Mizukage. Clearly, the tailed beast cloak cannot fend off Terumi Mei's lava release. Be cautious, she is about to unleash the tailed beast bomb. At this moment, Ao, standing on the sidelines, suddenly speaks up, utilizing his ability to see through illusions. He discerns that a tailed beast bomb, roughly the size of a cannonball, is gathering in the hands of the fourth Mizukage. Flee. It is uncertain who uttered the first word, but Kisame Hoshigaki, Rin Noera, and Momochi Zabuza swiftly vacate their original positions. After all, they are well aware of the terrifying power of the tailed beast bomb. Even in midair, a trace of fear appears on Terumi Mei's face. Water release, water pillar technique. She hurriedly gathers a substantial amount of chakra in her throat and expels a water sphere resembling a falling meteor, attempting to weaken the power of the tailed beast bomb. As for the others, including Shiro, Mitarashi Anko, and Karui, their faces also reflect a hint of panic. After all, this battle of shadows exists on an entirely different level for them. Susanoo. Just as the tailed beast bomb is launched, Kumogakure's Waigure activates. He immediately enters the Susanoo form, swiftly shielding Karui, Anko, and the others. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupts. In the next moment, the immense power of the tailed beast bomb topples trees standing several meters tall. Even Waigure's Susanoo is forced to crack under the impact of the tailed beast bomb. What on earth is this? In their first encounter with Susanoo, Terumi Mei, Ching, and CHJR could not help but display a look of astonishment. Meanwhile, the fourth Mizukage, having unleashed the tailed beast bomb, stood frozen in place upon witnessing the form of Susanoo manifested by Yunxi, showing no intention of making another move. Observing this, Yunxi spoke up. Uchiha Obito, it's time for you to reveal yourself. Following this declaration, he concentrated Susanoo's left arm into a fist and struck forcefully toward the woods in the northwest. With Yunxi's attack, Obito Uchiha gradually materialized before the assembled group, while the incapacitated fourth Mizukage collapsed to the ground. You must be curious about my identity, Yunxi remarked, noticing the surprise evident in Obito's expression. You are the boy who appeared on the fateful night of the Uchiha massacre in Konoha, aren't you? Upon gazing at the simultaneously familiar and strange Susanoo, Obito felt a jolt of recognition and gradually responded, confirming Yunxi's identity in his heart. Indeed, we both had unfinished business that night. Let us settle it now. With Obito's emergence, Yunxi's fighting spirit surged. Previously, during the Uchiha massacre in Konoha, Yunxi had refrained from confronting Obito due to his own limited strength, allowing him to escape the village unchallenged. However, this time, Yunxi's strength has undergone a remarkable transformation. He yearns to discover whether he is stronger or if Uchiha Obito holds that title. Chapter 96, Battle. Upon witnessing Yunxi's indomitable spirit, Uchiha Obito's pupils reflected a profound wariness. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he comprehends better than anyone the formidable power that Yunxi's single Manjiki Sharingan signifies. It can be asserted that any individual capable of awakening the Manjiki Sharingan possesses at least the strength of a Kage. Moreover, the ability to summon Susanoo is an even greater testament to one's prowess. Thus, Uchiha Obito is convinced that the strength of the young boy before him may very well rival his own. May I pose a question to you? After a lengthy silence, Uchiha Obito spoke once more. Noticing Obito's inquiry, Yunxi momentarily halted the assault he had been preparing. Why is it that you can manifest Susanoo in a single-eyed form? Ultimately, Uchiha Obito voiced the greatest question lingering in his mind. Like Yunxi, he too possesses only one Sharingan. Although it has evolved into a Manjiki Sharingan, he has yet to harness the power of Susanoo, the third ability inherent to the Sharingan. The fact that Yunxi can achieve this left Obito engulfed in confusion and doubt, even pondering whether Yunxi had mastered some extraordinary power that allowed him to awaken Susanoo with just one eye. Has your mentor informed you that when ocular techniques reach a certain level, one can summon Susanoo with a single eye? In response to Obito's query, Yunxi smiled and replied. However, Yunxi did not directly reveal the answer to Uchiha Obito. Instead, he left behind a phrase laden with significance. The ability of Yunxi to activate Susanoo using his single-eyed Manjiki Sharingan was a reward from the system, leaving him perplexed as to why this particular form of the Sharingan could invoke Susanoo. Thus, Yunxi encouraged Uchiha Obito to ponder the matter himself. The power of ocular techniques? After reflecting on Yunxi's words, Uchiha Obito also recalled the unique eye of Uchiha Madara, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Yet a new doubt arose within Obito's heart, for he discerned that the eyes of Yunxi, though bearing some differences, resembled his own. Yet he could still discern it. His Sharingan was not dissimilar to Yunxi's, both belonging to the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. You deceive me. Uchiha Obito bellowed at Yunxi upon realizing this. as memories of the moment he lost his Sharingan flooded his mind. Obito's emotions surged violently. A murderous intent gradually emanated from him. "I did not deceive you," Yunxi replied, feeling somewhat helpless in response to Obito's demeanor. Although he was unaware of how to activate Susanoo with a single-eyed Sharingan, yet he was aware that when the eye technique reached a certain zenith, it could indeed enable one to enter the Susanoo state with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. This feat had already been accomplished in the original work by none other than Uchiha Shursui. However, Uchiha Obito was disinterested in hearing Yunxi's explanation and promptly declared, "Just seize your Sharingan." With that, Uchiha Obito launched himself into action. He understood that the individuals present were hardly a challenge. Eliminating Yunxi would suffice. Here, it should be noted that due to Terumi Mei's lack of engagement prior to her ascension as the fifth Mizukage, Uchiha Obito was unaware of her true strength. Giant Shuriken. In an instant, Uchiha Obito retrieved several massive shurikens from his Kimui space, hurling them towards Yunxi and his companions. Following the release of the shurikens, Uchiha Obito executed another assault. Swiftly forming hand seals, a vast amount of chakra coalesced within his mouth. The next moment, a colossal fireball erupted forth from Uchiha Obito's lips. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Earth release, earth wall technique. Upon witnessing Obito's proactive assault, Yunxi immediately vacated his original position. He swiftly employed the earth wall technique to block the massive shurikens that Uchiha Obito had previously thrown. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei was not idle. With a water release technique, she extinguished the fireball that Obito had unleashed. Upon observing Terumi Mei's sudden intervention, Uchiha Obito felt a flicker of surprise within him. He had not anticipated that the woman he regarded merely as a decorative vase possessed such formidable hidden strength. In a contest of ninjutsu of the same caliber, Terumi Mei had managed to gain the upper hand. "It seems I have been underestimated." Noting that Uchiha Obito remained stationary, Terumi Mei spoke slowly, a hint of disdain gracing her features. Meanwhile, Ao and Chjr, standing aside, directly engaged the Umbu of the Mist Village who were ensnared in the Jinjutsu. Boil release, skilled mist technique. After intercepting all of Uchiha Obito's attacks, Terumi Mei took the initiative. Utilizing the fusion of water release and fire release techniques, she unveiled her trump card, a boil release technique, even more potent than lava release. A thick mist materialized around Obito, reducing the surrounding rocks to mere powder upon contact. Kamui, void. Witnessing such an extensive assault, Obito activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, employing the voiding ability of Kamui to evade this attack. However, Terumi Mei was unaware of Uchiha Obito's ocular techniques. Observing him still ensconced within her boiling release, she instinctively remarked, "Shouldn't this be over by now?" This was not a display of confidence on her part. Rather, the formidable power of the boiling release, a bloodline limit, was indeed terrifying. In the original narrative, it could effortlessly dissolve the armor of Susanoo. It was far from a simple matter. Noticing Terumi Mei's momentary lapse in vigilance, Yunxi hastily interjected. For he understood that eliminating Uchiha Obito was no trivial endeavor. Even with the power of Kamui, Uchiha Obito could remain virtually invincible as long as he refrained from self-sabotage. Kamui possessed the astonishing abilities of intangibility and teleportation, rendering it an extraordinarily overpowered space-time ocular technique. Although its offensive capabilities might not rank among the highest compared to other ocular techniques, its evasion prowess was undoubtedly unparalleled. Kamui not only allowed the wielder to augment any ninjutsu with its power, but also enabled the user to transport themselves and any object to a unique alternate dimension. While the absorption of oneself required a considerable amount of time, the process of absorption and release facilitated rapid movement. Additionally, it afforded the user a fleeting intangibility, ensuring they would remain unscathed. Thus, Yunxi confidently concluded that the moment Terumi Mei activated her boiling release, Uchiha Obito had already vacated his initial position, leaving only an illusion behind. Chapter 97, The Perverse Kamui and Terumi Mei's Collapse. How could this be? Clearly, upon hearing Yunxi's explanation, a look of disbelief appeared on Terumi Mei's countenance. She could hardly believe that her boiling release had failed to strike the adversary before her. Be cautious. Just as Terumi Mei was still searching for Uchiha Obito's whereabouts, a figure suddenly materialized behind her. Yunxi, having detected the anomaly, immediately called out a warning. But just as he was about to intervene, Uchiha Obito had already completed the hand seals for his jutsu. Kamui, fire release, exploding wind dance. In that instant, as Kamui warped the surrounding space, Obito unleashed a colossal inferno imbued with Kamui's power, a massive fire serpent that directly struck Terumi Mei's form. sending her hurtling through the air. Lady Terumi Mei, witnessing her abrupt assault, the closest ally, CHJR, quickly rushed to her side. Cytoplasmoma, blood mist blade technique, bone extraction. At that very moment, just as Uchiha Obito prepared to launch another attack, CHJR unfurled his dual blades in their complete form. To evade harm, Uchiha Obito had no choice but to retreat once more, vanishing from everyone's sight. What manner of ninjutsu is this? The expression on Terumi Mei's face, having been saved by CHJR, was one of profound astonishment. As a master of the shadow level, she found herself utterly unprepared for the ambush launched by Uchiha Obito. Shockingly, she failed to discern how he had executed his attack even after being struck. Standing alongside Terumi Mei, AO and CHJR exchanged glances filled with deep apprehension. They could scarcely fathom that an individual's method of assault could be so peculiar and their strength so formidable. Once Terumi Mei regained her composure and prepared to retaliate, Uchiha Obito's assault materialized once more. Utilizing the technique known as ninjutsu, whack-a-mole, Obito wielded a dark staff and struck above the heads of Terumi Mei, AO, and CHJR before vanishing once again. This particular strike from Obito left Terumi Mei engulfed in humiliation. It was evident that this attack was intended to humiliate her. "Come out, you coward!" Terumi Mei exclaimed in a fit of rage, swiftly forming hand seals for her jutsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. She aimed to compel Uchiha Obito to reveal himself through a sweeping offensive maneuver. The outcome was rather predictable. The mere use of water release techniques could hardly penetrate Uchiha Obito's defenses. Upon realizing that her efforts bore no fruit, Terumi Mei displayed an overwhelming sense of despondency. Meanwhile, Yunxi, observing this scene, could only shake his head in resignation, silently contemplating the inadequacy of her strength and the fragility of her mindset. He had not anticipated that the future fifth Mizukage would be so feeble. Her temperament was remarkably volatile, as evidenced by her reaction after being subjected to Obito's comedic jutsu. After all, she was reputed to possess dual Kekkei Genkai, yet she lacked even the capability to contend with Obito. Initially, Yunxi had assumed Terumi Mei's prowess would be significantly formidable, primarily because, in the original narrative, she had been capable of collaborating with the other Kage to confront Madara. However, upon careful reflection, Yunxi realized that at that time, Terumi Mei was nothing more than a mere novice. The primary forces in the battle against Uchiha Obito were still the Tsuchikage and Reikage, while Tsunade and Gaara merely provided support. As for the Mizukage, the only impression that lingered in Yunxi's mind was her use of a water release technique to extinguish Obito's massive fire technique, right as the five Kage made their move, which ultimately offered little assistance. "You should withdraw. The strength of this individual before you is beyond your comprehension." Observing Terumi Mei's intent to lead AO and CHJR into another attack, Yunxi sought to ease the tension and restore Terumi Mei's nearly crumbling state of mind. Thus, he proactively spoke, "Little girl, do you harbor disdain for women?" This statement instantly ignited a flicker of anger on Terumi Mei's face, as she instinctively interpreted Yunxi's words as a slight against her. "The disparity in strength is not determined by gender. I do not hold you in contempt." Indeed, the complexities of a woman's thoughts eluded Yunxi, the reclusive boy. He had not anticipated that his well-meaning advice would provoke Terumi Mei's ire. To avert any misunderstanding, Yunxi continued, "Though your strength has reached the level of a Kage, that does not imply that the differences in power among those at this level are uniform. The gap between your strength and his is akin to that between heaven and earth, which is why I made that earlier remark." With his explanation concluded, Yunxi activated the Heavenly Curse Seal, State 2 mode, simultaneously unleashing his Meijiki Sharingan. For it was only he who could locate Obito Uchiha and ultimately bring him to defeat. This was not an expression of arrogance, but rather a simple statement of fact. Without the aid of the Meijiki Sharingan, it would be impossible to find the deliberately concealed Obito, let alone engage him in battle. "Yunxi, let us join forces." Meanwhile, the menacing figure of Kisame Hoshigaki approached Yunxi's side, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. In his years as a ninja, he had encountered countless battles. However, encountering a foe as abnormal as Uchiha Obito is a first. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei, who was lurking aside, displayed an exceedingly intricate expression upon witnessing this. As the youngest and most distinguished master of the Hidden Mist Village, it was the first time she had been made aware that her prowess was insufficient to partake in a battle. Although a flicker of indignation stirred within her heart, yet, the words spoken by Yunxi undeniably reflect the truth. Even when she had exhausted all her trump cards and employed the dual bloodline limits of boil and melt release, she still proved to be no match for Uchiha Obito. In fact, she was thoroughly overwhelmed, unable to even locate her adversary. Nevertheless, this was not a justification for her to abandon the fight. After all, she aspired to become the fifth Mizukage. Perhaps it was Yunxi's words, perhaps the indomitable spirit within her, or perhaps some unknown impetus that propelled her. Ultimately, Terumi rose slowly to her feet and addressed Yunxi. Though my strength may not rival yours, I shall continue to fight for the sake of my village. Upon uttering these words, she moved swiftly to Yunxi's side. The earlier expressions of despair, helplessness, and anger had vanished, replaced entirely by a visage brimming with determination. Welcome aboard, Yunxi remarked with a smile, appreciating that Terumi, despite her vulnerabilities, possessed the prowess of a Kage-level fighter, even surpassing the likes of Kisame Hoshigaki without the same level of mastery. Yunxi felt fortunate to have such an ally. Oh, have we become comrades? Uchiha Obito's figure suddenly materialized, a hint of disdain and mockery lacing his words as he observed Terumi rising once more after her earlier defeat at his hands. In Obito's eyes, allies and friendship were the most illusory concepts in existence. Chapter 98. The Frustration of Obito. Perhaps years ago, Uchiha Obito would have believed in the notion of friendship. Yet now, he finds himself unable to grasp the essence of friendship as an emotion. The sole desire that consumes him is to resurrect his beloved Rin through the Moon's Eye plan. Everything else is but an illusion. Let us proceed. After Kaguya Otsutsuki had tended to her wounds, Yunxi acted without hesitation, seizing the fleeting moment of Uchiha Obito's appearance. He swiftly performed the hand seals, fire release, great fire annihilation. Although fire release, great fire annihilation is merely a B-rank fire technique. However, Yunxi's intention this time is not merely to inflict damage on Uchiha Obito with this fire release technique. Rather, the aim is to sever Uchiha Obito's escape route. Although Uchiha Obito possesses the ability of Kamui, which allows him to become intangible and evade harm. However, there must inevitably be a temporal interval. Furthermore, when faced with extensive physical assaults, Obito Uchiha finds himself at a loss to evade them. This is fundamentally why Konan is regarded as Obito's nemesis. The vast explosive tags can inflict indiscriminate damage upon Obito Uchiha, rendering his intangibility utterly ineffective. It was only after Yunxi discerned Obito's vulnerabilities that he resolved to employ the Great Fire Annihilation to completely encircle the area. Under the immense enhancement of chakra, flames that would typically reach only a few meters in height instantaneously transformed into a sprawling sea of fire. The scope of the attack directly enveloped a radius of 100 meters. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Obito Uchiha's gaze. He was uncertain whether Yunxi had fortuitously unleashed such an expansive attack technique or had already uncovered the weaknesses of Kamui. Regardless of the outcome, at this moment, Uchiha Obito would undoubtedly not remain passive. As the sea of flames erupted, he sprang into action. Would release, cutting technique. In a bid to evade the overwhelming fire of the Cloud Seal, Obito finally resorted to one of his trump cards. Instantly, numerous wooden pillars surged forth from the earth, hurtling towards Cloud Seal and his companions. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Cloud Seal urgently shouted, "Scatter," for he had encountered this jutsu during his confrontation with Danzo. Fully aware of the formidable power of wood release, if they were to let their guard down at this critical juncture, they could be struck and potentially lose their combat capabilities. Is this wood release? Upon observing Obito unleash the cutting technique, Terumi, Ao, and Chujiro were taken aback. According to the intelligence possessed by the Hidden Mist Village, apart from the first Hokage, no one else in the Hidden Leaf could utilize wood release techniques. However, the original Hokage, Senja Hashirama, had long since departed this world, which left Terumi and her companions in a state of astonishment upon witnessing Obito's utilization of wood release techniques. Had it not been for the prior explanation provided by Yunxi regarding the circumstances, they might have even suspected that this affair was orchestrated entirely by Konoha. Amaterasu. Upon realizing that the Great Fire Destruction could not annihilate the technique Obito had unleashed, Yunxi became serious. He activated his Manjiki Sharingan, and with the enhancement of his ocular power, a vast expanse of Amaterasu instantaneously adhered to the wood release. Once again, that bothersome flame emerged. Seeing Yunxi employ Amaterasu himself, Uchiha Obito felt a surge of irritation. Under normal circumstances, wood release is not particularly vulnerable to fire release techniques. However, Amaterasu is not an ordinary fire release jutsu. It is a unique ocular technique inherent to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Furthermore, when the ocular power is ample, it can incinerate any material. Thus, confronting the wood release unleashed by Uchiha Obito is merely a trivial matter. However, Obito was unaware of this. He still attempted to extinguish Amaterasu through sheer numbers. However, in the end, the outcome merely led to a greater consumption of his chakra, failing to effectively counter the Amaterasu unleashed by Yunxi. Ultimately, Uchiha Obito could only watch helplessly as his wood release. Cutting technique was entirely obliterated by Yunxi's Amaterasu. The power of Kamui. However, Obito did not relent. At the very moment Amaterasu vanished, he summoned several black rods from his own dimension. He imbued these rods with the power of Kamui. In the blink of an eye, Obito's black rods materialized before Yunxi. K-Rin, sealing technique. Upon witnessing the black rods, Yunxi remained vigilant. After deftly evading several attacks, he resolved to have K-Rin employ the sealing technique to confine all of the black rods. Given that these rods primarily function to control the tailed beasts and the chakra within him, Yunxi was understandably cautious about engaging with them directly. However, Xianglin was entirely different. Possessing the mastery of sealing techniques, she stood as the most formidable nemesis to these dark rods. Just as Obito Uchiha prepared to launch another assault, Xianglin swiftly formed hand seals, sealing technique, diamond lock. In an instant, the potent sealing technique exerted complete control over the dark rods suspended in midair. The members of the Uzumaki clan, upon witnessing Xianglin striking orange-red hair and her formidable sealing prowess, a flicker of reminiscence surfaced on Obito Uchiha's face beneath his mask. However, this fleeting moment of recollection was abruptly interrupted by Uchiha Obito. Subsequently, Obito did not remain in place. Rather, he began to shift his position incessantly, seeking an opportunity for a surprise attack. Damn it, how could this little brat's strength have evolved so rapidly? Amidst his constant repositioning, a flicker of doubt emerged within Obito's mind. It was evident that he had previously engaged with this individual in Konoha, and at that time, he was far from being a worthy adversary. Yet now, it astonishingly finds itself at an equal footing, employing a myriad of exceedingly troublesome offensive techniques. I have located you. With the formidable dynamic vision bestowed by the Sharingan, Yunxi detected a hint of anomaly atop a colossal tree. In the fleeting moment a gentle breeze swept by, Yunxi abruptly declared, Kisame, water prison technique to the northwest. Having uttered these words, Yunxi swiftly formed hand seals, earth release, 1,000 rock pillars. Coupling this earth release ninjutsu with a lightning release technique, he instantaneously sealed off the entire vicinity to the northwest. Following a distortion of space, the figure of Obito Uchiha re-emerged. Just as Obito was poised to make another escape, Kisame Hashigaki's water prison technique arrived as anticipated, ensnaring Obito Uchiha within its confines. I've caught you, Yunxi remarked. A flicker of relief gracing his countenance upon witnessing the success of the water prison technique in restraining Obito. However, just as Yunxi was making his way towards Uchiha Obito, an unexpected event occurred. The fourth Mizukage, who had previously collapsed on the ground, suddenly rose to his feet and transformed into his tailed beast form, swiftly racing towards Obito's location. Realizing the fourth Mizukage's intentions, Yunxi immediately sought to intercept him, fully aware that his goal was to liberate Uchiha Obito from his watery prison. Chapter 99. Uchiha Obito's defeat and retreat, the appearance of the Three Tails. His plan must not succeed. Upon witnessing this, Terumi Mei and the others also sprang into action. Water style, water prison technique. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Sealing technique. Yet, the collective efforts to intercept ultimately arrived a moment too late. Leveraging the immense stature granted by his tailed beast transformation, the fourth Mizukage braved the onslaught of ninjutsu and advanced to the side of Uchiha Obito. Subsequently, the fourth Mizukage swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing water release hard vortex blade. In the face of the colossal water blade, the side-standing Kisame Hashigaki, who was controlling the water prison technique, could only retreat helplessly to evade the fourth Mizukage's attack. Seizing this opportunity, Uchiha Obito escaped the confines of the water prison technique. Floating back into the air, a flicker of trepidation crossed his features as he pondered why this individual was aware of the vulnerability inherent in his Kamui. The fear of having his only weakness exposed lingered in his mind. The activation of Kamui incurs a brief moment of pause before his true form vanishes. A detail Obito occasionally overlooked, yet this enigmatic figure had discerned it. Moreover, what perplexed Uchiha Obito further was that, aside from himself, Few possessed knowledge of the existence of such a technique as Kamui within the ninja realm. Not only did this person know, but he also comprehended the limitations of this ocular jutsu. A cold sweat trickled down Obito's back as he began to suspect that this individual might even be aware of his true identity. Everyone, let us strike together. Upon witnessing Uchiha Obito regain control of the fourth Mizukage, the enigmatic figure prepared to rally Terumi Mei and Kagaya to join the fray, striving to conclude the battle swiftly. All right, we shall contend with the fourth Mizukage. You can handle this fellow alone, correct? Terumi Mei, hearing his words, spoke up and formulated a battle strategy. No problem. After calculating in his mind, the figure readily acquiesced to Terumi Mei's tactical plan, amplifying his ocular prowess to manifest an extraordinarily massive Susanoo. Simultaneously, he conjured forth his long spear and charged towards Uchiha Obito with fervor. Water release, great waterfall technique. Upon witnessing the figure's advance, Uchiha Obito remained unperturbed. He deftly maneuvered the fourth Mizukage, Kisame, and others in combat while deftly evading the figure's assault, continuously maintaining distance. He endeavored to exhaust the figure's strength with shuriken and kunai imbued with Kamui's power. Despite the colossal size of the Susanoo, the damage inflicted by Obito's shuriken and kunai was minimal. Yet each assault depletes Yunxi's ocular power. Die. At last, Yunxi took the initiative, hurling his spear with precision. Uchiha Obito, caught off guard, could not anticipate such an offensive maneuver from Yunxi in this state of mind. In a moment of unpreparedness, he was impaled against the rock wall by Yunxi's spear. A sharp intake of breath escaped Uchiha Obito, the immense pain inducing a fleeting sensation of near death. It felt as though his very soul was being extracted from his body. In this critical moment, Uchiha Obito could no longer afford to conceal his trump card. He bellowed in fury, Izanagi. Subsequently, despite expending a considerable amount of chakra, Uchiha Obito managed to extricate himself from the grasp of Yunxi's spear. Izanagi. Upon witnessing this, Yunxi's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Obito would resort to Izanagi at this juncture. It is noteworthy that in the original narrative, Uchiha Obito evaded Conan's explosive tags by utilizing Izanagi, thereby narrowly escaping with his life. This unexpected revelation caught Yunxi off guard, as he truly did not foresee Uchiha Obito wielding Izanagi at such a critical moment. Yet at this moment, Yunxi found himself unable to ponder such matters. For Uchiha Obito was about to make his escape. Little brat, I shall remember this grudge for the shot you fired. With that, Uchiha Obito instantly teleported to the side of the fourth Mizukage, intending to swiftly release the three tails from his grasp. This is bad. We must stop him. Although Yunxi's speed was already remarkable compared to that of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, Uchiha Obito's method of movement is almost akin to instantaneous teleportation. Upon realizing Obito's intentions, Yunxi found himself unable to intercept him in time. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the others were engaged in a fierce battle against their own reflections within the water mirror technique, leaving them utterly incapable of stopping Obito from extracting the tailed beast. Approximately a dozen seconds later, Yunxi finally reached Obito's side, but it was too late. At that moment, Obito had already completed the extraction of the tailed beast, and the formidable three tails was beginning to manifest itself. Next time, I shall play with you all. After withdrawing the three tails from the fourth Mizukage, Obito had no intention of lingering to fight against Yunxi and the others. He prepared to depart under the cover of the three tails. Yunxi attempted to block Obito's escape, but it was to no avail. The Mangeki Sharingan possessed by Obito rendered him one of the most formidable escape artists in the shinobi world. Aside from the Flying Thunder God technique, few jutsu could catch a determined Uchiha Obito intent on fleeing. Additionally, the three tails had been fully unleashed and was now in a frenzied state, making it impossible for Yunxi to pursue Obito with full force. Everyone, let us first subdue the three tails. The inevitability of Obito's escape was apparent, and Yunxi had no choice but to concede. The most critical task at hand was to subdue the three tails, otherwise they would find it equally difficult to leave the hidden mist village. Engage. With the tailed beast extracted from the fourth Mizukage, he collapsed onto the ground. However, Mei Terumi and her companions had no time to concern themselves with this. Their objective aligned with Yunxi's, to subdue the three tails in order to mitigate the destruction it could wreak upon the hidden mist village. Brother Yunxi, do we still need to intervene? Asked Kairin, noticing that Yunxi was still gazing into the distant sky. Let us take action. Ultimately, Yunxi decided to assist Mei Terumi and her group, as they were, after all, temporary allies. Furthermore, Kakashi and Kirin had already joined the Akatsuki. However, he did not betray the hidden mist village, For both emotional and rational reasons, Yunxi felt compelled to take action. Upon hearing Yunxi's words, Xianglin, who initially intended to remain on the sidelines, and Yuhi Kurenai, also resolved to rejoin the fray. Similarly, upon hearing Yunxi's declaration, Kakashi, Ringo Yuri, and the others cast grateful glances in his direction. Thank you, Yunxi. Even the usually reticent Ringo Yuri expressed his gratitude. Yunxi merely nodded and replied, we are all comrades. After all, we can still be considered allies. He refrained from disclosing that Ringo Yuri and Kakashi had already joined his clandestine organization, mindful of the presence of Terumi Mei and others. Thus, he offered only a brief response. Subsequently, Yunxi directly engaged in battle against the three-tailed beast. I thought you would merely observe from the sidelines. Terumi Mei jested upon seeing Yunxi approach her side. However, Yunxi could discern a trace of unease on her face. Although the Three Tails is not regarded as a top-tier tailed beast among the 9 illustrious tailed beasts, however, it is ranked 7th. Simultaneously, the entity known as the Three Tails is a colossal tortoise encased in a massive shell. Although its strength is not particularly formidable, the destruction it can inflict upon structures is considerable. Should Yunji refrain from intervening, the current forces of the Hidden Mist Village would struggle to subdue this creature with ease. Furthermore, the location of the Hidden Mist Village is itself a small island. Should the Three Tails return to the sea, the village stands to lose one of its tailed beasts. Such a scenario would exacerbate the already insufficient combat capabilities of the Hidden Mist Village. It has been stated that we are allies. Observing the Three Tails drawing ever closer to the heart of the Hidden Mist Village, Yunji found little time to engage in further conversation with Terumi Mei. After a brief response, he surged forward. Utilizing the immense form afforded by a Susanoo state, he effectively halted the advancing Three Tails in its tracks. Upon noticing Yunji's appearance, the Three Tails too became momentarily paralyzed with astonishment. The single eye exposed emanated a profound sense of wariness, for it perceived an eerily familiar and terrifying power emanating from Yunji. The Sharingan. Upon witnessing the blood-red eye within Yunji's gaze, the Three Tails was plunged into a state of frenzy. With a thunderous roar, it recalled the individual who once ensnared it within an illusion for years on end. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with animosity. Mistaking Yunji for Uchiha Obito, the Three Tails launched an immediate attack. Has it mistaken me for Uchiha Obito? Upon observing the Three Tails' reaction, Yunji deduced the source of its fury. It must have mistaken him for Obito, who had previously manipulated it with genjutsu. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission to collect tailed beasts. Will you accept? Just as Yunji was within mere seconds of the Three Tails, the system suddenly issued a task prompt. A mission concerning tailed beasts? Yunji was taken aback to discover such a task within the system. After contemplating the notification, he reasoned that he would inevitably encounter the Akatsuki in the future, and thus, he would come across the tailed beasts. With this thought in mind, Yunji decisively accepted the mission. Congratulations, host. You have accepted the hidden mission to collect tailed beasts. Task requirements: acquire all 9 tailed beasts. Task reward: random reward X1. Upon accepting this mission, the details and rewards materialized within Yunji's mind. In truth, he had already surmised the requirements of the task prior to acceptance. After all, the name itself, collect tailed beasts, implied the inclusion of all tailed beasts within the ninja world. It merely did not necessitate the auxiliary assaults akin to those employed by the Akatsuki. However, the nature of this task's reward left Yunxi utterly perplexed. What on earth is a random reward? Upon hearing about this task's reward, Yunxi couldn't help but question the system in his mind. However, this time the system seemed to experience a slight malfunction and did not respond to Yunxi's inquiry. Nevertheless, Yunxi could sense an air of unreliability from the name of the task reward, feeling that it was even more disappointing than a mere lottery. Roar. Meanwhile, the three-tailed beast remained stationary before Yunxi and initiated its attack. In the blink of an eye, a water cannon, thicker than a barrel, shot forth from the beast's back, targeting none other than Yunxi. Too slow. Upon witnessing the assault from the three-tailed beast, Yunxi effortlessly evaded the attack with a significant leap. Simultaneously, he muttered to himself, "You are not the one in control, but today, I shall subdue you." With that, Yunxi unleashed a torrent of Amaterasu towards the three-tailed beast. Although the beast's defenses were formidable, Amaterasu was no ordinary ocular technique, capable of penetrating even the hardened shell of its abdomen. The three-tailed beast sensed the anomaly of Amaterasu, and, at the moment of impact, dove into the nearby sea, intending to extinguish the flames with the abundant seawater. However, this tactic proved futile. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, Amaterasu continued to blaze upon the beast's back, realizing that the seawater was ineffective against the flames summoned by Yunxi. The three-tailed beast returned to shore and launched its water cannon to strike the area engulfed in flames. A deafening explosion erupted, shattering that portion of its shell. Subsequently, a torrent of blood gushed from the three-tailed beast, staining the sea crimson. Roar. In overwhelming agony, the three-tailed beast grew even more ferocious, its eyes now blood-red. Consumed by a singular desire to slay Yunxi. As a tailed beast, it had never endured such humiliation throughout its existence, being cornered by a mere human. Boil release, dissolution technique. At that moment, Terumi May seized the opportunity, stealthily launching a surprise attack, while Yunxi had drawn the three-tailed beast's full ire. A significant volume of viscous and highly corrosive acid spewed from her mouth, striking precisely at the previously wounded area of the beast. After this onslaught, Yunxi could faintly discern tears welling in the three-tailed beast's eyes, clearly overwhelmed by the relentless corrosive pain that its abdomen could no longer bear. "Allow me to bring this battle to an end," Yunxi declared as he intercepted Terumi May's next move and turned to Karui, instructing, "Prepare the sealing technique." "Understood." Karui responded promptly, bracing herself to utilize her sealing technique once Yunxi vanquished the three-tailed beast. Piercing spear. Upon preparing for battle with Xianglin, Yunxi brandished his spear in the form of Susanoo, bestowing upon it a name of his own choosing. As he concentrated his entire strength and chakra to the spear's tip, he launched an assault on the three tails with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The moment Yunxi made contact with the three tails, there was an eerie silence. For his strike had surpassed the speed of sound. Suddenly, a sound of cracking emerged, as Yunxi's blow shattered the outer shell of the three tails. Chapter 101. The Elder Council of the Hidden Mist Village. How formidable! Witnessing Yunxi's strike, Terumi May and the others turned their gazes in astonishment, unable to fathom the sheer terror of Yunxi's power. Although the strength of the three tails was not particularly high among the tailed beasts, however, its defensive capabilities can undoubtedly be regarded as top-notch. However, Terumi May never anticipated that after preparing herself for a grueling battle, Yunxi had already breached the defenses of the three tails and was on the verge of vanquishing it. This revelation left her utterly astounded. She could hardly fathom the true extent of Yunxi's formidable power. Did he still intend to counterattack? Meanwhile, Yunxi realized that even after the culmination of his assault, the three tails was still poised to retaliate, actively conjuring a tailed beast bomb. With immense anguish and wrath fueling its actions, the three tails unleashed its most potent trump card, the tailed beast bomb in its complete form. This was distinct from the tailed beast bomb utilized by the fourth Mizukage in his tailed beast transformation. Although the fourth Mizukage had the ability to exert full control over the power of the three tails. However, this does not imply that she can fully unleash the entire power of the three tails. When releasing the tailed beast bomb, the three tails must take into account whether the immense power could cause the Jinchuriki's body to shatter. Typically, the tailed beast bomb emitted by a Jinchuriki possesses only 30% of the original beast's might. However, the tailed beast itself unleashing the tailed beast ball does not require consideration of these matters. It is capable of fully releasing the power of the tailed beast ball. You all should retreat to avoid being harmed by the residual force of the tailed beast ball. Taking advantage of the time while the three tails is still gathering the tailed beast ball, Yunxi slowly spoke. The individuals who initially intended to assist Yunxi, including Xianglin, also temporarily abandoned this plan upon hearing his warning. They retreated a full 100 meters away. Simultaneously, deep concern was etched on their faces. Boom. As Xianglin and the others distanced themselves, the tailed beast ball of the three tails had finished coalescing. It surged directly towards Yunxi, its immense power causing a slight tremor in the very fabric of space. Shatter. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Yunxi did not contemplate fleeing. Instead, he fully activated his heavenly curse seal at the earliest opportunity. With the substantial amplification from the heavenly curse seal, Yunxi grasped dual pistols and charged towards the tailed beast ball. Under the shroud of dark energy, Yunxi's Susanoo became even more profound, and the aura surrounding him rendered it difficult to behold. At this moment, Yunxi did not resemble a mere ninja, but rather a deity, a demon enveloped entirely in darkness. Upon colliding with the tailed beast ball of the three tails, a tremendous explosion resounded through the heavens. The ensuing dust obscured the scene, and as it settled, Yunxi remained standing atop the three tails' back. Remarkable. Seeing the colossal three tails now unconscious, Terumi Mei was filled with astonishment. But what lingered in her mind was the question of how Yunxi could be so powerful. Defeating a tailed beast in direct confrontation, such a feat was unparalleled in the Hidden Mist village, and exceptionally rare even among other villages. Sir, the Elder Council has arrived. Just as Terumi Mei was reeling in shock, Qing suddenly interjected. Standing on the back of the three tails, Yunxi noticed a group of elderly men clad in the attire of the daimyo slowly approaching. Who are they? Unfamiliar with their identities, Yunxi instinctively inquired of Terumi Mei. She glanced into the distance and then at Yunxi, her emotions conflicted. Ultimately, she spoke softly, the Elder Council of the Hidden Mist Village. After speaking, Terumi Mei appeared somewhat anxious, clearly uncertain how to explain the chaotic scene around them to the council members. Ah, I understand. Upon learning their identities, Yunxi merely nodded gently. Then, looking at Terumi Mei, he stated, I will assist you in ascending to the position of the 5th Mizukage for a fee of 50 million. Originally, Yunxi had no intention of intervening in the internal affairs of the Hidden Mist Village. Upon reflection, during his visit to the village, he had merely obtained a random reward and a mission to collect tailed beasts, leaving him with little else to show for his efforts. Faced with this situation, a sense of discontent brewed within him. As he observed the arrival of the Elder Council from a distance, a plan began to formulate in Yunxi's mind. Unlike other ninja villages, the Hidden Mist Village is governed by a political system that involves the Elder Council, the Mizukage, and various powerful clans. Although the Elder Council does not typically interfere with the Mizukage's authority, their influence remains palpable. However, in the event of a significant upheaval during elections or within the village, the Elder Council of the Hidden Mist Village would intervene. With the death of the 4th Mizukage and the emergence of the three tails within the village, the Elder Council made its presence known. The position of the 5th Mizukage was coveted not only by Terumi Mei but also by many others. Thus, Yunxi, seeking to profit, proposed that Terumi Mei pay him to assist her in ascending to the position of Mizukage. Impossible, Terumi Mei replied firmly, rejecting Yunxi's suggestion. Although she harbored a strong desire to become the 5th Mizukage, she would never acquiesce to Yunxi's demands. Under the iron-fisted rule of the 4th Mizukage, the Hidden Mist Village had suffered considerable losses in both economy and strength, rendering Terumi Mei incapable of affording such an expense to hire Yunxi. Very well. Then our alliance ends here. Following Yunxi's subjugation of the Three Tails and the expulsion of Uchiha Obito from the Hidden Mist Village, he showed little interest in lingering. Seal this creature. With that, Yunxi leapt down from the Three Tails and intended for Kaguya to employ a sealing technique to confine the beast before transporting it away. Sealing technique. Adamantine sealing. As a torrent of sealing power surged from Kaguya, the once massive three tails gradually diminished to the size of an ordinary turtle. Yunxi swiftly picked it up, preparing to cradle the creature and depart the Hidden Mist Village. After all, the remaining matters were of little concern to Yunxi, and he was disinclined to wade through such murky waters. Halt. Are you intending to take the three tails with you? Just as Yunxi was about to lead his organization away, an elderly member of the Elder Council emerged from the distance, his gaze sharp as an eagle fixated on Yunxi. What is it? Is this not my spoils of war? Am I not allowed to take it? Yunxi paused, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the elder who had called out to him. The three tails is one of our tailed beasts. You cannot take it. The elder's agitation was evident as he perceived Yunxi's demeanor, even exuding a hint of murderous intent to threaten him. Chapter 102, Terumi Mei's Choice. Old man, may I say something? Just as the elder of the Hidden Mist Village was about to continue speaking, Yunxi suddenly interrupted him. Go ahead, the elder, sensing that Yunxi had more to convey, gestured for him to proceed. Yet the aura of menace emanating from them showed no sign of abating. In fact, it intensified as the other members of the Elder Council arrived, subtly encircling Yunxi. Do you comprehend what it means to court death? Upon encountering the sudden appearance of the Mist-Hidden Village's Elder Council, which had no intention of allowing his departure, they even took the initiative to threaten him. Yunxi's anger finally erupted. When had he ever endured such indignity? Already simmering with frustration for not reaping any benefits from the battle, the emergence of this shameless group of elders was the last straw. How could he possibly contain his fury? Had it not been for his consideration of the casually present Komi, Yunxi would likely have unleashed his wrath upon these old codgers without hesitation. The elder who had instigated the conflict felt a flicker of rage cross his features upon hearing Yunxi's words, and he immediately prepared to retaliate, intending to teach this insolent brat a lesson. Just as this elder was about to strike, Komi finally stepped forward. Although these members of the Mist-Hidden Village's Elder Council were often inconspicuous, they wielded considerable power within the village. Komiai was reluctant to offend them. But in order to prevent any further misunderstandings between the Elder Council and Yunxi, she took the initiative to speak. Everyone, let us refrain from violence for the moment. There must be some misunderstanding at play here. However, just as Mei Nian was about to mediate the misunderstanding between Yunxi and the Elder Council, one of the elders spoke up first. Little girl, when has it ever been your turn to interject? Upon hearing this, Mei Nian immediately halted. The words she had intended to voice were swallowed back, and she stepped aside, eager to observe how Yunxi would handle these old-timers. In truth, Mei Nian harbored no fondness for the Elder Council of Wuyin Village. However, one must not be overly disrespectful, for these venerable individuals are esteemed elders from the prominent families of the Hidden Mist Village. For instance, the first of these elders is the former clan leader of the Kirigakure's Hozuki clan. Furthermore, they wield a measure of authority in the election of the Mizukage. Under such circumstances, Terumi Mei initially harbored no intention of offending them. However, their approach to matters is truly excessive. It would be one thing if it were merely a matter of routine. The members of the Elder Council, clearly accustomed to wielding authority within the Hidden Mist Village, perceived Yunxi as nothing more than a pliable target. Elders, let us subdue this brat first. With Koyomi Mei falling silent, the council members prepared to strike at Yunxi without a moment's hesitation, most of them brandishing their weapons. If you seek your own demise, do not blame me. Observing that the strongest among them was merely an average jonin, Yunxi chose not to utter a word but instead took action. Having enjoyed a life of ease and luxury, these council members had not engaged in combat since ascending to their positions. Against such adversaries, Yunxi did not even resort to ninjutsu. He effortlessly incapacitated them all before they could make a move. An ambush. Upon realizing the true extent of Yunxi's formidable prowess, the Elder Council began to seek assistance. However, in the preceding battles, the Umbu of the Mist Village had suffered complete annihilation. What remained were merely a few confidants of Terumi Mei, who, when faced with the pleas for assistance from the Elder Council, chose to ignore them entirely. Terumi Mei, you conspired with outsiders and betrayed the Mist Village. Upon witnessing the desperate calls for help, the Elder Council finally succumbed to panic. Some even began to hurl insults at Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei, are these individuals truly fools? After hearing their vitriol, Yunxi looked at Terumi Mei with a mixture of helplessness and relief, grateful that the Leaf Village did not harbor such foolish elders. Otherwise, he would have swiftly dealt with these imbeciles. You accuse me of betraying the Mist Village? Terumi Mei's countenance bore signs of indignation upon hearing the words of the council. She yearned to inquire about their whereabouts during the battle against the fourth Mizukage, and where they had been during the conflict with the tailed beasts. It could be said that, despite their nominal status as members of the Elder Council, they were, in reality, a group of inept individuals, merely capable of shouting empty threats. Were they not? They had slain the fourth Mizukage and intended to hand over the tailed beasts to outsiders. As Terumi Mei continued to deny their accusations, the elders of the Mist Village revealed what they believed to be the truth. In their eyes, Terumi Mei was merely seeking to seize the position of the fifth Mizukage, using the power of the tailed beasts and Yunxi's assistance to eliminate the fourth Mizukage. Ultimately, she even planned to bestow the significant three tails directly to Yunxi. To them, Terumi Mei was a traitor, a conspirator. Enough, I can no longer tolerate these fools. I shall assist you in eliminating them. Yunxi finally could not contain himself after listening to their entire discourse. He had not anticipated the existence of such brazen individuals in this world. Silently, he felt a pang of sympathy for Terumi Mei for 3 seconds. Having read the original work, Yunxi understood that the transformation of the Mist Village into the Village of Blood Mist during the reign of the fourth Mizukage was a profoundly intricate matter. Aside from the fact that the fourth Mizukage was controlled by Uchiha Obito, a significant part of the reason lay in the failure of the Elder Council members, who were supposed to restrain the fourth Mizukage to fulfill their roles. Otherwise, his policies could not have been implemented. One must remember that excessive leniency can lead to grave errors. As Terumi Mei hesitated to decisively eradicate the Elder Council, Yunxi spoke again, though he did not specify. He was confident that Terumi Mei's intellect would grasp the implication of his words. You dare. At Yunxi's words, the members of the Elder Council could no longer remain seated, with some even preparing to rise and resist once more. In the eyes of Yunxi, the prowess of these individuals appeared almost comical. Before he could engage earnestly, these characters had already collapsed. Let us take action. Ultimately, Koyomi agreed to Yunxi's counsel. Having grown up in the Hidden Mist Village, Koyomi was well aware of the true nature of the so-called Elder Council, They were nothing more than a band of inept individuals. When the village thrived in peace, they held the most significant power. Yet, when peril approached, these individuals retreated like turtles, remaining behind closed doors until the crisis had passed, only to re-emerge before the populace afterward. In their hearts, the village was not their priority. They were solely concerned with their own authority. For the future of the Hidden Mist Village, Koyomi knew she must instigate certain changes. Chapter 103, Another Egg. Shall you, or I take the lead? Upon witnessing Koyomi's resolve, Yunxi smiled, although this matter bore little relevance to him. However, upon encountering such a group of oblivious individuals, Yunxi had long desired to take action. It was merely the consideration of Terumi Mei's thoughts that had previously restrained him. Now that he observed Terumi Mei had made her own decision, Yunxi was indeed eager to intervene. There is no need. Terumi Mei firmly rejected Yunxi's proposal after listening to his words. Regardless of the circumstances, these individuals were still part of the Hidden Mist Village, and Yunxi was merely a temporary ally. It would be inappropriate to take action, and Terumi Mei wished to prevent Yunxi from doing so. The reasoning was simple. She still intended to use these individuals as a warning to others. Then I shall take my leave, Yunxi remarked, prepared to exit the Hidden Mist Village after Terumi Mei had declined his offer. After all, the time granted for leaving the village by the third Hokage was already limited, although there had initially been ample time in Yunxi's plans. His stay in the Hidden Mist Village had made things somewhat rushed. With the affairs of the Hidden Mist Village concluded, Yunxi resolved to depart promptly in order to return to Konohagakure on schedule. Just as Yunxi was about to depart, Kaguya spoke up. She inquired if it were possible to retain the three tails, fully aware that her request was unlikely to be fulfilled. However, for the sake of the interests of the Hidden Mist Village, Terumi Mei still spoke up. I'm afraid this matter is non-negotiable. If Yunyun had not accepted the mission to gather the tailed beasts, he would not have harbored any thoughts about the three tails. However, the task has now been accepted. The three tails must be taken away by Yunxi. Although Kaguya Mei had anticipated that Yunxi would decline her request, the atmosphere remained somewhat awkward, with no one daring to break the silence. While the three tails could be withheld, I can assure you that Kisame Hashigaki and Zabuza Momochi will remain in the Hidden Mist Village to support you. Subsequently, Yunxi dispelled the tension, glancing at Kisame and Zabuza before addressing Kaguya Mei. In truth, Yunxi understood the thoughts lingering in Kaguya Mei's mind. The Hidden Mist Village was acutely lacking in combat power. Especially after the loss of the fourth Mizukage, only 2 shadow-level fighters remained in the village. Aside from Kaguya Mei herself, only the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Foam, possessed shadow-level strength. Yet Yunxi understood clearly that Baomao would soon defect from the Hidden Mist Village. To maintain stability within the village, Yunxi had proposed this suggestion. Is that true? Upon hearing Yunxi's words, Terumi Mei could not help but display a hint of excitement. Ever since she learned of the connection between Kakashi and Yunxi, she had already come to realize that Kakashi and his companions no longer belonged to the Hidden Mist Village. Upon hearing that Yunxi would allow them to remain in the Mist-Hidden Village, Terumi Mei's urgency regarding the three tails diminished considerably. Her primary motivation for wanting to retain the three tails within the village was to bolster her own combat strength. If she could secure the temporary support of Kisame Hashigaki and his companions, Terumi Mei would be willing to relinquish the three tails. They would continue to stay in the Mist-Hidden Village. Although the intentions behind Yunxi's actions remained unclear, Kisame Hashigaki readily acquiesced to the arrangement. The nearby figures, including Ringo Aim Yuri, Zabuza Momochi, and Haku, nodded in agreement, having already aligned themselves with the organization. They understood that following Yunxi's orders sufficed, and no further inquiries were necessary. Thus, this could be considered a form of transaction. With Kisame and the others agreeing to stay, Terumi Mei refrained from elaborating further, as she had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, ascending to the position of the fifth Mizukage and subsequently eliminating all opposition, thereby consolidating control over the entirety of the Mist-Hidden Village. Yunxi, having merely glanced at Terumi Mei, departed the village accompanied by Karen and Akatsuki. Approximately half an hour later, aboard a large maritime vessel, Yunxi stood alone on the deck, while Karen emerged from the cabin, her cherubic face adorned with a hint of confusion. She could not comprehend why Yunxi insisted on having Kisame and the others remain in the Mist-Hidden Village. Seizing the opportunity during their maritime journey, Karen initiated a conversation, inquiring, why allow them to stay in the Mist-Hidden Village? This is merely a transaction, Yunxi explained. I shall assist Kisame and the others in their ascent, while Terumi Mei will hand over the three tails to me. In truth, Yunxi's decision to keep Kisame, Zabuza, and others, who had already joined the organization, in the mist-hidden village was devoid of any ulterior motives. It was simply a straightforward exchange. Terumi Mei sought Yunxi's aid in exchange for the three tails, while Yunxi merely extended a favor. Of course, Yunxi could have declined the transaction outright and taken the three tails with him. However, the consequence of such actions would result in the emergence of an antagonistic ninja village. Even after Yunxi's departure, it is possible that the Mist Village might directly report this matter to Konoha, although a confrontation may not necessarily ensue. Yunxi is reluctant to allow trivial matters to jeopardize his plans. Moreover, during his interactions with Terumi Mei, he has discerned that she is an excellent choice for an ally. At this juncture, investing in her would undoubtedly yield substantial returns for Yunxi. A transaction? Clearly, at present, Kankuro is still unable to grasp these concepts, as the confusion on his face remains evident. Indeed, it is a transaction. Once Terumi Mei has fully established control over the Mist Village, it will be time for Kisame Hoshigaki and the others to depart. After clarifying this to Kankuro, Yunxi returned to his quarters from the deck, simultaneously activating the system panel. He was eager to discover what rewards the system's random lottery might bestow upon him. In truth, the mission had already been accomplished during his escape with Ibido Uchiha. However, during his time in the hidden Mist Village, Yunxi had no opportunity to delve into these matters. As a result, he only now claimed the reward for his task. Upon receiving the reward, a golden coin appeared in the upper right corner of the system interface, signifying that Yunxi had earned a chance to participate in a lottery. Without delay, Yunxi commenced the random draw immediately after claiming his reward, as he deposited the coin into the grand lottery wheel of the system. A burst of colorful light suddenly emerged. After a few seconds, the vibrant glow gradually faded, revealing a pet egg now cradled in Yunxi's hands. What? Another egg? Upon witnessing this reward, Yunxi was taken aback. He could distinctly recall that his previous reward from a random draw had also been an egg, which hatched into a Pikachu, now peacefully slumbering in Xianglin's embrace. Chapter 104. The early stage of the celestial beast, Snowball Beast. Consequently, upon seeing that this reward was yet another egg, a sense of foreboding crept into Yunxi's heart. He feared that the system had once again bestowed upon him something utterly disappointing. However, the only certainty for Yunxi at this moment was that this egg was certainly not a Pikachu. This was evident as he could not detect any aura related to the electric attribute emanating from within the egg. Furthermore, its exterior bore no resemblance to the Pikachu egg he had previously acquired. Instead of the emblem of lightning, it showcased a pair of angelic wings. Simultaneously, Yunxi could sense a sacred aura emanating from within this pet egg. As long as it was not a Pikachu egg, Yunxi felt a twinge of conflict in his heart upon receiving yet another egg from the system. However, upon confirming that this was not the same Pikachu pet egg as before, Yunxi felt a sense of relief. He could sense a formidable power emanating from within this pet egg. Although it did not belong to the energy of the Naruto world, its might was not to be underestimated. In fact, Yunxi could discern that this energy was undoubtedly on par with that of an average shadow-level ninja. Could it possibly be a tailed beast? After thoroughly examining the pet egg, Yunxi pondered silently. Yet, he soon dismissed this notion, for among the 9-tailed beasts, there was not a single one that possessed a divine attribute. In truth, such a chakra or energy was entirely absent from the ninja world. Apart from the 5 fundamental ninjutsu and certain bloodline limits, only the 2 unique forms of ninjutsu, Yin and Yang release, existed within the realm of ninjas. However, Yunxi is certain that within the realm of Hokage, there exists no energy attribute known as the divine. Yunxi even harbors doubts that this entity is a product of a singular dimension. Wait a moment. Could the pet egg exuding a divine aura be a creation of that world? After pondering for a while, an idea suddenly struck Yunxi. It was the pet eggs from the digital world. For in Yunxi's recollections, there are indeed numerous worlds that possess these pet eggs. However, the time possessing such characteristics is rather limited. Hence, Yunxi speculated that this object is most likely a digital egg from the digital world of Digimon. Inside this egg, there is a strong possibility that it contains the larval form of Angewoman, namely Snowball Beast, coupled with the system's previous remarkable maneuver. Yunxi's conviction in his judgment grew even stronger. Indeed, as Yunxi affirmed his assessment, the pet egg resting on the table suddenly erupted with a dazzling radiance. When the brilliance subsided, a creature unexpectedly leaped forth from the egg. As Yunxi had conjectured, it was indeed the Snowball Beast. Upon witnessing this digital creature, enveloped in delicate white fur, Yunxi's face was a tapestry of conflicting emotions. He found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or speechlessness. Although the system's action had caught Yunxi off guard, to be fair, he genuinely believed this reward was quite commendable. For even though the snowball beast is still in its larval stage, Yunxi could already sense the surging potential within its diminutive form, possessing a combat prowess equivalent to that of a lower-tier ninja. Although the current snowball beast may not yet rival Pikachu, the growth potential of the snowball beast is indeed remarkable. Once Yunxi nurtures her to evolve into the ultimate form of the celestial maiden beast, she will undoubtedly provide immense assistance to him. Moreover, having watched Digimon, Yunxi understands that the celestial maiden beast can evolve even further. Yunxi estimates that once the snowball beast evolves into its ultimate form, its combat prowess will surely reach a level capable of overwhelming the Tsutsuki clan. Brother Yunxi, what troubles you? Just shortly after the snowball beast hatched, Xianglin entered Yunxi's room, cradling her Pikachu, her expression tinged with concern. Prior to entering, she had sensed a terrifying power emanating from Yunxi's room. Although that force lasted only a fleeting moment, it left her feeling uneasy. Fear not. We have welcomed a new little companion among us, Yunxi reassured her as he gently lifted the tiny snowball beast, introducing it to Pikachu and Xianglin. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The snowball beast seemed to sense the goodwill emanating from Xianglin and Pikachu, its face lighting up with joy as it nuzzled its delicate nose against them. Attempting to memorize their scents, it was evident that no girl could resist the charm of a fluffy creature. Upon encountering the snowball beast, Xianglin's face was filled with curiosity, while Pikachu, contrary to Yunxi's earlier expectations, exhibited no hostility. Instead, it gently prodded the soft body of the snowball beast with its paw. Ding! A system notification echoed in Yunxi's mind. The snowball beast does not belong to the ninja world. It is advised to rear it in a separate dimension. Just as Yunxi and the others were engrossed in playing with the snowball beast, the system's prompt appeared unexpectedly. Why did Pikachu not require such arrangements? Upon hearing the notification, Yunxi's thoughts immediately turned to Pikachu, recalling that it too had entered the Naruto world as a result of a random system reward. However, the system provides no additional prompts. However, the Shueisho beast exists. Yunxi vaguely sensed that something was amiss, yet was uncertain of the exact nature of the anomaly. Ding! Pikachu, a creature of electrical energy, possesses this elemental attribute within the realm of Naruto, thus eliminating the necessity for its transfer to an alternate dimension. In response to Yunxi's inquiry, the system provided a rare explanation. Upon hearing the system's elucidation, Yunxi began to comprehend the situation. In essence, although Pikachu is not a creation of Naruto, this world contains the energy of lightning. Therefore, there is no need for it to be nurtured in a separate space. However, the snowball beast is not viable. In the realm of Naruto, there exists no divine attribute energy, rendering the snowball beast incapable of remaining in this world for an extended period. What would happen if it were not housed in a different space? Suddenly, a question emerged in Yunxi's mind. Different energy attributes could lead to irreversible random changes in the evolution of the snowball beast. Upon hearing Yunxi's inquiry, the system candidly articulated the worst-case scenario. For instance, Yunxi was also curious about the nature of these irreversible random changes. The system replied, in any case, within the ninja world, the snowball beast could never evolve into the celestial maiden beast. I see. So how can I acquire a different space? After receiving the system's straightforward explanation, Yunxi comprehended the essence of the so-called random changes. Essentially, it was merely informing Yunxi that within the ninja world, the snowball beast could eternally remain a snowball beast, never transforming into a celestial maiden beast. Upon hearing this, Yunxi promptly abandoned his plan to keep the snowball beast frequently by his side. Chapter 105. I am running out of money again. Acquiring a different space costs 100,000 points of currency. After Yunxi inquired about how to obtain such a space, the system decisively conveyed the price to him. System, I feel as though you are exploiting my currency points. Gazing at his dwindling balance of over 500,000 points, Yunxi experienced a sense of loss. Although the snowball beast is undeniably adorable and becomes remarkably powerful after evolution, it is indeed a perfect pet that offers dual advantages. Yet, the mere existence of a nurturing environment instills in Yunxi a sense of unworthiness. Although previously, over 1 million points of premium currency were acquired from the very roots. However, after upgrading the Heavenly Curse Seal, there were scarcely any resources left. Only a little over 500,000 premium points remained, and Yunxi intended to reserve some for the purchase of a second Mangeki Sharingan. Upon observing the exorbitant prices in the system's marketplace for the alternate space, Yunxi realized that his plans to acquire the second Meijiki Sharingan would have to be postponed. The immediate priority was to secure a home for the snowball beast. Only after that would he contemplate the acquisition of the second Sharingan. Can I purchase just 1 square meter? Considering the steep cost of the alternate space, Yunxi planned to buy a single square meter for the snowball beast to reside in temporarily. He would reassess the situation for further investments once it evolved and depending on his financial standing. No, the minimum purchase for alternate space is 3 square meters. However, the system's response shattered Yunxi's calculations. Observing the purchasing conditions in the system's marketplace, Yunxi gritted his teeth and decisively clicked the confirm purchase button. As a surge of spatial energy materialized, his remaining 500,000 in premium points dwindled to a mere 200,000. You go ahead. We shall meet again shortly. After successfully acquiring the alternate space, Yunxi promptly placed the snowball beast within it. He then inquired of the system, when will the snowball beast evolve? How does the evolution occur? Is there a cost involved? To avoid being ensnared by the system later, Yunxi voiced all his concerns. The larger the alternate space, the more sacred energy it contained, resulting in a swifter evolution. Once the snowball beast reached its limit, one could spend premium points to purchase evolution stones, with the initial stone costing 1,000,000 points and subsequent stones doubling in price. Although the system did not address his third question, Yunxi's heart ached upon hearing the answers to the first two. He mused internally, what I am nurturing is not merely a snowball beast, but a voracious beast that devours gold. At that moment, Yunxi suddenly felt an appreciation for Pikachu, despite their initial differences. In the days that followed, Pikachu exhibited remarkable obedience. With its striking appearance, adorned in soft, golden fur that exuded a gentle allure, the most significant aspect was that it required no expenditure. Pikachu. I shall no longer refer to you as the yellow rodent. Contemplating this, Yunxi could not resist embracing Pikachu. What troubles you, brother Yunxi? Observing the conflicted expression and peculiar actions on Yunxi's face, Xianglin felt a twinge of concern, fearing that he might be affected by some unwelcome stimulus. It's nothing. We simply need to strive harder to earn money in the future. Gradually setting Pikachu down, Yunxi's mood returned to its previous tranquility. Yet, a burgeoning scheme for financial gain silently took root in his mind. Earn money? Upon hearing Yunxi's somewhat boastful remarks, Xianglin found herself at a loss. Although she still had some money in her pocket, the expression of poverty etched across Yunxi's face deterred her from further inquiries, leading her to simply respond, very well. Regardless of what Yunxi pursued, Xianglin was resolute in her commitment to remain by his side. It was decided, upon returning to Konoha village, the grand plan for wealth accumulation would commence, considering that he had taken in another extravagant creature, the golden-eating snowball beast. Alongside the necessity for himself and his organization to expend resources to enhance their strength, Yunxi contemplated the audacious notion of raiding the village when circumstances necessitated it. The targets of such endeavors would be the 5 great ninja villages. Of course, this was but one of Yunxi's reluctant strategies. Should there be a more straightforward method to acquire wealth, he would prefer to avoid the ostentatious act of robbing the 5 great ninja villages. After all, he was not yet prepared to contend with them as adversaries. Just as Yunxi and his companions were engrossed in thoughts of financial ventures, Uchiha Obito had returned to the Land of Rain. Although he had evaded Yunxi's lethal strike through the use of Izanagi, the tension in the air was palpable. However, the wounds inflicted upon his soul and the tremors within his heart left Uchiha Obito momentarily disoriented. He struggled to fathom how a mysterious youth could unlock the Susanoo with merely a single eye of the Meijiki Sharingan, and that his overall prowess was not inferior to his own. It was evident that this boy was acutely aware of the greatest weaknesses inherent in Obito's Kamui. This realization was utterly unfathomable to Uchiha Obito, a youth hailing from Konoha. Contemplating the origins of this boy, Obito's hatred deepened even further. Gazing towards Konoha, he silently vowed, one day I shall obliterate the entire village and eradicate you. Unbeknownst to Obito, upon his return to the Land of Rain, a pitch-black raven suddenly took flight from outside the door. An hour later, the maritime vessel carrying Yunxi and his companions finally arrived at the shores of the Land of Waves. Yunxi, accompanied by Kaguya, Mitarashi Anko, and others, returned to the Land of Waves. Just as Yunxi was preparing to head back to Konoha, Mitarashi Anko, who had remained silent until then, suddenly inquired, shall we not scout for Orochimaru? In response to Anko's question, Yunxi paused, for after the battle with Uchiha Obito and the Three Tails, he had completely forgotten about this matter. How much time do we have left before we must return to the village at the latest? Ultimately, Yunxi decided to assess the remaining time before determining whether to investigate Orochimaru. Although the Hokage had not stipulated a specific date for their return to the village, there were still 3 days remaining from the date indicated on the Konoha pass issued by the Umbu. Upon hearing Yunxi's inquiry, Anko promptly replied, handing him the Konoha pass she had kept close to her heart. After receiving the pass and confirming that there was still time, Yunxi slowly spoke, "Let us investigate Orochimaru before returning to Konoha." With that, he changed direction, setting off towards the Sound Village. According to the current timeline, Orochimaru should have only recently distanced himself from the Akatsuki. Yunxi's first encounter with Orochimaru had occurred just after Orochimaru's defeat at the hands of Uchiha Itachi, as he sought the assistance of Danzo. However, Danzo had already fallen to Yunxi's blade by that time. Thus, Yunxi surmised that Orochimaru must now be in the process of establishing his own power. Chapter 106, Journey to the Sound Village. After altering his decision, Yunxi no longer intended to return to Konoha immediately. Instead, he led Mitarashi, Anko, Kagaya, and the others towards the direction of the Sound Village. Although Yunxi was unaware whether the Sound Village had been established as of yet. However, one thing that Yunxi can ascertain is that Orochimaru must be nearby. From the fragments of the original narrative, Yunxi has gleaned a crucial point. After departing from the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru immediately began gathering various orphans, preparing to establish his own power. This is indisputable. If Yunxi can swiftly reach the vicinity of the Sound Ninja Village, the likelihood of finding Orochimaru is significantly high. Yunxi, do you truly know where Orochimaru is at this moment? As Yunxi appeared convinced of Orochimaru's location, the anxious thoughts of Akatsuki's member, Anko Mitarashi, began to stir. Having witnessed Yunxi's solitary battle against Uchiha Obito and his triumph over the Three Tails, Anko could only feel a sense of awe. Now, with Yunxi so certain of Orochimaru's whereabouts, a ridiculous notion surfaced in her mind, the belief that Yunxi possessed omniscience regarding all matters. "It's intuition that guides me," Yunxi replied with a smile, lightening the mood with a jest. Anko, upon hearing his words, chose not to press further, instead following closely behind him as they silently made their way to the Sound Ninja Village. The Sound Ninja Village, a minor shinobi settlement within the Land of Rice, primarily employs sound waves as their method of attack. Founded by the notorious Orochimaru, this village had not been thoroughly investigated by the 5 great nations prior to the unfolding of events. It was not until the Chunin exams that the Sound Ninja Village emerged into the spotlight, capturing the attention of the great ninja nations. Thus, at present, the Sound Ninja Village remains a small settlement with a minimal influence. On their journey through the Land of Rice, Yunxi noticed a conspicuous absence of any chakra-wielding ninjas. The only inhabitants he encountered were a handful of civilians tending to crops or meandering along the roadside, hardly reminiscent of a ninja village.